mission to age well. You have to want it, and you make the best out of what you have. If you can do that, regardless of your situation, your genetics, or your health, or whatever, then you're still living your life fully.
Happy Canada Day from Halifax's Citadel National Historic Site. We're here for the big Canadian bash, telling you everything happening across Canada today. It's all leading up to the main event in our nation's capital as the Bare Naked Ladies and Alessia Cara headline an evening concert in Ottawa. We are live in Halifax this morning. It has been the gateway to a new life for millions, and that story continues today. We're going to take you to a citizenship ceremony where Canada's newest citizens set to take their oath.
I want to give a shout out to the greatest Canadian I know, my father.
We're also handing over our microphones to you. Shout out your stories about everyday Canadians. Maybe they're caregivers or community builders, neighbors, anyone. You tell us who makes your life better, our lives better. Good morning. We're all the way down there as you look from on high above Halifax Harbour. We're on Foundation Wharf. This is a city that knows how to have fun. We've got a lot of it in store for you in our Canada Day special programming. But this day also does give us some time to reflect, big questions, more than a year about our relationship with the U.S. Sources telling CBC News that the federal government does not expect the Americans to agree to a CUSMA renewal today, and that would mean the deal will continue for 10 years, but would have annual reviews. Officials set to meet today. The questions, of course, are not just external. There's a referendum on Alberta separation coming this fall, so a lot to think about as we kick off another Canada Day. But hey, not all serious talk from us as well. We're going to be looking to Pier 21, just down the way from me here. This is where the Canadian dream began for millions of people, maybe you or your parents or your grandparents. Later this morning, a new generation of Canadians set to take the oath of citizenship. We're going to be testing out our own Canadian trivia knowledge and introducing you to some hometown heroes, those who maybe don't stand in a big spotlight, may go unrecognized. You can share some of those stories. Just send them to us. ask@cbc.ca. Maybe it's a story of kindness or resilience. On the bottom of your screen through the course of the broadcast day, you'll see some of those shout-outs. In the meantime, I am a visitor here to Halifax, never lived here, visited many times, love the city, love Nova Scotia, bringing in my colleague from CBC Halifax, Carolyn Ray. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. I mean, could we have asked for a better morning?
We were told it was going to rain, and we won't use a name, but there was a certain meteorologist who expected us to be drenched at this point.
Yeah, there were hints that my hair would not be looking good at this stage.
And yet, look at this. A second cruise ship is just pulled in front of us.
Always fun to watch them parallel park.
Yeah. I'm sure that's the term they use too, right? Beep, 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 right?
Definite terminology.
Oh my goodness, it's quite something. Look, we've had such a great time here, but it's also amazing just to see how many Canadians are visiting the East Coast. Some for the first time, chatting with people up at the Citadel and here along the waterfront and the restaurants, and just seeing how many people are keen to explore our great country.
Yeah, totally. And we're seeing, especially in the last few years, with the pandemic and then everything going on with the state's tourism here, has just really taken off. And we've seen so many people embrace the East Coast and just all that it has to offer. And I love it. I grew up in Ontario, so when my friends come, they're shocked by everything that you can do here. When I take them on the wine tours, just 45 minutes out of the city, they're going, we had no idea this existed, right? Just beautiful beautiful farmland here, so many things to see, and the hikes and
Gorgeous Annapolis Valley.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Annapolis
Cape Breton
Valley.
National
Yeah,
Park,
taking the Halifax cruise ship. I love taking them on the ferry across the water.
Let's be clear about what the Halifax cruise ship is. It is part of the transit system here.
It is. People take the ferry to work, but it's also a great way just to check out the city and the waterfront here.
Absolutely. Okay, Carolyn, so glad to have you here today, and we'll be checking in. We've also got some trivia in mind. We've had our go.
We've already been stumped once.
You know what? This is a mock-up of the Canadian
Yeah.
citizenship test. I'm going to just give you a random one here.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Okay, I don't want to give you one that's crazy. Oh. Here's one. What are the three parts of Parliament?
The three parts of Parliament.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You're going to get two of them right away.
Oh, no.
Yes, you are. So the House of Commons
Yeah, the House
is
of
one.
Commons
And then-
with the members of Parliament.
Yeah.
The Senate.
The Senate is the next one.
And then would it be like the Governor General?
So the
Is
sovereign
that
is the other one.
is that
Exactly.
considered?
Yeah, the
Okay,
king
cool.
through the
Okay.
Governor General
It felt
through
like
the
it
king.
should be a trick question. Like there should be something more to it.
But I knew
Okay.
you would get that. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's an example. We're going to have more of them over the course of the day. That citizenship test, there are a lot of people who have taken it who are going to be over at Pier 21, just over from us today. That is because they passed that test. They're getting their Canadian citizenship. They're taking the oath today, and they will do that with Sabrina Fabian watching. She's over at Pier 21. That's an amazing opportunity, but there's of course a million other things going on. This is the busiest day over at Pier 21, a huge tourist site as well.
Exactly, David. There's lots going on here today, and that citizenship ceremony is actually open to the public. So anybody who wants to come and see what it's like to take a citizenship oath, anyone 14 and up who's becoming a citizen today will be taking that oath. And so a pretty momentous occasion to have it happen on Canada Day, and also significant to have it happen here at Pier 21, which is today a museum of immigration. But between 1928 and 1971, almost 1 million immigrants landed here at this port. They arrived by boat, including my very own grandmother, believe it or not. So she was about 5 years old. She came from Hungary with her mother and brother. Her father was already settled here. And then they got on a train and they went to Montreal. Like so many other people, they landed in Halifax and then went further west from here. And the great thing about this museum, David, is that not only can you visit the museum, but there's also a research center downstairs where you can be paired up with an expert who can help you go through the archives of Pier 21, and you can see the actual names of the people who disembarked from those boats. So about 15 years ago, after I moved to Halifax, my parents came to visit, and my father was able to look up the information about his own mother and saw her name and when she landed and what ship she came on. And then you can come up to the museum, and behind me is this wonderful wall where you can see all the ships by name that landed at Pier 21. So it's a pretty momentous occasion for a lot of people to come here and learn about their own family histories. And of course, the immigration story has evolved in those 100 years or so. And today, people don't arrive in Canada by boat anymore. So this place was transformed in 1999 into a museum. And today, it reflects all kinds of different perspectives, the stories of immigrants who arrive from all over the world with all kinds of different backgrounds, including some of the ones we're going to meet later today at that citizenship ceremony.
Sabrina, absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. And that story you have of your own family, it resonates with me. My mother came through Halifax, down the St. Lawrence, and into Montreal, and that's where she began her Canadian life. So I think a lot of Canadians with similar stories. Amazing. We're going to actually speak coming up on the program with a soon-to-be new Canadian, someone who will be at that oath of citizenship today. We'll be speaking with him just about 15 minutes from now. All right, as we continue our special here at the Foundation Wharf here in Halifax, we would note what is happening in St. John's, where people began the day with an annual sunrise ceremony to mark Newfoundland and Labrador's Memorial Day.
God guard thee. God guard thee, Newfoundland.
The early morning gathering taking place at the Signal Hill National Historic Site. It featured a flag-raising ceremony and the singing of the national anthem. This starts as a solemn day for Newfoundland and Labrador, honoring the service and great sacrifice of the Newfoundland Regiment in the First World War. We'll be talking about those commemorations, and later, Newfoundland and Labrador will join the rest of the country in Canada Day festivities. All right, let's stay in Atlantic Canada and turn to Prince Edward Island. It, of course, was the place, the meeting where it all happened, Confederation. Take a look at some of the celebrations stretching across Charlottetown and the downtown waterfront and historic core. There'll be family activities, cultural showcases, live performances. Alan Doyle, Matt Mays, among those who are performing today. Nobody in those picnic tables yet. There certainly will be. Louise Martin joining us now from Charlottetown. Check out what Louise is wearing, because it is something else. Hey there, Louise. How you doing?
I don't know if that's a compliment, David. It is something else. Listen, we are getting ready for an amazing Canada Day here in Charlottetown. And you might notice some activity behind us. Well, not so much in the pool right now, but the bikes are going. Triathlon PEI is hosting an event today. You do this. This is Andre Morrison from Triathlon PEI. How many years have you done this?
I think we've been doing this for at least 6 or 7 years now in every Canada Day.
And so this is to introduce younger kids, age 4 to 12, to triathlon.
That's correct. And we give them a wonderful experience. It's a safe environment, pool, swim, bike, and a run on closed streets so there's no traffic. And the theme is fun.
The theme is fun. The theme is also chaos, but not the kind of chaos that we're the CHAOS. It's KOS, Kids of Steel. Tell me more about that.
Kids of Steel is a program from Triathlon Canada, and it is designed to introduce children from ages 4 and up to the sport of triathlon in an environment that's non-competitive, fun, and a place that they want to come back to.
And how many kids? Oh, I see them in the pool now. And it's an unheated pool, by the way, I should add. How many kids are in this year?
Today we have 65 from ages 4 through 12.
And you do it in waves, so right now the younger kids are in the pool.
That's right. We do it in age groups so that each age group does distances appropriate for their age level.
What a wonderful way to kick off Canada Day with a triathlon.
It's fantastic, and every finisher gets a finishing medal, a snack, and a t-shirt.
And the sun is shining, the weather is cooperating.
It's wonderful. We've had perfect weather.
Oh, Andre, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for coming.
You know, so this is kicking off the festivities down here at Victoria Park, and then later on in the main part of the park, as you mentioned, David, those picnic tables will be full. There's going to be food trucks, music, entertainment. There's a PEI Indigenous activation. They're going to be doing beadwork. There's so much going on down here for every member of every family, and we just hope lots of people come down and enjoy this beautiful day here in Charlottetown.
That is Louise Martin, who we are now going to register for the triathlon now that I know it exists. Good luck, Louise. Let's turn back to Halifax. This community honoring the traditions of the Mi'kmaq Nation and Indigenous communities today. The waterfront being transformed with traditional teachings, performances, language, and storytelling, all recognizing the enduring contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. This is also the site of the country's largest Canada Day parade east of Montreal. And right there at the Halifax Citadel National Historic Site overlooking the city, there will be historical demonstrations over the course of the day, drills by the 78th Highlanders Pipe Band. I actually had a chance to speak with one of the pipe majors.
They love Halifax, they love the East Coast, so they come here to visit, and the Citadel really is one of their kind of destination places they want to go and visit. So here, get to meet lots of people across the world, and it's a great time.
Now, when you go and tell your friends where you work, what you do, what is the thing that surprises the most that you can tell them about this place?
About this place, I get to tell them that I get to do my hobby all day. As a bagpiper, all of us musicians just get to play our pipes and drums all day, have fun, get to interact with visitors, share history. And yeah, it's a great summer job. Be outside, yeah, can't complain.
On this Canada Day, do you have someone you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, I'll shout out my mom and dad. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be bagpiping, wouldn't be here at the Hill. And so yeah, happy Canada Day to mom and dad, and yeah, wish them all the best.
It's fantastic. Great to meet you, and happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day. Thank you.
You know, I'm 35 years old. I started at 6. And it's just like, when you think of the parents, like everything that they did, it's a lot. And my parents asked me when I transfer to long track to like, honest question. They're like, why are you doing this? And I was like, I know I can win an individual medal.
Go Canada! Woo!
Red and white all day, baby. A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go! Woo!
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We've got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves, believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud, give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys. Allez les rouges, go Canada.
Dan Burrett, CBC News, Vancouver.
Friendly game and we don't have any problem, but we will win. During the game, we are fighting Canada. After the game, we are brothers and we love Canada.
You know about Halifax and the Donair? Haligonian Carolyn Ray certainly knows about it. It's sort of the iconic food here.
Oh,
right?
absolutely. Yeah. You know, I lived up north for a few years, and I used to get people to send me vacuum-sealed Donair kits that you could buy that made it across the country, and I'd have all my friends in Yellowknife over, and we'd do Donair night in Yellowknife.
Oh, that's...
Because, you know, you had all the Maritimers up north.
That says something. I love it, in part because we had the chance to visit King of Donair yesterday. It's the original.
Yeah, the OG.
It goes back to the 1970s, I think. Declared the city's official food back in 2015. I had the chance to go and make a Donair.
Well, Halifax is famous for its Donairs. They've given me the shirt. Now they're going to show me how to make one. Okay, we're here with Nicholas Nahas, who owns King of Donair. That's where we are. Lots of Donair shops here. This is the original.
That's it.
That's it?
Since 73.
Since 1973. And who's the best?
You got to go with the king.
Of course you do. Okay, let's talk about how you make a Donair. Can you show me?
You got it.
Let's do it.
We're going to start. We have our pita here.
Yep.
One of the sort of differences that sets the Donair apart from any basically kind of rotating piece of meat is that we grill our pita and dip it in water first. We grill it just to give it a little bit of crispiness.
Yep.
So we'll let that cook up a bit, and now we'll move on to the meat. Pinky's down on the trigger.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I'm getting it.
You're a pro.
Can I have a job? In case this thing doesn't work out, this whole broadcasting thing?
I think we got a spot for you.
There we go.
Your standard Halifax Donair comes with 3 toppings: onions, tomatoes, and Donair sauce.
Sounds good. What's Donair sauce?
Donair sauce is a mix of garlic, sugar, and vinegar. It's a sort of almost like an icing for your beef.
Let's load it up.
All right. So here, onions. The Donair was started here in Halifax, but when it migrated west, somewhere along the way, it picked up other toppings. You'll see, anywhere basically New Brunswick on, they'll throw anything from pickles to lettuce to tzatziki. But your standard Donair is onions, tomatoes, and Donair sauce. To the eye, the Donair looks like any sort of wrapped kebab, but you've got to taste the spices and the sweetness of the sauce to really differentiate it. Roll that up. We always tear off a bit, do say.
Make it easier to eat.
Pull the foil back
Yeah.
and eat it like an ice cream cone.
Nick, looks great. I'm going to give it a try.
Let's see.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy.
This is amazing. Fantastic. I love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You are the king of Donair.
Welcome to Halifax.
Where's your crown?
We have a few of them kicking around here somewhere.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to you as well.
You may love a Donair, you may not, but a lot of people are celebrating Canada right across this country. For some, the day is going to have some particularly special significance because they will become a Canadian citizen today. That's what's in store for Yoko Lee and his family, and he joins me here on Foundation Wharf. Good morning. Happy Canada Day to you.
Thank you. Happy Canada Day to you. It's a pleasure to be here.
I'm glad to have you here. Tell me, you actually do the Oath of Citizenship over at Pier 21?
Yeah, with my family, 2 boys and my wife. We are excited.
Tell me your story. You come from Indonesia. You came how long ago?
It's been solid 5-6 years ago. Yeah. We landed right in Halifax, and we really want to call this place a home, and that's all.
That's lovely to hear. How did you choose Halifax?
We literally Googled it at that time. Well, my background is banking and capital market, David, and it's really hard to find a big, small city, like a smaller city that is good to grow our family with my background and stuff, but we literally asking too much, and let's try to find some place that we can actually get that thing. And then we found Halifax, and it's been great since then.
A lot of people call this the big, small city.
Exactly. You have everything, but it's like one step away from the nature. And look at this. It's awesome.
It's a gorgeous day, too.
It is.
Tell me just the significance for you of doing the Oath of Citizenship, becoming a Canadian citizen on Canada Day.
Yeah, we were prepared to just like any ceremony we'll do. This is a big milestone for our family. My kids, it's not sinking in yet for the kids, I think, but it's a big milestone for us. We finally can call this country a home. Everybody's so welcoming, and it's just amazing day.
I've been to some citizenship ceremonies, and you're going to do it over at Pier 21, which is the gateway for 1 million people into this country. But I think some people are surprised about how emotional it can become, that you go in, you think, okay, it'll be something, and then you end up seeing a lot of people really overcome by the moment.
All right, I'm not prepared for that.
Okay.
I was like expecting, okay, this will be a fun day. We'll be celebrating stuff, but let's see.
How old are your kids?
They are 8 and 10. Yeah. They're both boys. They're excited. They're seeing this as a like festivities kind of things, but yeah, it's a big deal. They'll get it when they grow up, and they'll be grateful for it. I'm pretty sure.
Absolutely. One last question for you. Carolyn Ray and I have been taking mock citizenship questions today.
No way.
No way. Tell me about it. Did you find it intimidating? Because you had to write the actual test. There were no consequences if we get it wrong, other than a text from friends making fun of us.
Yeah, man, I was studying like a 6th grader. I'm just reading all of those history books and stuff, doing a mock test, and we're so nervous when we take the test. But it's all fun, and Canada have a rich, like multicultural kind of background, and it's really hit a string to our heart. It's just like, wow, this is the country that we will call home, and it has amazing history, and we're be proud of this country, honestly.
Yoko Lee, such a pleasure to meet you. Happy Canada Day.
Thank you
so much. That's absolutely amazing. He will be one of many people at that citizenship ceremony later today. Now, you've seen at the bottom of your screen, shout out to ask@cbc.ca. Anyone you want to shout out on this Canada Day, let us know. We got one from actor Tom Green.
Hi, I'm Tom Green, and today on Canada Day, I'd like to give a shout out to the great, late Stompin' Tom Connors for the impact he had on my life and Canadian music, singing about Canada.
Oh, Canada, standing tall together.
I love him, man. Stompin' Tom Connors, happy Canada Day.
The maple leaf forever.
Team Canada just beat Qatar, and I've been here in the only Canadian sports bar in New York City. They're pretty happy.
What a time to be a Canadian in a city like this. Great bar, great people. The community's really coming together.
Why was it important for you to be surrounded by Canadians watching this historic game?
The pride and patriotism. I could have gone to any bar in New York and it would have been a nothing burger. To be surrounded by other Canadians is the most important part.
I moved to New York in 2005 and there was no place for Canadians to gather and there was no real good hockey bar, so I figured Canadians needed a place for both of those. So we fulfilled that, I believe.
Go Canada!
Red and white all day, baby. A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go!
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We've got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves, believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud, give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys. Allez les Rouges, go Canada.
Dan Burrett, CBC News, Vancouver.
Friendly game and we don't have any problem, but we will win. During the game, we are fighting Canada. After the game, we are brothers and we love Canada. Give me a hug.
Okay. There's the bagpipers from the 78th Highlanders at the Halifax Citadel National Historic Site. It's a landmark that dates back to the founding of the city in 1749. Huge draw for tourists. It'll be busy there today. And the celebrations will certainly feature military drills as well as pipe and drum concerts from those 78th Highlanders. But there is an even bigger show involving such bands. That is the Royal Nova Scotia International Tattoo. Happens every year, kicking off this week. The event celebrating the 75th anniversary of Canadian and German diplomatic relations after the Second World War. Scott Long is the managing director and executive producer of the Royal Nova Scotia International Tattoo, and he's with us now. Scott, how are you?
I'm fine. Good morning, David.
Some people will hear the term tattoo and go, okay, I hear the word, but to me it means something different. Explain, there are two meanings for the word tattoo.
Sure. So our tattoo is not body ink.
Yeah.
Which is, body ink is cool, but that's not us. The tattoo, the word itself comes from a Dutch word called taptoe, which traditionally was a word to tell pub owners to turn the taps off because the soldiers would be in the pubs and they had a curfew and a drummer would come around and march through the towns, and that was called taptoe, and it eventually evolved into the word tattoo. So our show is a celebration of military culture and music, and it's unique. It's the only show of its kind in Canada. And we also blend civilian entertainment in with it to celebrate our Canadian Armed Forces.
Oh, that's quite something. Now, this is a big deal. You have bands that come from all over the world.
We do, yes. This year we have bands from Germany, as you mentioned, with the 75th anniversary of diplomatic relations with Germany. We have the Belgium Air Force Band this year, and we have Scots College Pipe Band from Sydney, Australia here with us. And the Tattoo has its own Highland dance team as well, with members that come from all over the world.
And let's talk about some closer to home. Royal Military College of Canada is celebrating an anniversary itself and is part of this year's tattoo.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And I don't think we've ever had RMC here before, so it's really great to have them in the show. We have some musicians and an honor guard from RMC. And we also have all of our members from the Canadian Armed Forces from all across Canada that are here performing as well.
Do you feel bad because of how awful the weather is today?
No, not at all. It's a perfect day for a Canada Day parade, right?
Isn't it amazing? We were told there was going to be rain, and look at this. The water's calm. It's beautiful out. We're talking to people about shout-outs today, and we've been putting it at the bottom of the screen. Is there anybody that you think is deserving of attention today that you'd like to say, hey, they deserve a shout-out? Sure.
I'd like to give a shout out to the crew of my show. They've been working day and night for 2 weeks, 15, 16-hour days. The tattoo is a massive production. There's 800 cast in the show, and it's a big, big job to put that together. And a big shout out to the cast and the crew of the tattoo this year. Scott, thank you so much. I assume this is your ride coming to get you, but is that yours? Yeah, actually, I like to go fishing today. Yeah, that'd be nice. It's a good day for it. You're a bit busy otherwise. All right, that is Scott Long, the managing director and executive producer of the Royal Nova Scotia International Tattoo, kicking off today. Now, as we head out from the wharf here, Foundation Wharf in Halifax, a bunch of people have been gathering, including some with flags. Let's take a look at them as we celebrate Happy Canada Day.
I have loved dogs my entire life. I've really liked the idea of dog sitting. I've heard stories about a lot of elders having dog teams, and it got me interested, so I kind of did my research on it.
This guy's name is Ukluk, and it means grizzly bear, but I call him Big Teddy Bear because he likes to just be tossed around and held and babied. He's very strong, and he doesn't listen very well, but he's a good puller. He listens when he's on the harness. They know when to work and when to play.
I get really happy when they're working together and following directions, but I love the scenery and how peaceful it is. It's really calming.
It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. I've always been a camper, but I've not really been a solo camper until the last 4 or 5 years.
What did it feel like then that first night when it went dark and everything was quiet and you were just alone?
I was on a little island. I'd been very careful where I chose to go. And I know that any self-respecting bear could easily have swum over, or a cougar, or anything, and there was nobody around really. But I thought, well, it's sort of like you're in a castle and you got a big moat, and some creature would have to really want to. I don't do high-risk activities. It doesn't feel high risk to me. I'm careful where I go. I'm careful how I do things, and if I take out an axe to cut wood, I'm incredibly careful. Wow, there you go. It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. You have to want it, and you make the best out of what you have. If you can do that, regardless of your situation, your genetics, or your health, or whatever, then you're still living your life fully.
Go Canada! Red and white all day, baby. A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go!
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves, believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud. Give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys.
Happy Canada Day, and welcome to a beautiful and unexpectedly sunny Halifax today. Carolyn Ray and I are broadcasting live on this Canada Day. We've been talking about Canadian trivia, and particularly the trivia that new Canadian citizens or want to be Canadian citizens have to take as part of the citizenship test. We've got a mock-up version of it here.
Some of it's really tricky.
Some of it is tricky. Like, here's an example. Who was able seaman William Hall? That was one of the questions. I actually have it here. The first black man to be awarded a Victoria Cross. I do know that because there is a Royal Canadian Navy ship now named the William Hall.
Of course.
HMCS
Yeah.
William Hall.
Yeah, of
and
course.
they have a picture of him on board that ship. Okay,
Yeah.
here's another one. What is the newest Canadian province?
The newest Canadian province, well, Newfoundland and Labrador.
Newfoundland
would
and
be.
Labrador.
Yeah.
Do you know the year?
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, this is embarrassing because I live there and I should know. 40.
You're so close.
I was going to say 47, but no,
Keep
that's
going,
not right.
2 more years.
49.
49.
Oh my gosh.
1949. Okay.
Apologies to my friends in Newfoundland and Labrador.
You were close. You were close. Another question. Who does someone vote for in a federal election? Who does someone vote for in a federal election?
Your member of parliament.
Your member
right?
of parliament. Who do you want to be your member of parliament? And they asked that on the test. There are 150 possible questions. They give you different options, but sometimes two of the options can seem
similar.
Quite similar. Yeah, quite similar.
They catch you up. I mean, I'm just going to keep coming back to that Confederation question this morning where PEI was not one of the original provinces.
Yeah.
That it trips you up for sure. Here's one on the back. What is the head tax? Can you tell us about that?
The Chinese head tax targeting Chinese citizens who had come to Canada, essentially denied Canadian citizenship, and a very large cost, which meant it was prohibitive for them to bring families, that it was very challenging, and was seen, it continues to be seen as a very racist act.
Yeah. And which is the only officially bilingual province?
New Brunswick.
Exactly.
New Brunswick.
Yeah.
A lot of people will think, oh no, it's Quebec, but no, New Brunswick is the only officially. I worked in Fredericton for a period of time.
I went to university in New Brunswick,
Where'd
and
you go?
I went to UNB, and that was one of the first things I learned. I was baffled.
When I worked in Fredericton, I lived in a house with a bunch of UNB students.
Oh, there you go.
And it was so.
Yeah, great place to live.
It was
Love
amazing.
living in Fredericton.
Amazing. Yeah, a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the citizenship trivia, if you will, but we're going to have more of them because, as I say, about 150 possible questions when new citizens or wanting to be citizens take the test. That is an example. Okay, let us show you the changing of the guard now. Now, that, of course, is Buckingham Palace. Celebrations for Canada Day extending there this morning. The King's Guard Band marking it with a performance, so one of the biggest hits to come out of Canada, Blinding Lights by The Weeknd. Let us go to Buckingham Palace right now for someone who had a front row seat to all of this, Anna Cunningham. Hey there, Anna. How you doing?
Happy Canada Day. We are just around the corner from Canada Gate in front of Buckingham Palace. Just before I tell you a little bit more, I've got a little bit of trivia for you, if you are ready for this. Do you know where the word riding comes from? When we go to elections and talk about all those ridings. I mean, in the UK, they could call them constituencies, but riding is actually an old Yorkshire word for a historic division of a county. So there was East Riding, West Riding, North Riding, 3 parts. It comes way back to the Norse, Old Norse. So that's why Canada uses the term riding, apparently. So I'm told. But there's been, to be extremely corny here, there's been a lot of horse riding taking place here today with the King's Guards and the changing of the guard. And we saw them commemorating Canada with their own version of the Weeknd song. So, King Charles, we know, has visited Canada 19 times as Prince of Wales. And of course, His first time as monarch was last year, back in May, to open Parliament. And if you remember back then, he spoke about his deep pride and pleasure seeing Canadians show, he said, national pride, unity and hope. And he talked about the true north is indeed strong and free. Let's just show you what's been shared by Canada House today. Of course, this is the diplomatic home of Canada, right in the centre of Trafalgar Square here in London. Bill Blair is the High Commissioner of the UK, seen there in this image with his diplomatic staff. Their message today, they say that we are proud to mark the day with Canadians and friends across the UK and, of course, to cheer on Team Canada as their inspiring FIFA World Cup run continues on Saturday. Look, we know there's a lot of diplomats around the world representing Canada. I wonder what they miss when they're away from home. Take a listen to this.
I would say Montreal bagels is probably the easiest one.
I have to say first would be my dog, second is poutine, and third is the opportunity to hike in our great outdoors. Miss that.
Well, that's easy. I really miss cross-country skiing.
Ce qui me manque le plus présentement du Canada, c'est un lunch au Saint-Hubert.
Obviously my family, my friends, and coffee crisps.
I miss my kids. I miss the large open spaces. I miss being able to just step outside and go for a walk.
You know, there are lots of messages coming in from around the world. We have seen from Pakistan extending its heartiest felicitations to the government and people of Canada. It says from Ukraine, sincere congratulations to Canada on Canada Day, saying that Canada has long been one of Ukraine's closest partners and allies and a steadfast defender of freedom and international law. Another message coming in from Latvia, thanking Canadian friends for their strategic partnership, friendship and significant contribution to Latvia's defence and the strengthening of NATO's eastern flank. I heard that there were pancakes being served. Canada and the UK Chamber of Commerce have been having a bit of a breakfast, so I think we need to go and seek out and see if there's any of those maple syrup pancakes left this morning. Happy Canada Day.
And to you, and it better be real Canadian maple syrup as well. You go and police that, make sure. Anna Cunningham outside Buckingham Palace for us this morning. The band there also playing Neil Diamond's Sweet Caroline ahead of England's match today. Here is some of... Oh, we're not going to play that right now. I am going to turn instead to Carolyn Ray, my colleague here on the wharf here in Halifax, who's just beside me, just down the wharf a little bit. And who are you with?
Well, David, this morning I'm joined by Kevin and Leona Chasson. They have been the early birds today, came out early to watch the show. Good morning. Happy Canada Day to both of you.
Happy Canada Day to you as well. What a beautiful day to be on the waterfront in Halifax today.
Kevin, why did you want to come down for this?
We're always here for all the CBC live events, and we're also going to the Immigration Museum and then up to Citadel Hill for some cake a little later.
So you make a full day of it. Do you do this every year?
Oh yeah, we do it every year. And we count down the months leading up to Cake Day. We don't just Canada Day, we call it Cake Day.
So for those who don't know, tell us about the cake. What's that part of it?
Well, okay, as long as we get our piece. Over at Citadel Hill around noon, they bring out a whole bunch of slab cakes, and they're fantastic. So you just line up and, yeah.
Yeah, just in time for the noon cannon?
Yes, just in time for the noon cannon. In fact, we're trapped inside the fort until they finish with the 21-gun salute, if that's what they do today. And we just have to eat more cake.
Yeah. And today we're shouting out, giving shout outs to Canadians across the country. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
You got you on the spot.
I'm going to give a shout out to my brother in Ottawa and his family. Hi, Alan. Happy Canada Day.
Face the camera. Hi, Alan. Hi, Julie. Hi, Nathan.
Hopefully he's up at this hour.
Oh, he is. He would have been up at 5:30 this morning, listening for the news. CBC, of course.
Even on a non-work day.
And you guys just live in Dartmouth. What's the commute like on a day like today?
Yeah, actually, the bridge is not very busy at 6 o'clock in the morning, so it's good. Yeah, it turns out, and I was saying, we just live on the other side, so it was very easy to get here. And we come to every one of these CBC events. This is what we can attend, what we have time for. Yeah.
Well, you came prepared. We like your flags. We like your red and white spirit.
Yeah, we brought breakfast.
Oh, you brought breakfast?
Yeah, because cake is not till noon, right? So we had to tide over until then.
Even second breakfast.
Well, there you go. David might be coming to fetch some. Well, we'll leave you and let you end with a shout out. Do you mind wishing Happy Canada Day to everybody?
Happy Canada Day
from Halifax.
Take care.
This albino Blandings turtle popped its head out of an egg over the weekend, and then another one followed. And experts say these little guys are quite rare.
This pair of turtles lack pigment. Their eyes are blood red, their skin is pink, and their shells are almost white.
We're used to having eggs hatching every day around here, but on Friday when this nest started to hatch, we could tell that the hatchling, the head that we could see looked very, very pale. So we were wondering what it was going to look like, and it was, I think, Saturday when it finally came out of the egg and we could see, my goodness, this is actually a complete albino turtle.
The Wildlife Federation found the nest outside of a home in rural Ottawa. Of the 11 eggs inside the nest, only 4 hatched, and 2 were albino.
Being an albino means you've got this genetic mutation that your gene is not producing melanin, which is a pigment, and so in this nest, mom and dad must have both been lacking this gene, and they passed it on to some of their offsprings.
The emergence of not one, but 2 completely albino turtles is extremely rare, and in fact, they may be the first of their kind in the country.
We've reached out to other organizations across Canada, particularly Ontario, to see if they've seen anything like this, and others have seen albino painted turtles or albino snapping turtles, but as far as we know, this is the first report of albino Blandings turtle in Canada.
Blandings turtles are an endangered species in Canada. Their biggest threats are loss of habitat, motor vehicles, and predators like foxes and raccoons.
After nesting season, which spans the month of June, Seaburn and his turtle team collect eggs from nests across the city and bring them back to the Canada lab for incubation.
Every day we get emails and phone calls from people saying, a turtle is nested in my backyard or on the road across from me, can you help?
They collected over 1,000 eggs this year, which have started hatching in recent days.
It's thrilling to see, but at the same time, this is a Blandings turtle, and every day seeing a Blandings turtle is a real thrill because this is an endangered species. So this is the icing on the cake, but the cake is still quite good.
The hatchlings are returned to where they were found just a few days after they come out of their eggs. And Seaburn says the same will likely happen to the albino turtles. They'll be returned to the wild with their siblings.
You know, I'm 35 years old. I started at 6. And it's just like, when you think of the parents, like everything that they did, it's a lot. And my parents asked me when I transfer to long track to like, honest question. They're like, why are you doing this? And I was like, I know I can win at the individual.
While much of Canada starts the day celebrating, Newfoundland and Labrador pauses for remembrance, as they do every year, but this year marking the 110th anniversary of the first day of the Battle of the Somme and the disastrous assault on Beaumont-Hamel in northern France. The losses were staggering. Hundreds of soldiers from Newfoundland, and a solemn ceremony is taking place this morning in northern France. The battle forever changed the course of history for Newfoundland. Their soldiers fought as part of the British 29th Division. 800 members of the Newfoundland Regiment answered the call. A day after the battle, just 68 answered at roll call. Carolyn Stokes, live at Beaumont-Hamel, at the Newfoundland Memorial in northern France. Carolyn, I can hear and see some of what's happening around you. Take us through it.
Well, David, the ceremony is about to get underway. You can hear the band playing. There's a pre-show that's happening now. This is a ceremony to mark the 110th anniversary of the bloodiest battle in Newfoundland's history. It's all going to take place right here underneath the great bronze caribou statue. This is overlooking the battlefield here at Beaumont Hamel. It's an emblem of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment, a very well-known symbol of the losses here today. And there's a new monument that was just installed, unveiled yesterday. It's of the danger tree. And the danger tree is a very significant symbol, a haunting symbol, really, of the battle that happened here. 110 years ago, there was a single tree practically destroyed by gunfire on the battlefield. It was the only place that provided just a meager amount of cover for the roughly 800 soldiers who were trying to advance across the field. It was called the danger tree because that's where many of them were shot down, where many of them died. It was a place of danger. Danger lay ahead. And there have been many monuments of the danger tree over the years. The original, of course, is long gone. That was 110 years ago. But now there's a new monument in place, and it's one that's built to last. It was created in partnership between Veterans Affairs Canada and Memorial University. It's made of carbon fiber. The barbed wire at the base is made of rubber. So it's meant to be there for generations to come to tell the story of what happened there. And Memorial University President Janet Morrison says that it's fitting for the university to take part in this project because, after all, Memorial University is named in honor of the fallen soldiers.
Newfoundlanders Labradorians will well know the danger tree is an iconic symbol of courage and sacrifice. When Veteran Affairs Canada reached out, particularly in the context of Memorial's centennial celebration, and asked for us to partner on creating a replica of the danger tree, I think the response, I know, was an enthusiastic yes.
Well, about 1,000 people are expected to be here today for the ceremony. A little bit later, a plaque will be unveiled to mark this as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. That's about to get underway, and we'll check in with you a bit later on.
Carolyn Stokes, thank you.
You know, I'm 35 years old. I started at 6. And it's just like, when you think of the parents, like everything that they did, it's a lot. And my parents asked me when I transfer to long track to, like, honest question. They're like, why are you doing this? And I was like, I know I can win an individual medal.
Go Canada! Woo! Red and white all day, baby. A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go! Woo! I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We've got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves, believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud. Give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys. Allez les Rouges. Go Canada.
Dan Burrett, CBC News, Vancouver.
Friendly game and we don't have any problem, but we will win. During the game, we are fighting Canada. After the game, we are brothers and we love Canada.
Royal Canadian Navy's Atlantic Fleet is based right here in Halifax. They have 18 ships that call this port home. 10,000 military personnel are based here. We actually had a chance to go on board one of Canada's newest ships, an Arctic and offshore patrol vessel, HMCS Frédéric Rolette, to chat with the crew about what it means for them to serve Canada. What does it mean for you to represent Canada?
It means to be part of a big team, to work with great people.
Oh, it's so important to me, and I have so much pride. I have a military family, so like it runs deep for us, and just really proud.
It means a lot. I've wanted this career since I was 17, so to actually be here now, almost 10 years later, it's a lot of pride, and it means a lot because of the friendships and the family that you get to create whenever you're in this job.
We have a really great country here, and to be able to represent it and wear the uniform of that country it's a pretty special experience, and get to do cool things, see cool places, get paid to do it. I don't think you could ask for a much better job.
We got a chance to see the crew doing some of those cool things. Everything from firefighting to overboard drills. Ships like this may be made out of steel, but if there is a fire, it can be bad. That's good.
Bye, Oscar. Person overboard! Person overboard!
Let me go at the front here for a second.
You guys got it up?
Yeah. Can I see that?
Neutral.
Right? Yeah.
Come here, Oscar.
Person inboard. Person inboard. Cold but conscious.
You're a little orange.
Good chance to spend some time with Canadian women and men in uniform and to see them practice, hoping they never have to use that in person. They gave me a hat here, so there we go. I'll wear it. That's for their ship. But now I go super dark, so I'll just hold it next to me. But look, fantastic to be out with the Navy, and it's also just a fantastic day to be outside here in Halifax on this Canada Day. Matt, taking a look at this, I got to tell you, Matt, we were being warned, no, it's going to be dark, it was going to be cloudy, the fog might roll in, it could rain, and instead, very few clouds, definitely no rain, and a whole lot of sun.
Yeah, a little Canada Day magic in a couple parts of Atlantic Canada with the weather, David. You see St. John's is looking at a very nice temperature today with mostly sunny skies. Now, there is certainly still parts of the country that are going through it with some rather extreme weather, and the heat and humidity for Ontario, Quebec, and even parts of New Brunswick. That looks to remain a factor with the elevated temperatures even into the evening. So if you are taking in any Canada Day fireworks displays, maybe in the west you'll be getting a little chilly, but certainly not the case where we have widespread heat warnings, again, that have only expanded into more parts of Quebec and the Maritimes, looking at humidex values into the mid to high 40s in the most affected areas, and that's very much the case today into southern parts of Quebec as well. This is also bringing a threat of some severe storms, and now this will be something to watch out for. Not overly robust with this storm threat, but something that could bring some unsettled weather to your Canada Day festivities. So we'll also be taking a look out west where, yeah, we are seeing that cooler pattern, but we do have some heat warnings in northern Alberta with the hazy skies continuing for some.
I have loved dogs my entire life. I've really liked the idea of dog sitting. I've heard stories about a lot of elders having dog teams, and it got me interested, so I kind of did my research on it.
This guy's name is Ukluk, and it means grizzly bear, but I call him Big Teddy Bear because he likes to just be tossed around and held and babied. He's very strong, and he doesn't listen very well, but he's a good puller. He listens when he's on the harness. They know when to work and when to play.
I get really happy when they're working together and following directions. But I love the scenery and how peaceful it is. It's really calming.
It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. I've always been a camper, but I've not really been a solo camper until the last 4 or 5 years.
What did it feel like then that first night when it went dark and everything was quiet and you were just alone?
I was on a little island. I'd been very careful where I chose to go. And I know that any self-respecting bear could easily have swum over, or a cougar, or anything, and there was nobody around, really. But I thought, well, it's sort of like you're in a castle and you got a big moat, and some creature would have to really want to. I don't do high-risk activities. It doesn't feel high risk to me. I'm careful where I go. I'm careful how I do things, and if I take out an axe to cut wood, I'm incredibly careful. Wow, there you go. It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. You have to want it, and you make the best out of what you have. If you can do that, regardless of your situation, your genetics, or your health, or whatever, then you're still living your life fully.
Happy Canada Day. We're here in Halifax Harbour, out with the Royal Canadian Navy, helping people celebrate the 159th birthday of this country. Join us for a special Canada Birthday Bash right here on CBC. It is a celebration steeped in history. We're going to be taking you to the Halifax Citadel National Historic Site for more on the defining moments that shaped this country's past.
This is a shout out to my home province of Alberta. Stick with Canada, the best country in the world.
We're also handing over our microphones to you. Shout out your stories about everyday Canadians, caregivers, community builders, neighbors. It's your choice. Tell us who makes your life, our lives, better. And we may be in Atlantic Canada, but we're checking in coast to coast to coast, bringing you festivities from across the country. Good morning. We are live here at Halifax's Foundation Wharf. This is a city that knows how to have fun, and we got a lot of that in store, but Canada Day also gives us some time to reflect. You know, for instance, those big questions about our relationship with the Americans, well, they continue. Sources telling CBC News the federal government does not expect the Trump administration to agree to a CUSMA renewal. It would mean the deal will still continue for 10 more years, but there'll be annual joint reviews. Officials are set to meet today. And the questions facing us as a country are, of course, not just external. It's a referendum on Alberta separation coming this fall. So a lot to think about. But that's not all we're thinking about today. Not just serious talk from us. We are also looking at the Canadian dream. Halifax, where it began for millions of immigrants. Maybe you or your parents or your grandparents. Right there, Pier 21, where 1 million Canadians began their journey in this country. Today, a citizenship oath will take place, welcoming even more. Carolyn Ray from CBC Halifax down on the wharf with me on this, we keep saying it, but we have to keep saying it, spectacular morning.
Well, it's a spectacular surprise because we weren't expecting it.
No.
So, this is just wonderful.
We had meteorologists telling us, no, you're going to get rained on, and voila.
We were supposed to be in a cloud of fog.
Yeah.
Is what we were promised. So this is a huge step up from the cloud of fog. We'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll enjoy it today. And there's lots going on at the waterfront today. I don't know if you know this, David, in a few hours there's going to be a breakdancing demonstration.
Oh, yeah.
I covered this last year, and it's really fun because they start off with the kids doing dance-offs. And let me tell you, these kids put on quite a show, like little 6-year-olds spinning around and making you dizzy
Off the
watching
shoulder,
them. Yeah,
yeah.
so, I think you kind of have to stick around after the show and give it a little try on the dance floor.
So we're on Foundation Wharf. In behind
Yeah.
us, downtown Halifax. Many people either know this area or have visited. Pier 21 just over there. Some of the cruise ships that are coming in. Pier 21 important because it is where today a number of people are going to take the
Absolutely.
citizenship oath. And you and I have been looking over some of the questions, like what is the final step before a bill becomes a law?
Yeah,
Is it
has to go to the Governor General, right?
Approved by the Governor
Yeah.
General. You got that right. Exactly. Yeah. What's the next question that I'll throw up? Which of the following answers is not true about the Canada-U.S. relationship?
Oh.
Canada and the U.S. share the longest undefended international border.
That's true.
That is true.
Yeah.
Canada and the U.S. are the largest trading partners in the world.
Yeah.
Canada exports very few goods to the U.S.
I feel like that might be
That is
more.
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's got to be it. We don't even.
Oh,
need to
there you
on
go.
to number
Okay.
4. It is absolutely
I'm
true.
starting to feel better.
Let's turn over to Pier 21 because we have our colleague Sabrina Fabian over there with somebody who took that test, so much so that today they get to participate in the citizenship oath. Sabrina, take us through that.
Yeah, good morning, David. So I'm standing at Pier 21, and in just under an hour, about 50 people will take that oath and become Canadian citizens. They're already starting to mill about. And yes, with me today is Ingtuya Goines. She's standing right here in her Canadian red dress. Ingtuya is from Mongolia and has been in Canada for 16 years. And so tell me how you're feeling today as you are just less than an hour away from becoming a Canadian citizen.
I feel so excited. Like a little bit nervous, but I'm really happy because today is my daughter's birthday. So I want to be Canadian on her birthday. Yeah.
And your daughter was born in Canada, right?
Yes. Yeah, Brampton, Ontario. She was born in Brampton, Ontario. Yeah, she's true Canadian.
You will be soon too. But tell me why you decided to wait 16 years. Some of the people I've spoken to here today have been in Canada for 4 years and they're getting their citizenship. But you made this choice. Tell me a little bit about that.
I guess I'm like a little bit like a turtle, but like once turtle makes it home, they always it's home. So like it takes a little bit time for you to adapt a new culture and make it feel really home, right? So I guess I felt that way. But now I feel home. Yeah.
Yeah, and you were telling me you traveled back to Mongolia just recently, and you were longing for Canada.
Yeah, because this is home now. Like I have friends and family, and like just Canada itself, right? So welcoming. Yeah, so I feel home.
Well, congratulations. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. I'm so happy. Yeah.
So there you go, David. Ingtuya took the citizenship exam, 98% pass rate, right? So lots of people who are here took that exam, feeling pretty good about that. And like as I mentioned, they've been waiting, some of them only about 4 years. I'll show you the room here. I've been chatting with some of the people, and they're just waiting to go into that room down the hall where they'll be taking the oath. Anyone 14 and up takes the citizenship oath, and they'll be singing the Canadian National Anthem, of course, in both official languages. And then when they're done, they're going to come out, and there's going to be a pep rally. So that's pretty exciting. This is an open public venue. Anybody can come down here today and observe the ceremony and also take part in that pep rally, welcome these new Canadians. Some of the people that I spoke to are from Pakistan, Ethiopia, India, Syria, Morocco. So lots of different stories, lots of different experiences, and certainly a really exciting day. People are dressed up in traditional outfits or Canadian outfits, or lots of red and white. They're carrying flags, they're wearing hats, lots of smiles. I think there's a few nerves, people of all ages, children with their families, some of the kids who have even been born in Canada, and their parents are becoming citizens today. So really exciting, all that's happening within the next hour.
Quite exciting indeed. Sabrina Fabian, thank you very much. We also have a little bit of breaking news for you on this Canada Day. We can now tell you that Canada will be entering the Eurovision Song Contest. CBC Radio Canada will be your host broadcaster for that Eurovision Song Contest. Huge, going into its 71st year, set to be hosted in Bulgaria next year. But Canada, among the most popular countries who were many people wanted it in, but it was not yet in. And now officially we can say to you that CBC Radio Canada will be joining the Eurovision Song Contest. Let's take a look at Toronto this morning. It's going to be a very hot day there today. A lot of heat alerts going on across southern Ontario, certainly, and a busy one with Canada Day celebrations. One of the biggest, a parade that is happening this morning. Juanita Taylor, right on the parade route right now, trying, I assume, Juanita, to stay cool.
So far, it's okay, David. Good morning to you. Good morning, Canada. We are so happy to be here at Dieppe Park, where a parade is going to be taking off in about 2 hours' time. It's the 70th parade this year, David. A huge event. There's going to be about 45 community groups participating, and it's going to be a scorcher of a day. Like I mentioned, it's not too bad right now, but we are prepared for the heat, but we are also prepared for the excitement that we are going to be experiencing today. And to tell us more about this parade, the 70th parade this year, we have the parade organizer, Joanne. Good morning, Joanne. Joanne Bailey, how are you?
I'm very good. Happy Canada Day, Juanita. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, happy Canada Day to you too. Now, first of all, tell us, Joanne, just what people can expect today.
We are going to have a lot of excitement in the parade this year. We also have a little bit of an international flavor coming. We have a special group coming up here on their international trip from the Bahamas. So it's going to be exciting. There'll be a lot of music, a lot of dancing. We have a lot of our regular community groups coming. Come every year. We welcome them. It's our time to shine here in East York, and it's going to be a great day.
Yeah, I remember last year I was here with you at this time as well, Joanne, and just the color, the people, the sounds, the music, it's just so exciting. So I'm very happy to hear there's also going to be international groups because, of course, Canadians are so very welcoming to everybody around the world. So, Joanne, tell us more about this parade, what's good to know, what people can expect in terms of times and routes.
Okay, well, the parade is going to start at 10:30 a.m. We're at Dieppe Park, which is at Cosburn Avenue and Greenwood Avenue in East York. The parade will be going east down to Woodbine Avenue, and it'll turn left and go for a little ways longer, where it will disperse. So we're expecting a lot of crowds all the way along the parade route.
And we'll be there to cover it all. Thank you so much, Joanne. Good luck with this year's parade, and thanks for telling us all about it again this year. Thank you. You too. So, David, it's quite empty here at the moment, but it's sure going to fill up soon, and we will be sure to take you with us along the parade this morning.
Well, try to stay cool as much as you can. I know Toronto expecting, along with a number of other places in that area, Humidex pushing up towards the 40 mark, which is intense. Thanks very much, Juanita. We've also been asking regular Canadians and some famous ones to send in a Canada Day shout out. Here is voice actor Rain Janjua, who's best known for voicing Daniel in Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood and Chase in Paw Patrol, the Dino movie.
Ms. Rain Jandra, and I'd like to shout out Michael Gordon Shore because he was my first acting coach and taught me how to do this whole thing, and he's the main reason I'm here. This is amazing. Yeah, shout out to him. Happy Canada Day.
Rain Janjua with his Canada Day shout out to Michael Gordon Shore. Michael joining us now. How are you, Michael?
I'm doing great, thanks. Happy Canada Day, everybody.
Yeah, and to you, too. What's it like to get a shout-out from somebody whose voice is familiar now to many?
Well, honestly, it's amazing. It's moving, it's touching. He's an amazing, amazing young man. He deserves everything that he's getting, his success, his star is continuing to rise, but he's a hard worker, and he's earned every inch.
I love your shirt. Tell me what you're up to this Canada Day.
Listen, I live in one of the most beautiful places in Canada. I'm in Toronto in an area called the Beaches, and my plan is to get down to the water, spend the day on the beach, and enjoy this fabulous day in Canada.
I think that sounds wonderful. And of course, if you're in the beaches, you're right by where a lot of the fireworks go off in the evening as well. While I've got you, I got to ask you, because our theme of the day is shout-outs. Who are the Canadians that aren't maybe getting the attention that they ought to? Who'd you like to shout out to pass it forward?
Listen, aside from my mom, Beth, may she rest in peace, the two women who have had the greatest influence on me as an actor and on a coach are Valerie Glover-Drolet, who directed me all through my teens in mega musicals, and Penelope Stella, who ran the acting program out at Simon Fraser University, who has just helped to create generation after generation of Canadian actors, and we are all nowhere without her.
Michael Gordon-Shore, thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a beautiful day. Happy Canada Day, everybody.
And to you too. And with that, if you have a shout out, send it to us, ask@cbc.ca. Now, we also have you covered for news today. Canada Day, a key date for CUSMA. And a source telling CBC News the Trump administration is not expected to extend the deal. Instead, it will push ahead on renegotiating. Today's the mandated deadline for Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. to declare whether they want to renew the free trade deal. Canada and Mexico want to keep it as is for another 16 years, but a Canadian source tells CBC News the U.S. trade representative expected to say that Washington won't renew it. Now, that does not kill CUSMA. It will instead trigger annual reviews until the deal expires in 2036. Dominic LeBlanc, the Canada-U.S. Trade Minister, will meet virtually today with American and Mexican officials. The Prime Minister says he's not expecting any drama. Advisors to Mark Carney say they expect to keep the talks going and be ready in case Trump decides he wants a deal. All right, with that, CBC has a whole lot of coverage all day from coast to coast to coast on this Canada Day. We've got a jam-packed show here for you in Halifax as we kick off the morning. We want to bring you a happy Canada Day right now from some kids.
Happy Canada Day.
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 You know, I'm 35 years old. I started at 6. And it's just like, when you think of the parents, like, everything that they did, it's a lot. And my parents asked me when I transfer to long track to, like, honest question. They're like, why are you doing this? And I was like, I know I can win an individual medal.
Go Canada!
Red and white all day, baby.
A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go! Woo!
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We've got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves, believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud. Give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys. Allez les Rouges. Go Canada.
Dan Burrett, CBC News, Vancouver.
Friendly game and we don't have any problem, but we will win. During the game, we are fighting Canada. After the game, we are brothers and we love Canada.
Carolyn Ray and I are here in Halifax. Hey, there is the tiki boat. Which shoulder is it over here? No,
Yeah.
It's over this one.
Right there,
we go.
right behind
that
you.
tiki boat. We saw them go by yesterday, and they were all partying and everything. But it turns out
There's a story there.
There's a story.
So a couple of weeks ago, a bachelor party was out on the tiki boat, having a great time in Halifax Harbor, when two people fell off a jet ski and went in the water. So the tiki boat became the rescue boat, and they saved these two people who went in the water. And it was, they ended up joining this bachelor party.
All the
definitely a memorable moment. Probably the last thing they thought they would do.
Oh my goodness!
But it was quite the story and quite the moment here in Halifax.
No kidding. All right. Well, kudos to the tiki boat crew. Canada Day celebrations, of course, taking place here in Halifax, but coast to coast to coast. We got to bring in Louise Martin, who's on Prince Edward Island. Of course, it is the birthplace of Confederation. Take a look at what they've got going on there in Charlottetown, downtown. Lots of celebrations along the historic core and the downtown, family activities, and much more. All right. Let's say hi to Louise Martin, who, let's just say, dressed the part today.
She's the best dressed today.
Look at that. I love it. I love it. I love the hat.
Yeehaw.
I love all of it. Well, yeehaw. That's great. Who are you with?
I have Calgary roots in me, so I'm authentically saying yeehaw. Listen, the theme of Canada Day on CBC this year is a shout out. Someone who has inspired you, who has changed your life, and we have quite a story to tell you now, David, and to Canada. So Sheridith McNeil, welcome. Here's what Sheridith sent me. The person I want to shout out is to Leslie Hiscott. He influenced me as a mentor when I was deciding whether I would be a music teacher for my career. I did my practice teaching with him at Spring Park, that is a church here in Charlottetown, and then we both had the fabulous chance to teach elementary school music together at Sherwood School. He was our choir director and organist at Park Royal and still sings there in the choir at 91 years young. We have a very special bond. Welcome to Leslie and Sherda. Thank you for that story. So this is your special Canada Day shout out. Standing here in the flesh.
You're right. So happy to be beside him.
Oh, and I can hear the emotion in your voice, Sherda. What does Leslie mean to you?
Everything. He's been part of my life since I was 11 years old. That's when I first met him at choir at Park Royal Church, and we went on from there, and then I got to luckily work with him in Spring Park School, because when you're going through for your music degree, you have to spend X number of hours for 2 years practice teaching.
Right.
And he taught me so much, and we had such fun that I said, I'm not going into performance, I'm going to be a music teacher. And then we continued on with Park Royal Choir, and we're there now 60 years later at Park Royal Choir, singing in the same choir together.
That is incredible. I'm laughing because you're making faces. You don't like the spotlight. How does it feel?
Happy Canada Day, everybody.
But how does it feel to hear these words from Sheridith and how you've inspired her entire career, her life?
I had no idea.
That's how humble he is.
Yes, well, yeah. No, but I remember everything all the way through. And, I'm glad that this day is nice.
Yeah.
And being with you is a plus. yeah. So,
well, I mean, the music is, we were talking about this before we came live, music is the international language. It is something we all can appreciate. And you're still singing at 91 years young.
Yeah. Well, yes, just in a way. Yeah. I get up and down, and I do what I'm supposed to do, and
which I never did.
I think you guys need to take this on the road. You need to have a little tour. Listen, thank you so much for sharing your story and for being here. I love the dress down to the shoes for Sheridith with Canada Day gear. Look at that. Happy Canada Day, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having us. What a great idea.
To you too.
Oh, thank you. Well, I mean, I'm inspired by both of you, and you should see how many people you have inspired. The number of comments we got about you teaching and inspiring other people. So you're continuing that trend. What a lovely story, David.
It absolutely is a lovely message. And Louise, I got to say, I am inspired by you and your hat, your shirt, all of it. You can't see me. I can see you. This is just the magic of television. But rest assured, I have added some accessories to myself right now, which add a little Canadiana.
I
But you can
heard
still
you
take
have
me
some pretty
seriously.
cool shades.
That's it. That is you
Always.
got that right. You got that right. Louise Martin in Charlottetown. We'll be checking back in with you. Enjoy the party and enjoy the people you're with. They seem absolutely lovely.
They are lovely. They're the best.
Yeah.
Now we were up the hill here in Halifax's Citadel, and hearing from a lot of people. We were wandering around and asked people about who they would shout out on this day.
My late uncle that died after the plane crash in the First World War.
In the First World War?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
did he die? In France, was it? Or?
He wouldn't my grandfather wouldn't really talk about it.
Oh,
But
interesting.
apparently it was in a rehearsal flight, and something went wrong, and he just
wow.
unfortunately crashed.
That's a good
so-
shout out.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. What are you thinking of as we come up to Canada Day?
I think that there's a lot of division. That's, I'm from Montreal,
Mhm.
and I know there's, other provinces that also talk about it. I think it's time to get together and basically fight together. There's bigger threats than internal threats, I think, in Canada. So
Have
that's
a
what I
great
would root
Canada
for.
Day. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Team Canada just beat Qatar, and I've been here in the only Canadian sports bar in New York City. They're pretty happy.
Oh, what a time to be a Canadian in a city like this. Great bar, great people. The community's really coming together.
Why was it important for you to be surrounded by Canadians watching this historic game?
The pride and patriotism. I could have gone to any bar in New York and it would have been a nothing burger. To be surrounded by other Canadians is the most important part.
I moved to New York in 2005 and there was no place for Canadians to gather and there was no real good hockey bar, so I figured Canadians needed a place for both of those. So we fulfilled that, I believe.
Go Canada!
Red and white all day, baby. A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go!
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves. Believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud, give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys. Allez les Rouges, go Canada.
Dan Burrett, CBC News, Vancouver.
Friendly game and we don't have any problem, but we will win. During the game, we are fighting Canada. After the game, we are brothers and we love Canada. Give me a hug.
Okay.
News.
Well, this is Celebration Day across much of Canada, of course, but in the morning, Newfoundland and Labrador in particular pauses in remembrance. They mark today the 110th anniversary of the first day of the Battle of the Somme in the First World War, the disastrous assault at Beaumont-Hamel in northern France. The losses on that day were massive, including hundreds of soldiers from the Newfoundland Regiment. A solemn ceremony taking place this morning in northern France. That battle forever changed the course of history for Newfoundland. Their soldiers fought as part of the British 29th Division. 800 members of the Newfoundland Regiment answered the call a day after the battle. Just 68 were left at roll call. I can hear some of that ceremony in the background as Carolyn Stokes is live at Beaumont Hamel right now. Carolyn, take us through the events taking place.
Hi, David. Well, the pre-show is now underway leading up to the ceremony, which will happen shortly. We're hearing lots of stories. We're hearing letters from soldiers that were written the day before the battle. We're hearing songs, choir. Shalaway is here, a children's choir from Newfoundland and Labrador. So, yeah, this is all to commemorate the 110th anniversary of the battle here at Beaumont Hamel, the bloodiest battle in Newfoundland's history, and it's really incredible to be here today and to look around and to imagine what this would have looked like 110 years ago today. We're standing here underneath the caribou. It's a bronze caribou. It is the emblem of the Newfoundland Regiment, but there is a new monument that was just unveiled here yesterday. It's of the Danger Tree. It was created in partnership between Veterans Affairs and Memorial University, and the Danger Tree is really a haunting symbol of the losses that were suffered here at Beaumont Hamel in 1916. It was the single tree on the battlefield that provided the only cover for those 800 soldiers who were trying to advance across the battlefield toward enemy trenches, and it was the place where many of those soldiers were shot down. It's where many of them died. It was known as the Danger Tree, the signpost of danger. Danger lay ahead. So the original, of course, is long gone, but there have been many replicas over the years. This replica was made by Memorial University fabricators, put together the replica carbon fiberglass, and it's made to last for generations. The barbed wire along the base of it is rubber. So yeah, it's intended to be there for a long time, so younger generations can visit here and hear the story of what happened. And MUN President Janet Morrison said that it's very significant that Memorial University took place in this, because Memorial, of course, was named in honor of those fallen soldiers.
As Newfoundlanders, Labradorians will well know, the Danger Tree is an iconic symbol of courage and sacrifice. When Veteran Affairs Canada reached out, particularly in the context of Memorial's centennial celebration, and asked for us to partner on creating a replica of the Danger Tree, I think the response, I know, was an enthusiastic yes.
A lot will be happening here today, including Her Royal Highness Princess Anne will be here, and we'll check in with you a bit later to show you the ceremony unfold.
Carolyn, thank you very much.
He's welcome.
This albino Blandings turtle popped its head out of an egg over the weekend, and then another one followed. And experts say these little guys are quite rare.
This pair of turtles lack pigment. Their eyes are blood red, their skin is pink, and their shells are almost white.
We're used to having eggs hatching every day around here, but on Friday when this nest started to hatch, we could tell that the hatchling, the head that we could see looked very, very pale. So we were wondering what it was going to look like. And it was, I think, Saturday when it finally came out of the egg and we could see, my goodness, this is actually a complete albino turtle.
The Wildlife Federation found the nest outside of a home in rural Ottawa. Of the 11 eggs inside the nest, only 4 hatched, and 2 were albino.
Being an albino means you've got this genetic mutation that your gene is not producing melanin, which is a pigment, and so in this nest, mom and dad must have both been lacking this gene, and they passed it on to some of their offsprings.
The emergence of not one, but 2 completely albino turtles is extremely rare. And in fact, they may be the first of their kind in the country.
We've reached out to other organizations across Canada, particularly Ontario, to see if they've seen anything like this, and others have seen albino painted turtles or albino snapping turtles, but as far as we know, this is the first report of albino Blanding's turtle in Canada.
Blanding's turtles are an endangered species in Canada. Their biggest threats are loss of habitat, motor vehicles, and predators like foxes and raccoons.
After nesting season, which spans the month of June, Seaburn and his turtle team collect eggs from nests across the city and bring them back to the Canada lab for incubation.
Every day we get emails and phone calls from people saying, a turtle is nested in my backyard or on the road across from me, can you help?
They collected over 1,000 eggs this year, which have started hatching in recent days.
It's thrilling to see, but at the same time, this is a Blanding's turtle, and every day seeing a Blanding's turtle is a real thrill because this is an endangered species. So this is the icing on the cake, but the cake is still quite good.
The hatchlings are returned to where they were found just a few days after they come out of their eggs. And Seaburn says the same will likely happen to the albino turtles. They'll be returned to the wild with their siblings.
You know, I'm 35 years old. I started at 6. And it's just like, when you think of the parents, like everything that they did, it's a lot. And my parents asked me when I transfer to long track to like, honest question. They're like, why are you doing this? And I was like, I know I can win at the individual.
Now, a big part of celebrating Canada Day is celebrating the diversity of this country and how cultures come together. That's going to be on full display today, and particularly tonight here in Halifax with a big concert, the African Nova Scotia Music Association putting it on. Julian Matwawana is the executive director, and Dina Williams, the production coordinator. Happy Canada Day to you both.
Happy Canada Day.
Dina, tell me all about what's going to happen here.
So tonight we have an amazing concert being put on at the Alderney Ferry Terminal Park stage. We've got Jody Upshaw, who's an awesome, amazing artist. We have Young Stack and Harms that are going to perform tonight. DJ Weber, who keeps everybody on the dance floor, and Mr. J. So we're really excited to have a good time tonight.
That's quite the lineup. You're gonna have a crowd.
Oh yeah, for sure. We always do.
Yeah, that's amazing. Tell me about what's involved, some of the music, how you select it, and how the association gets involved in this, Julian.
So our processes have evolved over time. We want to make sure that we're giving the audience different sounds, different genres as much as we can. The Black community here in Nova Scotia are talented in many different genres, so we usually go through a jurying process. We have a submission process, so we kind of see who's interested in our membership to perform on the many productions we put on throughout the year, and we kind of allow our production coordinator and the production team to curate a lovely show for the audience.
You know, we've been talking over the course of the morning about Pier 21, just over here. 1 million Canadians began here. They came off ships. But for many Black Canadians, Nova Scotia Black Canadians, there is a very deep and long history in this community. How does that influence the way you feel connected to the city?
I would say being African Nova Scotian, having over 400 years of history here, my family, it means a lot to be able to put Black artists on stage and to have the opportunity to really amplify our voices and our talent. And so for me, I think it means everything. It's really awesome to see our faces as part of something happening for Canada Day, letting people know that we are here and we have a very distinct and important history here in Nova Scotia that has influenced the country as a whole.
Yeah, not just here for a very long time, yes. Longer than many others.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very good point. You must be pumped about it, a lot of excitement, but I imagine it's a huge amount of work to get to this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dina puts in a tremendous amount of work. We do a number of productions and incorporate developmental aspects to them so we can make sure our artists that are part of our membership and in our community continue to get better, continue to work on their crafts and get the reps in that they need to put their music on the world stage.
We're also asking people on this Canada Day if there's anyone they want to shout out. Anybody you think deserves a little attention, maybe isn't getting what they deserve. Is there somebody who comes to mind immediately for you, Dina?
Well, I would say just plugging our internship program. We had an amazing intern, Josh Benga, and he has a great business where he's doing his own event management stuff, the Benga Experience. So I would shout out to Josh Benga, who's been helping us with the show.
I love Benga Experience. That's somebody who knows marketing, who's thinking that's an amazing name. Yeah. Do you have one, Julian?
I just want to shout out all the artists that are going to be on the stage tonight on Canada Day, all the other African, Nova Scotian, and Black diaspora artists that are going to be performing during the day in various different places. But make sure you guys come to the Alderney Landing Ferry Terminal Park in Dartmouth tonight at 7:30 for the ANZMA Canada Day show.
That's amazing. Happy Canada Day. Have a great one. Really great to meet you. Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you. We're going to show you a little view from above here after our chat with Julian and Dina. That's where we're set up. Hello. You can see us through the drone. And there are people with Canadian flags as well. Really happy. Great to see all of that on this beautiful day right off Halifax Harbor. Got people in the big deck chairs. And what we're going to do is we're just going to swap positions, bring our Carolyn Ray in here as well. Now, here's the key of the magic of television that we're going to show you right now. Carolyn is on a special platform because I am too tall or she is too short.
I think we're going to go with you're too tall.
Yeah, let's go with that. we've put that into place. Carolyn, quite the day. We've been talking about some of the immigration stuff, some of the immigration test, the citizenship tests that people have to take. Let me bring some of it up here as well. Of course, you know what? I've gone and lost it from my...
I think we have the paper version right there. Don't worry, we've got a handy version.
Let's take a look here.
All right. Okay, we've done the newest Canadian province.
Newest Canadian... Yeah, that is... Okay, what is the newest Canadian territory?
Nunavut.
Do you remember what year?
2001?
1999.
1999.
This is actually, because I know what you're thinking is you're going, it's one side of 2000 or the other, right?
Yeah, okay.
What are the Prairie Provinces and their capital cities?
The Prairie Provinces. So we have Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
And of course, the capital is Regina,
yeah.
And Manitoba, Winnipeg. Which, of course, you know. Is Alberta considered a prairie province?
It absolutely is, yeah. And it's a curious one always with Alberta because, I mean, there are vast areas that are just absolutely flat that you would associate with the prairie provinces. Although, even in Saskatchewan, you go through the Qu'Appelle Valley, you go through Cypress, it's very rolling. And then in Alberta, of course, suddenly there's foothills and big, majestic, incredible mountains. Ian Hanomansing actually going to be broadcasting from Banff later on today as part of our all-day coverage.
Well, hopefully he gets the weather like we're getting.
Hopefully he does. They have not. They are in 3 layers of fleece there. So we're doing a lot better. All right. Happy Canada Day to everybody, and we're going to throw it out to some people who brought flags in tow right here on Foundation Pier in Halifax. Happy Canada Day to you.
I have loved dogs my entire life. I've really liked the idea of dog sitting. I've heard stories about a lot of elders having dog teams, and it got me interested, so I kind of did my research on it.
This guy's name is Ukluk, and it means grizzly bear, but I call him Big Teddy Bear because he likes to just be tossed around and held and babied. He's very strong, and he doesn't listen very well, but he's a good puller. He listens when he's on the harness. They know when to work and when to play.
I get really happy when they're working together and following directions, but I love the scenery and how peaceful it is. It's really calming.
It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. I've always been a camper, but I've not really been a solo camper until the last 4 or 5 years.
What did it feel like then that first night when it went dark and everything was quiet and you were just alone?
I was on a little island. I'd been very careful where I chose to go. And I know that any self-respecting bear could easily have swum over. or a cougar or anything, and there was nobody around really. But I thought, well, it's sort of like you're in a castle and you got a big moat, and some creature would have to really want to. I don't do high-risk activities. It doesn't feel high risk to me. I'm careful where I go. I'm careful how I do things. And if I take out an axe to cut wood, I'm incredibly careful. Wow, there you go. It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. You have to want it, and you make the best out of what you have. If you can do that, regardless of your situation, your genetics, or your health, or whatever, then you're still living your life fully.
Go Canada! Woo! Red and white all day, baby. A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go! Woo! I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We've got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves, believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud, give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys.
Well, happy Canada Day, the big national party happening in the nation's capital. Those celebrations get going in just a few minutes, and we're going to have special coverage from Ottawa all day. Our very own chief correspondent, Adrienne Arsenault, host of the National, will be part of that. And, Adrienne and I are very serious journalists, very serious people. And that is why I'm speaking to you very seriously now with my appropriate glasses on, Adrienne Arsenault. Where are yours?
Well, I'm saving mine, but along this theme, I happened to glance at the TV earlier today, David, and I saw the members of the military throwing something out of a boat, and I confess my first thought was, oh, there goes David. But it was just a dummy that they were throwing out to do a rescue. But you're always on my mind. You're always on the water, which makes me very happy because I know that is also your happy place. And how beautiful is Halifax this morning?
It is stunning. And Adrienne, we've been saying over the course of the morning that the thing of it is we were expecting a little bit of rain, a lot of fog, and we have just the opposite of that. So things have really lucked out. You, though, have had quite the night because the nation's capital, Cornwall, Kingston, there's some very active weather leading up to today.
Yeah, so we had a wicked lightning storm last night, so much so that in the middle of the National, we just had to pull the plug and send it to the team back in Toronto to take care of because there was, lightning cracking everywhere. The warnings for today had been somewhat similar, like, oh, expect hail, expect more lightning, tornado, maybe, I don't know. So far, though, it is a stunning day. It's going to be a hot one. But we're hoping we can just hang on to the sunshine today because we've got a lot going on. We've got two sort of big ceremonies happening here at Le Breton Flats. One throughout the afternoon, and then there's that big concert in the evening. We're expecting the fly pass of the snowbirds if the weather holds. And of course, we've got tons and tons of families who are expected to come. It's still a little early. Things don't kick off for a few hours, but this place, if last year is any guide, will be just a sea of red and white.
Yeah, and you have, of course, seen it for years and years and years. We're taking a serious tone, so I'll get rid of my unserious glasses here. Well, it's okay. I've got a second pair. Doesn't one always? Take me through just some of the other events of the day and what you are planning to be able to show to us.
Sure. Well, we're hoping to be able to connect you with some Canadians here. For example, the Governor General is going to be here. We're going to chat with her here. It's the first time we've really had a chance to speak with her in her new role as Governor General. It's her first Canada Day in this role. We've got the two men who I'm calling the Hanson brothers, who are not at all Hanson brothers, but they are both men in motion. We've got Rick Hanson and Canada's astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who was on this stage a year ago when it was announced that he would be going around the moon. So it's going to be great to have them here. Former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will be around here somewhere. We're hoping that he's going to come by and have a chat because, you know, this is a big day, not just Canada Day, but lots of questions about the future of this country, about unity, lots to ask him about. And then, of course, you know, we have all the people who are going to be here offering some of their shout-outs throughout the day. And I've kind of been loving listening to the ones that you're offering and reading at the bottom of the screen. I think this is key throughout this day, if everybody can keep an eye on the bottom of the screen, because all the shout-outs that we've been getting people to send in over the past few days, they're coming in now, and so we're going to play them for people, and they're really kind of lovely.
Some of them certainly are. I'm very impressed by the ones that I've seen. People calling out neighbors and entire communities. Adrienne, absolutely lovely. I'm sure you have heard the news. There's no question about that. CBC Radio Canada announcing this morning, Canada is in to the Eurovision. Will be for next year.
Perfect. So I expect to see you on there on that Eurovision stage. I know you have the costumes for it. I don't know if you have the pipes for it, but Eurovision is huge. You know, I used to live in London. I lived in Jerusalem. You couldn't interrupt people when Eurovision was on because it is just like a massive experience, and it's been great for Canadians.
I am much more known for my deeply uncoordinated dance moves than my actual singing, Adrienne.
This is true.
So we'll see if I stand a chance. Thanks a lot. Have a great day, and we'll be chatting with you. Lots of special coverage. Adrienne's going to be hosting quite a bit of it throughout the day. We are 3 hours into our broadcast day on this Canada Day. We want to bring you some of the highlights of the amazing people that we've met from far and wide.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Canada Day is a time to celebrate who we are as a country, how far we have come.
I immigrated from Romania some 36 years ago, and I've been loving Canada ever since.
Happy Canada Day
from Halifax.
We finally can call this country a home. Everybody's so welcoming, and it's just an amazing, amazing day.
Take pride in the fact that we have such a beautiful country. We have the freedoms that we have.
To all of my friends deployed on the HMC at Charlottetown, we're here at home thinking of you, and thank you for being out there representing Canada.
We've had about 50 former NHL/Habs players come by here. That's really the biggest thing any fan cave or man cave collector could ever imagine as a player from the team you follow to come here. But we do different community events down here by invitation. We've had players come down here for watch parties. We invite them, they come, they join. We have 40, 50 guests here. We raise money for different charities. We raised about almost $250,000 just watching games here with different alumni players. The focus really was on having a lot of people here so we can have, 25 people here seated very comfortably. There's a bar, there's a television, there's entertainment as well. We have a pool table, air hockey table, foosball, super checks, pinball, whatever you're thinking of, we have it here. Well, I've been collecting hockey cards like all good Canadian kids born and raised here. It turned from hockey cards into different memorabilia over the years. And my bedroom was always adorned with Montreal Canadiens memorabilia. My first apartment, I had a little space. My condo, then I built a house. And, I just never stopped collecting. And when I finally moved here, I finished the basement myself as I'm a general contractor. And my wife let me do it. She says, go ahead, have the basement, do whatever you want. And, this is what it's turned into.
Carolyn Ray and I are out here working on our suntans on this beautiful morning. Got a beautiful breeze coming off these Atlantic waters.
You know, the one thing about living on the coast is you pack everything. So in my backpack over there, I have a toque, I have a sweater, I have a baseball hat, and I have sunscreen. So I'm prepared for all of it.
So you're totally prepared.
Yeah,
okay,
totally
no
ready for
parka
any
in
of it.
there, though.
Yeah.
So we know our colleagues, Ian Hanomansing and that team, are going to be broadcasting later today from Banff, and they've told me they are dealing with both mosquitoes and cold, which doesn't seem possible all at once, and yet
it's an interesting combo. We have the wind.
Yeah, we have the wind.
Yeah.
With Western Canada, you always hear people say, you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes, because Edmonton can have snow and a heat wave all in the same day. Lots of places like that.
I know, and you missed it. While you were talking to Adrienne, I just saw a cluster of people walk by, all of them wearing the red and the white. So they got the memo while you were showing off your great sunglasses there.
I love it.
So, you know, things are getting festive here. People getting into it.
We've been talking about the food of Nova Scotia. A lot of people will immediately think of lobster, which is for many popular here, but the donair is a big one, right?
Yeah, you know, lobster season just ended, but we have donair season is year-round. So it works out, yeah.
I actually went to King of Donair, which was the original donair place here, started back in the 70s, and they showed me around the place. Here's an inside look. Well, Halifax is famous for its donairs. They've given me the shirt. Now they're going to show me how to make one. Okay, we're here with Nicholas Nahas, who owns King of Donair. That's where we are. Lots of donair shops here. This is the original.
That's it.
That's it?
Since 73.
Since 1973. And who's the best?
You got to go with the king.
Of course you do. Okay, let's talk about how you make a donair. Can you show me?
You got it.
Let's do it.
We're going to start. We have our pita here.
Yep.
One of the sort of differences that sets the donair apart from any basically kind of rotating piece of meat is that we grill our pita and dip it in water first. We grill it just to give it a little bit of crispiness.
Yep.
So we'll let that cook up a bit, and now we'll move on to the meat. Pinky's down on the trigger.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I'm getting it.
You're a pro.
Can I have a job? In case this thing doesn't work out, this whole broadcasting thing?
I think we got a spot for you.
There we go.
Your standard Halifax donair comes with 3 toppings: onions, tomatoes, and donair sauce.
Sounds good. What's donair sauce?
Donair sauce is a mix of garlic, sugar, and vinegar. It's a sort of almost like an icing for your beef.
Let's load it up.
All right. Here, onions. The donair was started here in Halifax, but when it migrated west, somewhere along the way, it picked up other toppings. You'll see, you know, anywhere basically New Brunswick on, they'll throw anything from pickles to lettuce to tzatziki. But your standard donair is onions, tomatoes, and donair sauce. To the eye, the donair looks like any sort of wrapped kebab, but you've got to taste the spices, the sweetness of the sauce to really differentiate it. Roll that up. We always tear off a bit. We say,
make it easier to eat.
Pull the foil back.
Yeah.
And eat it like an ice cream cone.
Nick, looks great. I'm going to give it a try.
Let's see.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy.
This is amazing. Fantastic. I love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You are the King of Donair.
Welcome to Halifax.
Where's your crown?
I feel them kicking around here somewhere.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to you as well.
And on this Canada Day, we're happy to be joined by a few people who got flags. How you doing?
Happy Canada Day!
Lovely to see that. Beautiful day here in Halifax. Let's check in on the rest of the country with Matt.
Thank you, David. Yes, a happy Canada Day to all, and we're looking at, yes, some cooler temperatures, not just for Alberta, but fairly widespread across Western Canada. The exception being some of the heat warnings still in effect into northern Alberta. You see Yellowknife, 27 degrees, hazy skies, still in the thick of it with a multi-day heat stretch. And speaking of heat, well, that is very much what we're dealing with for Ontario, Quebec, and some parts of the Maritimes beginning to usher in some of those cooler conditions. But that being said, we are going to or pardon me, it's really going to be a matter of the humidex values that are getting up into the mid-40s there. Look at Ottawa. So for the nation's capital, it's going to be a hot one. And with that, we're also looking at the chance of some storms across parts of Ontario and Quebec. As I said, some of those heat warnings into the Maritimes, but all in all, it'll really be tomorrow when even more significant sweltering conditions are building in. Meanwhile, across the west, we not only have some of those cooler temperatures, but yet another day of severe thunderstorm potential, especially for Alberta.
I have loved dogs my entire life. I've really liked the idea of dog sitting. I've heard stories about a lot of elders having dog teams, and it got me interested, so I kind of did my research on it.
This guy's name is Ukluk, and it means grizzly bear, but I call him Big Teddy Bear because he likes to just be tossed around and held and babied. He's very strong, and he doesn't listen very well, but he's a good puller. He listens when he's on the harness. They know when to work and when to play.
I get really happy when they're working together and following directions, but I love the scenery and how peaceful it is. It's really calming.
It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. I've always been a camper, but I've not really been a solo camper until the last 4 or 5 years.
What did it feel like then that first night when it went dark and everything was quiet and you were just alone?
I was on a little island. I'd been very careful where I chose to go. And I know that any self-respecting bear could easily have swum over, or a cougar, or anything, and there was nobody around really. But I thought, well, it's sort of like you're in a castle and you've got a big moat, and some creature would have to really want to. I don't do high-risk activities. It doesn't feel high risk to me. I'm careful where I go. I'm careful how I do things, and if I take out an axe to cut wood, I'm incredibly careful. Wow. There you go. It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. You have to want it, and you make the best out of what you have. If you can do that, regardless of your situation, your genetics, or your health, or whatever, then you're still living your life full.
Happy Canada Day from Halifax's Citadel National Historic Site. We're here for the big Canadian bash, telling you everything happening across Canada today.
Pulled in here to Halifax Harbor, a sailboat, a lovely sailboat. I don't know where it's come in from. This note tells me it's called Cut and Tide. The arrival day, just July 1st. I don't even know. Where are you from? Prospect Inn? Just outside Halifax. Okay, lovely. Great to see you. You're here with your daughter? Amazing. So you just come in this morning? All right. Lovely day to be out on the water. Thank you so much for allowing me in the course of 15 seconds to just jump on your boat. Absolutely amazing day here in Halifax. I got to tell you, we have so much coverage for you throughout the day here on CBC News from the nation's capital, Adrienne Arsenault, Ian Hanomansing, who is going to be also in Banff, Alberta. Right now, though, I'm going to turn to my colleague, Carolyn Ray, who is there just meters away from me. Hey there, Carolyn. How you doing?
I'm enjoying being higher than you this time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
this is great. I'm way up here on the pier now, and you're down there.
You stay there. I'm going to come back up to you.
Yeah, sounds good.
Now, you know what, Carolyn? I'm gonna pause here for a second because I did this so quickly. I don't actually know the next thing we're going to. We're gonna talk to Sabrina.
We're gonna go to
Sabrina Fabian
who's
is just
joining us
over
from Pier
at Pier
21.
21. It is a short boat ride, one might say, across the harbor here. That is where 1 million people came to this country, became citizens as part of their journey, immigrated to Canada. Sabrina's there because today there is a citizenship ceremony going on for about 50 more people. And what a place to do it other than the Museum of Canadian Immigration. Sabrina, take us through what's happening at Pier 21.
Right, so David, as you said, 50 new Canadians will be taking an oath momentarily. It's happening right now behind me. The citizenship ceremony is just getting underway. And so they're here surrounded by friends and family. Lots of smiling faces walking into this room here today. A lot of people chose to dress in red and white to carry Canada flags, but there's also a lot of people who are wearing traditional cultural outfits. And I spoke with some people before they went in. Some people are from India, Pakistan, Ethiopia, Syria. They took the test, they passed, and they'll be taking the oath any moment now. Most of the people I spoke to have been waiting about 4 years to become Canadian citizens, but I also spoke to one woman from Mongolia who's actually lived in Canada for 16 years, and she said she wanted to take a little bit of time before she became a Canadian citizen. I asked her specifically why it took her so long.
I guess I'm like a little bit like a turtle, but like once turtle makes it home, they always it's home. So like it takes a little bit time for you to adapt a new culture and make it feel really home, right? So I guess I felt that way. But now I feel home.
So a lot of people here today, big excitement, lots of action, and of course the significance of this place, as you mentioned, Pier 21 Museum, where almost 1 million people arrived over the course of 1928 to 1971. Today, of course, they don't come by boat anymore, they come by plane, but lots of wonderful immigration stories that are shared in this museum, and it's jam-packed already. There are hundreds of people milling about this museum. Admission is free, lots of activities going on today, and a big moment for all those 50 people standing behind me about to take their citizenship oath.
Sabrina, thank you. Carolyn Ray here with me. My microphone. Just a second. We've got another microphone.
It's the beauty of live TV. You never know what's going to happen.
That's right. Seconds ago, I was on a sailboat. Now I'm back up here. Anyway, we've got a microphone. How you doing?
I'm good. I kind of felt like the air in the spare for a minute. You left me behind. You jumped off the wharf and went towards the sailboat.
I did the leap for a sailboat. So Prospect, where they've come from, just around the corner.
Yeah, not too far away.
Right by Peggy's Cove, which a lot of people will know.
A good place to get some lobster.
Yeah. It's a absolutely beautiful day. So much happening here in Halifax, and we'll be across the country today. Carolyn, so glad that we've got you here today. All right, let's look at some of the other things that are happening across the country, and that includes in Newfoundland. People in St. John's began the day with an annual sunrise ceremony. They're doing that because today is not just Canada Day for Newfoundland and Labrador; it's also Memorial Day.
God guard thee. God guard thee, Newfoundland.
The early morning gathering took place at Signal Hill National Historic Site, featuring a flag-raising ceremony and the singing of the national anthem. This starts as a solemn day for Newfoundland and Labrador, honoring the service and great sacrifice of the Newfoundland Regiment in the First World War. We'll be speaking about those commemorations on the program today. And later we will see Newfoundland and Labrador join the rest of the country in Canada Day festivities. A lot of those festivities happening in the nation's capital. It has the big national party. Those celebrations getting underway. Our chief correspondent, Adrienne Arsenault, will be taking us through it all.
We've got a lot going on. We've got two sort of big ceremonies happening here at Le Breton Flats. One throughout from throughout the afternoon, and then there's that big concert in the evening. We're expecting the fly pass of the snowbirds if the weather holds. And of course, we've got tons and tons of families who are expected to come. It's still a little early. Things don't kick off for a few hours, but this place, if last year is any guide, will be just a sea of red and white.
Take me through just some of the other events of the day and what you are planning to be able to show to us.
Sure. Well, we're hoping to be able to connect you with some Canadians here. For example, the Governor General is going to be here. We're going to chat with her here. It's the first time we've really had a chance to speak with her in her new role as Governor General. It's her first Canada Day in this role. We've got the two men who I'm calling the Hansen brothers, who are not at all Hansen brothers, but they are both men in motion. We've got Rick Hansen and Canada's astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who was on this stage a year ago when it was announced that he would be going around the moon. So it's going to be great to have them here. Former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will be around here somewhere. We're hoping that he's going to come by and have a chat because, you know, this is a big day, not just Canada Day, but lots of questions about the future of this country, about unity, lots to ask him about. And then, of course, you know, we have all the people who are going to be here offering some of their shout-outs throughout the day. And I've kind of been loving listening to the ones that you're offering and reading at the bottom of the screen. I think this is key throughout this day, if everybody can keep an eye on the bottom of the screen, because all the shout-outs that we've been getting people to send in over the past few days, they're coming in now. And so we're going to play them for people, and they're really kind of lovely.
Adrienne Arsenault will be hosting from the nation's capital. That's coming up in less than an hour. Well, take a look at Toronto. What you don't see is what it feels like. 37 degrees right now with the humidity. By 2 p.m. in Toronto, it will feel like 46 degrees. This as Canada Day celebrations get underway across southern Ontario. One of the biggest Canada Day parties is a parade that happens this morning. Juanita Taylor along that parade route right now. Juanita, a lot of people there. I'm glad to see people drinking water because it's already hot, and I think you're in the shade, smartly so.
Yeah, and wearing a cap, David. It's a good day to be outside, but it's also a good day to stay hydrated and to stay out of the sun as much as you can. But also the festivities are going to be bringing so many people out here to Dieppe Park, where a parade is going to start at about 10:30 this morning. I'm told there's about 45 community groups who are going to be taking part in the parade. So you can see some people behind me that they're starting to trickle in finally. And David, this parade has been going on for 70 years, 70 consecutive years. And I asked the event organizer earlier this morning, what makes a parade like this go on for 70 years? And she said, it's the volunteers, it's the committee. And of course, the committee also works with the City of Toronto to make this happen. And I'd like to bring in a guest now with me, David. This is Kayla Lewis from the City of Toronto to tell us more about what's happening here today in the city. But also, Kayla, just start off with why it's important for events like this to showcase Torontonians and on a day like Canada Day.
Yeah, Canada Day is a great opportunity to come together and celebrate our communities, our culture, our diversity. We're really proud here at the City of Toronto to have lots of free, family-friendly activities running right across the city, including here in East York today. So people can come out and take advantage, and we'll be culminating with fireworks tonight at 10 p.m.
And talk about the events that are going to be happening at the park that we're going to be at later on this morning after this parade is done.
Yeah, of course. So the parade is starting here at Dieppe Park, and it's going all the way to Stan Wadlow Park. Stan Wadlow will have a midway, kids activities, an artisan market, a main stage, a beer garden. So there's a lot to do throughout the day. And again, there will be fireworks at Stan Wadlow at 10 p.m. The other great thing is you mentioned it's hot today. So Stan Wadlow does have a pool and a splash pad that are open as well, just like all of our outdoor pools, splash pads and wading pools, and supervised swimming beaches across the city.
Okay, great. And Kayla, just to hear from you, a happy Canada Day shout out to people not only in Toronto but all across Canada.
Of course, happy Canada Day, however you choose to celebrate, and just take a moment to reflect on Canada and its history. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thanks for chatting with us about it. So yes, David, the parade is going to be starting at about 10:30. We'll be following that parade to Stan Wedlow Park, where we'll also join you later in the show from. So we'll see you in a bit, David.
We'll see you then. I see there's somebody there in almost a ball gown. That's got to feel hot today. Juanita, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Let's turn our attention now to Prince Edward Island, one of those places on our look coast to coast to coast. It is, of course, the birthplace of Confederation. Lots of celebrations going on in the downtown, in the historic core, lots of family activities as well. Let us turn to our favorite Prince Edward Islander, Louise Martin, with us right now, live from Charlottetown. Is that a Connect 4 game? What is that?
Well, you interrupted our game. This is the mayor of Charlottetown, Philip Brown, and sorry, Mayor, but I think...
You're always a winner in Charlottetown. Always a winner.
David Common just called me a Prince Edward Islander.
Yeah, well, David Common, he can come down here and become a Charlottonian. Yeah, tell that David Common, come anytime. He was here about 7 years ago. We haven't seen him since.
And Adrienne Arsenault was here not too long ago. I think it was a couple summers ago.
Okay.
So we
don't recall Adrienne, but I remember that Common guy. He's a pretty common guy.
He's a pretty common guy.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day, Bonne Fête Canada.
How does it feel? What does Canada Day mean to you as the mayor of Charlottetown?
Well, this is a very exciting time because not only are we celebrating Canada Day in Canada, but also birthplace of Confederation, right here in Charlottetown. And we couldn't be at a better place than Victoria Park, Park Victoria. Beautiful space, and it's going to be full of activities all day, mostly Atlantic driven, with local musicians and just everybody having an enjoyable time.
And the weather has held up so far. There was some concern with rain this morning and rain tonight, which is always a bit nerve-wracking because the fireworks are
blame your Jay Scott for that. That guy never gets it right, never gets it right. So you got it right because you said it's going to be sunny all day and into this evening.
I was manifesting.
Okay.
Manifesting. Well. So the biggest fireworks display east of Montreal, is that still the case?
I'm going to say all over Atlantic Canada. It's going to be a great night.
Okay.
And last year it was delayed because of the wind.
Yeah.
This year we're praying no rain, no wind, just have a big end of the Canada Day celebrations here tonight at 10 o'clock. Atlantic time. I was going to say Eastern Standard Time.
No, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Now listen. The big theme this year on our special Canada Day is shouting out mentors, people who have inspired us, people who have changed our lives. I'm assuming that you have a few people you'd like to shout out.
I do. First and foremost, my mother and father. My mother was always a big promoter. Education. You don't get education, you're not going to get anywhere.
You're a teacher.
I'm a teacher, and I went to UPI for my Bachelor of Arts and my Bachelor of Education, studied French in Quebec, and came back and taught French as a core French teacher. Then my father, who came back from World War II, 1947, started his own business, always believed in hard work and giving back to the community. But as I grew up here in Charlottetown, Frank Butler was my Cub leader, Scout leader, Venture leader, and moved along my career as I was getting through school, high school, university, getting into the workforce. We kept in contact, so Frank was always there. And last but not least, Mayor George MacDonald. Mayor George MacDonald, I sat with his council back in 2000, 2003. George was a collaborator, loved to work with whatever group, whatever individual, whatever community. That's the view I take in governing and being part of this great city that we call Charlottetown.
All right, so shout out to some of your mentors in your life.
Big shout out and happy Canada Day. And I hope George and others are just going to enjoy this beautiful day that we're going to celebrate a great country that we call Canada.
Yeah, we call it home, a beautiful country indeed. I moved to Canada, David, from Scotland over 40 years ago. Yeah. It'll be this summer, and I'm celebrating 9 years on Prince Edward Island this month.
Yes, and I think you asked earlier about getting a key to the key to the city.
Well, I think I earned it with this Connect 4.
That's one box I'm going to check off, so there'll be others to check off. So we'll be watching you, Louise.
Canadian Screen Award Best Local Newscast. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Just saying. All right, back to Halifax.
Thanks, David. Thanks. Come on down anytime, David.
Oh, you heard that invitation. He'll probably get the key before I do.
Yeah, that's right. I'm coming across Confederation Bridge right now. You just you tell him I'm on my way.
It's coming across the bridge
Louise,
right now. No construction anymore?
No. It's
No,
free ride
no,
over.
I'm on my way.
$20.
On my way. Yeah, it is a little pricey, but we'll talk about that later. Louise, great to see you. Thanks so much. Good luck chucking more of those boxes. Hey, we have a little bit of breaking news on this Canada Day. Canada is entering the 2027 Eurovision Song Contest. That is Celine Dion in 1988 when she won Eurovision. Now, she was competing for Switzerland. Now, she, or any other Canadian, could do it for Canada. That is because the announcement that came out this morning from CBC and the European Broadcasting Union that says Canada has become, or CBC has become a full member of the EBU, and that makes Canada officially eligible for the Eurovision Song Contest. It's going to be the first new country to enter since Australia did back in 2015. CBC will unveil details on how Canadians can enter Eurovision. That will be coming a little bit later this year.
Donnez-moi ma chance, je veux chanter, moi aussi. Ne partez pas sans moi, laissez-moi vous suivre.
You know, I'm 35 years old. I started at 6, and it's just like when you think of the parents, like everything that they did, it's a lot. And my parents asked me when I transfer to long track to, like, honest question. They're like, "Why are you doing this?" And I was like, "I know I can win an individual medal."
Go Canada! Red and white all day, baby. A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go! Woo! I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We've got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves, believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go. Go make us proud. Give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys. Allez les rouges. Go Canada.
Dan Burrett, CBC News, Vancouver.
Friendly game and we don't have any problem, but we will win. During the game, we are fighting Canada. After the game, we are brothers and we love Canada.
Good morning, live from Halifax. Now, it is Canada Day, but you could argue Canada's milestone win over South Africa at the World Cup got the national celebrations going a bit early back on Sunday. We have been treated to a World Cup of firsts from the Canadian men. They had their first knockout round victory, first time in the round of 16. That game coming up very soon, and we have plenty of firsts for players as well. Jacob Schaffelberg is the first player from Nova Scotia to play in a World Cup. Nicknamed Maritime Messi, Schaffelberg is known for his speed on the wing. His fleet-footed attacking style had him in the game against South Africa, and he forced Qatar into an own goal in Canada's opening match. We are lucky enough to have his dad with us now, Michael Schaffelberg, who's doing a bit of babysitting duty as well.
You bet. You bet. Yeah, Jacob actually lives in LA. So we are staying at his house. He's moved on to Houston now, but we're staying at his house. And I get Baker and we go for a walk early in the morning. So this is our start time. And I just can't have him crawling all over the house. So I know where he is right now.
You certainly do. I love it. What's his name?
Baker.
Baker. Well, happy Canada Day, Baker. Look, we're celebrating Canada, and we are in Halifax. You raised Jacob not far from here in Port Williams. I understand you are known in that neck of the woods for something you did to try to push on his interest in soccer. What was it?
Yeah, we as the story goes, it was a cold, windy March day in probably 20 years ago, and I was standing with another dad, and my older son was playing soccer, and they had just put a turf field down in Halifax, and the boys were playing in March, as opposed to in our backyard. It would be so wet, probably until the end of May, that we couldn't play until then, and one of the dads said it would be nice to have a little patch of turf in your backyard, and I thought to myself, I'm just that crazy, and I took a step back and looked at the contractor's name on the board that was just outside the turf field, and gave him a call, and he came down and put a tiny little bit of field turf in for us out back, and we've used that for the last 2 decades.
Jacob's become a bit of a hometown hero for Nova Scotia. What does it mean for you as you see him playing on the national team, getting all the minutes that he's getting? It's been an incredible run to get to this point.
Yeah, it's been amazing. He did put a shot on target, or just off target, against Qatar, and that's why when it was deflected, it was considered an own goal. But that was fun. But the big deal was just a few days ago, where we were in the knockout rounds, and he sent a cross in that was sent back out to the top of the box, and then Estacchio hit that incredible shot. And so we got to experience that at SoFi Stadium, which is 20 minutes from here, with 70,000 other people. And it was just a beautiful experience, with all of the Canadians standing and hugging and kissing and singing. And then, of course, to see all the celebrations after that game in Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, Halifax was beautiful.
Michael, it is quite possible that nobody is listening to anything we're saying, and they're just wondering, where is the baby?
Yeah, sorry. There's the baby.
There we go.
He
sometimes
Baker is a showstopper.
You go ahead.
Usually. Yeah, but no, Baker's a showstopper. When I walk on the streets, everyone stops to see him. He's such a big kid, and he's pretty happy. And yeah, but this is I'm sure people realize that, but yeah, it's 6:15 in the morning here, so I'm letting everyone else sleep. My mother, I'm letting everyone else sleep. His mother really appreciates a couple of hours of sleep in the morning, and usually when I do these interviews, I'm walking, but I thought I'd stay close to the Wi-Fi before we take off after this interview for our walk.
You know what? We're giving shout outs to people in this country today. I'm going to give my shout out this morning to you for giving baby's mom a bit of a break. I'm giving a shout out to baby's mom as well for all the work that justifies the break. Amazing to talk with you, Michael, and we're so looking forward to seeing what your son Jacob can do in the round of 16. And bye, Blake.
Yeah, thanks very much for reaching out. He's usually a lot more quiet, but I guess this is another milestone being hit. He's taking over interviews.
All right, Michael, have a great day. Happy Canada Day.
Yeah, same to you. Thank you. Bye now.
The Prime Minister putting out a statement today. Let's take a look at what Mark Carney is saying. He says, we celebrate each other. We are a nation of kind, compassionate, hardworking, and remarkable and diverse a place as we call home all across Canada. Goes on to say, at this decisive moment, we're choosing to build big once again with Canadian workers, Canadian materials, and Canadian values. And says there will always be forces that want to divide us. They forget this country's founding insight. The unity is not uniformity, that our differences are strengths to nurture rather than risks to manage, and that our values serve as an unshakable foundation. All right, that is the Prime Minister's statement on this Canada Day. We're expecting to hear from him over the course of the day, including this evening in Alberta. And of course, we talk about forces that divide. That might be a Mark Carney reference to the separation movement happening in Alberta, the referendum coming up this October. We'll hear what Mark Carney has to say when he likely addresses it head on tonight. We'll have coverage of that for you right here on CBC News.
Team Canada just beat Qatar, and I've been here in the only Canadian sports bar in New York City. They're pretty happy.
Oh, what a time to be a Canadian in a city like this. Great bar, great people. The community's really coming together.
Why was it important for you to be surrounded by Canadians watching this historic game?
The pride and patriotism. I could have gone to any bar in New York and it would have been a nothing burger. To be surrounded by other Canadians is the most important part.
I moved to New York in 2005 and there was no place for Canadians to gather and there was no real good hockey bar, so I figured Canadians needed a place for both of those. So we fulfilled that, I believe.
Go Canada!
Red and white all day, baby. A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go!
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We've got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves. Believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud. Give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys. Allez les Rouges. Go Canada.
Dan Burrett, CBC News, Vancouver.
Friendly game and we don't have any problem, but we will win. During the game, we are fighting Canada. After the game, we are brothers and we love Canada. Give me a hug.
Okay.
CNews.
Gorgeous day here by the Atlantic waters as we're in Halifax Harbour broadcasting live on this Canada Day. You know, I've been with my partner in crime, Carolyn Ray, and wondering where she disappeared to. Well, I found her. With a chair? What's all this about?
I know. This is the thing to do if you come down to the waterfront.
Yep.
You got to soak up the sun. And, you know, for a lot of people, Canada Day is about family. So I brought mine along. These are
I
my
just assumed you were
cousins.
bugging these people.
Oh, no. They're paid to be here and pretend that they know me.
Okay, yeah, all right.
So this is Pauline and Abby Hunter, who are my cousins.
How you doing?
You know, I give my shout out to them today because they help me a lot with my kids. And so we gave them the day off to come hang out with us because they're big CBC fans.
That is fantastic. That is fantastic. We've had a pretty great day here.
Yeah, really. I mean, how perfect is it? We got the cruise ships behind us,
Yep.
you know, the beautiful, beautiful sunshine. You know, it's wonderful. I hope you stocked up on sunscreen.
I certainly did. Got it on this morning. Was not expecting it. We keep talking about it, but this was supposed to be a foggy, maybe rainy morning. And, well, thank goodness the weather people got this wrong. All right. We're going to turn now to our friend Kwabena Oduro.
I hear we have to dress the part for
because
this.
Kwabena always dresses up. I can't see him right now, but Kwabena, are you like super Canada Day proud today?
Oh yeah, I'm
going to have a lot of fun today, David. I know you're in Halifax, you're by the waterfront, but look at the view that I got here in Montreal. The St. Lawrence River right behind me. The party hasn't started yet, but the music is really loud already. There's gonna be music all day. There's gonna be a walk. There's gonna be games. There's gonna be artists performing. I actually have one of the artists right here, King Melrose, who's gonna be performing today. What is it like performing on Canada Day?
Oh my God, it's just a party, big party. It's gonna be awesome. I can't wait.
What can we expect from you tonight?
I think it's a celebration. Every time I sing, it's a celebration. And it's the old part. The setup is amazing. People are expecting good weather today. So I'm just hoping, I cross my finger.
What does it mean to you to be Canadian?
Every time I travel, it's like we are generous. We are like accueillant. I don't know how you say accueillant.
Oh, we're generous, we're loving, we're caring,
Yes.
we're happy people.
Every time I go travel in the world, it's like that. Like every people are receiving us like we are good people. Yeah.
So today on CBC, we're doing shout out to anyone in Canada. Who are you shouting out today?
Oh my God. Every people that are different and they want to make a difference, that's a shout out for them. Yeah.
Thank you very much and enjoy the show tonight.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So David, my shout out is going to go to all the people working across the country to make this special happen. I know you might think that I'm sucking up to people in the control room, but without them, we wouldn't be on air right now. So I want to give my shout out to these people as they are working to make us look good, and they're probably having fun watching us. So putting a little smile on their face by giving them my shout out.
Look at you taking the high road, Quabina. You're quite right. Let us shout out all the crews working on this Canada Day. There's a whole group behind the scenes with me here today to make it possible. Some of them are actually holding on to part of our set because the wind keeps trying to blow it away. So it's incredible, the work of our crew here. And good shout out. Good shout out. Yeah, thank you. I'll pass that along. Quabina, amazing, and have a happy Canada Day, sir. We are live from Halifax's Foundation Wharf. Look at that. Old warship there, just down the harbor, the home of Canada's Atlantic Fleet, part of the Royal Canadian Navy. You're looking at downtown Halifax and the Citadel there in the background.
I have loved dogs my entire life. I've really liked the idea of dog sitting. I've heard stories about a lot of elders having dog teams, and it got me interested, so I kind of did my research on it.
This guy's name is Ukluk, and it means grizzly bear, but I call him Big Teddy Bear because he likes to just be tossed around and held and babied. He's very strong, and he doesn't listen very well, but he's a good puller. He listens when he's on the harness. They know when to work and when to play.
I get really happy when they're working together and following directions, but I love the scenery and how peaceful it is. It's really calming.
It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. I've always been a camper, but I've not really been a solo camper until the last 4 or 5 years.
What did it feel like then that first night when it went dark and everything was quiet and you were just alone?
I was on a little island. I'd been very careful where I chose to go. And I know that any self-respecting bear could easily have swum over, or a cougar, or anything, and there was nobody around, really. But I thought, well, it's sort of like you're in a castle and you got a big moat, and some creature would have to really want to. I don't do high-risk activities. It doesn't feel high risk to me. I'm careful where I go. I'm careful how I do things, and if I take out an axe to cut wood, I'm incredibly careful. Wow, there you go. It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. You have to want it, and you make the best out of what you have. If you can do that, regardless of your situation, your genetics, or your health, or whatever, then you're still living your life fully.
Go Canada!
Red and white all day, baby. A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go!
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We've got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves, believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud, give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys.
Been a very musical Canada Day so far as people across the country celebrate, and that includes the Halifax Newcomer Choir, which is set for a performance later today at Pier 21. That's also the Canadian Museum of Immigration, just down the pier here from me here in Halifax. I'm lucky enough to have with us the founder, Rachel Lutz, and members Zor, Diana, and Claude, all here ahead of today's performance. Good morning and happy Canada Day.
Good morning.
Very glad to have you here. Rachel, tell me, what is the Newcomer Choir and how did it all get started?
Newcomer Choir is a singing group designed for people who are new in Canada and Canadians to come together and build community through music. So we're practicing English, we're making friends, we're doing that all through singing. And so folks are finding it a really innovative way to practice their English without the stress of being in a classroom, but also a great way to make new friends.
Isn't that quite something? So how did you get connected?
Oh, me.
Yeah.
I teach English as a second language part-time, and I brought a newcomer, an English student, with me to the choir, and she left and I stayed.
Oh, isn't that something? What was your connection?
Yeah, I heard about a new choir in Halifax, so I wanted to join. So it's a great community and a fantastic conductor.
How long have you been doing it?
6 months.
6 months, okay. So it's not the very beginning, but you're into it. And Claude, how long have you been part of the choir?
In 3 months.
3 months. And where do you come from originally?
Permanent resident.
Where is it?
Choir.
Where do you live? Where are you from?
Where are you from?
Oh, DRC.
The DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Yeah, okay. And how are you? Is this your first Canada Day here?
Second one.
Second one. All right. What did you learn last year that will be different this year?
Maybe today I will show the difference.
That show how it's different. So what is planned for today?
For our choir, we have 3 songs that we're performing at Pier 21 as part of a larger choral event. We're really excited to bring our newcomers into the museum. Many of them may not have been to the museum for the first time, so this is great. And to get to share some music with the people of Halifax is always a good opportunity.
Yeah, it is quite something. Where did the idea come from?
I wrote a master's thesis on the use of choral singing as a tool to learn English as a second language, and decided to put it into practice.
I love that, from page to practice. That is quite something. How did you first get involved, Zor?
Yeah, I think it's exciting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very exciting, very exciting. And you enjoy the singing, obviously.
Yes, of course, yes, I enjoy singing.
And have you found that it helps in learning another language?
Yes, this helps. Very great.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. Well, it's quite something. And how many years has the Newcomer Choir been going now?
We started in November of 2021, so we're nearing our 5th anniversary.
Oh, that's quite something. Yeah. Did you imagine that when you got it started?
No, we started with 5 newcomers, none of whom spoke any English. We had pictures to show the lyrics of the songs. It was a really low entry point, and we've moved to singing in 4-part harmony. We've had hundreds of people come through the doors at given times. We've got friends now all over the world, which is very exciting.
Oh, wow.
And we've ended up singing in loads of different venues across Nova Scotia, and we also have a choir in Newfoundland. So it's expanded beyond what we imagined.
That's amazing. Well done, all of you. That is quite something. So we've brought you over here to speak with us. How soon until you sing?
Just a couple of hours now.
Okay. I better let you go to it so that you get there on time. I don't want to be blamed for the newcomer choir here in Halifax being late for their engagement on Canada Day of all days. It was very great to meet you all, and happy Canada Day. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right, lots more that we're looking at here live in Halifax. The community doing many things, including honoring the traditions of the Mi'kmaq Nation and Indigenous communities. The waterfront being transformed with traditional teachings, performances, and storytelling, all recognizing the enduring contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people as we look overhead at downtown Halifax. You know, it's also home to the largest Canada Day parade east of Montreal, and at the Halifax Citadel National Historic Site, we're looking at it there, the 78th Highlanders will be today doing historical demonstrations, military drills, including with the 78th Highlanders Pipe Band. I actually chatted with one of the pipe majors.
They love Halifax, they love the East Coast, so they come here to visit, and the Citadel really is one of their kind of destination places they want to go and visit. So here, get to meet lots of people across the world, and it's a great time.
Now, when you go and tell your friends where you work, what you do, what is the thing that surprises the most that you can tell them about this place?
About this place, I get to tell them that I get to do my hobby all day. As a bagpiper, all of us musicians just get to play our pipes and drums all day, have fun, get to interact with visitors, share history. And yeah, it's a great summer job. Be outside. Yeah, can't complain.
On this Canada Day, do you have someone you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, I'll shout out my mom and dad. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be bagpiping, wouldn't be here at the Hill. And so yeah, happy Canada Day to mom and dad, and yeah, wish them all the best.
Fantastic. Great to meet you.
Thank you.
And happy Canada Day.
This albino Blandings turtle popped its head out of an egg over the weekend, and then another one followed. And experts say these little guys are quite rare.
This pair of turtles lack pigment. Their eyes are blood red, their skin is pink, and their shells are almost white.
We're used to having eggs hatching every day around here, but on Friday when this nest started to hatch, we could tell that the hatchling, the head that we could see looked very, very pale. So we were wondering what it was going to look like, and it was, I think, Saturday when it finally came out of the egg and we could see, my goodness, this is actually a complete albino turtle.
The Wildlife Federation found the nest outside of a home in rural Ottawa. Of the 11 eggs inside the nest, only 4 hatched, and 2 were albino.
Being an albino means you've got this genetic mutation that your gene is not producing melanin, which is a pigment, and so in this nest, mom and dad must have both been lacking this gene, and they passed it on to some of their offsprings.
The emergence of not 1, but 2 completely albino turtles is extremely rare, and in fact, they may be the first of their kind in the country.
We've reached out to other organizations across Canada, particularly Ontario, to see if they've seen anything like this, and others have seen albino painted turtles or albino snapping turtles, but as far as we know, this is the first report of albino Blandings turtle in Canada.
Blandings turtles are an endangered species in Canada. Their biggest threats are loss of habitat, motor vehicles, and predators like foxes and raccoons.
After nesting season, which spans the month of June, Seaburn and his turtle team collect eggs from nests across the city and bring them back to the Canada lab for incubation.
Every day we get emails and phone calls from people saying, a turtle is nested in my backyard or on the road across from me, can you help?
They collected over 1,000 eggs this year, which have started hatching in recent days.
It's thrilling to see, but at the same time, this is a Blandings turtle, and every day seeing a Blandings turtle is a real thrill because this is an endangered species. So this is the icing on the cake, but the cake is still quite good.
The hatchlings are returned to where they were found just a few days after they come out of their eggs. And Seaburn says the same will likely happen to the albino turtles. They'll be returned to the wild with their siblings.
You know, I'm 35 years old. I started at 6. And it's just like, when you think of the parents, like everything that they did, it's a lot. And my parents asked me when I transfer to long track to like honest question. They're like, why are you doing this? And I was like, I know I can win an individual.
Carolyn and I have been broadcasting live here from Foundation Wharf in Halifax, and there have been people dropping by over the course of the morning.
Been great, lots more people than I expected.
Saw your cousins just a second ago.
Cousins came by, it was lovely, had a little family moment
Yep.
there going on, but lots of people from all over.
Including some people who've got some Canadian flags with them today as well. Let's take a look at who we got in the seats over there. Yeah.
Are they going to win?
You know,
Oh,
there they are,
we go.
there they are. Happy Canada Day to you.
Hello.
Yeah.
See, they stole the Muskoka chairs
Yeah.
that are just the best place
Do you
to be.
call them Muskoka chairs here in Nova Scotia? Because there are different names depending on where you are in this country.
Really?
Yeah, so Muskoka region in Ontario, but yeah, there's Adirondack. The
Oh,
Americans
yeah,
use
Adirondack,
that, right?
yeah.
But depending on where you are in the country, different places, the West Coast, I can't immediately think, but
Yeah.
part of the West Coast, they
Oh.
call them something different. It'll come to me, or 900 people will email me.
See, they're all over the waterfront. The best thing to do is get your cow's ice cream, come have a sit,
Oh, yeah.
enjoy the boats. All the boats are coming out now for Canada Day. So it's just like, it's going to be busy here soon.
It's getting to be hopping. Speaking of boats, and I'm actually going to go one up and talk about ships. The Navy, Halifax, home to Canada's Atlantic Fleet. There are 18 RCN ships that call this port home. More than 10,000 sailors and civilian crew members. We actually had a chance to go on board one of the big ships, one of the newest ships in the Navy. It's called HMCS Frédéric Rolec. And we chatted with the crew about what it means for them to represent their country. What does it mean for you to represent Canada?
It means to be part of a big team, to work with great people.
Oh, it's so important to me, and I have so much pride. I have a military family, so like it runs deep for us, and just really proud.
Means a lot. I've wanted this career since I was 17, so to actually be here now, almost 10 years later, it's a lot of pride, and it means a lot because of the friendships and the family that you get to create whenever you're in this job.
We have a really great country here, and to be able to represent it and wear the uniform of that country it's a pretty special experience, and get to do cool things, see cool places, get paid to do it. I don't think you could ask for a much better job.
We had a chance to see much of the crew doing their job. They have all sorts of rescue drills, including one on board one of their fast boats. This is all a practice.
Bye, Oscar. Mercy overboard! Mercy overboard! Let me go at the front here for a second.
Guys got it up?
Yeah. Can I see that?
Neutral.
He's right? Yeah.
Come here, Oscar.
Person in board. Person in board. Cold but conscious.
You're a little orange. You see at the bottom of your screen there the shout out. So if you'd like to offer a shout out, ask at CBC.ca is the place to send it. We asked some of the naval sailors there who they would shout out.
I want to shout out my mom, GP, my brother in Germany, and all my family.
Oh my gosh, yes. My parents, my family, my husband, his family as well. All Canadians out there enjoying Canada Day.
I'd like to say a big thank you to my career manager, Pio Tuga. She's really elevated me to where I am today, and I wouldn't be here without her, so for sure.
Outside of the country, to all of my friends deployed on the HMCS Charlottetown, we're here at home thinking of you, and thank you for being out there representing Canada.
we've had about 50 former NHL/Habs players come by here. That's really the biggest thing any fan cave or man cave collector could ever imagine as a player from the team you follow to come here. But we do different community events down here by invitation. We've had players come down here for watch parties. We invite them, they come, they join. We have 40, 50 guests here. We raise money for different charities. We raised about almost $250,000 just watching games here with different alumni players. The focus really was on having a lot of people here so we can have, 25 people here seated very comfortably. There's a bar, there's a television, there's entertainment as well. We have a pool table, air hockey table, foosball, super checks, pinball, whatever you're thinking of, we have it here. Well, I've been collecting hockey cards like all good Canadian kids born and raised here. It turned from hockey cards into different memorabilia over the years. And my bedroom was always adorned with Montreal Canadiens memorabilia. My first apartment, I had a little space. My condo, then I built a house. And, I just never stopped collecting. And when I finally moved here, I finished the basement myself as I'm a general contractor. And my wife let me do it. She says, go ahead, have the basement, do whatever you want. And, this is what it's turned into.
Carolyn and I are about to wrap up our time here in Halifax on Foundation Wharf. Adrienne Arsenault coming your way very shortly, but it's been wonderful. Happy Canada Day to you.
You too. Thanks for making the trip. I hope you do well in your breakdancing competition.
Yes, that's right. There is breakdancing going on the mainland there, and let's see if someone has foolishly entered me in that. Lots of traditions. The breakdancing for Canada Day, absolutely one of them. The donair, another one here.
You got to try donair here.
Yep.
Yeah. Everybody who comes here has to have it. It's the official food of Halifax.
Certainly is. Let's take a look at one such place. Well, Halifax is famous for its donairs. They've given me the shirt. Now they're going to show me how to make one. Okay, we're here with Nicholas Nahas, who owns King of Donair. That's where we are. Lots of donair shops here. This is the original.
That's it.
That's it?
Since 73.
Since 1973. And who's the best?
You got to go with the king.
Of course you do. Okay, let's talk about how you make a donair. Can you show me?
You got it.
Let's do it.
We're going to start. We have our pita here.
Yep.
One of the sort of differences that sets the donair apart from any basically kind of rotating piece of meat is that we grill our pita and dip it in water first. We grill it just to give it a little bit of crispiness.
Yep.
So we'll let that cook up a bit, and now we'll move on to the meat. Pinky's down on the trigger.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I'm getting it.
You're a pro.
Can I have a job? In case this thing doesn't work out, this whole broadcasting thing?
I think we got a spot for you.
There we go.
Your standard Halifax donair comes with 3 toppings: onions, tomatoes, and donair sauce.
Sounds good. What's donair sauce?
Donair sauce is a mix of garlic, sugar, and vinegar. It's a sort of almost like an icing for your beef.
Let's load it up.
All right. Here, onions. The donair was started here in Halifax, but when it migrated west, somewhere along the way, it picked up other toppings. You'll see, anywhere basically New Brunswick on, they'll throw anything from pickles to lettuce to tzatziki. But your standard donair is onions, tomatoes, and donair sauce. To the eye, the donair looks like any sort of wrapped kebab, but you've got to taste the spices, the sweetness of the sauce to really differentiate it. Roll that up. We always tear off a bit. We say,
make it easier to eat.
Pull the foil back.
Yeah.
And eat it like an ice cream cone.
Nick, looks great. I'm going to give it a try.
Let's see.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy.
This is amazing. Fantastic. I love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You are the king of donair.
Welcome to Halifax.
Where's your crown?
I feel them kicking around here somewhere.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to you as well.
Hey, thanks so much to the King of Donair, and thanks very much to you for joining us from Halifax. Adrienne Arsenault coming your way from the nation's capital, and thanks to everyone here who's working hard to keep the set from blowing away in the wind. Adrienne's coming your way.
I have loved dogs my entire life. I've really liked the idea of dog sitting. I've heard stories about a lot of elders having dog teams, and it got me interested, so I kind of did my research on it.
This guy's name is Ukluk, and it means grizzly bear, but I call him Big Teddy Bear because he likes to just be tossed around and held and babied. He's very strong, and he doesn't listen very well, but he's a good puller. He listens when he's on the harness. They know when to work and when to play.
I get really happy when they're working together and following directions, but I love the scenery and how peaceful it is. It's really calming.
It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. I've always been a camper, but I've not really been a solo camper until the last 4 or 5 years.
What did it feel like then that first night when it went dark and everything was quiet and you were just alone?
I was on a little island. I'd been very careful where I chose to go. And I know that any self-respecting bear could easily have swum over, or a cougar, or anything. And there was nobody around, really. But I thought, well, it's sort of like you're in a castle and you got a big moat, and some creature would have to really want to. I don't do high-risk activities. It doesn't feel high risk to me. I'm careful where I go. I'm careful how I do things. And if I take out an axe to cut wood, I'm incredibly careful. Wow, there you go. It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. You have to want it, and you make the best out of what you have. If you can do that, regardless of your situation, your genetics, or your health, or whatever, then you're still living your life full.
Turns out I'm back one more time here in Halifax Harbor. Look at the sailboats that are just pouring in. The Canadian flags are up. Wonderful to see this city come alive over the course of this Canada Day morning. It has been a wonderful day. There's so much more special programming to come, including with our very own chief correspondent in the nation's capital, Adrienne Arsenault, taking over things from here. Okay. That, of course, the nation's capital. It is where there will be all sorts of special programming, fireworks, and much more. Ian Hanomansing will be broadcasting later in the day from beautiful Banff, Alberta, with the mountain, the spectacular mountains in the background. But from all of us here in Halifax, thank you so much. Have a fantastic Canada Day this year.
Thanks, David, and hello, you. Happy Canada Day. In just a couple of hours, the first of 2 official ceremonies will get underway here at Le Breton Flats in Ottawa. Lots of music, Alessia Cara, Loud, Toby. You're also going to see and hear from Paralympian and activist Rick Hansen and another famous Canadian Hansen, that is astronaut Jeremy Hansen. So there will be lots of joy, lots of music, which is precisely how Canadians have been celebrating this country for a very long time.
Yes, we've been all around, and frankly, we have found Canada's a place to be.
For 159 years, this country has been marking this moment.
We gave the world ice hockey, Glenn Gould, Canadian bacon, Expo 67.
Dusting off our sometimes hidden Canadian pride to really let it shine. But any celebration of this place is, at its heart, a celebration of each other.
We were talking about the possibility to have a Zamboni.
He didn't even tell me he was doing it.
That's the most Canadian thing I've ever seen.
I gave him his coffee. He's like, hey, right on, bro. You don't mess with a Canadian person's Tim Hortons.
People who show incredible kindness in the darkest moments.
I hope it just gives them comfort. I hope that they know that it is a hug.
It's a nation of people who have each other's backs and whose actions make a lasting impact.
I'd like to start this morning by thanking my grade 2 social studies teacher, Mrs. Rose Klein.
So all day today, as we lean into what makes Canada so special, we're shouting out the very best of us.
My Canadian shout out is to
my billet family who supported me for many, many years.
He's awesome, so talented.
She is just one of the most wonderful people I've ever met in my life.
Who will you add to the list? Hey there, good morning. So this is our home for the next few hours here at LeBreton Flats Park, just west of Parliament Hill, next door to the National War Museum. The sun has been very kind to us so far, knocking wood, this morning. We've been warned about hail or lightning or thunderstorms, but it is Canada Day. We're just going to roll with it. Right now, it's fantastic. And we'll be speaking with a whole bunch of Canadians over the next couple of hours. We're hoping that you might want to join in to send your own shout out to someone in this country. In fact, my friend Omar Dabaghi-Pacheco of CBC News right here in Ottawa is with me. And that is your whole thing today, right?
I love this theme. Yeah, it's gratitude. You know, it's shouting out somebody who had a huge impact on your life, or maybe they picked you up when you were down. Maybe they just helped you move that couch that you had no one else to call upon. So if you have a shout out for a fellow Canadian that really helped you out, you can send them to ask@cbc.ca. You can send a text there, you can send a video there. And I am going to be collecting shout outs from people all around here live, right next to our tent here. And so I'm gonna go skedaddle and do that right now.
Skedaddle. We're gonna count how many times we say skedaddle here. And listen, the crowds aren't huge right now, but you know, Canadians know when to show up for a party. So that'll happen. So this is broadly what it looks like here right now. All eyes are going to be on that stage in a couple of hours. And when the show starts at noon, I promise you, this place will be moving. And out there on the flats today, getting ready, baking in the sun a little bit, are David Thurton and Kate McKenna. So why don't we start with you, Kate, just to set up the afternoon for us here at LeBreton Flats.
Well, Adrienne, it should be a big show, and we are seeing people filter in, and they're telling me that they're really excited for what's ahead. So we've got a performance from Juno Award winner Alessia Cara. We're going to be hearing from astronaut Jeremy Hansen. People in the crowd are telling me they're really excited about that. We'll also be hearing from the new Governor General, Louise Arbour, as well as the Prime Minister, Mark Carney. So all of that is set to start a little bit later today. And, you know, we've already been speaking to people from across the country who are really excited to be here in the heart of the Canada Day activities here in Canada.
So, Kate, you talked about the Prime Minister. He's here. Not all hot dogs and fireworks for him this Canada Day.
No, I mean, a major focus for Mark Carney today and in recent history has been unifying the country, or working to unify the country. And of course, we know that we have two kind of active separatist movements happening in both Quebec and Alberta. He has been trying to share the message that Canada is better together, that Canada is better when we recognize and celebrate our differences. And, you know, he's making that point in Alberta tonight, or he's set to make that point in Alberta tonight, because after he appears here in Ottawa, he's set to fly to Edmonton, where he will be speaking there as well. It's also an opportunity in his Canada Day message to kind of underscore the steps his government has been taking in terms of trying to reassert Canada's economic sovereignty, of course, given the economic threats from the United States on CUSMA, free trade, tariffs, that sort of thing. But, you know, today's also just a day to celebrate, to celebrate what it is to be Canadian, what makes us Canadian, and I suspect we'll be hearing from Mark Carney on that as well.
Oh, you know we will. Kate McKenna, please go find some shade for a wee bit. We'll get back to you. And we will wiggle over to see David Thurton now. So, David, you're not that far away. You got anybody with you right now?
I think we're quite far away from you, Adrienne. We're way, 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 way at the back of the stage and the entrance of where everyone's going to be coming in. And coming in right now, you can see families, single people, couples coming in here, just trying to get, a seat or a spot with a good shot of the show and the festivities. I actually spoke to one woman who was here about an hour ago. She came all the way from Toronto, and I'm here with Taylor Arger, who came all the way from?
Originally, my wife Rachel and I are from Vancouver, but we just settled here in Ottawa a couple of months ago.
Okay, and so you had to come to this event today. Just tell us, what are you looking forward to most?
Well, the big show at 12 o'clock in 2 hours from now is what everyone's looking forward to. We got some great Canadian artists. We have Alicia Cara. We have the Bare Naked Ladies. It's going to be a great event.
Them.
Yeah, exactly. There's too many artists to name.
Totally. And so are you going to be here just for the first show? What are you going to be doing afterwards?
Not entirely sure yet. We're going to stick around for the first show. The vibes are going to be immaculate. It's going to be great. We're going to grab some ice cream after, my wife and I. It's going to be great.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Taylor. I hope you enjoy the show. And Adrienne, I'll send it back to you.
I'm just writing that down. The vibes are going to be immaculate. There's a line I'm going to steal. So here's the thing. A few months ago, far, far away, someone very special to this country recorded this Canada Day message. And so we are pleased to be able to share it with you today. Have a listen.
Hi, Colonel Jeremy Hansen here aboard Integrity Spaceship. To all Canadians, happy Canada Day.
And voila, Jeremy Hansen, thank you so much for being here. I am standing on a box. I'm not normally even close to your height. Also, by the way, I have a producer named Jeremy who wrote in the notes, just make sure he understands that he's the second most important Jeremy in your life. So
Understood.
Just so you know.
Received.
Watching you already this morning, you've been making the day of a whole bunch of little kids. What does it feel like to wear this flight suit to be here on Canada Day?
A lot of pride for me, and I've said this a lot before I went on the mission, but especially coming back from the mission, such tremendous pride in the country, and just to be a bit of a mirror for the country. That's what this is for me, is to shine that back on our youth and just remind them we are an extraordinary group of people when we come together and we do big things.
You were on this stage basically a year ago when everyone started talking about you going around the moon. To return here, what do you bring back with you that makes you a little different?
I think when I was assigned to the mission and Canada knew we were going to send a Canadian on this mission around the world and become the second country to send a human in deep space, it's a big dream and it's a big goal, but then you have to go do it. And you have to persevere through all the challenges. And I didn't do that by myself at all. I did that with an extraordinary team of people around me. So to come back and having accomplished what we set out to do and proven this new architecture that's going to take humans back to the surface of the moon, that's proven Canada's value on the world stage is meaningful for me. And I'm excited to just stand up there today and just reflect a little love for Canada back at them.
If you could pluck out of thin air up there another perfect Canada Day, what would it be? What does it look like for you?
Oh, well, in the future, I look forward to watching a Canadian stand up there that's been on the moon, and then after that, one that's been to Mars. And that we've always said this, Artemis 2 isn't our pinnacle. It's a step along the way. It's meant to be an encouragement for us as a country to continue to push, to continue to take smart risks and to push ourselves forward. So that'll be some future Canada Days that'll be milestones for me to watch.
So I know that a lot of people, with the shout outs that we're doing today, a lot of people are talking about someone who did something personal for them. There are a lot of Canadians who don't know you, but they feel like they know you, who certainly also feel like they owe you a thank you for helping us out. Like you helped us out emotionally. We got to know you. We got to celebrate with you. We held our breath with you. If you had to give a shout out, I'm sure your list is super long, but can you pluck a name from your shout out?
No, I can't. But I'll tell you, my list is long. Like, you know, it'd start with my parents, and then my family, and air cadets, and military, and Canadian Space Agency. I feel ill-equipped to thank people. It's surprising for me to hear you say that people want to thank me.
We do.
But all I did was reflect Canadian values in space. I didn't do that. I just took us. I took us to space. That's what I want people to see. When I came back and I was at Ellington Field when we landed in Houston with the rest of the crew, and that's what I talked about, is being a mirror for them. And that's what I want people to realize. Don't thank me. Give yourselves a big round of applause, Canada.
Well, we're going to do it anyway. Thank you, thank you. It's been a pleasure getting to connect with you.
Thank you. It's always great to chat with you. And happy Canada Day, everyone.
Happy Canada Day.
Backlund Celebrity's a hockey player that plays for the San Jose Sharks. He inspires me to never give up and always try hard in hockey.
Terry Fox, because he never gives up. My mom, Maria, she loves me and she makes me laugh sometimes.
Probably my granddad. One fact about him is he's a retired RNC officer. He knows how to do a lot of stuff, like fix a car.
Sidney Crosby, because he's really nice.
Probably like my whole family, because they take care of me and they love me and all of that stuff.
It is actually a group of people. They're the soldiers who fought for our freedom.
Tate McRae, because I love her music. She's kind and she tells people to be kind.
Well, my mom allows me to do activities. We have a lot of fun together. Happy Canada Day!
I cannot stop smiling at those sweet faces. So some great shout outs there from the kids at Gould's Elementary in Newfoundland. Of course, it is also Memorial Day in that fine province. That's a day to mark the incredible contributions in the First and Second World Wars made by soldiers from Newfoundland and Labrador. So why don't we take a look at these lovely faces? We have reporters across the country today at parties as Canada marks and Canadians mark Canada's 159th birthday. So why don't we start with Louise Martin, host of CBC Compass in Charlottetown, of course, the birthplace of Confederation. Louise, walk us through what the day looks like there.
Well, the sun is shining, Adrienne, so everything is going wonderfully because there was a little bit of concern about rain this morning. I'm down here at Victoria Park in Charlottetown. There's lots of festivities that are going to be gearing up very soon. The inflatables have sprung back to life. It looked like a little bit of an inflatable graveyard a few moments ago, but it's all coming. And I'm here now with Missagus Jadis from Indigenous PEI. And there's a beautiful display of artisan work. Tell me more about why you're here as part of Canada Day and PEI today.
I think the biggest reason we're here is just to show, to be present, to show that Indigenous people, we have a history with Canada, and to be here, we're representing over 90 artisans at our store. So having everything here, we're just to show a presence.
Yeah. And it's more than a store, right? It's about experiences. It's about education.
Yeah. So our biggest thing is sharing the connection. So with everything that we have, we like to share the story of, who made it, how they make it, and the history behind it, and how it kind of, weaves in with our culture. So
what does Canada Day mean to you?
To me, it's a bit of mixed emotions. You have a lot of the tough history with Canada Day and Indigenous people, but I think now the reason we're here is we want to share our culture and we want to share our history. So it's kind of celebrating our culture and our people. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining me, Missagus Jadis. A beautiful day here in Charlottetown and a big happy Canada Day from both of us.
Thank you. You rock that hat so beautifully, by the way. That is Louise Martin, Charlottetown. And I'll tell you who else. I just know without even looking, I know who's going to look fantastic today. That is Kwabena Oduro, who is in Montreal there because he always brings the looks for us. Kwabena, what are you doing?
Yeah, so right now I'm with one of the drummers, Sam, and he's getting ready for the performance tonight. Sam, what is it like for you performing on Canada Day?
Well, that's very fun. Beautiful weather and a nice stage.
It'll be fun to drum.
So, Sam, can you show me a little drum move here, and then I might try to mimic you.
Let's go ahead.
Okay, so show me. So,
do a simple beat.
We'll try to do
Simple
a simple beat.
beat.
A simple
Yeah.
beat. Let's go. Sam, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that, but I'll try. Okay. So, Adrienne, I'm gonna get on the drum here, and I'm gonna try and do what Sam just did. Wish me luck, because I've never really played the drums before. Okay.
What could possibly go wrong here?
Okay, yeah. Okay, perfect. So now what do I do? Okay, so not too bad. Okay, so I got a not too bad grade. Adrienne, how would you rate my skills?
So I was just making a call to a music camp to see if maybe we could enroll you in drum school this summer, because it seems like that would be a fantastic idea. And may I just say that we will never match your sartorial splendor, Mr. Orduro. So I can't wait to see you in the next few hours. Plenty still to come as we celebrate Canada's 159th birthday.
Happy Canada Day!
David Common revives his Canada Day tradition of hitting the waterways, and this time he took me with him. That is just ahead.
It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. I've always been a camper, but I've not really been a solo camper until the last 4 or 5 years.
What did it feel like then that first night when it went dark and everything was quiet and you were just alone?
I was on a little island. I'd been very careful where I chose to go. And I know that any self-respecting bear could easily have swum over, or a cougar, or anything. And there was nobody around, really. But I thought, well, it's sort of like you're in a castle and you got a big moat, and some creature would have to really want to. I don't do high-risk activities. It doesn't feel high risk to me. I'm careful where I go. I'm careful how I do things. And if I take out an axe to cut wood, I'm incredibly careful. Wow, there you go. It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. You have to want it, and you make the best out of what you have. If you can do that, regardless of your situation, your genetics, or your health, or whatever, then you're still living your life fully.
Go Canada! Woo! Red and white all day, baby! A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go! Woo! I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves. Believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go. Go make us proud. Give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white.
Hi, I'm George Strombolopoulos. Hope you're having a lovely day. Look, I could shout out my family. Lots of people are doing that. I could shout out a celebrity. Lots of people are doing that. I want to shout out Rob Ciccatelli, Kathy Hollowitz, Malcolm Hamilton, and Maureen Ahmad. 4 teachers who took a look at this troublemaker kid and thought I was worth the investment, thought I was worth doubling down. This country, this world is better when teachers look at a kid and say, maybe they're not fit for the regular system, but we can work with them. I wouldn't be who I am or have these opportunities without those teachers. So Rob, Kathy, Malcolm, Maureen, bless you. Happy Canada Day.
Welcome back to LeBreton Flats in the nation's capital. We cannot shout out good teachers enough in this country. This is the place where the party is about to begin to celebrate Canada. And today, we are celebrating the people who make up this country with your shout-outs. So last Canada Day...
We're right in the heart of downtown Toronto. It always strikes me, Adrienne, because these are pathways, they're trade routes.
So sorry, we don't know what's going on. All right, so I wanted to tell you something important here. Last Canada Day, David Common spent the day paddling his canoe around Humber River, and we talked a lot. And maybe it was my brain overheating or whatever at the time, because I told David that I wanted to head out there with him one day. So he has a memory like an elephant. He took me up on that. Have a look at this.
It strikes me, Adrienne, because these are pathways, they're trade routes used by Indigenous people 300-400 years ago.
I feel like I'd like to grab my blow-up paddleboard and join you out there one day, David. David Common, as always, on the water.
Adrienne?
I knew he'd come. I know that canoe head anywhere.
You ready to do it?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Okay.
Is there not enough hot air between us? I feel like 2 hours has gone by already.
Yes.
What's happening here?
Even though it looks like it's ready.
That's
okay. You did that very well, David. I'm gonna try not to land on my butt. So David, we're talking about shout-outs, and you told me it was your mom who gave you that canoe.
Yeah, absolutely, Adrienne. She found it on the side of the road. The only problem with it was the hole in the side. And she called me up and said, Davey, do you want it? And I said, yes. A little bit of epoxy, a little bit of love, and I'm grateful because this is my serenity.
Yeah.
I think of her every time.
She knows her boy.
That's right.
Sir, Mr. Canada Goose, sir. Something looks delicious down there.
What about you? Your shout out?
Has to be my mom, too.
Both of
my
us
mom is
mothers.
Slightly obsessed with the phrase, if I rest, I rust.
Yeah.
And so she's always been like, you need to go outside, you need to get on the water. And I kind of think of her every time I do it.
I love it.
And she's also short like me, so she loved the act of having to
low bridge
duck down under the bridge. This is pretty great. I can't believe what they've done with this park.
It's amazing.
David Common, you are a very good sport. That was a lot of fun. Thank you for showing me a part of the city I'd never seen before, even though I live like a hot second away, and for making me feel tall for the first time ever. Are you already cooking up something for next year, my friend?
I certainly am. And look, I got to tell you, Adrienne, here in Halifax, incredible day, a Canada Day weather miracle, because we were expecting fog, we were expecting rain. We didn't get it. Take a look at the crowds that have come out here. People out in their Canada Day shirts. Happy Canada Day to you. How you doing? There's even over here a newcomer choir. These are people who as part of learning English, actually join a choir. They're new to the country. Someone who leads it there with her baby. But lots of the crowds here. In behind the big building there, of course, the Hill, the Citadel, the National Historic Site. And that is where in about half an hour, I'll say, the 21-gun salute from the Citadel, the National Historic Site, will go off. You see people in all their Canada paraphernalia lining up, well, for coffee. It is still the morning. Here's where I want to take you, though, Adrienne. Let's come back here. We're going to go up these steps, and there's a reason why. Because, okay, we found a narrow channel, right, to do our canoeing and our stand-up paddleboarding. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Totally could do that. Lots of places in the country, some incredible rivers. Maybe we could try the Mackenzie River next year in the north. Incredible. What about if we came out here to Halifax instead? Now, stand-up paddleboarding out here, a little more complicated, a little bit windier. I'll say almost our entire television set blew away today, but it's a great day for the sailboats, all decked out in the flags, people out in the chairs having a wonderful time. That tiki boat, there's a tiki boat over here. There's an interesting backstory to it. Just 2 weeks ago, a bachelor party was on board, having a great time. There may have been some drinks involved. And a couple of jet skiers fell off their jet ski. The jet ski kept going. So that tiki boat turned into a rescue boat, of all things going on. My goodness, Adrienne, what a wonderful day in Halifax, and so much happening right across this country as people are celebrating and just having a really great one. All the smiles that are out here is absolutely wonderful to see. And hey, look, there's a piece of Canada's naval history, HMCS Sackville, ship from the Second World War that today serves as a museum. And if I were to turn in the other direction, Pier 21, known to many people as the Canadian Museum of Immigration, down there right now, new Canadians being sworn in, taking the oath of citizenship. Adrienne.
David Common in his happy place. David loves the water, outside, loves history, loves being with people. This is a perfect place for you. Canada is certainly showing off a little bit of its best stuff today. That is our David Common in Halifax. So let's head out back here to Ottawa, to LeBreton Flats, to Omar Dabaghi-Pacheco. Who are you with, Omar?
I'm here with Harper and Theo, and they have not, this is not their first party. This is not their first Canada Day party, but what are you most excited about today? We were just talking about it a minute ago.
I think just like the party like here in general. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, and you, Theo?
Same thing, yeah.
Same thing, the big party, you're getting ready for it. Listen, what we're doing today, we're asking people who are here today to shout out somebody who made a difference in their lives, gave them a really happy memory, something like that. Who do you guys want to shout out to today if you had somebody to thank?
Well, I don't really have a specific person, but I like to thank my friends and family that are always there for me, make me smile, laugh, make me feel good every day.
How about you, Theo? Is there a memory that comes to you when you think of thanking someone today?
My dad.
Yeah?
Just like, cause we play hockey, like we're a sport family, and like me and my dad, we train together, and it's like really fun.
I can see, I think that's your dad behind. Is he the one smiling right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's super fun. Listen, and you guys are here celebrating it as a family. Is there one thing you want to say to Canadians across the country today to remember?
No, not really.
Celebrate the day. Listen, I love that you guys are celebrating as a family today. Thank you so much for talking with me. Happy Canada Day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, you too.
Have fun, guys. And don't miss those snowbirds.
Oh, yeah, we won't. We won't.
I think that's what you guys are most excited
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Those snowbirds, always the highlight for those of us who are kids and for those of us who still haven't grown up.
Yeah, you're still a kid. We're all still kids. And hey, listen, thanks, David. I think we learn a lot of things about Canadians. People tell us we're good at saying sorry. I happen to think we're also pretty good at saying thank you. And the number of kids already who are thanking their parents is pretty great. So we'll get back to Omar in a bit. But David Thurton has gone for a walk, determined to get his steps in. So I don't know where he is on LeBreton Flats. Oh, you're inside somewhere. What's going on, David?
Yeah, Adrienne, we're still a ways back from the main stage, but we're in a spot that's pretty tight. We're in the activity tent, and way over there, people are decorating tote bags, and behind me, you can't see it, people are making crowns, I think with flowers, or maybe they're getting makeovers, but right where I'm standing, right here, there's some body art going on here, some patriotic body art here at the activity tent. Yeah, you could see that there's some paint and some water, and this person here is the next victim. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, yeah.
What are you about to do?
Like try to color my body.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not really sure what I'm doing here. I just saw a line and got in it. All right, come on.
All right, you're getting a tattoo. You're getting a patriotic tattoo with the national colors on. Getting literally, the colors of our Canadian flag branded on the flesh. I'm told that this only lasts about 24 hours, but it is certainly a work of art, and the artist here is with us. Matthew, thanks for joining us. What's it like to be doing this on Canada Day?
This is our third time here. I live in Florida, so I get to come up here and just, put my signature basically on everybody every year. It's pretty awesome, man.
Yes, and you have a huge crowd that is just waiting to do that. We'll let you keep doing it. Adrienne, lots of cool things happening here, lots of cool things happening before the big concert gets underway here at LeBreton Flats.
Yeah, that is so cool. I am so tempted to give that a shot. I mean, maybe not, but that is fantastic. That is David Thurton somewhere over here in LeBreton Flats. Thanks, David. So this country, clearly, is so full of talent, including when it comes to the arts, of course, which is a great way to lead into this next shout-out. It comes from actor and filmmaker Giacomo Giannotti, known for his roles on Grey's Anatomy, Murdoch Mysteries, and Wild Cards.
Hi, I'm Giacomo Giagnotti, and I want to shout out Noah Reid, great friend of mine, talented Canadian actor, and I love him to death.
I call you when I need you, my heart's on fire. You come to me, wild and wired.
That's what I'm shouting out. Happy Canada Day.
And Noah Reid, how great is that? You didn't know it was Giacomo, eh?
I had no idea. I mean, it makes sense. Giacomo is like the ultimate gentleman and a dear, dear friend, and such a great example of all of our kind of the kind of universal Canadian values, like a true Canadian and a true gentleman. I love him so much.
Can I be nosy for a second? Like, what's the story? Did you move a couch for him or something?
Yeah, that's what you have to do to get a shout out on Canada Day. We did a show together years ago and have just kind of kept in touch. We've been through many, big life moments together, and he lives partially in the States and partially in Vancouver, and so I live in Toronto. We don't see each other all that often, but when we do, it's always a celebration. So that's amazing.
Yeah, friends are the best. There's so much talent in this country. I'm thinking about you and him and all the great shows. And yet there's something that's really interesting. Like when a show like Schitt's Creek or Heated Rivalry goes so big, for some reason it still seems to surprise some people that these are Canadian programs. Have you ever been able to figure out why the surprise?
I mean, it's no surprise to me. We've been punching above our weight class for a long time in the entertainment industry, whether that's music or comedy or television or the amazing theater scene that we have in Canada. I think we sometimes we sell ourselves a little short, but that's part of our humility, that we carry. I don't know. I mean, I'm just so proud to be a Canadian, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
So Giacomo gave you the shout out. Your turn. Who do you want to shout out today, Noah? Who gets your thanks, your recognition?
There's two people that I think truly exemplify what it means to me to be Canadian. The number one, of course, I had the honor of playing his brother in a TV movie years ago, the great Terry Fox, and of course our most recently departed icon, the great Catherine O'Hara.
Yeah, good for you. Good for you. Two great Canadians. We miss them all. Noah Reid, thanks very much, sir.
Thank you. Happy Canada Day.
You too. You are watching Canada Day right here on CBC. A reminder, you can send in your Canadian shout out to ask@cbc.ca. We are back in 2.
Hi, my name is Kaya Bruno, and I just wanted to shout out my Cookam Noreen, who's an Indigenous matriarch who's had to endure and triumph so much to get to where she is today. Her resilience is what inspires me to work hard and be a good role model for future generations. Hi, hi. Happy Canada Day.
Earliest sports memory, watching with Dad on our 13-inch television a Toronto Maple Leafs game. Long before Tay-Tay and Travis, I was a big Kansas City Chiefs fan, and for the longest time, they were not very good. And it's great to see, during the Patrick Mahomes era that everybody kind of jumping on the bandwagon, but I was there first. I have a tie between Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s I'm Born Ready.
I born ready, and I want it all for this city.
And Trey Savage, when I asked him about his family being at Rogers Centre, and he got really emotional. That threw me off because I got all verklempt, and I will remember those two for a really long time. If you're going to do something, just do it. Don't wait for the perfect time. Don't wait for the perfect job. I don't know why I thought I could do what I do. At the time, there was not a whole lot of me's. I'm glad I thought, gosh, I've got gall to think I could do this for a living, but I'm here. So if you dream big, it's not big enough. You've got to go even bigger.
Dan Burrett, CBC News, Vancouver.
Ha!
Friendly game, and we don't have any problem, but we will win. During the game, we are fighting Canada. After the game, we are brothers and we love Canada. Give me a hug.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Hazel May, and I want to shout out Canada's songbird, Anne Murray.
The laughter we were glad to share will echo.
She was a soundtrack. My late father, when I was growing up in Toronto, we listened to Anne Murray songs, and then to find out that she is a die-hard Toronto Blue Jays fan, she is the perfect Canadian. Happy Canada Day.
Hey everyone, Mac Marcoux here, honorary captain of the Canadian Paralympic team. Just want to give a huge shout out to all the fans who supported our Canadian Olympic and Paralympic teams in Milano Cortina. Happy Canada Day.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Whalen, and the Canadian that I would like to shout out is the fabulous Mike Myers. Not only is he a legendary comedian who's brought us so much joy, but elbows up, he also rallied the country. Come on, thank you, Mike, thank you.
Some great Canadians there. You just missed a great Canadian moment. We just happened to capture a very large bug on the camera, got rid of it. You know the temperature's changing, you know the weather's coming when the bugs show up, so we'll see what happens. In the interim, let's head over to Omar Dabaghi-Pacheco with a special guest.
Thanks, Adrienne. I am here with none other than Rick Hansen. Sir, it is an honor to speak with you.
Great to see you, Omar. Thanks a lot for taking time. Appreciate it. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to you, too. I want to take you back 40 years because the Men in Motion Tour, you're out there trying to reduce barriers to bring quality of life to people. Between 85 and 87, you're on the road. You're doing like 2 marathons a day, 34 countries. What were those 2 Canada days like for you?
Wow, you know what? The further you get away from home, the more you miss it. And the more that you feel grateful because you hear from people all around the world what they think of Canada. And being Canadian meant something to them. And it was a sense of pride. And the deeper the pride, the more you miss the country and you couldn't wait to get home as well.
And what is it that you think about? Often I ask people, like, when you're away from Canada, what is that quintessentially Canadian thing that you miss?
People look to Canada for hope. You know, we're this young country that has people from around the world and of course, joining with Indigenous people to be able to actually forge a new vision of a world and a society that we live in. And that diversity is a powerful strength. And then our values are bridges to, you know, unleash that strength and to be able to collaborate and to think about doing things in unique ways.
I think it was 1986 or so, October, and you're just up the street from here at Parliament Hill, and you get $1 million check from then Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. What that must have been like for you trying to accomplish your mission.
It was so incredible. As Canadians across the country started to respond and welcome me home, you know, it was amazing. And then the Prime Minister gives $1 million on behalf of all Canadians that says, hey, we're with you. And it buoyed me through the rest of the country. Of course, in the middle of winter, minus 40 below, and people kept coming out, and I was just so honored. You know, it was an amazing sense of pride to know that people cared about disability and they wanted to actually take action.
And yet, you know, you raised $26 million. There's still a lot of work to be done. I want to ask you 2 more questions real quick. Last barrier you want to break right now?
Right now, our big priority is the built environment, the things that people build for people. And if we make all buildings meaningfully accessible, then there's no obstacles for anybody to fully participate and contribute.
And finally, our theme today is shout-outs, shouting out Canadians, fellow Canadians who've done something spectacular for us. I want to take you back 40 years. If you could shout out someone from 40 years ago on that Man in Motion tour, who would it be?
40 years, the hardest part of the journey was just starting, and there was a special guy. His name is Tim Frick. He was my friend, my teammate, my coach, and when I was a Paralympian, and he gave up his career to be able to be with me to actually pull the project together and to be the manager out on the road when everybody thought it was impossible. Tim, you're an amazing guy, and I love you dearly, and you're a reflection of everybody who is part of my journey and make it possible.
That one's for you, Tim. An honor speaking to you. Thank you. Happy Canada Day.
You bet. You too. It's great.
Adrienne,
wow.
back to you.
That is fantastic. Rick Hansen, what a great Canadian. Both of the Hansens today. Great Canadians, not related, but they sure lift this country up together. So that was Omar. We're going to head over to Kate McKenna, also here in Le Breton Flats. Kate?
Adrienne, I am joined by a very special guest. One day a year, this is Captain Canada, and you can see he's got an amazing outfit here. I'm just wondering, why do you do this? Why do you dress up? We've seen some kids come up and, say hi to you. So what's behind this?
I have a superpower during the 1st of July here in Ottawa. I make people smile. I make people happy, They come to see me. They're very happy about, our country because, our diversity, our vast, everything is different in Canada. And, we're not perfect, but we're close to be perfect. And this is why I come every year here, to show that on the people around, and they come around the world here.
So can you tell me what inspired this? You mentioned you started doing this 13 years ago. What compelled you to take this on?
We don't have really a superhero on this national event, And I was thinking, it would be nice to make some smile during this day, We have activities, but to be part of it, I always think you have to be part or you can see the parade. I'm in it.
And what for you makes you proud to be a Canadian?
I have a background. I am a veteran. I have 18 years in the Army. And this for me, I always have my flag on my shoulder, Now I show that a different way. But, we have a great country and we have to be proud of it.
And I guess, what is your message to the kids who come up who are excited to see you? What is your message to them?
I think the good start for them, it's the parents to bring them here to see all the color, all the people has fun, during this day. And to teach them, look, the superhero is close to you and he gives you the power to be good in life and in this country.
All right. Well, thank you so much. You certainly made our day better. So thank you very much for your time and enjoy your Canada Day.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Adrienne, back to you.
Wow, trust Kate McKenna to get to the heart of the story. The Captain Canada is a veteran. Lots of service in that man's life. Thanks for that, Kate. Also, I fear he's sweltering out there, so let's keep an eye out for him. In the interim, let's hear from some more students. Our colleagues at CBC Kids News headed out to Erin Mills Middle School. That's in Mississauga, Ontario. So take a listen to what some of those students had to say when we asked them for their shout-outs.
The most impactful Canadian in my life is my best friend Hannah. She has a way of seeing the best in people, even when they can't see it themselves.
My best friend Alec, because I feel like my best friend Alec has had a greater impact on me than anyone else could have.
It's my dad, because he encourages me to work hard, supports me, and teaches me important lessons that I'll need when I get older.
A Canadian who has made my life better is my sister. She's played a really positive impact on me, because ever since I was younger, I always looked up to her. She's almost my favorite person in the world.
So my baseball coach, Coach Rion, shout out to you if you're watching this. He's always there for me. He's taught me the importance of teamwork, hard work, hustle. He encourages me to keep going even when I'm down. Happy Canada Day!
Happy Canada Day!
Happy Canada Day! Happy Canada Day.
These shout-outs are fantastic. Keep an eye on the bottom of your screen as well. If you read these shout-outs, you get little stories in them. There are people shouting out the caregivers, the friend or family member who has called them every single day since a loved one died. The specific stories matter because a country is nothing if not the collection of the people within it. So good day to say thank you. And while we do that, let's head to the Forks in Winnipeg, where we find my good friend Marcy Marcusa, host of Information Radio. Can I just say, Marcy, not to embarrass you here, that to watch and listen to you in action in the mornings on the radio is a total joy. You have this brilliant laugh. It has to make people's days start out right. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but since we're shouting out folks, just sending one your way because you're a pretty bright light, my friend.
Oh, that is just the kindest thing, Adrienne. Thank you very much. Now I get to do full disclosure. I don't fangirl over a lot of people, try to be journalistically professional. But boy, years ago when I was learning the ropes of hosting, I fangirled when I got to interview you. So right back at you on this Canada Day. And hello, everybody from the Middle Province. I know you've been here before, Adrienne. Do you recognize the Udena Circle?
A little bit.
Oh, I think. Yeah, right behind me here. So it's a special gathering place, and we're actually going to talk about why people come here. It's perfect for our theme today, shouting out Canadians who change our lives and make us happy to be in this country. This is the place, of course, at the Forks. The Forks in Winnipeg is where, if you have somebody from Winnipeg in the Middle Province of Manitoba, this is where we bring you. This is like our Granville Island of the Prairies. It's a little more cool. It's where the rivers meet, of course, the Assiniboine and the Red. But this Udena Circle is also a place that is spiritual and sacred. And of course, because we're on Treaty 1, we thought we would start our Canada Day from Manitoba, from Winnipeg, with someone who's very special. Come on over this way. I want you to meet Barbara Nepanak. So this is Barbara. Hi, Barbara.
How are you?
Canada Day. I'm
Thank
good.
you.
Barbara and I are going to smudge. Barbara said we were able to start the day on Treaty 1 like this, which is a beautiful way to start. So tell me a little bit about all your teachings here. Barbara's a recognized elder in Manitoba. You mean so much to so many people. You do. You've been teaching here at the Forks for 30 years, cultural teaching. What makes you continue to do it and share? You're 74 years old.
Yeah. Well, you know, my late husband and I would work together. We were married for 53 years, and we always worked together. And I would say to him, why are we doing this? And then he would say, it's for the future of our people, not realizing this is what he was talking about, and to be able to share the knowledge and the culture and so forth. And it's so important that we share that. And when we talk about this day, anytime we gather is a celebration day. Whether what label we want to use it, whatever you want to call it, that's you call it whichever fitting it is for you.
And so that's important to say because, of course, I was going to ask you for the history of, and by the way, Barbara said it was appropriate if we talked. Well, we're going to smudge here a bit, so I'm following your lead. But you said that, you know, for obviously Indigenous people all across Canada today, this is a day where you do think about there's colonial history, there's terrible history in our country. So for you, it's not about the Happy Canada Day, but it is about celebration. So how do you think about the people of this nation and what has Canada given to you as an Indigenous Cookham?
Well, originally this was our land, and this is where the two rivers meet. And this is a special place for all nations because this is where people will come to trade, you know, create relationships, marriages even. Back then, but now that's completely changed.
Yeah.
And but it's a time when people came together and to celebrate life. They would share food and stuff like that.
And that's still your hope for this Canada Day.
Yes, and it does make me feel good when people come here from all walks of life because we are a diverse community now, and to be able to just to have other people from other cultural groups come and support us is huge. There was a time that didn't happen.
This is amazing. What a message to start our day with here. I love that. I want to also say that Barbara is a Cookham. Did you hear about yesterday?
No, what?
Yesterday, look in the camera, you're going to be famous. Cookham made it into the Oxford Canadian Dictionary officially.
Wow.
It's officially recognized.
Well, I'll have to change my name now.
Shout out your 3 grandkids. What are their names? Did you think about who do you want to shout out today?
Oh, to Emily, my eldest granddaughter, and then Sophia, and Damus, crazy Damus.
Everyone's got a crazy Damus grandkid, I know it. Okay, so we're going to leave you smudging here from Winnipeg. We'll be back later as the festivities get started here at the Forks. The stages are going to be really bustling. There's going to be all kinds of cultural teachings and things all day from what I think is just the best province in the world. My home, Manitoba. Thanks, Barbara.
No problem.
Miigwech. See you guys later.
Right on you. Thanks, Marcy. We'd love to bring you another shout out now from another well-known Canadian. Jennifer Heil is an Olympic gold and silver medalist in moguls freestyle skiing. She led the national delegation for the Milano Cortina Games earlier this year, and she has this shout out.
Hi, I'm Jen Heil, Olympic champion and chef de mission for the 2026 Milano Cortina Games, and I want to give a shout out to my parents, Heather and Randy, for driving me 8 hours every weekend from Spruce Grove, Alberta to the mountains so I could be an Olympian. Happy Canada Day.
And who better to join us than Jen Heil's mom? Heather McSporran-Heil joins us now. So happy Canada Day to you. What's it like to hear your daughter shout you out like that?
Good morning and happy Canada Day. Brings a few tears to my eyes, and it's a great moment to reflect on those days and how Jen was so inspired to have a dream and focus and use her determination, tenacity, courage to get to where she is and inspire us along the way.
Man, you put a lot of miles on that car. Do you remember when she won that first Olympic medal? Like all the things you were thinking about in that moment?
Well, gratitude, Adrienne, and support. Jen had so much from teachers, coaches, friends, Spruce Grove community, City of Edmonton, City of Montreal embraced her, and coast to coast. So it was just being grateful for all of that support that she had to get there.
At an Olympic Games, what's your sense of what sets Canada and the Canadians apart? We can always spot them. Obviously, the red is very useful. But is there something else about the Canadian friends and families and athletes at an Olympics?
Oh, I think so. Just sharing. We're one team. We inspire one another. We support one another. And that's what just makes us such a great country to be part of. It's not one individual, it's the entire country, and the entire country lifts one another up. It's quite a beautiful moment.
It sure is. One last thought for you, Heather. Who are you shouting out today?
Well, I'm shouting out Sandy Fleming. He's engineer by day, board chair, volunteer with the Edmonton Ski Club, one of the oldest ski clubs in Canada. And we're working on a $15 million revitalization, new sports center. It'll be unveiled this year. And Sandy, it's a privilege to volunteer alongside you. Happy Canada Day.
That is fantastic. I hope Sandy hears it. Happy Canada Day to you, Heather. Cheers, eh?
Thanks again. Good luck.
Take care.
Bye now.
So from Heather, we're going to head to Juanita Taylor, who's in Toronto. I think you're not far from where I live. What are you up to, Juanita?
Well, Adrienne, I don't think I am too far from where you live. I am in the East York area of Toronto at Dieppe Park, where the parade just went by. So you'll have to continue watching the show to see more of the parade as we follow it throughout the day. But a ton of people here, Adrienne. It's very hot, as you can tell. I'm burning. And a lot of energy, a lot of red, a lot of white, and just a lot of excited Canadians. And I'm sure people from across the world are here in Toronto too today. I do have a Canadian here with me to talk about the day, and I'd like to bring her in. Hello, what is your name?
Laura.
And who do you have with you?
I have all kinds of treasures. I have Annie, I have Jacob, I have Ellie, and I have Ronan.
Oh, hi guys. Do you want to say a quick Happy Canada Day into the mic?
Yeah. Happy Canada Day!
That's great. So Laura, just tell me, what makes you so proud to be a Canadian, especially on a day like today, Canada Day?
Yeah, the multiculturalism, the representation, seeing all that everyone come by over the years, different cultures represented. I am so unbelievably proud to be Canadian, and it's amazing to see our neighbors sharing that pride.
Great. Well, thank you so much for telling us about it. Enjoy the day, and I hope to see you over at Stan Wedlow Park.
I look forward to it.
Thank you so much, Laura, and that's where we're going to be heading to Adrienne in a few minutes here. We're going to head to Stan Wedlow Park, where there's more activities being planned to commemorate the day, and we'll sure to bring you all the excitement from there too.
Okay, right on. Juanita, can I ask you one last question? I know you're exactly where you want to be, but otherwise, what's your perfect Canada Day?
What's my perfect Canada Day? Well, honestly, it would be back home in Rankin Inlet in Nunavut at Diane River, where the Arctic char is migrating through that river right now. So a bunch of people, I'm sure, back home. Hello, people in Rankin Inlet and in Arcvet too. A quick shout out to my family there. But yeah, just enjoying the beautiful weather on a beautiful day.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much. That is Juanita Taylor in Toronto. So while we talk about what a great day this is, can you think of a better day than this one to actually become a Canadian citizen? Why don't we head over to Pier 21 in Halifax? More than 1 million people first arrived in this country at that place. It's a fitting place, of course, for a citizenship ceremony. And Sabrina Fabian is right there.
Yes, 50 new Canadians just emerged from the room behind me, Adrienne, including the family standing beside me from Morocco. This is Nidal Ali Malim and his family, his wife and 2 kids. His littlest was born in Canada, but the 3 of them just earned their Canadian citizenship today. So tell me how you're feeling.
Yeah, thank you for this interview. Today marks a huge milestone for my family and myself as well. It's not the end of our journey in Canada, but it's the beginning of a new chapter filled with privilege, with responsibilities to this country that welcomed us very well.
Okay, and just, you're from Morocco. I have an important question, but I promise you there is no wrong answer. Who are you cheering for in the FIFA World Cup now?
The same question was asked by my family yesterday. So yeah, my heart will be divided between the 2 teams. For sure, Morocco would be my first team, but then Canada as well is becoming of my life. So yeah, I will cheer Canada as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Congratulations, and I'm glad this worked out for you today. Merci, félicitations. Thank you. There you go, Adrienne. So, you know, Pier 21 was chosen for the citizenship ceremony today because of all the immigrants who came here for decades on boats. Very different story now. People arrive on planes, families wait years to become citizens. But the museum here is open all day for anybody to come. Admission is free, and there's all kinds of activities happening to celebrate Canada Day here as well.
Yeah, it's on the list of things you got to do in this country. I confess I've never been there. That is a misstep on my part, but I absolutely will. Sabrina Fabian, thank you. All right, so we are going to head back over to Omar, who's still standing in the sun, learning a thing or two. What do you got, Omar?
Listen, we've got people here contributing to this theme of shout-outs, right? If you had an audience of millions of Canadians watching, who would you shout out? Who would you give thanks to? And I'm here with Petra and Vero, and they were telling me about some people they want to shout out today. Who are you thinking about?
RP.
And why is that?
Because they save people's lives.
And what do you want to say to them today?
Thank you for protecting us.
And how about you, Petra? Who are you thinking about today? Who do you want to give a shout out to?
Veronica.
Who?
Veronica. My name's Veronica.
Veronica, I'm sorry I got you guys mixed up. Veronica, who do you want to shout out to today?
Terry Fox.
And why does Terry Fox mean a lot to you?
Because he gives medicine to sick people.
Is that who you're thinking about today? And when you come to a Canada Day celebration like this, what is the thing that you look forward to the most?
I look forward to the most to the fireworks.
And you've come here really early to take them in. You guys gonna stick around till the fireworks today?
Probably. I'm not sure.
What else are you looking forward to during the whole ceremony?
I'm looking forward to a little big concert over there.
You guys have stood out in the sun waiting for this thing. You're among the first people to get here. I love the Canada Day spirit. Thanks so much for talking to me.
You're welcome.
Happy Canada Day.
You too.
Take care, guys.
Wow, their hair game is fantastic, Omar. I quite love that enthusiasm. Thank you for that, my friend.
They were making out here for a long time and just taking it all in.
These kids need a popsicle. So from the kids, we also decided to go visit a seniors residence in Mississauga, Ontario, that was founded for Canadians of Ukrainian descent. So a few people over at Ivan Franko Homes told us who they wanted to shout out this Canada Day.
My name is Terry Tonkovich. The Canadian that most inspired me was Dr. Eugenia Pasternak, who had immigrated from Ukraine as a political refugee, and she was the first woman to start ethnic homes for the aged. But she hired me at the age of 15 to help out with us with the seniors, Ukrainian-speaking seniors. I worked at Ivan Franco Home for 52 years, actually, and I retired, and I still live here.
My name's Gregory Chupka. I'm most in awe of my grandparents who found themselves in the midst of the Second World War and had to leave everything behind to start a new life, learning a new language. And today, I'm very grateful for all of their efforts to help build Canada that we enjoy today.
One of the very big moments we will see on stage this afternoon will be an Order of Canada investiture ceremony. And among those being honored, a very familiar face to many CBC viewers in Canada's North. Rashid Nishalik was the first, you were the first host of CBC eGaelic. Can you, your show, it was the first daily TV newscast in Inuktitut.
Mm-hmm.
It meant so much to people. And we have heard people say that you were inducted into the CBC Hall of Fame not that long ago.
Yeah.
But to be given an Order of Canada today, what does that mean to you?
I just still can't absorb it. Right now, I keep saying I'm glad it's happening today because it's been planned for so long. But it got so much meaning to me that it's not just me who's getting an award.
Right.
It's my people who got me into that kind of work, and it matters to them what I did in the past, reading daily newscasts and each day.
It really matters, and we know you as a woman of many words, but I hear you were speechless when you found out that you
yes,
won.
I was like, I asked, why me? Why me?
Why not you?
Yeah, and I say it matters because of Inuit people. That's who they are, who got me in. I was just their communicator, and I was their messenger. It matters to them. That's why I accept.
What is your sense of Canada going forward? Are you an optimistic person? Are you a nervous person about it?
No, I always try to go with the flow. Why bother to get anxious? What's happening right now? Like, let it be calm and absorb. What is good for us will live today.
Excellent.
That's what I am.
So as we stand here and you're baking in the sun, I know it's hot. Do you have an image in your mind of the perfect place that you like to celebrate Canada Day, or any beautiful sunny summer day?
Not here in Ottawa.
Right.
I
No
would
offense
love
to Ottawa.
to be out on the land where I grow up, where I came to be when I was born. And that's exactly where I want to be. It's a beautiful little village. I could picture it now, but it's all empty right now. But I would love to be there and celebrate.
Fantastic. You'll get there. You'll get there.
Yeah.
Congratulations
Thank
to you.
you so much.
What an honor.
For
What an honor to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Anyone you want to shout out on this Canada Day?
Oh my gosh, yes. My parents, my family, my husband, his family as well. All Canadians out there enjoying Canada Day.
I want to shout out my mom, GP, my brother in Germany, and all my family.
I would like to say a big thank you to my career manager, Pio Tuga. She's really elevated me to where I am today, and I wouldn't be here without her.
I'll shout out my mom, Lisa McDonald. She's probably the best person I know. She's pretty amazing. So, shout out my mom.
My mom. I do a lot of the things I do for my mom, and my mom has always been my biggest supporter, so I owe a lot of my success and my knowledge to my mom.
To all of my friends deployed on the HMC at Charlottetown, we're here at home thinking of you, and thank you for being out there representing Canada.
Where are they right now?
I cannot disclose that.
Cannot disclose that. That's the nature of the job.
That's the nature of the job.
Fantastic. To the moms, to the friends, to the teachers, to the people who serve this country, the shout-outs are all for you. So many of them today. Keep an eye on that banner at the bottom of the screen. Learn some more of the stories of people thanking others in this country. And this is a good moment to go back to David Thurton. I don't know if he's out getting a popsicle or collecting more humans, because he's very good at collecting
Sort of.
people. How are you, David?
Hey, Adrienne, we're doing both. We're slowly making our way to the stage. It's quite far away. We thought on the way we would stop, get some food. There's lots of food here. I'm just going to show you some of that.
Good call.
Right here, we have some chickpea curry, veggie korma on a bed of basmati rice. And also, some poutine, a classic with some cheese curds. I hope they're squeaky. You know what? If we're getting it in Ottawa, they will be squeaky. And another classic, a beaver tail. A beaver tail, my gosh, that's probably the thing that I'm most looking forward to. And of course, it's summer, so we're having a lemonade as well. All this food here, you know, we're gonna eat before we get to the stage, before the show begins. And I'm forgetting one last thing. Oh my gosh, we have, what do you have here?
This is acai. Acai is a fruit from Brazil. It's a berry from Brazil. It's rich in antioxidant. It's really delicious, refreshing. And here we top with fresh
Refreshing,
fruits.
especially in this hot
day.
weather. But you're working on Canada Day. How do you
Yes, I
feel
am.
about that?
I'm very happy. This is our third year working here. I'm very happy because I just turned Canadian citizen. So it's my first.
Gosh, congratulations.
My
When
first
was that?
Canadian day as Canadian. So it was in the beginning of the year.
Okay.
Excellent. I'm very happy. It was a long journey. I'm very happy to be here. I'm from Brazil.
Yes.
So brought my family. Happy to be Canadian.
Okay, well, congratulations on becoming Canadian. Thank you for your service here today, keeping people, hydrated and nourished, especially with the acai bowl. Thank you so much, and we're going to enjoy this. I guess, can I take a bite? I grabbed the yeah, okay.
You have to.
Okay. That's sweet. Thank you. Adrienne, obviously the acai bowl is mine, but you just let me know which one you want, and there'll be a special delivery for you. And let me know what Omar wants as well, because we have plenty to share.
Listen, if you want to just bring all of it by, we're happy to help you out with that. As you were talking, I've been craning my neck around saying, where can I see him? Where is he? I think I know where you are. So if we have a break, I'm going to come find you. All right, that is David Thurton living his best life out in the Breton Flats.
We got the food.
Kate McKenna, I don't know. David seems to have found some pretty nifty spots. I hope he's not leaving you out to bake and melt in the sun there.
No, but I have met an incredible family that came all the way from British Columbia to be here. So, Adrienne, I'd like to introduce you to them. Maybe if you don't mind telling everyone giving everyone the name of your family members here.
Well, this is Austin, and this is Everett, my husband, Dean. And we're here today from Pemberton visiting family and friends. And it's the boys' first day, first Canada Day in Ottawa, so it's pretty special.
Okay, and why was it important for you to take your crew out here today in this hot, hot weather?
Well, it's just such a beautiful country, and we want to celebrate the nature and community and just be around other Canadians loving the country and the day.
And as you're raising these boys, what will you be teaching them about, how great it is to be Canadian?
Probably one of the main thing is just enjoying nature and being kind to your community. Just being a member, a friend, and loving each other.
Right on, right on. Well, I think actually this is Everett down here. Everett, do you have a message for Canadians? What would you like to say to Canadians?
Happy Canada Day.
Very nice. Thank you so much. This is Everett's TV debut on national news. So thank you so much for chatting with us, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Yay.
All right, so that's just one of many families here today, but it's really beginning to fill in here, and we're getting to hear from people from coast to coast, and it's people are really excited for this show to get underway in the not so distant future.
That's fantastic. Kate, thanks. You're right. I can see it is filling up, which is good news. The official show starts in about 50 minutes from now. Lots more time for people to come in. And hey, the weather is holding so far. And I know the risk of saying that out loud, but so far so good. We have lots more ahead, including more surprise shout-outs and a conversation with the Governor General. But first, take a listen to this catchy tune from the students at St. Helens Elementary School in beautiful BC. Well done. Canada's Olympians will be honored during today's show. That is just 50 minutes away now. Earlier, Omar had the chance to talk with Kim Boutin, get this, 6-time Olympic medalist, tied for most winter medals. And they spoke about what this moment means after Milan.
Kim Boutin, congratulations. You're being celebrated here on the Canada Day main stage a few months after Milano Cortina. What is the meaning of today for you?
It's just fun celebrating with a bunch of athletes, also kind of marked the Canada for all the games that they did. So I think for us, it's just fun to be there, all the families around, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah. You know, a lot of athletes I interviewed in Milano said that at the moment it just felt surreal. Now you've had a few months to process it. Now you're up there on the stage. Is it sinking in?
Yeah, I think for me, it was my last game. So I think everything that I absorbed, everything, like as soon as it came, I was like, wow, it's amazing. So I think for me, all the events that I'm doing right now, it's just fun to embrace everything. So yeah.
You're going to hear a lot of Olympic pride here, and Canadians are very proud of their Olympians. Do you feel that when you're on the start line, in your mind, all focused?
Yeah, well, I think it's for your. At the beginning, it's really for yourself, and as soon as like you see all the people cheering for us, it's just like it's coming bigger as soon as you're jumping on the ice and seeing all the fans up there. So I think, it's so nice to be Canadian. Yeah.
You know, the theme today, we're collecting stories from people, shout-outs, somebody who made a huge impact on their lives. Is there somebody you want to shout out in Canada that got you where you are?
It's so hard for me to decide for one person. I feel like all my teammates have a big impact on my career, and I also like my physio and my psychologist and my coach. So I think for me, it's all the person came in my journey had a big impact on my career. So yeah.
It takes a team to raise an Olympian.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations, you are in good company. Happy Canada Day.
Yeah, you too.
Omar and Kim, thank you very much. Let's head back to Toronto for a moment with Juanita Taylor, who is still in East York. How are you, Juanita?
Hi, Adrienne. Well, as you can see, the parade is in full force right now. We are en route to Stan Wadlow Park. Just came from Dieppe Park. It is hot, it is crowded, it is energetic. There are Canadians and people from all over the world, I'm sure, here today. Happy Canada Day. Do you want to say Happy Canada Day to Canadians?
Happy Canada Day.
Enjoy. So some happy Canadians there for you taking part in the festivities of today. You can see there's energy here, obviously. And there's a lot more that's going to be happening here in Toronto. Once we get to Stan Wadlow Park, Adrienne, we'll be able to show you more of the activities. There's also going to be a splash pool, a splash park, and there's also a water pool. So it's a great day to come out down here if you're in the area. Get some water, get some heat in, and just enjoy Canada Day like everyone else here. Adrienne?
All right, Juanita Taylor, thank you very much. Right at the head of the parade. I love it. Let's head over to Montreal. I'm almost scared to ask what Kwabena Oduro is doing. But hey, there he is. You're outside. How goes it, Kwabena?
So, Adrienne, I'm not doing anything spectacular right now. I have spectacular people, but for me, I'm not on the drums or anything. That maybe something later, maybe dancing or something. I don't know. We'll see. But I have this family that comes from BC, right? And these kids are in French immersion, but their trip to Quebec was canceled. So their parents decided to bring them to Quebec so that they could experience the French culture. So introduce me to the whole family.
Okay, I'm Afton, and this is Greg, Brendan, Aiden, and Felicity.
So why did you decide to come to Montreal?
We wanted to experience French-Canadian culture and get the kids a chance to use their French.
And he wants fried chicken nuggets. So we just gotta put that out there. So one thing that we're doing today is we're asking people who they want to shout out today on Canada Day. So I'll go to you. Who do you want to shout out?
Yeah, our friends and family in Abbotsford and Chilliwack, British Columbia.
You?
Same thing. Yeah, just our friends and family back in BC. Hi.
What do you like about being Canadian?
I like that we can live in beautiful landscapes.
I like that we can eat chicken in Canada.
He wants chicken. He wants chicken. That's all he wants. What about you?
I like that Canada is the second largest country in the world.
So what are you guys expecting from Montreal?
We are expecting wonderful food, to get to celebrate being Canadian in a diverse culture, and just the history of Montreal.
So, Adrienne, you see, it's not just Montrealers celebrating Canada Day here. People from all over Canada are here. BC coming to Montreal. And my friend over here is very excited to be here. So we just have to get him chicken nuggets and he'll be happy. Adrienne?
Listen, that makes me happy too. Kwabena, chicken nuggets, I'm good with that. Happy Canada Day to everybody there. Thank you. We are joined, as you can see here, by a very special guest, Her Excellency, the Governor-General of Canada, Louise Arbour. On her very first Canada Day as Governor-General, what a role for you. Canada Day must feel slightly different for you this time.
Yes, everything feels very different. You know, I've only been less than a month in this position, and it's quite amazing how many Canadians I've met already in all kinds of events, military, civil honors, and now today, just fun, celebrate. This is great.
That's a relief a little bit, because the world is a lot right now.
Yes.
Canada is dealing with a lot. You have seen the world and its spasms in so many different ways. Are you developing a slightly different sense of Canada in this role, even though it's new?
You know, I feel Canada's in a really good place. If you look at the rest of the world, I think we're very serious, but we're very ambitious, more confident than we've been in a long time together. Young people, that's my thing. I think the world is not great, but we have a lot to contribute. And I think today, though, it's not time to be too worried about the world. We just need to celebrate.
Worry about the snacks and the sun and the weather.
Oh, that's a challenge. Yeah.
So you said young people are your thing. So that's interesting to me, because when I think about governors general in the past, I think of David Johnston, who was very focused on education. I think of Mary Simon and certainly on her focus for Indigenous and First Nations people. Is it young people who will be your focus, or are you looking elsewhere?
You know what? It's very early in my mandate, and I'm serious about saying I want to listen to Canadians. So I don't want to come in with an agenda until I have a sense of what's out there, but obviously because of my own past, I'm very interested in Canada's place in the world.
Yes.
And in the future. And the future, it's young people, it's technology, AI. It's going to be it's their challenge. So, yeah.
Is there something that has surprised you about this role?
About this role?
Yes, that you didn't see coming, perhaps.
Quite frankly, well, in a sense, everything is surprising.
Yeah.
The scope of the opportunity, as I said, I've already done things from the Maritime Ball well, again, young people storytelling in the Heart Garden in the park. I went to the FIFA soccer game in Toronto. It's a range of things. I have yet to do some of the more legal constitutional work. It's only 3 weeks, but again, orders in council, royal assent to legislation. The scope is really very impressive.
No kidding.
And, well, a lot of it, like today's a lot of fun.
Yeah, no kidding. Is there a place that you would typically spend Canada Day that is very close to your heart if you weren't here?
You know, quite honestly, I think if not here, in this role, I would love to spend it at my secondary residence, La Citadelle in Quebec City. On a more personal basis, I'd be very happy to be on my dock with my feet in the lake.
Nice. Well, let me know what time we're all showing up to do that.
You're all welcome.
One last thought, Your Excellency. Is there anyone that you would like to shout out in your life who has made your life a little bit better?
Well, actually, I think like millions of Canadians, today I'd like to shout out to our Canada soccer team. All of them. Wonderful athletes, and the spirit that they lifted in Canada, every single one of them. That's what I'm cheering for.
Excellent. Go Canada.
Go Canada.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for taking time with us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Genuinely
Happy Canada
appreciate it.
Day.
And to you as well. And to you as well. We're going to head back out.
Probably a lot of the staff here at Erin Mills. One in particular is Mr. Diabro here, who's my French teacher in grade 7. He was just a great person. He was just very encouraging and very supportive to me. It helped get me over anxiety a lot, and I'm a lot happier now.
A Canadian that's made my life better is one of my teachers, Miss Nair. I really like to run, and when I found out she ran 42 kilometers in the Chicago Marathon, it really inspired me to work and train hard, which eventually led me to making the cross-country team, running 3 kilometers in 14 minutes.
Well, in grade 6, I was struggling a lot with my grades, and I was getting like C's and D's, specifically in math. And when I went to 7th grade, I met Miss Calfan, one of the brightest, kindest, and most caring people you'll ever meet. My grades improved so much ever since 7th grade, and I'm way more confident. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
In the lead up to today, we asked some prominent Canadians who they wanted to shout out on this Canada Day. One of the people who answered our call was Jeannie Becker, the author, journalist, and perhaps most famously, former host of fashion television.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Becker, and I would like to shout out Dr. Tulin Sill, my oncological surgeon at the Princess Margaret Cancer Centre in Toronto. Dr. Sill is such a ray of sunshine. She just radiates so much light. And together with Dr. Etana Mir, she helped save my life. Happy Canada Day, everybody.
That is fantastic, as is Jeannie Becker, and as are you, Dr. Tulin Sill. Thank you for joining us. This is kind of an amazing thing for someone who is a patient to refer to a doctor as their ray of sunshine. What does that mean to you?
Oh, it's so wonderful. First, thanks so much for having me, and happy Canada Day, everybody. And the feeling is absolutely mutual. Jeannie's been such a ray of sunshine herself, and such a great inspiration for so many of our patients that are going through this cancer journey.
You, Dr. Sill, you see people in their most vulnerable moments. I don't know how you don't take some of that on. How do you keep that light?
It's a challenge for sure. I mean, certainly we're seeing patients coming through at the most difficult time in their life, but it's a team effort. I mean, help everybody to come through the other side and to get back to good health. So really supporting each other, and our colleagues are just really special.
Excellent. And is there someone, I mean, it must be lovely to have somebody shout you out. Is there someone you would like to shout out to thank and just call out today?
Yeah, I mean, it means so much to have that shout out. Thank you. I really can't name one person. It really, as I said, is such a team effort. So really a shout out to everybody at Princess Margaret and Toronto General. from my colleagues, nurses, doctors, technicians, everybody who comes up every day helping people get better.
Excellent. Dr. Sill, thank you on behalf of so many Canadians who rely on you and the good people at Princess Margaret. Take care.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
My name is Eden Grinchban, and I want to give a shout out to my parents, Riva and Manasha Grinchban, because they are simply the best parents, and they have encouraged me from day one to follow my dreams, and I just love them, and I'm truly grateful. Happy Canada Day.
Hi, my name is Melanie Charbonneau. I'm the director of Outstanding El Nefuri, and I want to shout out my daughter Simone, who's a film lover, and Happy Canada Day.
Okay, great shout outs. And look who just happened to drop by from Prime Minister Trudeau. How are you?
Really great, really great. It's nice to be out on Canada Day again, as I have for 30, 40 years. Every day I try to find a different place to come out and cramp my style a little bit to be Prime Minister, but now now I get to actually chill and enjoy Canada Day.
So what would be your perfect? I appreciate that you love Canada Day and you love being here with Canadians, but if you had to choose another place to be?
For years, I used to do a citizenship ceremony. So I used to show up in the crowd at the citizenship ceremony in the Old Port in Montreal, and then in the afternoon, I'd head up to the country, go to a friend's place. We'd have homemade, the store-bought fireworks, and just spending the evening with friends after having spent the morning with other Canadians was always my best Canada Day.
I'm glad you didn't say homemade fireworks.
No, I almost said that, but it's
explosives. So one of the things that's interesting, we were talking about it earlier. Every Canada Day seems to have its own thing, right? Its own vibe check. Last year it was very clearly people were talking, after the whole elbows up thing, talking about being Canadian. Do you have a sense of what this Canada Day feels like?
I think this Canada Day is about Canadians remembering to really connect with each other. And not just with your circle, but actually lean into conversations with people from the other end of the country, from a different perspective. One of the things that we're missing most these days in general in the world is real conversations between people who are empathetic and open to each other. Canadians do that really, really well. It's easy to get drowned out by the noise, by the algorithms, by the polarization of politics. And stepping back from that and just connecting in a neighborhood, around a picnic table, on bar stools, these are things that we need to remember to do.
It's important. I mean, I think it's why we're doing the shout outs. It's also really hard to do, right? As you say, you get drawn into it. And Prime Minister Carney was talking about the forces that are trying to divide within this country. What do you see those forces as being?
Well, I think I see them as actually being a lot smaller than the volume with which they're shouting pays attention. And I think the more time Canadians actually sort of turn off their phone and go talk with each other and actually look at understanding and seeing how much we have in common as a country, and don't pay any mind to the people who say, oh my God, we're so divided. When you talk with Canadians, we're not. There's a few people, yes, but the vast majority of folks going about their lives, we live in the best country in the world, and sometimes it takes a conversation with someone who's totally different from you in all sorts of ways, but agrees with you on that particular point to remember it.
Do you worry about the separatist sentiments?
I think there are things to be alert to, but I don't worry as long as Canadians don't forget who we are. And who we are as a people is people who are open to each other and, there for our neighbors. We help anytime there's a disaster, anytime there's a challenge, we step up. We've seen it a million times. Canadians connecting with Canadians is the answer to any challenge come forward, and challenge of people who want to divide this country, it gets met not necessarily just politically, although it has to be met politically.
Sure.
It gets met by Canadians remembering who we are.
Are you ever tempted to sort of pick up the phone and yell at anybody?
I got to do that for 10 years. I'm now happy to take a step back. I still have lots of people call me for perspective and advice and stuff, and I'm happy to give it quietly. But in general, I look at the amazing folks who are working so hard to continue to build this country, and I just wish them all the best and encourage them wherever I can.
Alrighty, a shout out from you. Is there someone who made your life better?
Nobody you've ever heard of.
Okay, I like it.
There are thousands upon thousands of political staffers in all parties who work really, really hard to make sure that the MPs and the ministers and the opposition critics are able to function as the face of everything they're doing. But I hope that they all take today to remember what a great country this is, and that chill and celebrate and relax, because too much politics, I can say that now from stepping back, being too absorbed by politics disconnects you from what is sometimes the best about just being a regular Canadian, having a beer and a chat on a porch about this great country we live in.
That sounds like a pretty healthy way to spend the day.
Yeah, really.
All right, you name the porch, and we'll figure out the beer.
I'll be there.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir.
Well, someone I really look up to is my Indigenous worker at my school, Leanne McDonald. She's helped me a lot by getting through high school. She's helped me with a lot of my assignments, and she's gotten me all the stuff I need for school, even supplies. She's made a really big impact on me and my older sister because she was the one who got us out of foster care, and now we are both living independently on our own.
Someone who's changed my life in a positive way would be my social worker from Métis Family Services. Her name is Alana Sudenham. She's changed my life in a lot of ways by providing me support and educational resources.
Well, they're not necessarily famous, but at the school district, there's one of the support workers named Dawn, and I've known them since I was in about 9th grade. They've been super supportive about me reconnecting with my Indigenous identity over the last couple years. I'm actually looking at them right now, direct eye contact. But no, you're so awesome. Get over here.
Hey there, welcome back to LeBreton Flats. I have some friends with me. Happy Canada Day, everybody. So the crowds are filling up a little bit. We're still about half an hour away from the start of the main show. It is super hot out there, so it's good to see some hats and some little fans. Why don't we head west? Maybe it's a little cooler. Morgan Black is in Edmonton at the Alberta Legislature. Morgan?
Hi, good morning. Yeah, we're at the Pancake Breakfast here in Edmonton. It might be more brunch time in the east or wherever you are in Canada. I wanted to show you the crowd. We are having a great time here. They will serve 20,000 pancakes by the time all is said and done. You can see everyone in their best red and white gear, and the party is really just taking off. In fact, we have been lucky to learn about this great event. It happens every year for the last 37 years. Met lots of nice folks, including someone who has really climbed the ranks in the Pancake Day breakfast. Her name's Shailene. She's first started out as a volunteer greeter at 8 years old. Now at age 21, she's the woman in charge. She's making the pancakes. Shailene, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
Thank you. I'm really good. How are you?
Good. What is it that you love so much about being a part of an event like this on Canada Day?
Honestly, it's just seeing the community come out, enjoy some pancakes for Canada Day. This is the annual pancake breakfast hosted by the Smiley community at the Ledge Grounds. Happens every year on July 1st, and it's such a tradition for all of us to come out and volunteer. Part of me and my family's story as well. We come out and we flip pancakes.
That is so wonderful. Okay, quickly tell me the perfect pancake. What is the method? May I attempt?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna grab the griddle. You walk me through this.
Okay, so you kind of go underneath all of it, make sure, and then flip.
Success.
Perfect.
Success.
You're a natural.
All right, Adrienne, I'm gonna go get my pancake. We'll see you later.
Morgan, you've got game. That was pretty good. I genuinely appreciate the bravery of Kwabena trying to drum and you trying to flip pancakes. You sure did. All right, that is Morgan Black in Edmonton. Why don't we stay in Alberta and check in with our dear friend Ian Hanomansing, who is hosting from Banff later today. Lucky you in Banff. What have you got going on this afternoon? And nice of people to host a parade for you, Ian. That's very generous.
We are still about a half an hour, Adrienne, from the parade that's going to make its way through the streets of Banff. But as you can tell, people are ready to go here. In the foreground, the Calgary Roundup Band. Behind them, you can't see it from where our camera is now, but behind them are about 100 band members from Burlington, Ontario. There are people here from across the country taking part in the parades, and certainly people from not only across the country, but around the world who have come to this town to celebrate Canada Day. So yeah, I'm a lucky person to be in Banff and to be bringing our audience along to what's happening in Banff later on this afternoon, Adrienne.
You sure are. Different kind of Canada Day, maybe, for many Albertans. What is the sense you're picking up there?
Yeah, so I was wondering, you know, with the referendum that's coming up in October, one of the questions is whether there should be a second referendum in Alberta about separatism. And so we have not heard or seen any kind of reference to that in Banff. We were here yesterday, kind of mid-afternoon onward, but it clearly is on the minds of people who have a connection to Alberta. So as you know, we've been asking for people to give their shout-outs. Listen to this one.
This is a shout out to my home province of Alberta. Stick with Canada, the best country in the world.
So clearly, you know, people here are celebrating Canada Day and lots of Canadian flags around. But there are some people that we're going to be talking to when we go live with our Canada Day special from Banff, including the mayor, who said reluctantly on Instagram she's decided to weigh in. She will be voting against the idea of a referendum. Brett Kissel, the country artist, had a very impassioned post in public about his pro-Canada feelings, a proud Albertan, but also very much a proud Canadian. So there is that theme, Adrienne. We will be talking about it, but first and foremost this afternoon from Banff, it's going to be celebrating Canada and definitely celebrating Canada Day. Adrienne?
Fantastic. That is Ian Hanomansing in Banff. Let's bring it back to Omar, who is still wandering LeBreton Flats. We're about 24 minutes away from the start of the official program, so people are filling in here. Omar, who are you speaking with?
Listen, I'm here with Matt, with Lexus, and with Mercedes, and they have come all the way from Vancouver Island for this.
Yes, we have.
What is it about this party that brings you here?
Nation's capital. You know, we got to check it out, see it for the first time with the kids. And actually, not too long ago, I just shook hands with Justin Trudeau. That was pretty awesome. Yeah.
Things that you will only do here in Canada Day. We're doing today the shout-outs, right? Like shout-outs to Canadians who've made an impact in your life, who have picked you up, who have really had an imprint in a good way in your life. What are you thinking about who do you want to shout out today, Alexis?
I just wanted to say thank you to Janine Buckley for being my grade 4 and 5 teacher, and she just taught me so much, and I just wanted to say thanks.
She believed in you. And you, Mercedes, who do you want to shout out today?
My grade 6 teacher, who we started late French immersion earlier this year, and she got us from kindergarten all the way to grade 4, I think. And yeah, she just taught us so much, reading, writing, and saying and speaking and all of that. So I just want to say thanks.
I love it. Teachers are getting so much love today. I love that people are being seen and teachers are being seen. Matt, when you think of today someone that made a difference in your life, who picked you up? Who are you giving a shout out to today?
I'd like to give a shout out to my mother-in-law, Kathy Sizer, for being incredibly patient with me through all of these years. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Canada Day.
Thank you so much, guys. Happy Canada Day to you, and thanks so much for those awesome shout-outs.
All right, thanks.
Adrienne?
A good call shouting out your mother-in-law on Canada Day when there's a solid chance she's in the kitchen watching. Well done. And Omar, as you've been speaking, we've been watching some of the pictures, the full pictures from LeBreton Flats here. People are getting into it. Charlie Chaplin just had a moment in the spotlight here, so that was kind of great. Again, we are about 22 minutes away from the start of the official program. Go get a snack, refresh that iced tea. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Tom Green, and today on Canada Day, I'd like to give a shout out to the great, late Stompin' Tom Connors for the impact he had on my life and Canadian music, singing about Canada.
Oh, Canada, standing tall together.
I love him, man. Stompin' Tom Connors. Happy Canada Day.
The maple
beef cutter, and I've been here in the only Canadian sports bar in New York City. They're pretty happy.
Oh, what a time to be a Canadian in a city like this. Great bar, great people, the community's really coming together.
Why was it important for you to be surrounded by Canadians watching this historic game?
The pride and patriotism. I could have gone to any bar in New York and it would have been a nothing burger. To be surrounded by other Canadians is the most important part.
I moved to New York in 2005 and there was no place for Canadians to gather and there was no real good hockey bar, so I figured Canadians needed a place for both of those.
Go Canada!
Red and white all day, baby. A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go!
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves, believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud. Give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys. Allez les rouges. Go Canada.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Monroe, and the Canadian I want to shout out is Karen Robinson. I get to work with her on Law & Order, and she's a Canadian icon who makes everybody's life better.
The person I want to shout out is Margaret Atwood, because she doesn't care. She is just so profoundly herself, and she doesn't give a shit what anybody thinks of her, and that's so un-Canadian. So happy Canada Day.
You go, Mary Walsh. All right, this is a live look at LeBreton Flats. I like the lollipop. I like the Canada flags, the umbrellas, the water, the hats, the sunscreen. Can't say Canadians aren't prepared. Who knows what this weather's going to bring us today, but we do know we're going to have some fun in about 18 minutes with the start of this official program. Now, David Thurton, also on the flat somewhere, is with some folks who may just have the best seats in the house for the show, and they are celebrating a couple of firsts as well. David?
Yeah, no, we've been slowly making our way to the stage, Adrienne. I promise you, it does not take this long to get to the front of the stage, but as a journalist, you know, we get distracted. And we're here with the fangirlies. I really wanted to be here with the fangirlies who are up front here at the stage. How excited are you to be here?
So excited. It's my first ever Canada Day in Canada, so yeah.
What do you mean it's your first ever Canada Day?
So I moved here about a year ago and I wasn't in the country for Canada Day, so I'm from Montreal, so it took me about 2 hours to get here. So, yeah.
And you're from Ireland, am I?
I'm from Ireland, yes, representing the Irish Canadians today. Woo!
Is there the same kind of patriotism in Ireland, would you say? I mean, I imagine St. Paddy's Day, like, this would be the thing that compares.
Yes, this is probably like, oh, woo! This is probably the same as like St. Patrick's Day back home, only there's nothing as like grand or spectacular as this. This is just on a whole other level.
And you're here with Heidi. Heidi, you're here first time in Ottawa for Canada Day. You're from Montreal.
Yes.
Why did you insist? Why were you so motivated to be right here at the front of the stage?
Melissa O'Neill. Actually, we're both fans of Melissa O'Neill, which is a great actress from The Rookie, and we're hoping to see her today. That's why we're both here, along with some other girls that we just met.
Along with some other girls that you're gonna just met, and you're gonna party hard, rock hard.
Yes, at the front of the barricade, cheering on Melissa, cheering on Juliette, cheering on all of the acts.
All right, well, we'll leave you to that. I don't want you to miss your spot. So thank you so much, Heidi. Thank you so much, Francis. Happy Canada Day.
You too, happy Canada Day.
So Adrienne, we made it. We're gonna be with the fangirlies partying. I hope you can join us and when you get off air.
No kidding. Love the name Fangirlies. Good on them. I hope they hang on to those seats. Thank you, David. We're going to go back to Winnipeg to Marcy Marcusa, who has some people who are about to become Canadians. This is a good day, Marcy.
It's a fantastic day. Happy Canada Day, everybody! Woo! Look at all these people, and I really mean it. They are about to become Canadians, Adrienne. In about 15 minutes here in Winnipeg at the Forks, on the stage, there's going to be 83 people who are going to take that oath and become Canadian citizens. And I have a family here that is going to tell us about that. We've met people from the U.S., Pakistan, as well as India this morning who are about to take this oath. But you guys are from where?
I'm from Algeria.
Algeria. Okay, so let's meet everybody. I wrote my French down so I can be properly bilingual on this national television. Comment vous sentez d'être canadienne aujourd'hui?
Oui, je m'appelle Bachir, je suis algérien. Aujourd'hui, c'est une journée exceptionnelle. C'est un événement remarquable dans notre vie et celle de ma famille. Aujourd'hui, on devient Canadien. On est très fiers, on est très heureux d'être Canadien. Merci pour le Canada qui nous a offert un niveau de vie meilleur et qui nous a offert les droits aussi. Merci.
Merci to you. Beautiful, beautiful sentiment. I understand better than I speak, by the way. Hello, what's your name?
I'm Ali.
Ali, and how are you feeling? When you think about Canada, what kind of feelings come up to you about what you feel about this country?
I feel like being Canadian is like being resilient. I'm really proud for becoming Canadian today.
Are you excited or nervous?
I'm excited.
Yeah. Oh, nice to meet you. So that's two from the family. You also are becoming Canadian. I'm going to slide down the line. What's your name?
My name is Mustafa.
Mustafa, so why did you want to become Canadian?
Canada is a great country, and we share the values of friendship and tolerance, community. I like this country. I feel like home. People are welcoming, especially here in Manitoba. I want to send just a big heart here.
I love that. Let's all send a Manitoba heart, people. I love it. So tell me why. Part of our theme nationally is shout out. So who would you shout out in Manitoba for making your life just a little better?
Like my neighbors, everybody in the workplace. I've been welcome everywhere where I've been. People are so gentle and they're willing to help. They spend time with you. I got a lot of friends now, and I'm very happy.
And apparently get him out in the water as well. So the Forks is on the rivers, Assiniboine and the Red, and he loves to boat. I heard been in the water a time or two. Congratulations. Happy Canada Day. Yeah, and congratulations to you. What's your name?
Shuaib.
Congratulations. Okay, guys, big flags. Woo! Repping from Winnipeg, as we said, these folks and more are about to become Canadian citizens in a very special ceremony on this July 1st, Adrienne.
Fantastic, Marcy. Congrats to all of them. That is Marcy Marcusa in the Forks in Winnipeg. So keep an eye, send your shout out to ask@cbc.ca. And if you keep an eye on the bottom of your screen, when they show up, have a little read of them, because it feels like they are little tiny love letters in just a few words, but they're all love letters to this country. My friend Omar, you were just cooling off.
I was just cooling off. I was trying to get those stories out there. One of the themes that keeps popping up is mentors, right? Like teachers. We've heard shout outs to teachers. We've heard shout outs to people who have taught people things or gotten them out of trouble in some way. I love that. Mentors and teachers, so important.
The other thing that's coming up is when we ask people about their perfect Canada Day, invariably they talk about being somewhere outside.
Yes.
So you are an outdoor guy writ large. What is your Nirvana outdoor moment for Canada Day?
Man, I think, it's like there's a place not too far from here, about an hour north of here, Lac du Poisson Blanc. It's a huge lake with a bunch of crown land camping. The perfect Canada Day for me, if it's not here with you.
Oh, good answer.
Is to be out there on a kayak under the until the stars come out. It is just so beautiful, and it's that quintessentially Canadian thing where you are so far away from everything and yet so connected to everyone across this country, because everybody has that idea, right?
So we all talk about the water sometimes. I occasionally take out the blow-up paddleboard. That doesn't make me a paddler.
I've seen you on a kayak. I've seen you on a kayak.
This is true, but you are a serious kayaker. You have done some big trips. You have seen a lot of this country from the water.
So shout out to one of my mentors, George James Grinnell. This guy, when I was about 20, I hadn't done a lot of outdoor stuff. He was a retired university professor, outdoorsman, adventurer. One of the first expeditions to cross the Canadian subarctic. He shows up, shows me how to sail, how to survive in the wilderness. sends me on a 7-week kayak trip with my partner at the time. If you want to get to know someone well, go paddle with them for 7 weeks across the St. Lawrence. And it was also just such a wonderful way to see Canada. I mean, from the Brador Lake into Ilma Dam on the Atlantic, the Canso Causeway, the Northumberland Strait, just a beautiful part of this
What a
country.
trip. What a trip. Right on. What a story. What love letters we're getting at the bottom of the screen. This is a good day. And Coelho Aduro is in Montreal. He's gone back to making more music. So let's see what's going on now, Coelho.
Yeah, so I'm here with Saroja, a Brazilian batucada music group, and they are going to be performing in just a few moments. What does it mean to you to perform on Canada Day?
Well, it's a pleasure. We love this country, so it's a pleasure to play for the party of this country.
What are you expecting from the crowd when you guys are showcasing your music and dance moves?
What do I expect? What?
From the crowd.
Well, we hope everybody is going to have fun. Everybody is going to dance with us. We are here for that, right? Let's have fun.
What do you love about dancing?
Dancing is sensation, it's freedom. That's why everybody that's going to be looking at us, everybody's going to be dancing, especially with Summer Jam.
So I can't let you guys go without giving me a little sneak preview. I might even join in. Let's do it. Yeah. So I think, Adrienne, the dancing went better than the drumming. I think we can all agree on that. So they're going to be doing this in just a moment, and the vibes here are very high, and I can't stop dancing.
You know what, Coelho, do not ever stop dancing, my friend. You know, Coelho Aduro, either at New Year's Eve or Canada Day, finds a way to keep the music and the snacks unbelievably strong. Thank you very much for that, my friend. Omar, just watching Coelho there, I know you love music, but we also, it becomes an obsession every special that we talk about snacks. So
And Coelho's wardrobe.
And Coelho's wardrobe.
I want to take a look in that closet and see what else he's got.
I'm a little afraid. I'm a little afraid. So I just want to ask you, it is summer. You are 9 years old. You have a little allowance in your pocket.
Okay.
You've gone down to a corner store. What is your summer order?
That depends, on how much change I've got. I would say if I'm feeling splurgy, I'm getting one of those chips, the small bags in the 9 days. They have the wrestler pictures on them.
Yeah.
Some 1-cent candies at the time. How
about you? 100% fudgesicle.
Yes.
Always fudgesicle first and foremost. All right. It is getting a little louder because, as you can see, the Prime Minister and his wife, Diana Fox-Carney, and Cabinet Minister Mark Miller have arrived here.
The Honourable Mark Miller,
so,
Minister, Canadian Identity and Culture, and Minister responsible for official languages.
So as they work through the crowds, we will at some point have a chance to speak with the Prime Minister, but first he's got to meet some Canadians. So this is a signal that as the dignitaries are starting to sit, that we are just a few minutes away from the beginning of this event today. It's one of several events you will see happening here. There is the official part of it. There's the Order of Canada investitures. We will hear some music. And then later on this evening, this, weather permitting, and I say that with a little bit of caution, this is the place where we will have a big concert and fireworks to cap off this Canada Day. What a year it has been for the Prime Minister. Let's just listen to him for a moment. Omar, this Prime Minister has a bit of a schedule today because he is flying off to Edmonton immediately after Canada Day, and he will be there in time for Canada Day celebrations in Edmonton and delivering a speech tonight. Any idea what he's going to talk about?
I think on a day like today, the Prime Minister has an opportunity to show a little bit of his personality. We've seen the Governor General there too as well. There is so much, this year about separation, and people are talking about it at dinner tables everywhere, right? It's kind of hard to ignore. I can only imagine there's going to be some chat about that.
This is a conversation we were having with former Prime Minister Trudeau about every Canada Day has a feel to it, and last year it felt genuinely, the notion of elbows up was on a lot of people's minds.
Yeah.
This year it's different. You see Louise Arbour meeting Rick Hansen there. This year it's not lost on anybody that the Kuzma virtual conversation is happening today, that there are these separatist sentiments that are alive in a province like Alberta and Quebec. So on the minds of that man there, Canada's Prime Minister, a lot of that has to be swimming around.
For sure. And then you also saw Rick Hansen there, and he was speaking earlier about that message of unity and about how despite everything that divides us, there's so much that holds us together. I was so inspiring to hear him speak earlier. I know a lot of these people in the crowd as well, having come here for years and years to cover this, come here super early to be at the front of that line. It's a chance for a lot of Canadians to see the people that run this country up close and personal.
So as the Prime Minister walks through those crowds, and you can see Mark Miller and the Governor General taking their seats there, we fully anticipate and hope that at the end of that crowd will be one Kate McKenna with the microphone waiting to ask the Prime Minister a question or two, or knowing Kate about 8, which is just fine by us. Crowds are still filling in. It's not a huge turnout yet, but that is nothing unusual because it is so very hot and it does take some time for things to get underway here. Oh, there she is. All right, Kate McKenna, let's go to you.
Happy Canada Day, everyone. It's amazing here.
Prime Minister Mark Carney, happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day, Kate. Happy Canada Day to everyone watching on CBC.
Canada is facing numerous challenges right now, from trade to unity. I'm wondering, in what ways do you hope Canada becomes stronger in the next year?
Well, one of the things we've seen in the last year is Canadians coming together. Small acts of kindness across this country, coming together to stand with each other in difficult times, whether it's forest fires, floods, circumstances like that. Buying Canadian, working with Canadians, cheering for great Canadian teams, and really united. And united, we're going to see the best of Canada in a moment on that stage, with the exception of my speech, which if you need to get a drink, that would be a good time shortly after Mark Miller. But no, it's fantastic. The country is coming together, and I think that's one of the core messages. We're stronger together. Bryan Adams has a song out today. Bryan Adams has a new song out today, and we're better off together. We're always better hand in hand.
All right, I'm wondering, is that the message that you'll be bringing to Alberta when you fly to, could you tell me a little bit why it was important for you to go to Edmonton?
Well, I mean, I grew up in Edmonton, and so it's great to be back there. I'll be in Millwoods later this afternoon, which is one of the biggest Canada Day celebrations, not just in Edmonton, but in Canada, so I'm thrilled to be going there. But it's important, we all have parts of the country we identify directly with. As I say, I grew up there, so it's important to be there. Secondly, we are working very closely with the government of Alberta, more importantly, the people of Alberta, to make Alberta stronger and make the country stronger. And we're making great progress, and we're going to continue to do it. We're stronger together. Canada's worth fighting for. Great message, great day, great country.
Very quickly, Canada, breaking news, going to participate in Eurovision.
Breaking news. That was going to be my breaking news. I'm going to have to find another announcement. Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, look, we're the third largest exporter of music in the world. Canada is, after the United States and the UK. The world wants Canada, wants Canadian culture, and this is another way just to spread the message, spread the love, and a bit of unity.
All right, thank you so much, Prime Minister.
OK, je suis épuisé déjà, madame.
OK. On attend juste le cue.
OK.
Bonne fête du Canada.
All right, thank you. That is the Prime Minister and Kate McKenna. A couple things he said there. We've heard this before. I feel like we're going to hear it again. We're stronger together. Canada is worth fighting for. And again, reiterating to the question, why are you going to Edmonton tonight, sir, right after this, is that, he grew up in Edmonton. So we all have parts of the country that we identify with. So as we wait for this official ceremony to begin, which is just in a few moments now, keep an eye out for a couple things. Over the course of the ceremony, you're going to see the snowbirds, right?
Yes, this is the last time in a long time.
Absolutely. This is going to be a little bittersweet for people, I think. Canadians are very attached to the snowbirds.
Wow. Every year, I think for a lot of people, it's the highlight, right? We were talking about this earlier, and we will see them. 2026 will be the last time that fleet of, I believe they're CT-114s is in use. They've been in use for 55 years or so, right? So early 2030s, apparently, the earliest we could see them come back. A lot of people are going to miss that.
Absolutely. If the weather holds out enough for them to come, and so far so good, look for two formations. One is called the Canada Goose formation. That's in 9 planes. The other one is, I think it was a maple leaf, effectively, as best as you can do with 9 planes flying as fast as they can.
600 kilometers an hour or whatever.
Exactly, but they're the snowbirds. They can pull off and have pulled off just about anything, and they've been such a huge recruiting tool for the Canadian military. I think, lots of conversation in this country about a world without the snowbirds.
I know there will be another few shows across Canada they are doing after Canada Day, so some people will be able to catch them elsewhere, but definitely a loss for this Canada Day celebration going forward.
You're also going to see soon some investitures into the Order of Canada. And let's not lose what the Prime Minister just said about Eurovision. I mean, I don't know if you caught that, but he talked about spreading Canadian culture and arts everywhere. People want more Canada. Eurovision is massive. If Canada is now a part of Eurovision, you are talking about tens and potentially hundreds of millions of people who will not be ripped away from their screens when Eurovision is on. It is a big deal.
Huge boost for the music industry in Canada, for sure. We've always, wanted that spotlight, right? And kind of looked for it south of the border. Maybe we'll get that from elsewhere now.
That would be fantastic. So we are just waiting for the official program to get started. No flies on them. They're about a minute late, but I think that's okay for a program of this scale. But again, watch out for the investitures in the Order of Canada. A big nod to the athletes from Milano Cortina. Certainly Jeremy Hansen, who was on this stage just about a year ago when it became clear that to all of Canada, that he was heading around the moon. He will be back on stage today. What else are you looking forward to seeing?
I think 2 things that really I'm looking forward to. I mean, Jeremy Hansen had some great things to say here about what it meant to be in space and how it was a stepping stone, really, to the moon and then to Mars. The other thing that stood out to me was speaking with Kim Boutin, and how there's this Olympic pride that kind of happens every couple of years, but on a day like today, you get to celebrate those achievements and having...
All right, so that's the signal. So things are about to get underway here. We're going to get out of the way so that you can watch in full, but we just want to let you know, if you're looking for American Sign Language interpretation of the stage show, you can find a stream right now on CBC Gem. Have a watch, have a listen, have a good time.
La Fête du Canada à Ottawa est célébrée en direct du Parc des Plaines-le-Breton, situé sur le territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe. This ceremony is being held on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. Avant d'amorcer les célébrations d'aujourd'hui, prenons un moment pour rendre hommage aux voix, aux récits.
Before we begin today's celebrations, let's take a moment to pay tribute to the voices, the stories, and the cultures that have shaped this country for generations, carried forward through contemporary Indigenous voices, next to Inuit, Métis, and First Nations artists. This time of reflection highlights the living strength of the Indigenous peoples across Canada. Please welcome Elder Claudette Commanda.
Kwe kakina. Bonjour, Canada. Hello, Canada. I greet you with a heart of respect, love, and friendship from the nation's capital, the time immemorial homeland of the Algonquin people and our ancestors. Welcome, bienvenue, miigwech kibija yego ma nongum. On Canada Day and every day, I acknowledge the homelands and the ancestors of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. I thank First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people for sharing their homelands, history, culture, and kindness with all Canadians. Nous sommes ensemble pour célébrer la fête
We
du
are
Canada.
together to celebrate Canada Day. This is a beautiful day to celebrate the beauty of our people, the beauty of our country, the beauty of our children, and the great cultures that thrive in Canada.
Who we are. Let us celebrate by showing kindness and love to one another as friends, as community, as a country. Canada is the heart and the soul are the people. My friends, we gather today from coast to coast to coast, community to community, people to people, together under the heartbeat of Canada, of Mother Earth, and of the Creator. Together as one in the spirit of strength, gratitude, friendship, let us celebrate the richness of First Peoples' cultures and languages, celebrate the soul of Canadian stories, celebrate the strength of the land and the waters, celebrate the visions of our children, and celebrate the joys of O Canada. Nous sommes au Canada. Nous sommes l'amour,
We are,
la
O
corde
Canada.
et l'âme.
We are the
Nous
love,
sommes le
the heart,
pays.
and the soul. We are the
Canada is
country.
a country of many cultures, of many colors, yet there is only one color that is the greatest and the most vibrant, and that is the color of the heart, love. To love is to cherish one another, to pray together, to sing together, to work together, to grow together as a country of learning, of healing, and of peace. From our homes, our backyards, our cities, our communities, our nation's capital, Ottawa, let us tell and show one another and the world, oh Canada, nous sommes la corde, we are the soul, Zagiye Dewin Kinawin, we are the love. Family, friends, and visitors, let us celebrate Canada. Let us celebrate. My prayer for unity is in a celebration of spirit for our country. My friends, brothers and sisters, let us celebrate this beautiful country. Let us celebrate Canada today and every day. I love you all. Kichimiigwej. Enjoy. Thank you. Miigwej.
Please welcome, veuillez maintenant accueillir le président de Inuit Tapirit Kanatami, Nathan Obed.
Tungasugitsi, welcome. Happy Canada Day. Governor General, Prime Minister, Indigenous leaders, and all of you here and wherever you may be, I bring greetings from Inuit Nunangat, from the Inuit of Canada. We are proud Canadians and we are proud Indigenous peoples. So much so that we have long said that we are first Canadians, but we are also Canadians first. Our relationship with Canada has been a long one, and I'd like to just stop and pause and think about artistic expression. Perhaps you have heard Inuit throat sing or seen us drum dance, but we also have melded our artistic expression with this country and many other countries to this point. So it is my great honor to welcome the first Inuk professional classical soprano in Canada, an artist who brings the musical traditions of my homeland, Nunatsiavut, to audiences around the world. Diantha Edmonds, Nakomik.
Veuillez maintenant accueillir la chef nationale de l'Assemblée des Premières
Please
Nations.
welcome the Assembly of First Nations National Chief.
Cindy Woodhouse-Nepinac.
Anin, bonjour, hapachikachinandam akanakabijayanomanungum. It's such a beautiful day. I'm joined here with my friend, Win, and we have big dreams for all of our kids in this country. So thank you so very much. For those of you that don't know me, I am National Chief Cindy Woodhouse with the Assembly of First Nations, and we are very happy and to be with all of you today. First Nations are foundational partners and creators in this country's history, and we've helped design the fabric that made possible this big, beautiful mosaic of people that we now call Canada. Together, we are a land of great promise. Let's show each other and the world the love in our hearts and the power of our collective. Happy Canada Day, everyone. Our next artist is from the Attawapiskat in the traditional territory of the Cree people. Let's welcome the talented Adrienne Sutherland. Chimigwech. Thank you.
Matoyan maga egi sagi he mina me swatch go up mau begwa e pasigo ya ne guido taman gwan ni gane guida pianata e kawapia Dawe, no dawe, no dawe. Do 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 do. E ganawa pa magi. Joshua Mission, West Chicago, New Orleans, Dan, Neste Maga, Newichi Hegon, and I hit Mago Yandan, Monsieur, E Pasego.
Veuillez maintenant accueillir la présidente du Ralliement national des Métis, the president of the Métis National Council, Victoria Pruden.
Hello, bonjour, danse nitodamak tawao. Victoria Pruden, nesika son igwa, President Métis National Council Niamaga. Hello, my name is Victoria Pruden, and I'm the president of the Métis National Council. Mio Canada Kisigaw. Happy Canada Day, everyone! I am so honored to introduce you to two extraordinary Métis artists who have a true talent when it comes to music. First, I would like to introduce Alexandre Tétrault, also known as Doozy. He's known for his talent of mixing traditional Métis fiddle music with modern electronic genres. Next, I'd like to introduce you to my friend Alicia Bloor, an award-winning fiddler and Métis citizen who has performed across the Métis homeland. As Louis Riel said, "My people will sleep for 100 years. When they awake, it will be the artists who give them their spirit back." And today, you will get to witness just that. Merci, Kananas Kumnawao. Thank you and enjoy. Happy Canada Day.
Canada's story begins with the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Au fil du temps, ces racines se sont
Over
entrelacées aux
time,
histoires
those
de
roots
celles et
became
ceux venus
intertwined
d'ailleurs,
with the
avec
stories
leurs
and
traditions,
traditions
leurs rêves
and
et leurs
dreams
mémoires.
and memories
Aujourd'hui,
from elsewhere.
d'un océan à l'autre,
Today,
nous
from coast to
célébrons
coast to
notre
coast, we
pays,
celebrate
une
our
mosaïque
country,
vivante,
a living
en constante
mosaic,
évolution. We celebrate
constantly
the voices,
evolving.
stories and people that bring us together.
Tu retrouveras mon cœur ici ou ailleurs, dans un autre univers.
Comme un éclair, juste après minuit, on le sait, ta lumière illumine mon ciel. Je suis à tes côtés, dans une autre vie, longue l'éclipse. On se reconnaît sans effort, quand on se tient, le temps s'évapore. Encore. C'est éphémère, mais c'est de l'or. Dernière fois, puis le décor change. Wow, j'imagine un monde où tu retrouveras mon cœur, ici ou ailleurs, dans un autre univers, ou juste au bout de mes rêves. Je cours contre les heures, un peu de nous deux, dans un autre univers, juste au bout de mes rêves. Quand vient le temps des adieux, en déni derrière mes yeux, ce sera pas pour cette fois-là, mais je sais que quelque part je suis à toi. Tu es à moi pour une dernière fois, avant que le décor ne change, que les rideaux tombent. J'imagine un monde où tu retrouveras mon cœur, ici ou ailleurs, dans un autre univers, juste au bout de mes rêves. Je cours contre les heures, un peu de nous deux, dans un autre univers, juste au bout de mes rêves, juste au bout de tes rêves. Oh, oh, oh non, au bout de tes rêves. Oh, tu retrouveras mon cœur, ici ou ailleurs, dans un autre univers, juste au bout de mes rêves.
Hey, 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 rap, three-times finest, handsome Lugosi. Name ring bells on both sides of the ocean. Falsetto Vanessa, swoon baby girl, I wear hot of a stretcher. She be like, you a part-timer, I'm an all-timer. You a viral artist, I will offline you. Stay far from y'all crying, bar for bar sire. Team full of stars and it. I don't spill words, I Spielberg on a beat. Make a movie, yeah, it's the return of the G. Show 'em the way, cause the real nerds on the street like Braille. The way I make them feel words on the street. He's so good. She like he's so good to me. He's so good. She like he's so good to me. The sun gon' rise, the earth gon' spin. Toby gon' kill this beat, the chef gon' cook. You still don't get no looks. No better than integral shook. Sticks and stones and breaks and bones, but your words can't hurt 'cause you ain't read no book. Say woke, take notes as joke. Stone looks at it like broke glass. I'ma shine till they blind, pull the blinds out. You online, make the threats, make them sign out. I redefine routes. We the ones Chris Webber calling time out. Run and find out. Whoa, whoa, hey, hey, whoa. Got no respect for these dudes who died to the message. The Jekyll and Records, it's too late to hide out. Poor rank and file out. People in the style, I'm a wild out. Somebody gon' holler out. He's so good. She like he's so good to me. He's so good. She like he's so good to me. I wake up every morning, look in the mirror and I thank God. Every morning, look in the mirror, salute a real one and I thank God. He's so good. I wake up every morning, look in the mirror and I thank God. He's so good. He's so good. Handsome Lugosi, name ring bells, I'm both sides of the ocean, falsetto finesse. Tool, baby, I wear how to respect you. She be like, he's so good. Whoa, 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 we're ready to find out. Whoa, whoa, he's so good. Happy Canada Day, one time, make noise for yourselves. Hey, he's so good.
Pour nous accompagner dans cette grande célébration. First, a singer
be
and
with us at
communicator
this
well
great
known to
celebration.
French Canadians for over 20 years, et une artiste dont le talent brille dans le monde entier
And an
grâce à la série
artist
The
whose
Rookie.
talent has
Vos
been
animatrices, your
on
hosts, Julie Saint-Pierre
available
and
around the
Melissa
world through the
O'Neill.
series The Rookie.
Hello Canada, bonjour tout le monde!
Salut Ottawa, hi Ottawa, bienvenue à la 159e fête du Canada.
Thanks to the 159th
Welcome
Canada
to the
Day.
159th Canada Day. What a joy to be here together on this very special day. First of all, can we hear it for Naomi and Toby? What a way to start the day. There was so much energy and heart.
Et je vais vous entendre aussi pour Madrip et
And
Adeline,
let's
les
hear it
deux
as well
talentueux
for
danseurs qui les
Madrip and
accompagnaient.
Adeline, the talented dancers with them.
Mais là, ça, je suis tellement contente de me retrouver à nouveau sur la scène de la Fête du Canada.
Wait, you've already been on this stage before?
Oui, il y a plus de 20 ans, alors que je venais de
Yes,
gagner
more
la
than 20 years
télé-réalité musicale
ago when
Mixmania,
I
je
was
chantais ici
part of
avec
the
mon groupe.
music reality show
Okay, wow,
Mixmania.
talk about a full circle
I
moment.
sang here.
Oui, ça me rend vraiment fière de mon parcours. mais
Yes, it
aussi
makes
fière
me
d'être
really proud of my
canadienne. Et
journey
justement,
and also
aujourd'hui,
proud
c'est
to be
comme si on
Canadian.
envoyait une grande lettre d'amour à notre
And
pays,
today
à
is
notre
like
culture,
sending a
à
big
tout
letter
ce qui
of
nous
love to our
rassemble et nous
country,
rend
our
fiers.
culture, and
And when
everything
we
that
think of
unites
what
us and
makes
makes us proud.
our athletes gave us so many reasons this year. At the Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games in Milano Cortina, they made Canada shine with courage and excellence. And Julie, we haven't talked about soccer yet.
T'as raison, Melissa, parce que ça aussi,
You're right, Melissa,
c'est une
because
autre
that's
raison de
another good reason
célébrer.
to celebrate.
Right now, the eyes of the world are on Canada and its two neighbors to the south as we come together to welcome the biggest soccer tournament in history. The best players in the world's most popular sport are taking to the pitch, and Canada is right at the heart of it.
Et pendant que le monde entier
And
a
as
les
the eyes
yeux
of the
rivés vers
entire
notre
world
pays,
are riveted
l'équipe
on
canadienne de
Canada,
soccer
our Canadian
réécrit
soccer
l'histoire.
team is
3
rewriting
days
history.
ago, Canada punched its ticket to the round of 16 at the World Cup thanks to Stefan Eustachiel's goal.
C'est la meilleure performance de tous
This is
les
the best
temps du
performance
Canada en
of
Coupe
all
du
time.
Monde. Allez les fans de soccer, faites du bruit pour nos rouges.
Come on, soccer fans, make some noise for our team.
What I love about events like this is that they give us the chance to share our culture with people from around the world while allowing it to grow richer through theirs.
Et notre prochain invité est justement un
And our
grand
next
défenseur
guest
du
is a true champion of
multiculturalisme
Canadian
de notre diversité, de la
multiculturalism,
richesse de
our
nos langues et de
diversity,
notre
the
culture.
richness of our
Please
languages
welcome
and
the
our
Minister of
culture.
Canadian Identity and Culture and Minister responsible for official languages.
Accueillez le ministre de l'Identité et de la Culture
Please
canadienne,
welcome the
et
Minister
ministre
for Identity
responsable
and
des langues
Canadian Culture
officielles,
and the
l'honorable,
Minister responsible for
Honorable
official
Mark
languages,
Miller.
the Honorable Mark Miller.
Bonjour tout le monde. Hello everyone. Bonne fête du Canada.
Happy Canada Day.
Je veux d'abord saluer nos invités d'honneur, Son Excellence la
I would
très
first
honorable
like to
Louise
convey my
Arbour,
warm
le
greetings
très
to our guests of
honorable Marc
honor,
Carney,
Her Excellence the
National
Right
Chief
Honorable
Woodhouse,
Louise
President
Alboul,
Obed,
the Right
President
Honorable
Pruden,
Mark Carney,
Jeremy Hansen,
National
et Rick
Chief
Hansen,
Woodhouse,
le très
Jeremy
honorable Justin
Hansen and Rick
Trudeau,
Hansen, the
nos
Right Honorable
athlètes
Justin
et les
Trudeau, our
Canadiennes
athletes
et Canadiens
and
nommés à l'Ordre du
Canadians
Canada.
appointed to the Order of Canada.
Merci à l'aînée Claudette
And
Commanda
thank you
d'avoir
to Elder
ouvert
Claudette
cette si
Commanda
belle
for
célébration.
opening up
From
this
Cape
celebration.
Spear to Kluane, we live in the best country in the world.
From coast to coast to coast, Canadians carry their history with pride, rooted in our heritage, our cultures, our languages, and our deep connection to this land. In this vast country, Canada Day gives us a chance to come together and celebrate.
Happy Canada Day. Nogo mekijigik nogosh kodananom pishok Ottawa River. Minigik wasik eija kendagok midiwedi sibi kagi abadik kija nandanogosh kodadiach. Shiniwa ne Canada ezo teoteresrahne ne onquehomwe sihati nigunrare ne ohunsa. Anush kai celebritiek de la campagne kaka celebritiak le monde. Nimiawatinan, Nehia Witwawina, Nimiawatinan, Disquewina, Aginap Temug, Untagyudi, Kip Mitigen, Kwe Pokwendamun, Anuk Canada Kitsiyoko, Akitamistosip, Istakani Piotsiop, Kayusilutaru, Piruk tivia valualuta, atautikut, januksamik, siva nixa karnimik, kingu varinyat tatinuk. 8 beautiful indigenous languages of this land. Notre détermination fait partie de l'histoire du Canada.
Our determination is part of the history of Canada. More than 400 years ago, Samuel de Champlain founded Quebec, braving winter after winter.
In 1867, our country was born in a nation-building effort led by our first Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald. And he built that on the democratic foundations led by Howe, Baldwin, and La Fontaine. At the battles of Paardeberg and Vimy Ridge, our soldiers took the ground that no one else could, and our country came of age. On the beaches of Normandy, the North Nova Scotia Highlanders advanced farther under enemy fire than any other Allied unit. Courage, sacrifice, and lives given in the name of freedom.
Whether it is the 5,373 kilometers that Terry Fox ran, or Rick Hansen's 40,000-kilometer journey as part of the Man in Motion campaign, 2 incredible feats that still inspire us through their courage, their heroism, and their hope. Through wars, crises, and the harshest winters, one thing has never faltered: Canadian perseverance.
Well, actually, we have, like during Sunday's goal by Stephen Eustachio. That was loud. But let no one mistake our mild manner for weakness. We kneel for nobody. And in the face of pressures, we do not stand smaller, we stand more united, more determined, more Canadian than ever.
And this year gave us so many reasons to be proud. From Milan, Cortina to the moon, we carried our flag higher than ever, proving what we can accomplish when we dream big.
All the kids out there, to quote one of my favorite Canadian shows that's making a big comeback, there's a world that's waiting to unfold, a brand new tale that no one's ever told. So remember, no matter where you're from, Canada first, Canada last, and Canada always. Vive le Canada!
Êtes-vous prêts pour un peu de musique?
Are you ready for a little music?
Le prochain artiste
The next artist is a man of few words, but when he takes the mic, everybody listens.
He's one of the most influential voices in rap, an artist who helped bring francophone hip-hop to new heights with record-breaking songs, sold-out shows, and a sound that crossed borders.
Since the beginning of his solo career, he's inspired a generation of artists and fans through his authenticity and his writing. We can think of his hit, Toutes les femmes savent danser, which is still with us 10 years after its release. And even if he's not always in the spotlight, he's at the heart of our culture.
He doesn't need to say much outside the music because the songs speak loud enough.
Today, he takes us back to our roots, our stories, our identity. Here he is with a song that he composed for the 50th anniversary of the Montreal Olympic Games, which will be celebrated in a few weeks.
Let's get loud for loud!
Je viens de la plaque tournant en rond de nightlife. Flow, faire les affaires dans les deux langues, c'est un instinct. L'hiver on gèle, mais au printemps c'est un melting pot. Tu peux trouver tout ce que tu veux dans la métropole. Ma fleur est bleu ciel, mais mon cœur est bleu expo. Mon tricot est tricolore, c'est notre deuxième peau. De la musique à mes oreilles comme un vieux sample. La nuit on prie à Sainte-Cat que nos vœux s'exaucent. Tu peux doubler en a good day, mais ça joue du coude. Tu peux tout perdre sur un coup de dé. De Pointeau à Parquet jusqu'à l'ouest de Park. Moins de beef, plus de bread, je veux l'inverse de Schwartz. Un été à Montréal, c'est chaud, mais d'où je viens, même l'hiver, c'est un fashion show. On a mission international, but I just can't wait d'être back chez nous. D'où je viens. Dans les rues, ça bouge vite. Quand tu viens d'où je viens, d'où je viens. Le stick est rouge vif, la brique est rouge vin, et d'où je viens. Jamais j'oublie où je vis, je me souviens d'où je viens. Le flambeau a la forme de la fleur de lys, puis peu importe où je vais, je vis à l'heure de l'Est, d'où je viens. No place like home, je viens du royaume de Mosaïen et de Leonard Cohen. No place like home, où on spark entre les comptes, puis on spark les comptes. Là où l'or est fait en vraie médaille. Peu importe d'où tu viens, tu peux devenir ce que tu rêvais d'être. Le mont est royal, le trône c'est un belvédère. Tu peux faire une croix dessus, the city never died. Au cœur de l'Amérique française, là où la flamme a jamais flicker depuis 76. En hiver, faut la mettre en scène, c'est pour ça qu'on party outside, même à moins 35. Frequent flyer, ticket buyer. Chaque week-end, je suis en visite ailleurs. De New York à Majorque à Tokyo. Can't wait till they take me home. D'où je viens. Dans les rues, ça bouge vite. Quand tu viens d'où je viens, d'où je viens. Le district est rouge vif, la brique est rouge vin, d'où je viens. Jamais j'oublie où je vis, je me souviens d'où je viens. Mon flambeau a la forme de la fleur de lys. Peu importe où je vais, je vis à l'heure de l'Est, d'où je viens.
That was a vibe. Moments like that remind us that music doesn't need a translation. It connects us no matter where we come from or what language we speak.
And that's our country, a land of cultures, languages, and accents as rich as they are diverse. Canada Day is also an opportunity to highlight anniversaries that take us back to the history of the place where we are today. This year marks the 200th anniversary of Bytown, the community that would one day become Ottawa, our national capital.
Encounters and transformation right here at the heart of a territory that continues to tell Canada's story.
And this year we're also celebrating the 150th anniversary of the Library of Parliament, a place of knowledge and such an important symbol.
It is now our immense privilege to introduce a man, a true leader who has worked to strengthen Canada's place in the world with confidence, clarity, and elegance.
It's an honor to introduce the Prime Minister of Canada,
le très honorable, the Right Honorable Mark Carney.
Thank you, Melissa. Merci, Julie. Bonjour,
Thank
tout
you,
le
Julie.
monde.
Hello,
Joyeux
everyone.
fête du Canada. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Son Excellence, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Louise Arbour, National Chief Sidney Woodhouse, President Obed, President Pruden, the Right Honorable Justin Trudeau. Justin, merci d'être venu. Merci pour tout que tu as fait pour notre pays. Merci.
Thank you for everything you
fellow
did for
Canadians.
our country, Justin.
What a view from up here. I am looking out. I am looking out at a diverse, happy crowd of fellow Canadians, and I tell you, this fills me with immense pride. You get real perspective of our great country from up here. But I'm up here as a warm-up act, because you're going to hear in a moment from someone who has had a truly unique perspective from a far higher height. Yep. Colonel Jeremy Hansen. And Jeremy, I would like to take this moment on behalf of all Canadians for the character and the integrity with which you've represented our country. For showing the world who we are as Canadians, and for showing us what we can be. Because during his epic Artemis II mission around the moon, Colonel Hansen saw our planet from more than 400,000 kilometers away. He traveled farther from Earth than anyone has ever done before. It's the equivalent of driving from St. John's to Victoria 50 times, the ultimate Canadian road trip. And you know, from such great heights, Colonel Hansen brought back home a perspective on the values that make us who we are, and the values that can propel us to achieve extraordinary things. Courage, connection, and conviction. He showed courage in the face of the possibility of never returning. Courage to take a calculated risk to achieve what had never been done before. Showed connection because that mission was only made possible by everyone working together within a family, within a team, within a community. It showed conviction about what we are capable of as a country, about the need to take risks in order to do big things. Du courage, des connexions, de la
Courage,
conviction.
connection,
They're what
conviction.
it takes to reach the dark side of the moon. And they're what it takes to make the greatest country in the world even better. And we can do it. Over this past year, Canadians have shown all three values. Le courage, ce n'est pas l'absence de peur. c'est la
Courage
capacité
is not the
d'agir
absence of fear.
malgré la
It
peur.
is the capacity to act
C'est le
in spite of
courage
fear
qui anime nos
It's the
forces armées
courage
canadiennes.
that drives our
d'Halifax
Canadian
à
Armed
Trenton,
Forces
en passant
from Halifax
par
to Trenton,
Yellowknife et
Yellowknife
Bay.
to Nanoose
De
Bay,
l'opération
from
Réassurance
Operation
en
Reassurance
Lituanie
in
à
Latvia
l'exercice cold réponse.
to the cold response
Norvège.
exercise in Norway.
Nous nous tenons aux côtés de nos
We
alliés
stand shoulder
que
to shoulder
d'autres
with our
puissent
allies
vivre libres.
so that others can live in
Que ce
freedom.
soit ici
It
ou
is
ailleurs dans le
also
monde, quand les gens voient le feu de
the
rêve
courage.
sur
And when
l'épaule,
people see
ils
us,
ressentent de l'espoir, ils
they feel
reçoivent de l'aide.
and they receive help.
Et mes chers amis, c'est le courage de nos policiers
Dear
et de-
friends, it's
de
the
nos
courage
policières
of our
qui nous
police
protègent.
officers who
Tout
protect
juste
us.
cette année, 5
Just this year, 5 police officers gave their lives in the line of duty. Mohamed Labine, Mark Pinizotto,
Anis Fortin-Cousin,
Tarun Bali,
Brandon
Anis
Malcolm.
Fortin-Cousins, and Brandon
Nous
Malcolm.
pleurons leur départ. Nous
We
leur
mourn them,
rendons hommage.
and we pay
Et
tribute to
nous
them.
sommes solidaires de leur
And
famille,
we
de
stand in
leurs
solidarity
amis
with
et
their
de leurs
families, their
Merci.
friends, and their colleagues. Thank you.
We see the courage even now of firefighters running towards raging wildfires, as in Fort Simpson, Northwest Territories. And we see the courage of Canadians, what you have shown in the face of a more dangerous and divided world. Never flinching, always standing together, working together resolutely to build our future. Because in a crisis, fortune favors the bold. Now, if courage is how we must face the world, connection is how we accomplish what can seem impossible. Jeremy Hansen, he's coming, just not yet. Jeremy Hansen has observed that while individuals can feel powerless in the face of global challenges, humanity's true strength lies in our ability to collaborate. That's how the Artemis team accomplished what had never been done before. That's what a united Canada makes possible. Nous sommes un pays d'une extraordinaire diversité.
We are a country of extraordinary diversity, a people of many backgrounds, languages, and ways of seeing the world. The foundational concept of Canada is simple. Unity does not mean or require uniformity. Our nation was forged through accommodation, not assimilation, and through partnership, not domination. It is neither a myth nor a miracle. Rather, it is a series of choices, imperfect though they may be, made generation after generation. And these choices matter more than ever in a world which too often divides us. In a world where traditional alliances are crumbling, Canada has chosen to reach out and build new partnerships.
We offer partnership in a divided world, partnership in security, partnership in trade, partnership in culture. Canada is already the third largest exporter of music on the planet. And you can see from what we've already heard this morning, we're about to get bigger. And there's another reason we're about to get bigger, because I'm pleased to announce that Canada will be joining the next Eurovision Song Competition. Yes! Finally, enfin! They don't know what's coming. The most gloriously over-the-top celebration of music on earth. Dozens of countries, hundreds of millions of viewers, one unforgettable show. It's about to get even better, even wilder, because the world needs more Canada. And you will decide, and it's going to be a tough choice, you will decide which Canadian artist first steps onto that Eurovision stage beneath our flag. Alors, et nous avons aussi décidé d'emmener le
And
monde
we
au
also
Canada
decided
pour
to bring the world to
célébrer la
Canada
vitalité, la
to
richesse
celebrate
et la
the vitality, the
résilience de la
richness
langue
and
française
resilience of the
dans ce
French
pays
language
et partout dans
in
le
this
monde.
country and
Oui.
around the world.
Oui.
Yes,
Le
yes,
Canada
Canada
accueillera le
will
sommet
host
de la
the
francophonie
Sommet de la
en
Francophonie
2028,
in
ici même,
2028,
dans la région de la capitale
right here
nationale.
in the National Capital Region.
Que la fête commence.
May the fun begin.
Et si le courage et la manière
And
dont nous
if
faisons
courage
face
is
au
the way
monde,
we
et
face
si
the
la
world,
connexion
And if connection is what enables us to reach new heights, conviction, the certainty that better is always possible, is what propels us forward. 159 years ago, Canada was born. It wasn't perfect, but it offered a foundation, a starting point, born on a profound conviction that we can always be better.
Every generation of Canadians inherits something that was built by the generations before. A railway, a seaway, a charter of rights, a path towards reconciliation, a country that's more prosperous, more just, more inclusive than the one they inherited from their parents. None of us builds on empty ground. We build on those platforms raised by those who came before us. And our job, our duty even, is to raise it higher still for those who come after. C'est cela. Bâtir véritablement un
And that
pays.
is what truly building a country is all about. Never thinking that the work is done, because a country is always evolving. It's about seeking to make it better. And that is the choice that every generation is confronted with. And it's the choice offered to us today. That's why I am so proud to see so many Canadians continuing the work of those who came before them, to act on their convictions and build Canada strong.
Sustainably. From the Iqaluit, Nunavut, Tits, Hydro in Nunavut to the West Offshore Energy in Nova Scotia. Building in partnership with Indigenous peoples, such as the Nisga'a Nations, Ksi Lisims LNG in BC, and the Darlington New Nuclear in Ontario, which just 2 weeks ago saw the largest Indigenous investment in Canadian history. And building in solidarity, creating good, high-paying union jobs, and 100,000 new apprenticeships in the skilled trades to fill them. We're building in a spirit of cooperative federalism to create one Canadian economy, to build Canada strong. From new homes, community infrastructure, nation-building defense, transport, and energy projects in every province, in every territory. And we're building Canadian, with Canadian workers, Canadian steel, Canadian know-how, Canadian values. And my friends, this work is born from the conviction that Canada is worth fighting for. That Canada belongs to all Canadians, that Canada's best days are yet to come. These convictions were forged across generations, and they're being renewed by this generation. Courage, connections, conviction, Canada. Our Canada. Canada true, Canada strong, Canada free. Un Canada pour tous, tout le temps.
Canada for all.
Now.
Always.
Now to what I'm really up here for. When I spoke to Colonel Hansen just after his recent road trip, he reminded me of something that his mission commander, Reed Wiseman, had said just before they set out. And the commander said that he hoped one day that their mission would be forgotten, because that would mean that Artemis II was a success. Successful because others would have gone further, because the torch would have been passed and carried forward. You know, it's the right perspective for how we build an even better country. Because the true measure of what we build is not whether we're remembered. It's whether those that follow can stand on a higher platform and reach higher than we ever could. That's what we're doing, Canada. And right now, Right now, Canadians are aiming high. We're aiming for the moon as well as the World Cup. That's right. Now, speaking of which, before I introduce Jeremy finally, public service announcement, it is time for a hydration break. It's hot. If you're watching at home, it is hot here. My fellow Canadians, courage, connection, and conviction are right here, standing with the people he carried with him every single meter. So please help me give a true Canadian hero the welcome he deserves, Colonel Jeremy Hansen.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Wow, Canada, your energy here today brings back that familiar moon joy that rippled across the globe during Artemis II. Et avec la mission, le Canada,
and with the mission, Canada became the second country to send a human into deep space. And I hope that every one of you looked at that success and thought, we contributed to that. We made that possible.
Nous avons rendu ça possible.
We made that possible. So together, let's celebrate the lunar euphoria that you gave birth to.
Now, imagine yourself floating next to my crewmates Reed, Victor, and Christina, and peering out the window of the Integrity spacecraft from the far side of the moon. Earth is tiny, yet striking against the canvas of the Milky Way. Comme individu, on se sent très petit.
As an individual, you feel very small, but you also feel very privileged to witness something so grandiose that is made possible thanks to the creative collaboration of people around the world who work together as one crew.
And here's the point. When I look out at all of you, I see the same. A country powerful together as one, like a crew, through shared sacrifice, mutual reliance, and a commitment to a collective vision much larger than any single one of us. My words fall short of expressing my pride in what you stand for and how you show up in the world. I was proud to wear the Canadian mission patch, one beautiful example of Indigenous knowledge that can serve as guideposts in our lives. J'étais aussi fier de porter le drapeau
And I was also
canadien
proud to carry the Canadian flag and to showcase our culture around the moon in French and English.
Dreaming big is part of our DNA, but dreams alone don't get us off the launch pad. The thrust that drives and propels Canada upwards is our can-do attitude. We accept smart risks, we persevere in failure, and ultimately our grit pushes us beyond the frontier. Canada, there are unsung heroes among you. Your space industry quietly contributes to our basic needs: security, the economy, and our quality of life. Our industry has earned global respect and will continue to build a brighter future for Canada and the world. From making Canada the third country to build and fly a satellite, to the Canadarms, to the farthest humans have ever traveled in space, to the future missions of astronauts Jenny Gibbons and Joshua Kutrick. Given the opportunity, Canada will continue to be at the forefront of innovation and human progress. Le Canada ne peut pas réparer tout ce qui ne
Now,
va pas
Canada
sur
cannot
notre
fix
petite
everything that is
planète.
wrong with our little
Mais
Earth,
nous pouvons choisir
but
d'être
we can
un
choose to set an example
d'intégrité,
of integrity,
qui reconnaît que
a
chaque
people that
être humain
recognizes
a la même
that
valeur.
every human being
And
has the
that's
same value.
first joy found in lifting one another up to share our unique goods. I love you, Canada. Bonne fête to Canada. Happy Canada Day.
First joy.
You're excellent.
Merci, Jeremy Hansen, de nous avoir
Thank you,
rappelé
Jeremy
d'abord que l'union
Hansen,
fait la
for
force
reminding
et
us
qu'on peut
first that there
accomplir
is
de
strength in
grandes
unity
choses quand on sort
and
des
that we can
sentiers
accomplish
battus.
great
D'un
things
océan à
when
l'autre,
we
jusqu'à la Lune.
think out of the box.
Like you said, Julie, the sky is not the limit. It goes way beyond that. I still remember watching that launch, one of those moments where everyone stopped what they were doing to watch history unfold.
Oui, on a retenu notre souffle au décollage.
Yes, we held
puis
our
quand la
breath on
capsule
liftoff
arrive.
and when the
De voir
capsule
un
splashed
Canadien
down.
faire partie de cette
Seeing a
mission
Canada, a
historique,
Canadian be
grand,
part of this historic
rassembleur et
mission
tellement inspirant
was
pour notre
something
pays, tout
unifying
comme
and so
Jeremy.
inspiring for our country.
It reminded us that with courage, knowledge, and imagination, we can push the limits of what feels possible.
Et pour les enfants qui ont vu ça
And for
comme les
children
miens,
watching that, like my
ce sont
own,
des souvenirs qui restent.
these are
Ça donne
lasting
envie de
memories.
rêver plus grand et ça nous
It
rappelle-
inspires
ça
you
nous
to dream
rappelle la
bigger
place
and
du
reminds
Canada
us
sur
that
Terre,
Canada's place
dans
on
le
this
ciel et
earth
même autour de la Lune.
is in the sky and around the moon.
Maintenant, on reste dans le thème avec deux
Now,
voix qui pourraient briller
we'll
bien
stay with
au-delà
that
des limites
theme
de notre système
with two
solaire.
voices that will take us
Performing
well
Touch the
beyond the
Sky,
limits
a
of
song
our
by
solar
M.
system.
Griner, written for Jeremy as an uplifting tribute celebrating the historic Artemis II mission.
Et avec la chanson Plus près des
And with
étoiles,
the song
propulsée par
Plus près
Martine
des
Sinclair,
étoiles
voici
by
Eleanor
Martine
Lagacé
Sinclair,
et Juliana
here's
Labelle.
Eleanor Lagacé and Juliana Labelle.
I'm alone and I'm free. See the sky, hear an old familiar voice. All of life just begun. Turn the key, take the call. I believe we'll rise up in this moment. I see you're heading down the road, and I know that you'll understand it all. And this day I couldn't ever dream. Ils ont quitté leur terre, leur champ de fleurs et leur ville sacrée, traversé les rivières jusqu'au grand fleuve salé, sans un
good time? Julie, Canadian athletes have really been making headlines everywhere over the past year.
Et je dois dire, Melissa, que les athlètes
And I have to say,
féminines ont
Melissa,
vraiment
that women athletes have really shown their mettle. All we have to do is look at the Women's Hockey League.
Championship series it was, and I know you loved every minute of it here in Ottawa because it featured your team, The Charge.
On a vraiment eu droit à une finale enlevante. Et
We
c'est la
got
victoire
an
de
incredible
Montréal qui a remporté
final,
la Coupe
and
Walter, le
the
plus
Montreal
prestigieux
Victoire,
trophée
that
de la
won the
LPHF.
Walter Cup,
Quel
the most
beau moment pour le
prestigious
hockey
trophy.
féminin
What a
canadien.
fantastic
Yes,
moment
make some
for
noise
women's
for our
hockey in Canada.
PWHL finalists.
Mais c'est pas tout, je dois dire que je suis une
But
grande
that's
fan
not
de
all. I
basketball.
have to say I'm
J'étais
a
donc
real
vraiment
fan of
excitée qu'une
basketball,
première
and I was
équipe
super
canadienne
excited
se
that a
joigne
first
à la
Canadian team is
WNBA.
joining the WNBA.
Yes, the Toronto Tempo, Canada's first ever team in the Women's National Basketball Association. So, from the ice to the court, Canadian women are showing us all what's possible.
Et quand on pense aux femmes
And when you think of
canadiennes
Canadian
qui
women
repoussent les
pushing
limites
back the
et qui nous
boundaries and
inspirent,
inspiring us,
il y en a
there's
une qui a
one that
marqué
really
son
marked her
époque dans
era
un tout autre
in another
arène,
era,
celle de
in
la
another
justice.
way.
On June
Injustice.
8th, Canada officially welcomed its 31st Governor General, a woman whose remarkable career has shaped justice, human rights, and the rule of law here at home and around the world.
De la Cour suprême du Canada aux
From the
Nations Unies,
Supreme
elle a
Court of
consacré sa vie
Canada
à
to the
défendre
United
la
Nations,
dignité
she has
humaine,
devoted her
l'état
life
de
to
droit
defending
et
human
l'idée que la
dignity,
justice
the rule
doit
of law,
toujours
and the
se
idea
tenir
that
debout
justice
face aux
must
abus de
always
pouvoir.
stand up to abuses
Elle
of
incarne un
power.
Canada engagé,
She embodies a Canada that is
courageux et
engaged,
profondément humain.
courageous, and
It is a
profoundly
true
human.
privilege to share the stage with her. Please welcome the 31st Governor General of Canada.
Accueillez la 31e gouverneure
Please
générale
welcome
du
the
Canada,
31st Governor
Son
General of
Excellence,
Canada,
la très
Her
honorable,
Excellency, the Right
Excellency,
Honorable
Honorable
Louise Arbour.
Bonjour Canada. Hello everyone.
Hello, Canada.
Je célèbre aujourd'hui ma première fête du Canada.
Today I'm
à titre
celebrating
de
my first
gouverneur
Canada
général,
Day
and
as Governor
I
General.
feel your energy. I share it. C'est tout un pays que nous célébrons aujourd'hui.
It's quite a country we're celebrating today, from the recent national holiday in Quebec to the FIFA World Cup matches in Toronto and Vancouver, and particularly in Los Angeles, where Canada won an incredible victory.
On a démontré qu'on sait faire la fête.
We have shown that we know how to
Whether
party.
in FIFA soccer stadiums or at the Olympics, we know who we are cheering for. Go Canada! And you know, when we play ferociously against each other, whether in baseball or hockey, we don't hate the other team. We just love them better when they lose. This is us. We like to play. And you know what? We always play by the rules. On joue selon les règles du jeu.
We play by the rules,
Et on adore les sports d'équipe.
and we love team sports.
On a même démontré, on l'a déjà mentionné, que nos équipes
And
féminines
as it was mentioned,
sont
we've
parmi
proven
vraiment
that our
les
women's
meilleures au monde.
teams
On en
are
est
among
très
the
fiers.
best in the world.
On est un pays de saisons.
We are a country
Les
of
saisons
seasons,
de la joie
seasons
et les
of
saisons
joy,
de la tristesse.
seasons of sadness.
C'est le pays, c'est la saison aujourd'hui, la saison des
And
graduations.
now it's the season
la
of
saison des
graduations,
mariages,
of
la
weddings,
saison des déménagements.
of people
On
moving.
célèbre des rites de passage.
And we're
Mais il y a
celebrating
aussi
rites
les
of passage.
saisons où l'on pleure.
There are
On
also
pleure des
seasons where we
policiers
mourn.
qui
We
sont
mourn the police
tombés
officers
en action.
who were killed in the
Et on
line of
pleure
duty.
des victimes
And we
qui
mourn
se sont
the
simplement
victims
trouvées tristement
whom fate sadly put in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Throughout the seasons, rain, shine, snow, or melt in the sun, when hardship strikes, we rally. From forest fires to ice storms, we fight to protect our land and each other. And we share the sorrow of loss as we cherish our heroes. Quand on voyage, on est toujours un peu surpris de
When we
constater
travel,
comment
we're always a
tout
little
est
bit
différent.
surprised to see how everything is different. The landscape, the people, their language, or often, in fact, sometimes just their accent.
When I traveled across Canada, our landscapes vary, sometimes very dramatically, sometimes in subtle ways, just like our people. But every time, everywhere I go in Canada, whether in the Rockies or the far north, whether in the chaos of big cities or in small villages close to or far away from the ocean, I keep thinking every time, I can't believe I'm still home. This is our gift. What a gift. Our country is our gift. Today, we share it with each other, with open minds and open hearts. And tomorrow, we'll just get back at it, back at working hard to improve what is already the very best country in the whole world. Alors, avec tout le monde dans la chaloupe, bonne fête du Canada, happy Canada Day.
So, with everyone working together, happy
Merci.
Canada Day.
Thank you.
The Order of Canada was established in 1967, and today it is the centerpiece of our honor system. Those who are members of the Order of Canada write the soundtrack of our lives, and their words spark our imagination. They unite our communities through their service and advance humanity in their relentless pursuit of innovation. L'Ordre du Canada a été créé en 1967.
The Order of Canada was created in 1967 and represents the cornerstone of our honor system. Members of the Order of Canada make up the soundtrack of our lives, and their words stimulate our imagination. They unite our communities through their service and allow humanity to progress through the endless quest for innovation.
To receive the insignia of Companion of the Order of Canada, pour recevoir l'insigne de Compagnon
To
de
receive
l'Ordre
the
du Canada,
insignia of Companion of the Order of Canada, Simon Brault.
Simon Brault est un pilier des
Simon
arts.
Brault is a pillar of the arts and culture in Canada. As director of the Canada Council for the Arts, he redefined the organization by focusing on democratization and accessibility, thus strengthening support for artists of diverse backgrounds and the Indigenous communities. An activist, he has highlighted the importance of culture in all spheres of society.
Votre Excellence, Monsieur Brault.
This is a promotion. Your Excellence, Mr. Brault.
To receive the insignia of Member of the Order of Canada, pour recevoir l'insigne de Membre de l'Ordre du Canada, Michelle Francis Good. Michelle Good is a member of the Red Pheasant Cree Nation, esteemed for her work as an activist, lawyer, and storyteller. A survivor of the 60s scoop and the intergenerational trauma of residential schools, she has confronted laws that continue to hurt Indigenous communities and advocates reconciliation, truth, and respect. Your Excellency, Miss Good. Rasi Nasalik. Rasi Nasalik is a trusted voice for Canada's North. As the inaugural host of CBC's Igalak, the first Inuktitut language daily television newscast, she helped connect communities and keep residents informed. She is a valued advocate for the preservation of Inuit language and culture and a sought-after elder and community advisor. Your Excellency, Miss Nasalik. Michel Rabagliati.
As one of the most prolific comic book authors in Canada, Michel Rabagliati has showcased Canadian comic book culture around the world. Through his main character, Paul, we discovered the aspirations of people here, while he offered the public a vision of what Canadian comic book culture can be.
Chloé Sainte-Marie.
A multidisciplinary artist, Chloé Sainte-Marie has been a shining light in the Quebec cultural industry for years. She first made a name for herself in the film industry, playing significant roles, and made her mark in the world of music. The founder of Maison Gilles Carle, she launched a campaign to raise awareness to the heavy burden carried by informal care workers.
Please join us in congratulating today's Order of Canada investees. Félicitons ensemble des personnes investies à l'Ordre du Canada.
Notre prochaine invitée, j'avais très hâte de la présenter.
I was really looking forward to introducing our next guest. As a radio host, it's always a great pleasure to introduce her songs.
That really gets you. She is one of Canada's most distinctive voices, a Grammy-winning artist whose music blends pop, R&B, and soul with honesty, vulnerability, and real emotional power.
Je trouve que ses chansons et ses vidéoclips
I feel her songs and videos are incredibly authentic. They are about confidence, doubt, inner strength, and self-acceptance. They touch me even more when I think that this is a Canadian, a girl from home, who is defending the values we hold dear
Today,
on the
she
world
brings
stage.
us one of her biggest global hits, a song that has traveled across borders, playlists, and generations. Performing Stay, yep, we know you love her, Canada's own Alessia Cara.
Waiting for the time to pass away. Hope the winds of change will change your mind. And I could give 1,000 reasons why. And I know you, and you've got to make it on your own, but we don't have to grow up. We can stay forever, yeah. Living on my sofa, drinking rum and cola beneath the rising sun. And I could give 1,000 reasons why, but you're going. You know that all you have to do is stay a minute. Just take your time. The clock is ticking, so stay. All you gotta do is wait a second. Your hands on mine. The clock is ticking, so stay. All right, jump with me, come on. The clock is ticking, so stay. A second, your hands on mine. The clock is ticking, so stay. All you have to do is stay. I won't admit what I already know, 'cause I've never been the best at letting go. And I don't wanna spend the night alone, but I need you, and I need to make it on my own, but I don't wanna grow up. We can stay forever, yeah. Living on my sofa, drinking rum and cola under the rising sun. I could give 1,000,000 reasons why, but you're going, and you know that all you have to do is stay. Say a minute, just take your time. The clock is ticking, so stay. All you gotta do is wait a second. Your hands on mine. The clock is ticking, so stay. The clock is ticking, so stay. A second, your hands on mine. The clock is ticking, so stay. Ottawa, how we feeling? Come on. Happy Canada Day, everyone. I want to try something with you. Ottawa, I want to see if we can get as low as we possibly can. And I want you to jump with me. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, jump! The clock is ticking, so stay. A second, your hands on mine. The clock is ticking, so stay. All you gotta do is stay. Thank you so much. I love you. Thank you.
I love her. Thank you, Alessia. So inspiring. On s'apprête maintenant à vous présenter une personne qui en a
We are
inspiré des
getting ready to
millions
introduce someone
partout
who's
sur la
inspired
planète.
millions
Il y a
right across
40
the
ans,
planet.
l'athlète paralympique
40 years ago, the Canadian Paralympic athlete Rick Hansen began an adventure that would make history, crisscrossing the world in a wheelchair to raise awareness, mobilize, and dream of a barrier-free world.
That dream, Rick Hansen and his team wheeled more than 40,000 kilometers through 34 countries over 26 months during the legendary Man in Motion World Tour.
And his adventure is still having an impact and continues to open doors and change mentalities and remind us that accessibility is not a privilege but an essential condition for reaching one's full potential as an individual. And we're very proud that Canada Day celebrations are being offered in Quebec Sign Language and in American Sign Language.
He inspired a global movement, one built on courage, inclusion, and the belief that people of all abilities deserve the chance to participate fully.
Melissa, I have trouble imagining how you could do such a thing. It must have been exhausting, but also deeply gratifying.
You know what? Let's ask him. Please welcome Rick Hansen. Rick, we are truly honored to have you here with us on the Canada Day stage.
Well, thank you very much. It's such an honor for me to be able to hear. I'm a proud Canadian, especially on Canada Day. Bon fête Canada. Happy Canada Day, everybody. Really fantastic.
We're celebrating the 40th anniversry of the Man in Motion World Tour. So when you think of that journey, what is the first thing that comes to mind?
For me, il y a grands moments, especially
well, there were
wheeling
some great
through,
moments.
China, in the middle of the country with millions of people lining the streets. And then coming home to Canada was probably the greatest highlight for me. It was so emotional. People from across the country in every corner came together with a powerful message that people with disabilities matter. And of course, when I reached Vancouver, I realized something at the end of the tour, which is that it was really just the beginning.
That's incredible. Over the last 40 years, Canada has made real progress on accessibility and inclusion, but what steps do we still need to take, especially with young people, to become barrier-free by 2040?
Well, Melissa, we've come a long way, but there's still work to be done, right? Disability touches so many Canadians, whether they live with one or whether they care for someone that does. And to get to a barrier-free Canada, governments, businesses, communities, and young people all across the country need to move together to be able to identify barriers, to set clear priorities, and measure our progress so we can get there faster.
Yes. So, yes, absolutely. Today, we are also celebrating difference makers, Rick. Who has been your ultimate difference maker in your life?
Très bonne question. No one gets anywhere on their own. And of course, I've been surrounded by incredible difference makers throughout my entire life, but one ultimate difference maker is my wife, Amanda. She helped me recover from a serious shoulder injury before the 1984 Paralympic Games, and later became the physio on my tour. And without her, I never have been able to accomplish the same level of outcome. And since then, she's been my best friend, my trusted advisor, and co-creator. And Amanda, I am so grateful to you. Merci. I love you.
On comprend que derrière chaque grand
Of course, we understand that behind every human adventure, there is a whole group providing support. And that's also true for our athletes, our brilliant athletes who performed in Milano Cortina, because representing Canada is a huge privilege. So let's welcome some of our great Olympic and Paralympic heroes.
So please welcome a few of our Olympic and Paralympic heroes from Milano Cortina, you guys. Let's hear it for them.
Le parcours d'un athlète repose aussi sur l'histoire de parents.
An athlete's journey is also about their parents, their friends, people who believed in them.
Kim Boutin est devenue à Milano
Kim Boutin became the most decorated Canadian athlete in the history of short track speed skating. With 6 Olympic medals, behind every performance, there were coaches, caregivers, her family who were always there supporting her in all those victories, in all those tough times. Please applaud Kim Boutin with one of her greatest supporters, her mother, Lucie Bilodeau. A silver medalist in Milano Cortina, Vincent knows that a game is never only about what happens on the ice, because in the bleachers or on television, your friends don't want to miss any of your exploits. And so throughout his journey, they supported and encouraged him, knowing that he could achieve his dream. Please applaud Vincent Boilly with one of his most faithful supporters, his friend, Thomas Pichette.
Rachel Holman. Curling athlete Rachel Holman led Team Canada to an Olympic bronze medal in Milano Cortina, capping off an incredible comeback and bringing home Canada's first Olympic medal in women's curling in 12 years. Through every championship run, one familiar face has always been cheering from the stands. Her father, who first introduced her to the sport when she was only 10. Please give a warm welcome to Rachel Holman alongside her dad, Craig Holman. Kalinda Joseph. Kalinda Joseph helped Team Canada make history in Milano Cortina, winning Paralympic gold after an undefeated tournament in wheelchair curling. Behind that remarkable achievement was the unwavering support of her husband, whose encouragement and constant belief helped her through every challenge along the way. Please give a warm welcome to Kalinda Joseph alongside her biggest supporter, her husband, Ewan McKellar. Antoine Cyr.
In Milano Cortina, Antoine Cyr gave the best performance of his career, finishing 11th in the 50-kilometer event. Every day and during training, he shared the road with his partner, who was also an Olympic athlete. Together, they were able to support each other. So please applaud Antoine Cyr with his partner, Lauren Jortford. A pioneer of Canadian para-snowboarding, Sandrine has been contributing for years to expanding the sport and inspiring a new generation of athletes. Throughout her journey, she's always been able to count on the tireless support of her parents, who passed on their passion for sport and the necessary confidence to always aim higher. Here is Sandrine Hamel with her mother, Linda Dubé. Canada, you are also part of the history of these athletes with your encouragement.
Extraordinary achievements. Canada, let's hear it one more time for them.
La cérémonie du midi tire à sa fin. This year,
The ceremony
Canada
is ending
marks its
soon.
159th anniversary, and together we have already begun the journey towards our 160th. 159 ans à bâtir un pays
159 years of building a
qui a
strong
toujours su
country,
défendre
a
ses
sovereign
intérêts
country
et
that
avancer
always
avec
defended its
courage.
interests and
country that
moved
stands
forward with
tall,
courage.
A country that protects its people, honors its territory, and continues to shape its own destiny. En tant que mère, je trouve ça tellement
As a
précieux
mother,
de pouvoir
it's so
coucher mes
important to be
enfants
able to
le soir
put
avec
your
la
children to
certitude
bed at
que le
night
lendemain,
knowing
ils
that
se réveilleront
tomorrow
dans
they'll
un
wake
pays
up
où
in a
ils sont
country where they
en
feel
sécurité,
safe,
libre
free,
et
and
protégés.
protected.
We are incredibly fortunate, even privileged, to live in a safe country. And when you think about it, the greatest thing about Canada is, without a doubt, its people. Personnellement, j'ai jamais été aussi
Personally,
fière
I've
d'être
never been
Canadienne
as
que dans
proud
les
to be
derniers mois.
Canadian as
Je
in
trouve,
the recent
on est un
months.
peuple toujours en mode
We are a
solution,
people
toujours
that
prêt à
is
se trousser
always
les
looking
manches
for
pour
solutions,
s'aider.
ready
On
to
prend
roll up our
l'amour bien
sleeves
plus
to
que la
help each
haine.
other out.
On serre les
We
coudes.
advocate love rather than
Wherever I
hate.
work,
We
wherever
stick
I
together.
go, wherever I travel, I am always proud to pull out my passport and say that I am Canadian. It's not only an incredible privilege, it's a source of immense pride. Now, to honor our country, our people, to honor us, please rise if you are able for the singing of our national anthem.
Veuillez maintenant vous lever si vous le pouvez.
Please rise if you are able for the singing of O Canada by Éléonore Lagacé.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras sépare des l'épée, il sépare la gloire. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. We stand on
C'est déjà la fin. Merci à tous nos
It's already the
invités,
end.
nos musiciens,
Thank you to all our
choristes sous la
guests,
direction d'Alex McMahon
to
et
our
nos
singers,
incroyables danseurs.
our incredible dancers.
And a very special thanks to the Snowbirds for their breathtaking performance over the skies of Ottawa.
Melissa, I had a real blast working with you.
Me too, Julie. Maybe we should work on a musical duet. I'm sure that would be fun.
That would be great. Quand tu veux. La Fête du Canada se poursuit avec le spectacle du soir, animé par ma bonne amie Isabelle Racicot.
And tonight, my good friend Isabelle Racicot will be hosting the evening Canada Day celebration.
Tonight at 8 p.m. on CBC and CBC Gem. Bonne Fête du Canada! Happy Canada Day!
That is what I like to see. That's what I like to hear. A little swagger attached to O Canada. I don't know that I've heard it quite like that before, but that was
A
great.
little touch of Freddie Mercury, a little Bohemian Rhapsody inspired. I love that.
And there goes the Governor General, clearly enjoying her very first Canada Day in this role.
No, we said elbows up was last year, but that national anthem clearly had a lot of elbow up.
And there is a man, the Prime Minister, who is walking calmly, but about to run to an airplane to fly to Edmonton for another Canada Day celebration. Louise Arbour, the Governor General, with the crowds there. I don't know. I even when you know in theory what's going to come on a day like today, there are moments of it that I didn't expect. I don't think I expected to feel quite as emotional when you see people thanking their parents. Thanking their spouses.
The gratitude.
Yeah.
The gratitude thing. It's so
very
powerful.
good. We've been seeing it all day with the shout outs, but in the ceremony as well. What as we watched the Prime Minister there wander out and shake some hands. What did you? What was your highlight?
You know, I'm still washed over with Olympic fever. Like I still have Olympic fever from Milano, and I just seeing all those athletes up there and the people that got them there. That's one thing they all say, right? Is that you don't get there alone, and just seeing that Olympic pride from the crowd and the national anthem. I don't know. Yeah. I really liked it.
I wouldn't mind hearing that again.
At first, I was like, "What is it?" But no, it was really. It had a lot of spirit.
All right, so interesting day this one. One of the biggest issues that has been facing the federal government on this Canada Day in particular is that meeting, right, between Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. on the free trade agreement. So while we were all watching that stage show, word came down that the United States officially will not renew CUSMA. Well, that's interesting. Perfect time to break in then with Kate McKenna. So, Kate, this was happening just as the Prime Minister was wrapping up his speech here. I don't think it's a surprise to anybody, but what do we know?
Well, that's right. I don't think that this is a surprise to anyone. This is something that the United States has been signifying that they were planning to do for months now. But it will be disappointing for the business community because even though the deal does not actually expire for another 10 years, it's expected to reduce investor confidence in Canada. So I'll tell you a little bit about what happens now. There are expected to be annual reviews now until a new deal is reached. It is likely going to pave the way for tough negotiations between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. We know that there have already been conversations between Dominic LeBlanc, the Minister of U.S.-Canada Trade, and Jameson Greer, his counterpart. Dominic LeBlanc put out a statement not long ago saying those talks are set to continue, which I think can be interpreted as a good sign that talks are continuing. But we heard from Mark Carney today in the speech that he gave at this Canada Day event that Canada is intent on asserting its own sovereignty, not needing other countries in order to make it work. So renewing its focus on building things within Canada while it tries to get a trade deal with the United States now.
All right, Kate McKenna, as we said earlier, not all hot dogs and fireworks for the Prime Minister today. That is Kate McKenna here at Le Breton Flats. So also here is David Thurton, who spent a few hours winding his way up to the stage. Where are you now, friend?
Hey, midway away from the stage, but I have a family here with me, Julia and Bruno and their kids. What did you think of the show?
Oh, it was fantastic. It was a great show. Lots of great talent. Wonderful.
And Julia, I was wondering, this Canada Day, all Canada Days are special, but I'm just wondering what's on your mind, what's on your heart on this day?
Today I felt was a special day to come down for Canada Day because we've had a lot of milestones happening. You know, the Artemis, the Elbows Up movement, the really trying to put Canada forward as an independent country as we do well. And we see that even in the World Cup as we've pushed further than we have ever. So it's a great day to be here.
And Bruno, what's on your mind?
I don't know. I just came for the vibes, right? We try to get the kids out. It's not easy, but we haven't been out for Canada Day in 9 years, so it was wonderful to come here today and see the show. It was wonderful.
Well, you compliment yourselves, each other, the profound and the vibes. You need a bit of that in a relationship. Happy Canada Day. Thank you so much for doing this, and to your kids as well. Adrienne, I'll send it back to you.
Thanks, David. I quite love that. It came for the vibes. I mean, didn't we all?
It's not any one group, but really it's a shout out to the collective of people who put themselves on the line every day to action wildfires. I mean, that takes a different breed of person to do that. And we thank you for your service and putting us out putting yourselves out there like that, because without you, our communities wouldn't be safe from wildfire.
Another special shout out today. Now, staying in the Northwest Territories, Megan Roberts is in Yellowknife. Megan, I am sure that in particular is a sentiment many are feeling right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many small communities here, and people really know the firefighters. They're part of their communities. So a lot of people that are really grateful for that. I'm standing right beside the parade, and it's actually for really good timing because you can see some of the emergency responders right now going past me. despite the wildfires that are going on right now in the Northwest Territories, which we can smell, it's quite smoky here, people are in really good moods. They've been really enjoying the parade. We've had people going by that are doing Dene drumming. We have had people from our communities of Zimbabwe and Cameroon, and just a lot of, in general, great cheer, and people are excited to celebrate the day. One thing I was talking to one of the organizers of the parade that he told me that I thought was very northern, which is they put out the invite for people to come and participate in the parade. They don't actually know who's going to show up until the day. So this parade is a bit of a surprise, not only for the audience, but it's also a surprise for the people who are organizing it. He said they're on pins and needles waiting to see who shows up. It's just wrapping up right now, but that doesn't mean the festivities here in Yellowknife are wrapping up. After this, everyone will head, including us, to Samba Cay Park, where we will continue with the festivities, with food, with dance, and I'm really looking forward to showing you more of that later. Adrienne?
I love that idea for a parade where you just never know what's going to happen. And obviously a big shout out to all the first responders all across this country. We're all afraid they're going to have a big, long, hot summer. That is Megan Roberts in Yellowknife. Now, Greg Ross, a lot further south in Toronto, and apparently on the field. Look at you at the Rogers Centre.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the Blue Jays' big Canada Day celebration, one of many in the city of Toronto today. But look how they've decked out the Rogers Centre here. You've got Canada flags all along the home run fence. They're going to be part of a big pre-game Canada Day ceremony. They have many festivities throughout the building here today. Canada Day themed festivities happening. And of course, the big giveaway, 15,000 fans got one of these jerseys right here. It's a Canada Day cut-off Shane Bieber jersey. Somebody do the spin and give us the back. Shane Bieber on the back. Won't be the starting pitcher for the Blue Jays today. Braden Fisher making the start. Looks like a bullpen day for the Blue Jays, but exciting nonetheless. It's Canada Day and you're here and you got a free shirt.
Yeah.
He's liking it. Yes, that's good. It's always good when you get something free. But yes, Blue Jays taking on the New York Mets here. If you were following the Blue Jays at all this week, I know it's been a tough time for the Blue Jays. They've lost 6 of their last 7 games, but facing the New York Mets, and you may have seen that means Bo Bichette, who spent many years playing for the Blue Jays here in Canada, has some ties to these fans over here for sure. We heard many of them yelling his name just moments ago as he was taking fielding practice a little while ago. He made his emotional return to Toronto, to Canada earlier this week on Monday. We saw with tears in his eyes as he talked about his connection to this city, his connection to these fans, and we heard the fans yelling for Bo Bichette when he was taking fielding practice. Obviously, he's still loved here. He's maybe an honorary Canadian today.
You could say that.
So. Yeah, they think so. Bo Bichette back in town. It's the Blue Jays, the New York Mets playing Game 3 of a 3-game set here. The Jays looking to win the rubber match of this series, Adrienne.
Greg Ross, thank goodness you're a man of many words, as those young guys are men of few words. But we get the point, and go Jays, go. we need a little lift. That is Greg Ross at Rogers Centre in Toronto. Omar, my friend, the sky is turning a little bit, but that's okay. We've had a good day.
It held off just for us, I think.
It did. That was
just
kind.
for the show.
That was kind of it. We've been talking about shout-outs all day. I shouted out my mom earlier. What about you?
I've shouted out my mom in the past.
Yeah.
I want to shout out my big brother, Frank Della Malva. As you know, I was really young. I lost my father in the Big Brothers organization. He was a volunteer there. They paired me with him. He took me to my first Grey Cup.
Yeah.
Took me to work with him. Showed me that, when you're really down in your darkest of days, there are people that will bring you up. And so my shout out is to Frank Della Malva. He's still the guy that's in my corner every time I have a down day.
This is lovely.
And if I could say another shout out.
Please, go on, my friend.
Because a long time ago when I was new to journalism, there was someone who gave me the best piece of journalistic advice I've ever had. And it was, if you want to be a good storyteller, be a stranger in your own hometown. And that was you. Thank you, my friend.
Right on, right on.
Shout out to you.
Well, we're all strangers kind of in our own hometowns. Thank you very much. Omar Dabaghi-Pacheco, good man. You're a good friend here. Thank you very, very much.
It's been such a fun day.
And thanks to everybody. As you've been watching these shout outs down below, take them in a little bit. They're going to be more throughout the day, but they're like little love letters or little stories about who we are as a country, regardless of what happens politically. We need to lean on each other. We do lean on each other. We're seeing people shout out caregivers, friends who call them. They can be important things. They can be, like, for me, for example, play is one of the most important things in my life. I want to shout out my friends in MAJA, M-A-J-A, Middle Age Jump Around. every Saturday for years and years and years. Winter, rain, we work out, we have cake after, we hang out. These people are
That is
my
awesome.
brain and my body. Yeah, so shout outs like that matter.
Things you didn't know about your colleagues.
Yes, we don't know. There's a lot we're learning about each other. Don't forget the concert tonight. This is a very big deal. I'm going to be back here with Elamin Abdul Mahmoud at about 7 o'clock, and then the concert begins at 8. These people are going to hang around for a little bit, enjoy some snacks, keeping an eye on the sky, because it's Ottawa. You never know what on earth is going to happen here weather-wise. But allow me, if I may, to say what a joy it is to spend the day celebrating what makes this country so great. All the wonderful people who call it home, who look after each other, who lift each other up, the helpers, the cheerleaders, the innovators, the entertainers, the parents, the crew. For something like this, the best we have. Call In Canada is coming up next. Saroja Coelho is hosting a call-in special asking, what does it mean to be Canadian in 2026? How can we make the country more united? You can call now at 1-888-416-8333. I'll be back in a few hours when the evening celebration gets underway here in Ottawa. Until then, another look at some of the beautiful shout-outs that are still rolling in.
This shout out here goes to the Grape Gang from Gander, Newfoundland, circa 1991. Love you, boys. Happy Canada Day.
I would do a shout out to my mother and father as making us proud Canadians. A special mention to my father, who received an Order of Canada for volunteerism. And I think that's the great part about Canadians. Canadians help Canadians.
I want to shout out a great Canadian, my son Jim. He was born with an extra chromosome, and I believe that has made him an extra special human being. Jim is incredibly empathetic, he loves unconditionally, and he brings so much joy to the lives of everyone he meets.
I'd like to give a shout out to all the students and staff at St. John Vianney Catholic School in Barrie, Ontario. We had a wonderful school year, and it was so nice to get a basketball championship here. Really proud of everyone. Have a wonderful summer, happy Canada Day, and go Lightning.
Happy Canada Day to all the fellow Canadians from Burlington, Ontario. My name is Madhavi, and this is my first Canada Day as a permanent resident. Thanks to Canada that I met my partner Kevin and our sweet little dog Cheddar.
I have a special shout out to my mother, Ann Ewing, now in her 90s and living in Saskatchewan. With the sudden passing of my father, this stay-at-home mom now faced the daunting task of raising 6 young children on her own. She chose to go back to school, upgrading her education with a GED. To become a registered nurse, graduating with honors, she chose to work night shifts, just to be sure the kids were provided for during the day.
Happy Canada Day and happy 100th birthday to my nonno, Giuseppe Tigano, who came from a small town in southern Italy almost 80 years ago in search of a better life. Throughout his life, he had 6 children, 20 grandchildren, and 29 great-grandchildren. Happy birthday, nonno, happy Canada Day, and Cente Anne.
I want to give a shout out to the greatest Canadian I know, my father, the late Dylan O'Connor, also known as Mr. O'Canada, dubbed by the Right Honourable Robert Stanfield in 1968. Dylan changed the final 2 notes of O Canada in 1968. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
From the Rockies and Laurentians to Wonder Mountain, happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day. I'm Saroja Coelho, and this is Call in Canada. We are taking your calls over the next 2 hours. What does it mean to be Canadian right now? That's our question for you. How do we make this country feel more united? You can call us at 1-888 1-888-416-8333. Again, to give us a call, 1-888-416-8333.
I am so proud to be a Canadian. We weren't born here, but we have chosen Canada with our whole heart.
Got great pride in Canada because I've served Canada for 30 years in the service. My family, my father before me, generations have served in the military.
And I give thanks every day that I'm Canadian, and not just because of what's going on in the States, not just because of Trump. I've always felt like that.
What does it feel like to be Canadian at this moment? There's some bitterness there.
My grandparents immigrated from India to this country a while back, and it's so crazy to think how lucky they were.
So many different perspectives there. For the next 2 hours, we are taking your calls on what it means this year to be Canadian. We heard from the Prime Minister earlier today. We also heard from the Governor General. And now we want to hear from you. We have a lot to talk about. This time last year, when we did our Canada Day special, the world was looking just a little bit different. The 51st state threats from President Donald Trump were fresh. The Buy Canadian movement was in full swing. Canada's new Prime Minister had won an election, encouraging everyone across the country to get their elbows up. And then fast forward 1 year to today. A lot of those same tensions with the United States continue, along with some tensions with President Donald Trump. But we have other things on our minds at the same time. This coming fall, Alberta will vote on whether or not separating from Canada is an idea worth pursuing. Separation is also going to be an issue in Quebec's provincial election later this year. So what about you? Are you optimistic about where the country's at right now? Also, over the next couple of hours, we're going to visit a whole bunch of places in the country and find out about some unique Canada Day traditions. We're going to speak to an Ontario woman who makes an enormous cake every year and feeds thousands of people. Also, have you ever heard of bathtub racing? We're going to visit Nanaimo, British Columbia, where apparently this is a summer hobby. They race their bathtubs every 1st of July. We're also going to speak to a citizenship judge who immigrated in 2003 and now officiates ceremonies for other newcomers. So stay tuned for the next 2 hours on CBC Radio, CBC Television, CBC News Network, and streaming on CBC Gem and CBC Fast channels. This is Call in Canada. So we're taking calls and we're going to jump in right away onto the phone lines. We've got Boaz Axelrod joining us from Toronto. Hi there, Boaz.
Hello.
It's so nice for you to join us. Happy Canada Day.
And to you.
Well, I'll ask you this first. To get us started, you have been in Canada for 26 years. What are your thoughts on what it means to be Canadian right now?
I feel very fortunate. I'm very lucky to be Canadian, and I hold the view that Canada is the best country in the world. And I keep saying that every day, not just on Canada Day.
Well, that's a lot of optimism that you're kicking our show off with. Thank you so much for that. What are you doing? How are you spending your Canada Day?
Actually, I'm working in the garden. It's very hot today, and I started working, and I'm taking a break now.
Okay, well, you're growing and nurturing things on this very, very hot day in Toronto. Thank you so much.
Yeah, okay.
I've been chatting with Boaz Axelrod with a very optimistic take on the country right now. We're also going to be taking your calls, 1-888 416-8333. Now I'm going to introduce you to my panel that I'm welcoming back. Had a wonderful time with them last year. I have 3 guests with me who will be with me for the entire 2 hours. Riley Yesno is an Anishinaabe scholar and writer at the University of Toronto, also a distinguished fellow at the Yellowhead Institute, and she is here with me in studio. Dalton Higgins, who I've hung out with many times, welcome back. He is a publicist, an author, and a cultural critic. He is also in the Toronto studio. He has written several books, including Far From Over, The Music and Life of Drake, The Unofficial Story. And Mark Tewksbury is also back with us. He won a gold medal in the 100-meter backstroke in the 1992 Olympics in Barcelona. He was also appointed a Companion of the Order of Canada in 2020, and he joins us from Calgary. Welcome back, all 3 of you.
Thank you.
Happy Canada Day. Mark is having a couple of technical issues, but he's going to be with us in no time. So we're going to skip forward a little bit. Riley, you and I, before microphones went on, we were talking a little bit about how Alberta separatism, what that means in this country right now. Mark is surely going to have some thoughts about that because he's joining us from Alberta. But if we take that wide lens view, how do you think that's resonating with people right now? And what about you? How is it resonating with you?
Yeah, I mean, I'll speak from like the circles that I'm really immersed in, which are Indigenous circles. And this has been a hotly, very contentious issue. And I think has really shown for a lot of Indigenous people that Canadians, and especially many Albertans who are in support of the separatist movement, don't really seem to recognize that like the fundamental glue that holds a lot of this nation together are the treaties. And that it is against Indigenous peoples, especially constitutional rights to put an international border in the middle of their treaty lands, which is effectively what would happen if Alberta were to succeed in a separatist sort of movement. And so to me, I find that these tensions, which I think have long existed amongst non-Indigenous people and Indigenous people in this country, are really like at a head right now. And Alberta is the perfect case study where we're seeing that. And that I think being able to recognize, this is an opportunity, I hope maybe, to recognize the power of the treaties, how fundamental Indigenous rights are to the makeup of this nation, and understanding that the only way we move forward, whether it's separating, staying, whatever it has to be, is that Indigenous people have to be on your side. And I think that's an important lesson to take from it.
The voice that you just heard is Riley Yesno. Riley, thanks for starting us off. She is a scholar. She is teaching political science at the University of Toronto. She's with us for the entire hour. You might have just heard what she said and have your own thoughts on what it means to be Canadian right now. You can reach us at 1-888-416-8333. If you're feeling a little bit shy and you would prefer a text message, that works just fine as well. 226-758-8924. Let me give you that again. For a text message, 226-758-8924 on what it means to be Canadian right now. Dalton, why don't I come to you? We're going to step away from separatism and come back to it when Mark joins us. You are a cultural critic, and there have been some really phenomenal moments of cultural production, let's say. There's some incredible books and some incredible music and some television that has just kind of pushed Canadian culture further than we might have expected. Can we just talk for a moment about the hockey throwdown that is heated rivalry? What is it about this show that resonated so massively with people?
Yeah, totally. It's not just simply a show or a television series. That's a phenomenon, right? So, when you go outside of our borders, that's how you know when something's, I guess, truly made it, air quotes. You go outside of our borders and Drake, Justin Bieber, The Weeknd, heated rivalry. Right? Okay. So it's so rare that you get as far as artistic output, cultural output from within our borders. It doesn't matter across sectors, multidisciplinary arts, whether it be visual art, television, film, theater, literature, that it blows up outside of our borders, right? And I think what happened, it was almost like this perfect storm. Canada, we're so thoroughly obsessed and fixated on hockey. Okay, like I'm in Toronto, and Toronto Maple Leaf games sell out like routinely, despite the fact that we haven't won a Stanley Cup in like 50 plus years. You know what I mean? Like 5 decades, it doesn't matter. All of the games are going to sell out. So hockey, that's what we love. It's what we do well. And then on the flip side, on the other hand, I think as far as the queer community, in Toronto, it's the first, basically Canada's first place, to legalize same-sex marriages, right? That's Canada. That's here, In Toronto, we just hosted Pride, this just a couple days ago. And we host the largest Pride festival of its kind in North America, right? If not the world, it's up there, right? So when you put these two phenomena together, it's like the perfect storm, right? Hockey, queer community, how the queer community is engaged here in Canada. And it's just like, boom, heated rivalry.
Yeah, that is a wonderful way to look at it, because I do find that both those two things get talked about separately. But you are right. There's something incredibly magical about the queer stories told within the world of hockey. What an amazing cultural moment. Mark is joining us now. Mark, hi, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here. Nice to hear Riley and Dalton again, too.
Yeah, our Canada Day party begins. Mark, I'm going to rewind us a little bit, because we did start out talking a little bit about separatism, and that feels like a conversation we cannot exclude you from, considering that you are joining us from Alberta. I'm wondering, as the conversation intensifies around separatism, around whether or not Alberta wants to stay in Canada, what does being Canadian mean to you right now in the midst of all of that conversation?
Oh, it means not being silent. It means not, I think the majority of Albertans really don't agree with this. I feel like we've been completely bamboozled by our government. And unfortunately, most people feel like at first it was so far-fetched that, people were kind of inactive about it because it just seems so unrealistic. But I think as we get closer, as Canada Day is here, it makes me want to fight. I'm a companion of the Order of Canada. Our motto is to build a better Canada, which I believe in 100%. So we can't take what we have for granted, I think, is what I'm realizing this Canada Day, just how precious it is to be part of this federation.
One of the things that I've been hearing a lot in my job is that conversation neighborliness is going to be key here, that instead of leaning into the polarized version of this conversation, there has to be a lot of listening that needs to happen. So maybe you can help us do that a little bit. There are a lot of people struggling with cost of living. That is something right across the country. In Alberta, a lot of the interviews that we're hearing with regular folks is that there's a sense that the province isn't getting a fair shake. I'm wondering how that comes up in conversation around you with the folks who are in your world.
Well, absolutely. I think I've really learned that there is a genuine grievance in Alberta about, the past and about feeling potentially not being recognized for what we contribute to the country, and maybe some policies sort of blocking the economic livelihood of this province really, of course, struck many people. So that's there. And so we have to deal with that. But I think that when you have a grievance, you don't get divorced and you don't just leave. You go to the table and we talk and we figure things out. Unfortunately, I think that politics and the government in place right now are taking that emotional attachment to that grievance and they're spinning it into issues that are really sometimes unrelated, absolutely not true, and creating this sort of maelstrom around this idea of separating. And so it's a dangerous time in Alberta. I don't think you should ever flirt with the idea of separating from a federation, and unfortunately that's where we are now.
Well, if you're listening to this conversation, the voice that you've just heard is Mark Tewksbury. He is a former Olympic athlete. He is a companion of the Order of Canada. He's going to be with us for the next 2 hours alongside Dalton and Riley. And you might have some thoughts on what he just said. Maybe you're from Alberta. You have a different perspective to share. Maybe you agree. Maybe you're from some other country, a corner of the country, and you simply have questions. You can reach us at 1-888-416-8333. We are asking what it means to be Canadian right now. Again, the number is 1-888-416-8333. If you'd like to send a text message, that's 226-758-8924. We already have another caller on the line. Chuck Oliviero is joining us from Victoria, British Columbia. Chuck, hi.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to you. Thanks for joining us. So our question today is, what does it mean to be Canadian right now, and how do we make the country feel more united? What are your thoughts?
Well, I completely agree with your previous speaker, Boaz. I'm an immigrant. I've been in this country 70 years, came as a baby, and I have spent decades in uniform before I retired. Well, I retired several times, and I have traveled the world with the Canadian Forces and lived in different parts of the world. And it's always such a joy to come home to this country. I understand why the Pope kisses the ground. That's how I feel whenever I get off an airplane or get off a ship and I'm back on Canadian soil, because there is no better place to live, period.
Well, very optimistic take there, Chuck. Thank you so much. That was Chuck Oliviero joining us from Victoria, British Columbia. Riley, Dalton, and Mark. So we're hearing some of that optimism. We're also hearing a little bit about what Mark is saying about how Albertans are feeling right now. That separatist question is going to be a really interesting one this year because of the two conversations that are happening in Alberta and in Quebec. Dalton, you've been listening to all of this, and I haven't let you sort of shoulder in on this question yet. I'm wondering, as you listen to what Riley has to say, Mark has to say, some of the optimism from callers, how is this landing for you as someone who lives in Toronto, which fairly or unfairly gets accused of being sort of an island unto itself and separated from this conversation in some ways? I'm wondering how all of it's landing with you.
Yeah, totally. I think one part of what does it mean to be Canadian now in 2026? It's I think what the callers are doing and what we're trying to do is balancing these feelings and moments of national pride. The World Cup is happening now, and so it's just elbows up, and everybody feels very excited about being I like what the caller said about kissing the ground. You travel elsewhere, you return back, Pearson Airport or Porter, and you're just like, oh my God, Canada's fantastic. But then we also, on the other hand, have to it provides moments of self-reflection, some honest self-criticism, because it's not a utopia. Toronto is not. When you talk to younger generations, when we talk about things tied to livability, the high cost of living, you look at things like the World Happiness Report. They publish these reports every year about what countries are the best to live in, and Canada is plummeting. About in 2015, we were ranked number 5 on the World Happiness Report, right up there with the Nordic countries and, that are always typically always end up there, Copenhagen. And we're down to number 26 now. Right. So our world rankings are plummeting. It's a real downward spiral. And I'd be curious to see what Canadians from coast to coast feel about that, think about that. This just having these moments of self-reflection,
I love that. I love the idea of a moment where we feel like we're fracturing away from each other, where things feel scary, where it feels like there are sort of cracks and divisions everywhere, that it's a moment for reflection to ask ourselves, what's us? Who's us? What are we right now? I really like that, to see a moment of tension as a moment of opportunity. If you were just listening to that is the voice of one of our 3 panelists today, Dalton Higgins. You can call us with your own thoughts on what it means to be Canadian right now. You may completely disagree. You may have something entirely different to offer the conversation. You may want to just call and talk about your own ideas about what it means to be a united country right now. What does it mean to be Canadian? We have many identities folded into one, and you may have your own take. You can reach us at 1-888-416-8333. Again, the number is 1-888-416-8333. Tanya Brown is now joining us from Mission, BC. Hi, Tanya.
Hi, happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to you. Sounds like you're very festive. What are you thinking about for Canada Day?
Well, I am thinking that I am just so grateful that we live in this country, Canada, where the rights of each individual are respected probably more than a lot of places in the world. And we have food and we have shelter for most of our citizens. As far as getting things to work better, I do believe that we would benefit greatly from more attention to what we do need to survive. Our essentials, are they covered? Does every province have what it needs? And once that's accomplished, once we realize maybe we need a new government system too, it's a little archaic, and we keep realizing maybe that as we pass on, our children are left without our knowledge. They have to figure things out by the time they reach 30, 40, and then they start realizing what's really happening. So now that I'm 59, I'd just like to extend my knowledge to the people that really it's all being grateful that we do have a beautiful place, but we do also need to look at what's happening around us right now with the war across the country and that. And there are a lot of great solutions that we could implement to help our other countries in the world feel better about themselves like we want to in Canada, with better hospitalization care in other countries, bringing those countries what we have so they don't feel that Canada and the USA are just a bunch of couch potatoes that don't care about anybody else. We do need to reach out as a country to the countries around us that need our help, especially countries where there are women being oppressed. These places need to be reached by our people who have it so good. We have it so good so that we are here to do our purpose in life. That is not just to get our money from our paycheck and happily make ourselves feel good. We need to reach out to people around us in our community that we see that need and help them. I should let you say
Tanya,
yes.
First of all, thank you so much for all the things that you're thinking. You've opened up a lot of political territory for us. I would love to get a little deeper into what it means for each province to have what they need. And that foreign aid piece is also an interesting one, because we've seen around the world that there's been a kind of contraction. There's been less foreign aid offered. And you're really going deep into something that's, not to open up the most sensitive topics, but we are looking at a moment where people are thinking about what capitalism means in Canada, which is some of what you're kind of trying to crack open there. I'm so sorry to cut into you. We have so many calls right now, Tanya, but I just want to thank you so much for opening some of that up. I am going to take some of that to our panel. So Tanya has a really optimistic take there about, things going quite well here, but there are also things that she was saying we could work on. And Riley, I know you and I have talked about water, food, and shelter and equality about that across the country. And so I just wanted to complicate that picture and offer you an opportunity to lean in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this Canada Day will be my community, Admatung First Nations, 27th or 8th without clean water. Niskandiga is still in a clean water crisis. And so if we're talking about, it's hard, I find, often from the perspective of coming from these communities and spending a lot of my days talking to other people who come and live in these communities, of talking about Canada being the best country in the world, because it hasn't been that for so many people in this country. We talk about the rights of women. The rates of murdered and missing Indigenous women in this country are 12 to 15 times higher than that for non-Indigenous people. And so I say this to yes, complicate the picture, but also because I think if it truly is an ideal for people to build a nation that people are proud of, that they feel like that they want to say that they live in and they're proud of that the way you build that is first by looking at it honestly and clearly. Because until you can do that, I don't think you can build the collective will or knowledge or power that's needed to actually make that utopic sort of dream that I think I'm hearing from people become an actual lived reality. And I really abide by the sentiment that an injustice against one of us is an injustice against all of us. And so, yes, it's easy to kind of forget these communities that are often also so remote, so tucked away from the Toronto center of the universe. I'm guilty living here as well, of often falling in that. But to remember that there is huge sections of this country that are not living that sort of utopic truth that people are expressing. And I think about that on Canada Day a lot, and I'm thinking about it today too.
Do you know, Riley, you and I have spoken so often on Indigenous Peoples Day. We've spoken on other days of political meaning for Indigenous people. And here we are on Canada Day, and we have a real opportunity to think outside of separated days of what truth and reconciliation means right now. And that is some of what you're talking about right now. How do we reconcile history? How do we look at all the things that we're celebrating today and also allow ourselves to take responsibility for where we're at? If someone's sitting at home and thinking, well, I really want to celebrate today, but I also want let's talk specifically about settler communities for a moment. I'm thinking, I would really like for my Indigenous neighbors to feel invited into this, or at least respected on this day. I would like my kids to feel connected to that history. What are the little things that people can do? What are the little steps that they can take?
Yeah, I think it starts in relationships. So I first think if people are thinking about their neighbors, that hopefully that they know, like many Indigenous people do identify more strongly with a Canadian identity than others. It's not a monolith in that sense. And so maybe some people do want to come over to your Canada Day barbecue, your Indigenous neighbors, and that's totally fine. And, everybody's right to do so. And then also, though, if there are people in your community and life that really feel it's important to be critical on these days of celebration when they might not feel like that they have as much to celebrate, or that Canada might not be the celebratory thing that you feel. There are events that are also taking place, I know, across the country right now, parallel to Canada Day celebrations. Every Child Matter rallies, Indigenous orange shirt rallies that are happening across the country. And it still offers you that opportunity that I think is what people like to do on the stat holiday. They like to go out, be with other people in their community, hear important voices, probably, have some food and some drinks. And those are all part of that too. You can just do it centered on a different thing if that's what the people in your life feel that they need to see from you in order to be a good ally.
Thanks so much for that, Riley. I love landing on those words, how to be a good ally. That's a cool thing to think about on Canada Day. If you're just joining us, we are thinking about what it means to be Canadian right now. You are joining us here in studio. You've heard Riley Yesno, Dalton Higgins. We also have Mark Tewksbury joining us from Calgary. You might want to get in on this conversation. The number is 1-888-416-8333. Again, to give us a shout and talk about what your vision is of what it means to be Canadian right now. 1-888-416-8333. Patricia Muir is joining us now from Dundas, Ontario. Hi, Patricia.
Hi, happy Canada Day.
Same to you. Same to you. Thanks so much for calling in. What are you thinking about on Canada Day?
Well, I'm thinking about I'm 75 years old. I'm thinking about when I was 17 years old and we celebrated our centennial, and we stood in our driveway, my sister and I, waving Canadian flags and singing "O Canada" and singing the song Canada. And I think I sometimes feel we don't have that unity right now, particularly what's going on in Alberta. And my heart breaks that there are people who want to separate from this wonderful country that we live in. And I look around at how fortunate we are to live in a democracy that we live in, a democracy that stands by the rule of law. I've got clean air, I've got clean water. Mind you, I know there's many areas in the country that don't, and I think of prior to this, you were talking about the Indigenous people, and I know there's many areas that don't have clean drinking water, and I stand in solidarity with the Indigenous community of this country. And I think we need to do more to bring them right into our country and as totally accepted as they are part of our history, part of our country. As far as Alberta, I'm not quite sure what we can do. I know the Prime Minister is working very hard, and I know that there's many groups in Alberta that are working very hard to keep them together. But I think what we need to do is stand together in solidarity, be strong, be proud of our country, and just be so fortunate that we live in such a wonderful place.
Patricia, thank you so much for calling in. That was Patricia Muir calling from Dundas, Ontario. We are talking about what it means to be Canadian right now and how we make the country feel more united. We've got some complicated issues on the table. We are talking about the complicated history of the place that we are celebrating. We are also talking about what it means when both Alberta and Quebec are contemplating separation. You may want to get in on the conversation on those topics or something else that's resonating for you on Canada Day. The number is 1-888-416-8333. If you'd like to send a text message, that's 226-758-8924. Eleanor Elton is joining us now from Vancouver, British Columbia. Hi, Eleanor.
Good morning.
Hey, yes, I guess morning for some of the country, afternoon for some of the country.
Yeah.
But definitely morning where you are. So you're thinking about your own personal history as the country celebrates.
Yes, and as I stand in our window, just glancing out to the ocean, we have a lovely Canadian flag that's there and greets us every morning. And some days when the winds are blowing, it's really fluttering, and other days it's just calm and relaxed. I feel so incredibly fortunate to have been born here in 1952. And I think of my parents who were immigrants in 1951 and chose Canada to be the country that they were coming to after living through the Second World War in Europe. And every Canada Day, I feel this incredible gift of thankfulness to my brilliant mother and father. My father was an engineer, and they braved the Atlantic coming across the ship in the middle of winter, then the train from Nova Scotia all the way across to Vancouver, and lived in immigration offices here in downtown Vancouver, which is now a hotel. And their vision of hope, raising a family, having survived the Second World War, is nothing short of miraculous. I get very emotional because my father passed 11 years ago, my mother 21. I'm about to be 74, my husband 75. We raised 3 sons. We have 5 grandchildren. And there was always hope. There was always this feeling within our own family, being raised in Canada, my father especially would always say, kids, we live in God's country. You know, we were supreme athletes, outdoors people, skiers, hikers. And there was never a time where we were not, as young children, into our teens, into our 20s, going to university, on and on. Dad would always remember to remind us, remember how lucky we are to have chosen Canada to make this our home. And as I continue to speak, my flag is now fluttering away, and it's only 100 yards away. And you know, I think because of that, I look at Canada as being this incredible melting pot of citizens and people, just like my parents, that were in horrific situations in their own countries and had to find a better life, a better way of living, a democratic country, a country with leaders who listen to the people, a country that wishes for people to be well and to be healthy. And being raised in that kind of environment as a child, I even watched my own parents as we became, you know, kids that were older. They were helping other immigrants by helping them live with us for 2 or 3 months. So I think inclusiveness, multiculturalism needs to be highly regarded and respected. From west to east to north to south, I think Canada's working really hard to keep us all feeling equal. And, you know, I've had the pleasure of also being an educator and working with some of the First Nations families in my career. I've had the pleasure of being an environmentalist to help save the forest, and feeling very comfortable to talk with my politicians here where we live, reach out to our premiers and prime ministers when I saw concerns, be
Eleanor,
it forest fires.
Eleanor,
And, you know,
I'm so
more.
sorry to cut in, but your enthusiasm and all that you have to share with us is so lovely. We are in a turbulent moment, and I'm thinking as someone who has, and I put this to our guests as well. That optimism combined with gratitude seems to be a recurring theme as folks are calling in. And let me ask you to just briefly think about this question for a second, if this will land with you. We are in a moment where there's a cost of living crisis. We're in a moment where things feel uncertain, where we're dealing with a digital environment that nobody was prepared for as they were growing up. So people feel insecure and very focused on that sort of more insular world, where gratitude can sometimes be a little bit difficult. There's so much anxiety caused out of this moment. And you were just saying that you have this long history that dates back to the 50s, which means you'll remember moments like the recession in the 80s. And I'm wondering, as you've seen those bumpy moments in life, if you have any thoughts for people who are trying to navigate this moment of turbulence.
Okay. And I guess it would depend on each individual's unique situation. I think we have lots and lots of resources that are provided in communities and cities and places around the country, be it in a small community. I think family and friends, very, very important to reach out to one another. And neighbors, you know, we have seniors that are much older than us on either side of us, and we reach out to them because we know they're maybe on their own. And I think all of us as Canadians, knowing and feeling the way many people do, that you have some shelter, you have some food, but remembering there is always room to volunteer, to help, to guide, and to connect.
Oh,
so
I really like that, Eleanor. I love that idea of looking to your elders, volunteering and sharing. I'm going to turn to our panel and let them lean in on this question as well. Thank you so much, Eleanor, for all of that. I really appreciate you calling in. Happy Canada Day to you.
Absolutely. And to all of you doing this great work today. Thank you.
Thank you. So a lot there. Eleanor had lots to say about what's making her feel really excited, but she also opened up some really scary stuff for us. This is a really turbulent moment for a lot of young people, particularly who are at a very different time in their lives. We're dealing in a moment of artificial intelligence. We're dealing in a moment of political, let's call it, turbulence, that people are feeling scared about their political future. So as we try to navigate that, one thing that Eleanor was saying is we should be turning to each other, building community, volunteering, sharing, but we should also be listening to our elders. So I'd like to invite the three of you to think about, like, as we kind of contemplate Canadian identity right now, and turbulence that can be exploited really easily to pull us away from each other. How do we find community? How do we navigate this turbulence together? Mark, we haven't invited you as much into this conversation because we lost you for technical reasons at the beginning of the broadcast. So maybe I could start with you. How would you encourage people to navigate turbulence at this moment in time?
Well, I mean, I always love listening to the conversation. I feel like I kind of have to do a little summary by the time it gets to me. So I love that question, but I also just want to say, two things can be true at the same time. And I think that's really important to remember. When I listen to Riley talk about conditions in some of our remote areas, it makes me feel ashamed and embarrassed as a Canadian. Like, how can this be happening in our country? I think interesting, I'm the oldest panelist, listening to the older callers that are calling in. We have a certain nostalgia for what this country is. And I think it's because with time, with experience, also for me, with seeing a lot of the world, I realized the baseline of standard of living in Canada is really good. I mean, that doesn't, so two things can be true at the same time. Baseline in general is good. We still have a lot of work to do, as Riley exposed. But I think that for me, I kind of feel like I've won the lottery by living in Canada, honestly. I feel like it is one of the, as an openly gay person, I feel like the Charter of Freedoms protects me, protects my rights. We do have rule of law. And back to what Dalton was talking about, I mean, I understand the sort of downturn in optimism and hope perhaps for a while in Canada. Those polls tend to be a little bit behind the current reality. And I feel like the pendulum constantly swings. And right now, I feel a bit more in an upswing as a Canadian. I feel like we've got a prime minister that has vision, that is respected on the international in the international community. I feel like even though things are very difficult, we have solid leadership. I feel like Louise Arbour is our new Governor General, Supreme Court Justice, believes in the rule of law. There's some really great things in terms of our leadership right now in the country. I also just want to quickly end with, I think of pride. Pride is two things at the same time. On one hand, it's an act of celebration of all the advancements that we've made, et cetera. On the other hand, it's an act of protest because we still have to fight for rights in so many parts of the world. And listening to Riley, I think that that's a good map over for Canada Day. On one hand, it is celebration and what it means to be Canadian. And on the other hand, it is a bit of a protest and leaning into what needs to be better and how can I use my voice to help make that happen.
Mark, thank you so much. That was a wonderful summary and expression of entirely new thought, even including your own personal experience. I really appreciate that a lot. Dalton, can I come to you for a moment? So we're kind of dealing with a lot of different topics at the same time. The last note from Eleanor being about where we turn to for community. Mark thinking there about how to balance gratitude and optimism with also a sense of responsibility and acknowledging some of the things that Riley's been saying about where injustice and a fractured society still exist. That's a lot of heady stuff, but you and I have had many conversations. I imagine a lot of this is resonating with you.
Yeah, totally. I mean, one thing Eleanor said, which is very interesting and fantastic, it's I think she said she has a bit of background in education, and I know Riley does as well. And so what we need to, and myself, I teach, I do workshops, and I got to say that we have to have this sort of multi-generational dialogue. That's what I think we need to be having a lot more. So the Canada of the 70s, 80s, 90s is not the Canada of 2026, the early aughts, and now it's just not statistically and otherwise, right? As far as if we look at the hard facts, the hard data, which I'd like to focus on sometimes, right? Not so much just sort of the, the perception of what we think is happening in Toronto or Calgary, but the actual reality. So that's what's going to drive a lot of what I say today. So as far as the pollsters and Mark, raised a good point about how the pollsters, they swing, the pendulum swings. There are, for those of us who are around young people, I have two young adult children I teach. There are young people are experiencing lower life satisfaction rates, okay, across Canada, right? That's the fact, right? So if you talk to your average 21-year-old, they may not be so hopeful and optimistic as your average 57-year-old in Canada. Okay, that's what's happening now, right? And it goes back to, again, things tied to cost of living, home ownership rates, right? So in universities and colleges, a lot of students, they aspire to say, hey, I want to graduate, hopefully get a job at some point in time, and perhaps look at a condo, townhouse, buy a house at some point in time. And that's not how Generation Now is feeling. But that's because, since 2000, home ownership rates have, or the cost rather has gone up like 350%, right? Like it's just so far out of reach. So again, depending on your point of view, your frame of reference, so some of us, me, I'm a Generation X. So for me, selfishly, it was not so bad. But because I have 2 young adult children and I'm teaching, they don't share that same view that I, the sort of glass half full, this is a utopia, eternal optimist. That is not how Generation Now are feeling largely, right? Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, Dalton. Riley, a last word there as we think about all of these different topics to do with creating community in unknown times.
Yeah, so good. I mean, I'll agree. I had this like weird sort of moment the other day where like I got into community activism in political spaces when I was a teenager, and so like I found myself being for a long time the youngest person in the room with all of these like adults at big talks. And then I just had this thing the other day when I was in Ottawa at a conference for young Canadians, and I was standing outside of myself and was like, oh my God, like I'm not the youngest person in the room anymore, like I've graduated into this sort of adult-ish role. And so it made me realize too that like I'm carrying this dual duty now. Like when you're a young person, I feel like it's very much about building up the strength despite all of the structural barriers that exist for young people to speak their truths, to say it anyways. I feel like that's kind of the obligation of a young person. And now it's both, yes, to carry those lessons I learned from my youth, but also really listen to this generation coming. And I really felt that with Dalton's comments. And I do also want to echo the point that I think Eleanor was getting at about like really, really investing in community. One of the things that we talk about in political science often is that national unity, as much as we say it's like, fractured or hard right now, from a Canadian perspective, has always been an issue. This is a massive, massive country. People often feel much more attachments to their local communities or their province or their region than they do Canada as a whole. And that's just always kind of been a fact of this nation. And so I think that when we invest in our local places, it's when we get a sense of purpose and a shared sense of place. And in doing that, I also think we can appreciate maybe the larger structure more without it having to be the end all and be all, because we have, really watered our gardens locally. And so the young people I talk to in my work, in terms of listening to them, when I talk about what the future that they want, they rarely say to me, I want to be the Supreme Court Justice of Canada, this big, all-consuming title. They said, I want to be somebody that my neighbors know, and I want to have a local garden, and I want to learn my language and do free camps for kids. And like this idea of investing very locally is I think huge for the generation coming. So I'll one up it.
I love that. I mean, I really do love hearing about people really being proud of what's happening locally right around the corner from them. And then all of those little gardens side by side kind of do add up to a great big nation of people who do feel connected through values or stories or whatever it is that has woven them all together. Mm-hmm. If you are just joining us, you just heard the voice of Riley Yesno. She's an Anishinaabe scholar and writer based at the University of Toronto. She is also a distinguished fellow at the Yellowhead Institute. Also in conversation with me, I have Dalton Higgins, who's a publicist, author, and cultural critic, and Mark Tewksbury, an Olympic athlete who won gold medal in the 100-meter backstroke at the 1992 Olympics in Barcelona. He was also appointed a Companion of the Order of Canada in 2020. We are thinking about what it means to be Canadian right now. What unifies us? What could unify us? You may have some thoughts about that. 1-888-416-8333. Again, the number to call is 1-888-416-8333. And I would like to go a step further because we're speaking with someone in this conversation who's in Alberta. We've spoken to folks in British Columbia and the East Coast. I would like to expressly invite folks from Quebec to call, since we are talking also about separation and the upcoming conversation that's happening in your province. Please do call in. We'd love to hear from you. We are going to head to Canada Place in Vancouver if you're joining us. if you're joining us by CBC Television or any of our other visual formats. This is one of the hubs for the FIFA World Cup. Canada has advanced to round 16 and is going to be playing on Saturday against Morocco. That's going to be a standstill moment for the country, if you ask me. I'm going to be talking to our panel about the World Cup in just a few moments. Again, I want to ask you to share your stories and share your thoughts and join us at 1-888-416-8333. Oh, that's quite a shot we've got on our visuals right now. If you're joining us by radio, you won't be seeing it, but we're getting these lovely shots of the country as we go. This one is from Vancouver. And speaking of Vancouver, we have Bianca Bulik. Hi, Bianca. How do I say your last name?
Hi, it's Bulich.
Bulich. Nice to meet you, Bianca. You're joining us from Vancouver, British Columbia. What does being Canadian mean to you this Canada Day?
It means everything. I came to Canada as a refugee from the Bosnian War, and it was through a program called Settlement Canada, which was together with Government of Canada and World Vision Canada. And Canada means everything to me. It means stability and my family being safe and sound. In recent days, it has made me think more about where I came from, where I am now, and how I only feel Canadian, and how I want Canada to be like the pride. And I know it's not perfect, and it will take unity and togetherness, and just seeing that we are all neighbors, we are all the same, we all bleed red, and and not to see the separation. And I feel like in this generation, and maybe in the older Facebook generation, that it's feeling more separated because we are listening to people who just want to be in their own bubbles instead of being open. Like, we are all neighbors, we are all the same, but they don't want to see that, or they don't care to see that. Like, one of the things is that it took so many years for me to learn about what happened to the Indigenous nations, the system that they were taken away from their families, and just I know being separated from my larger family in Bosnia and moving here to Canada, just children being ripped away from their parents, it just breaks my heart. And I always look at that, how can we restore? We have to restore the dignity of those peoples, especially with the communities that still don't have running water, drinkable water. And another thing is even living in British Columbia and First Nations not being a treaty territory, and just how they take care of the land. And I feel like there's more that the Canadian government and obviously the government of BC that can do, and listen to the elders, the Indigenous land elders, especially when it comes to forest fires that are happening here. The forest fires mostly are happening because of the settler colonial practices of logging and how they plant the trees. If they listen to the elders, they would know how to take care of the land, how to be profitable with the logging and still protect the land, protect the oceans, protect the salmons, protect the rivers. There is a way to be together and to listen to one another, but maybe the old generation just needs to usher in the new generation who are more open to collaboration. I think that's one of the biggest things for Canada and what it means to be Canadian right now. It's collaboration, listening, and not judging.
Bianca, thank you so much for that perspective. I think the refugee perspective that you started there with is such an interesting one, considering that the Bosnian War, I'll just add my own history here. When I was a very young reporter, I was covering Eastern Europe and Central Europe, and I visited a lot of the places where that conflict took place. And for you to come to this conversation with such a sense of connectedness to others, to seeing, listening and collaboration and turning to elders as a way of us connecting with each other, that comes from a place of your own history and your own knowledge. And you really know what it means when neighbors stop talking to neighbors, when people who live closely together end up fractured apart from each other. So I just really am so grateful for your perspective in this conversation, that you could then stretch that to the wider colonial history of this country and try to figure out how to find your place in it as someone who hasn't had a long settler history here. That really is very touching and very, very thoughtful. I'm just going to turn to our panel for a moment. Riley, first, I'm wondering how some of what Bianca's saying is landing with you.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. It was I really appreciate those comments, Bianca. Thank you for sharing and calling in. I always say, and I think it's because Indigenous people end up having to spend so much of their day-to-day energy working on surviving, on fighting for these like very, basic rights already, that we don't necessarily get the time to foster those greater connections with people outside of our own nations, or work on dreaming collectively because of how much effort and energy the kind of day-to-day take up. But I've always believed that there is huge untapped ground in terms of the solidarity that can and should be built between Indigenous people and many immigrant communities and refugees in Canada, that the story of settler colonialism that is ongoing here has so many parallels with the realities that a lot of people in this country have experienced in their countries of origin, or their parents or their grandparents know so well. And that I think is a basis for a huge amount of empathy and co-conspiratorship and all of this really good stuff that it just takes some time and energy to build. And we could get on a tangent of the many different ways that could happen. But yeah, I appreciate hearing Bianca talking about it, because I think when I think of like what are my ideal futures, and living in Toronto has taught me this so well, as somebody who came from a place where the population was largely very homogenous, and I came, and Toronto really taught me what it is to make community in a place where it's not necessarily just like handed to you, that this is something that we should all be thinking about more thoughtfully going forward. So
thanks very much for that, Riley. Mark, I'm wondering, as you're listening to this conversation, we had Bianca talking about some of her experience and Riley expanding that into what how some of that's resonating with her. What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, I really lived it. As a competing for Canada on the national swim team, I went to one Olympics where we stayed in our provincial silos and we competed against each other at the Olympics. It was in Seoul, Korea. And all of our 9 medal potentials turned into almost 0 because we just couldn't work together. We couldn't collaborate. One guy, I was lucky to be on a team with a guy that broke through that and held out a vision, and 4 of us came together and did actually win a medal. My next Olympics was completely different. Coaches were collaborating. We were working together. We had such a different experience and a great performance. I can tell you that the success of teams when they leave the Olympics is largely over the past couple decades because they felt part of one unified Canadian team. Riley raised challenges with Indigenous and settler communities. I think of also look at the interprovincial barriers, look at all the different ways that we still need to figure out how to be better together to maximize what it means to be in this country.
I really love the way that you manage. I noticed it last year as well, Mark, that you managed to hold pride and then a genuine curiosity about what comes next and how do we take a kind of responsible view of who we are and where we are and how much power we have right now. But you just said something really interesting about teams and team building, and I imagine that ego plays into some of that. We've had a lot of our guests talk about collaboration and listening, and these are all acts of humility, which can be really hard to get to. And I imagine for someone who's been an Olympian, on the one hand, you need to have an incredible amount of pride and confidence and an ability to shut out judgments from other people. And at the same time, you're talking about team building, which means reaching across the divide, building with someone else who also might have a very large sense of who they are. As people are thinking about building bridges or connections across very large sentiments about who we are right now, what would you encourage? How do we get over our ego and our hurt feelings and some of our wish to protect ourselves to actually build bridges towards neighbors across the country?
I think it begins with a genuine openness to listen and to hear different ideas. It's really hard when you're coming at a place from defense or fear or doubt or a scared place. We tend to shut down and we're not open at all, and we may not even realize it. So the hardest thing sometimes is to go against your impulse to shut down and stay open, because we only know what we know. A new solution is only going to present itself by hearing information from somebody else. The other thing I really learned, as a high-performance athlete, even as a lecturer in university, whatever it is, when you're great at what you do, your field of perspective tends to get narrower and narrower and narrower. It's kind of human nature because you're getting more and more refined, more expertise in what you're doing, and deeper into a certain silo. And sometimes you have to step back and open your perspective. Look at the broader view again and realize, oh my gosh, there's so much I haven't been noticing. So I'd throw that out there. It's just a kind of fun analogy to think if you're too narrow, please step back and broaden your point of view.
It's a really hard ask, right? I mean, it sounds so wonderful, but getting over yourself and your defensiveness, that comes from a real place. Every single person right now is feeling that cost of living crisis. In a moment of scarcity, we all retreat to ourselves. We feel like we're in some kind of battle with the person next to us. It's very difficult to reach across that with the kind of curiosity and openness that you're encouraging. And I love that invitation to sort of be bigger than ourselves. That feels like very Olympic values to me. Thanks so much, Mark. If you're just joining us, I am in conversation with three wonderful guests. I've got Dalton Higgins, Riley Yesno, and you just heard Mark Tewksbury. You can join us in this conversation about what it means to be Canadian right now. You can call us at 1-888-416-8333. You may want to talk about some of the big political issues of the day, but you might want to talk about just what's happening right in your own backyard right now as we celebrate Canada Day. You can call us at 1-888-416-8333. We have Ala Germet joining us from Ottawa, Ontario. Hi, Ala.
Hi.
Hi there. Did I say your last name?
Day.
Happy Canada Day. Did I say your last name correctly?
Yeah, it's okay, but you can call me Ala.
Ala, it's so nice to meet you. So we're thinking about what it means to be Canadian today. What are you thinking about?
Yes, it's a little bit different one than I have ever thought of probably a few years ago. I came to Canada here about 16 years ago, 2010.
Mm-hmm.
The very first morning, actually, in Canada was my son's third birthday. So it was very special. And 2 years ago, over 2 years ago, I lost my son. So he grew up here in Ottawa, and to me now he is buried in Ottawa. So since then, I wouldn't say my feelings towards Canada as a country have changed, but I have been processing how to accept the loss together with all the memories in here. So it's been very difficult. I am sure I would have felt the same way had I been anywhere else, but the sense of belonging that I built here was very important for me. And that sense of belonging has proved to be a little bit difficult. But I worked consciously, just like I did before, on how to regain that. And it's been a struggle. And there was a moment last year, so that was still relatively in the early stages of grasping, the different aspects of grief, that I was listening to on YouTube to what was going on in Canada. I was listening to the speeches being given by one of my most favorite Canadian politicians, the previous Prime Minister Joseph Jardin. And I also listened to Justin Trudeau and Mark Carney. It was in that event. And I wasn't even in Canada then, but I was so thinking of what was going on there. And that was a very good beginning for me. And I remember how his speech in particular, Joseph Jardin, brought tears to my eyes. And kind of it was the beginning of a new way to look at things. So when we come home here, when we come to Canada and choose Canada as home, especially someone who did it very consciously, I did it in a way where I chose Canada to be home when I had other options. And I worked so hard to what I call belong to the system, to the point I became a government employee after I changed my careers and during, years of hard work and being a single mom and all of that. So I'm glad to say that I am beginning to get that. The understanding is that when you're home, it means you are exposed to go through, the good, the bad, and the ugly, all of it. I'm looking now at Ottawa as well, being the city where it is a constant reminder of mostly a painful one because of the loss of where we used to go around Ottawa a lot. And so it is painful in that sense. And it's also the city where now holds my son, where he is buried. So it is very complicated feeling, but I have been thinking a lot of this sense of belonging and what it means to be Canadian. And I am happy to say this is resolved with me. Not that I have anywhere to go, but I think even if I did, I was about 2 months ago, I was saying like everything else could have happened or that had happened. It is all part of the life here. And nothing has changed for me. So it is unique, probably, I would say in my case, that part of the healing, if there is any, or the grief, let's say, a big part of it for me is that I am working on this very important aspect for me, which is the sense of belonging here in Canada. And I've lived in a few countries. I do believe in the global citizen concept. So a lot of reading, a lot of thinking, cautious, I keep using the word, has been very important.
If I may ask you, first of all, I'm so deeply touched, and I know that everybody in studio here is just really feeling very touched by how much you've shared with us. The idea that your story and your grief are as much a part of the story of your time in Canada, that your son is buried, and this is where your feet are now going to walk for the remainder of your own life. That's really a very, very touching sentiment. Can I ask you what your son's name was?
Yes, my son's name is Heyman.
Heyman.
And thank you for asking that. It's very interesting that this is the first time I feel comfortable because, there is a lot of guilt and shame that comes with grief when a parent loses their son, regardless of the circumstances. So today is the first time I send this shout out, and I didn't miss. I think I sent many messages, different versions, and one of them showed.
Yeah.
But I wanted his name to be there, not necessarily mine. And after over 2 years, I am working practically on ways to honor his memory and legacy. He was in grade 11. He was a great student. He was a musician. He was part of the Ottawa Youth Orchestra. He was a violinist.
Oh, Allah, thank you so much
for... He was a poet. He was a lot of things, and
he's still he's clearly still with you in so many ways. I can hear that he's carried with you in every moment. If I could just come back to that grief and shame and those things being twisted together. In my life here at CBC, I have the great luck of speaking to people across the country, including in very, very painful moments of their lives. And something that has been a point of survival for people is sharing their stories and talking. And I am absolutely sure that there are people surrounded by celebration today who are not feeling like celebrating because they've lost someone very, very dear to them. And you are just giving them a little bit of room. So you might not be able to hear them right now, but they are hearing you. And sharing that kind of story with such bravery and letting your son just take up some room today right across the country. I think that's a really beautiful and poetic way to just celebrate somebody's life. And I'm just so grateful that you called in. We've been having this conversation about gratitude and connection and remembering that grief is a part of that, and that when we're grateful for things, we have to be grateful for the moments that we have with each other. It's very, very moving and humbling to hear your story. Thank you so much.
May I share one little thing, if you don't mind?
Of course you can. Of course you can.
The fact that you said poetic, I love poetry. I've been dealing with the grief in a big way through poetry, especially writing haikus. And I wrote a haiku today for this topic. May I read it to you?
I would love for you to do that, please.
Yeah. Maple roots now hold the life I built, sun I lost. I choose you again.
Allah, that's beautiful.
Thank you.
That's just beautiful. I'm covered in goosebumps. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
I really wish you every good moment, and in the hard moments, I wish you strength.
Thank you so much.
That was Allah joining us from Ottawa. Oh, that's very humbling, no? To remember that grief is also a part of this big Canadian experience. If you are listening and you are also wanting to offer your thoughts, your story, your ideas, we've just had quite a humbling moment of memory with Allah, and maybe you have your own story to share about what it means to be Canadian right now. You can call us at 1-888-416-8333. Mark, I'm going to come to you. I don't know if you'll remember this, but we did talk briefly last year about grief and loss. At that time, we were talking more about missed dreams, about how one reconciles themselves with new futures. You don't have to necessarily speak about that specifically, but as Allah is complicating the joyousness that we're all sort of expected to participate in, she's actually telling us there's a bigger human experience here, that it can be complicated with all the colors available in our emotional palette. And I'm wondering where you're at as you're listening to her story.
So touched, Allah. That was so beautiful. And what I was struck by was, yes, there's grief and there's some sadness and reflection, but there's also this gratitude and this love of Canada and finding home and expressing yourself. I mean, through a poem. That was really beautiful. Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, just depending on where your own life is, depending on the political situation in your province or in the country, circumstances change. For me right now, I finished being a student. I went back to school for 3 years, and I finished my program officially in April. And so I'm more in a place of new beginnings and excitement and hope, mourning a little bit the loss of school and students and I loved hanging out. I was like 55 to 58 with 17 to 20-year-olds. It was incredible. It was just like the best 3 years of my life because, as our other panelists have said, it's just such a different perspective and different point of view. But fundamentally, I wasn't that different from two generations after me. We still, I think being Canadian is somehow a respect of each other, a coming together that is easier than maybe in other places. I think of south of the border right now. And I'm going to bring us back, if I can, to the World Cup. I have been so struck by the Canadian fans marching in together and singing "O Canada" as kind of like almost a song of protest in a way, like it's like our USA chant, but it's so like, "Oh Canada." And I just feel like, I know it's like a silly metaphor, but it kind of represents us. We bound together. We want to win, but we're not that aggressive, angry. There's a pride, but there's also respect inherent in that.
There's been quite an outpouring. We're definitely going to make some time to talk about the World Cup in a moment. But before we do that, we have someone joining us now because it is Canada Day. We are asking what it means to be Canadian this year in particular. And we're also checking in with folks across the country who are celebrating. If you live in Nanaimo, British Columbia, then this won't be a surprise for you. Bathtub racing might be something that you've even participated in. But for others in the country, there are a lot of question marks right now. We are joined by Greg Peacock, who is the Commodore of the Loyal Nanaimo Bathtub Society and has put a bathtub race together every year for Canada Day for 10 years. We're reaching Greg in Nanaimo at the race site. Greg, hi.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for being with us. Looks like it's a beautiful sunny day where you are right now.
It certainly is. It's just perfect. It's not actually there's enough of a little cloud cover and a nice breeze that nobody's frying on the beach. So
very important on a day like this. So there are going to be some athletes. I don't know what one says about bathtub racing. Is it taking off, or how do you say you're starting at the starters line? How does a race? What is bathtub racing, and how does it start?
Well, bathtub racing actually started in 1967.
Oh, right.
It started off as kind of a joke thing to promote some property that was for sale on a small island off Nanaimo Harbor called Protection Island. That was a very short,
Oh, we're losing our.
It took off so quickly that before the actual race took place, they started running to Vancouver. So that's a big journey. It's about 60 kilometers from Nanaimo Harbor into Kitsilano Beach. In that first year, they like to say there was 200 boats that entered the race. We don't get anywhere near that now, but we're hoping for 50 entries in our big race on July 26th, and we have 21 tubs that have come out here to race for Canada Day.
Okay, Greg, you got to help me out here, because some of us are getting to see visuals on CBC television, but some folks are tuned in by radio. And the way this is sounding is like you take a bathtub and you drop it in water and try to paddle away. But I'm guessing that that's not exactly what's happening.
No, it's not a paddle thing at all. So the rule states that you has to be a roll rim bathtub. And then what they do is actually they take a hull from just like a regular boat hull and glue it underneath that. So there's some efficiency in the water. The maximum horsepower allowed is 10 horsepower.
Okay.
So some of our faster guys are doing well over 45 miles an hour on the water on a calm day.
But they are sitting, I'm seeing pictures of it now. They are sitting in a bathtub, even though that is on a platform that drives them quickly through the water.
Absolutely.
Wow.
It's the big race. As I say, we used to travel from Nanaimo Harbor over to Vancouver. After they canceled Sea Festival, we lost that safety net from the other half of Georgia Strait, or Salish Sea. But we now leave Nanaimo Harbor, go out around Gabriola, around Entrance Island, all the way up to CF Meter at Nanoose Bay, and then come all the way back and down into Nanaimo Harbor. But it's like almost like exactly the same distance as it was in 1967 when we went to Kitts Beach. So it's a grueling race. One of the most exciting things is at the end we have a bell that the founder, Frank Ney, got at some little marina down in the States that we've had for all those years. So the guys have to bring their bathtub up to the shoreline at the end of the race, and then run up and ring the bell.
Right.
Okay, so on a day like today,
I'm seeing pictures of it right now. And you actually, when you say they come up to the shoreline, they're actually, their vessel actually comes right up onto the beach. They jump out, run across the sand, and then ring that bell.
Exactly right.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the key. The rule states that the part of the tub has to stay in the water, right? So they're not allowed to just run straight up on the beach. That's actually quite dangerous. But that being said, that's in the past when we were going to Kitts, and even earlier when we used to come here to Departure Bay Beach at the end of the race. When the tide's out like it is today, it can be 150 yard run to ring the bell. So that you could lose the race.
Oh, you could lose it even though your boat was the fastest, you could still lose if your legs are the slowest.
It ain't over till you ring the bell.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. That'd be terrible if you celebrated at the shoreline and somebody ran right past you to the bell.
You can find online on our YouTube channel, which is Bathtub Racing, and on our Facebook presence. There's lots of videos of guys paddling from the beach up to the bell. And it's actually quite funny to watch. And they're all buddies, right? So it's not like there's a fight.
So lots of fraternity, lots of friendliness.
Absolutely.
It sounds like a fabulous way to spend Canada Day. I'm so glad that you spent a little time telling us about this. I honestly have never heard of this tradition, so I'm very excited to be taken to the West Coast for something uniquely Nanaimo. We're thinking about this question today, Greg, about what it means to be Canadian in the context of doing this big summer race kicking off July with something so festive and with a kind of competitive spirit to it. I'm wondering what you're thinking about what it means to be Canadian today on Canada Day.
Well, one of the coolest things about what we do here, even with the big race and with today, is, it's all families, right? These guys work on these racing bathtubs all over the winter, and they have their friends come over and other tubbers come over. One guy's good at fiberglass, one guy's good at propellers, one guy's good at engine repair, and they work together throughout the year to make sure everybody's going as fast as they can, and that, as importantly, that their boat is going to actually make it from the start to the finish. So when we get to an event like this, there's lots of hugs. Everybody's got their kids here. All the wives are buddies. It's all about family, right?
It sounds like a fabulous way to spend the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the offer.
Happy Canada Day, Greg. That was
all the best.
Same to you. That was Greg Peacock. He is the Commodore of the Loyal Nanaimo Bathtub Society. And as he told you, you can find some of those amazing images on YouTube. You are listening to Call in Canada. I'm Saroja Coelho. This is CBC. You might be joining us on CBC Gem. You might be joining us on CBC Radio. We are so glad to be with you for this Canada Day celebration. We're thinking about what it means to be Canadian this year. You might have your own thoughts or story to share. One of the things we've been thinking about is how we make the country feel more united. You might have your thoughts. You can call us at 1-888-416-8333. We've got Sharon Bleish on the line from Stratford, Ontario. Sharon, hi.
Hi.
Hi there. What are you thinking about today?
Well, I'm wishing all the people that were born on Canada Day, like myself, a very happy Canada Day and birthday.
Oh, that's great. You were born on Canada Day?
Yes, I was.
Wow. That's great. I never even really thought about that. Of course, today is somebody's birthday.
Yes, there's a lot of people in Canada, so many that, well, you just don't, as you say, you don't really think about them because we're thinking of our country, our unity, and just love of community.
I understand from the producers who spoke to you before the show that you were actually born in what was then Czechoslovakia in the 1920s. Is that correct? Oh no, your parents immigrated. Yes, of course, that math didn't work out there for a second. Your parents immigrated in 1927. That means you were actually born here.
Well, my dad came here in 1927. They were only married for 1 month. And then he came to Canada. And 5 years later, in 1933, my mother joined him in Montreal.
Right, right.
And they made a life there for 13 years. But my parents' dream was always having a farm, the family farm, which they were eventually able to do, and got a farm just west of Norwich, Ontario, and raised 3 kids, 2 boys, my 2 brothers, older, and myself. And I was born on Canada Day.
Wow, on a farm in Ontario. Well, thanks so much for making us think of all the birthday kids today. Appreciate that so much.
Yes, and I also wanted to make if I could, to the caller, the person who is grieving right now.
Yes, Allah.
And I just hope that her community reaches out to her, and because that's what Canada is about. Canada is about reaching out, and even when there are differences, we still, like one caller said, we all bleed red. And I think the Red Cross can use a lot more of it. And
that's a lovely thought. So for Canada Day, you want people to think not only about their connection to each other, but how to support each other. And for folks who don't know, you're talking about donating blood on a day like this.
Yes.
That's what a lovely sentiment. You know, we've been asking folks, as a lot of people are saying, let's build bridges, let's connect, let's listen to each other. And I really like the idea of quite literally connecting with another person by offering them the life-saving act of donating blood. That's 2 very unique thoughts. Let's think about all the folks born on Canada Day, and also let's think about donating blood. Thanks so much, Sharon, for calling in.
And also volunteering, because I did volunteer for the Red Cross. and another caller, I believe, spoke about volunteering. That means so much to people, and it really does lift spirits, and it helps people understand, even if it's not something that they really agree with, but it helps understanding. So volunteering is a great way of showing how you are being Canadian.
Thanks for that, Sharon. I'm going to take that straight to our panel. We have talked a lot about the sort of big picture ideas. Let's build bridges, let's build connection. But here, Sharon's giving us some really practical things that we can do. We should volunteer, we could donate blood, we can be involved in our communities. So if we were to sort of brainstorm for a minute, ways to be connected, ways that we build those bridges, how do we connect with each other? Riley, at the very beginning of the show, you were talking about how we all live in little communities that all connect together, and that is simply a distinct way of being Canadian, that it isn't always that often that the person in, I don't know, Medicine Hat feels a deep connection with the person in Charlottetown. The person in Saluit feels a deep connection with the person who's in Vancouver. But if we were to try and take on that challenge of building bridges, building connection, we keep hearing the word volunteerism, we keep hearing community building. Dalton, maybe I could come to you first. How do we build connection with each other across a huge geographical and also huge cultural? There's so many different cultures all living together. Some of us are urban, some of us are country, some of us are living experiences that other people cannot begin to understand at all. How do we build connection with each other?
Yeah, totally. That's a big question. How do we, Dalton, in under a minute, how do we make the world a better place?
Take your time,
exactly.
friend.
How do you make
take your friend.
I mean, well, just look in our own backyards, So I like that sort of local, that local politics, what's happening at your local school level politics, municipal politics, what's happening, your neighbors. Are you even communing and conversating with your neighbors who may not be from your cultural background or gender, sexuality, right? Are we even doing that? That's the big question. Now, thankfully, we got some great callers in from Stratford, the Ottawa region, Nanaimo, the West Coast, Alberta. One of the benefits, and I'll say this, Toronto, being in Toronto, is because Toronto is the most multicultural city on the planet. I think some people that grow up here, either born here, relocated here, came here as refugees, immigrants, it doesn't matter how you got here. I like to tend to think that we have a bit of an advantage, I got to be honest, right? Like I went to this school called Oakwood Collegiate in the northwest end of the city, and I got to be honest, and that's it's a very Toronto thing, but in my school of 1,000 students, there were classmates that came from across cultures, across communities, across 7 continents. I got to be honest, right? So my classmates were people say, hey, you're Latinx, Latin American, South American, Eastern European, from the continent, Africa, you're from, Australasia, Asian, South Asian. That was all in my school. But that's because I was in Toronto. So as far as raising two, kids here that are young adults, I mean, I think one strong piece of advice I would share is if you weren't so fortunate or lucky to be in an environment that isn't homogenous, that isn't just sort of one, is to get out there to another community where you can sort of commune and conversate and engage people that don't look like you, that don't speak your language, that don't have the same sort of ethnocultural background, history that you do, and you may enjoy some growth, and some emotional intelligence, and, take yourself out of your comfort zone. So that would be my strong advice.
I love that. I love that. I mean, you and I have talked so often about music and culture also as a vessel for bringing us into other people's worlds. But you're talking now about really physically actually moving yourself into someone else's space and saying, hi, I'd like to get to know about you.
Yeah.
I love that. Mark, when you were thinking about building connections, building bridges, we've had lots of ideas around the table, from Dalton encouraging us to go and visit our neighbors and build dialogue. We have folks talking about speaking with elders and hearing about their stories, their ideas, their histories. We've had volunteering and blood donation. Do you want to add anything to the list as you think about building connection in a fractured time? As we try to figure out who we all are as Canadians, what occurs to you as ways of building connection with neighbors that you don't know yet?
Well, we're on the verge of having the Calgary Stampede start on Friday out here in Calgary. So it makes me think there's always local events that happen, whether you're whatever town or city you're in, that's a great starting point. To Dalton's point, like if we're not even going to express ourselves in local, easy spots, how are we going to do that as a country? So I think that's a great thing. Find out what's going on, go out, meet people, see what's going on. What I'm struck by from this whole conversation is intersectionality. And I think that it's really important for Canadians to think about the intersectionality that maybe we don't experience. So I think about myself within the gay community. I'm a cis male that happens to be gay. I don't have a lot of intersectionality around class, gender, some of the other issues that some of the members of my community face. I think it's really great to consider, as a Calgarian, what my neighbor might be going through as a new Calgarian, a new Canadian, facing issues that I don't maybe have to face. And the way to be a great, I think, ally is to ask people, is there anything I can do to help you? Don't assume that we know the answers for other people. But if we really want to make a difference and see somebody struggling, don't be afraid to make that first step and ask if they need anything. I also appreciate when people do a little bit of education, and so they educate themselves about things, and then when they come to somebody from a different community, they're not coming from a place of zero, but from a place of respect that shows, I've done a little research and I'm really curious about what your experience is.
I love that. Thank you, Mark. You keep bringing us back to this piece about curiosity. And there's also, it seems to me, quite a lot of bravery in that, right? Like not everyone knows exactly how to do that. And it can be so clumsy to reach out in the way that you're describing. It takes bravery and curiosity together. It's a really lovely...
Even scary, right? Even scary too. I'm scared to go to my first pancake flipping breakfast this year because there's so many people in it, but you get past it. You get there for 10 minutes and you're like, you meet somebody, you just start a conversation. So get past that point and do it.
I love that. I mean, food has got to be one of the ultimate connectors across this country. There's so many incredible festivals where you can encounter the ways that people make food and celebrate food and connect with each other. I love that a pancake, what did you call it? A pancake flipping?
Pancake flipping. Yeah, it's a flip. It's the first flip. It's the first pancake breakfast of the Stampede.
Oh, is that right? That's how they open the Stampede.
Yeah, Tourism Calgary puts it on.
I did not know that.
The first flip. So it's pretty exciting. But then there's a breakfast every day. So really, you got to keep your courage up for the long run.
That seems like there's a lot weighing on that. I'm just going to say as a amateur pancake flipper, the first flip is the worst flip.
I know. I mean, I feel sorry for that person that's the very first of the very first flip. That's a lot of pressure.
That's so much pressure. It's actually, I used to live in Germany for a long time, and there's a belief that if the first pancake that you make is atrocious, if it turns into just terrible in your, burnt and turned over sideways, that's actually good luck because all the others are going to be great. So it seems that there's a different philosophy for opening the Stampede, a hope for perfection on first flip. Riley, I'm going to let you come in here. We've been talking about different ways to reach out. Sharon was talking about her ideas for connecting us, literally, physically, through connecting our blood with each other and donating blood. What about you? When you think about how to actually take those first steps, connect with each other, build something with each other, you had talked about, as Dalton did, about local and what's important locally. But this is a very big country, and we're talking about some really big issues that might make us feel really far apart from each other. How do we close that gap?
Yeah, I mean, if I was thinking, I've been very lucky to travel all across the country, which is something that is so hard to do in a country this large and so expensive to travel often. But no matter where I've been, east, west, north, in the Arctic, that the thing that I find universal actually is that people have a very deep connection to the lands that they live in and that they've grown up on. And I think about other countries that might be geographically smaller, where the things that connect them very much instead are food or a shared language. And we know that that's not the case in Canada, that people speak so many different languages that there's not a lot of similarity culturally. And that's the way that Canada says that they like it, right? As a sort of cultural mosaic. But that instead the land does stand out as this thing that people can't ever really separate themselves from: the ocean, the mountains, the snow. And so I would recommend that folks go out and make sure that you're paying a lot of attention to that relation as well. It was a very challenging question I was asked, because I think in Toronto especially, you can be so much living in human filing cabinets of condos and doing whatever. Yeah. But they were like, do you notice when the trees in your local park have been tagged to be cut down? Do you know what they're spraying them with? Do you know when the lake is good to swim in or not, and when the fish come in or not? And I don't think a lot of us do, whether we're in Toronto or a lot of other parts of the country. And so I think the first part, again, we're talking about being a good community member, is first doing a little bit of work and being aware and noticing. And I think that goes for the land too, and that you can do that everywhere. And that if people paid a lot more attention, I think that we could learn how to care for it a lot better, no matter where we were.
It's an interesting moment to be thinking about this, because if you are living in one of the big cities in Canada, people are flipping houses and moving houses, and that sense of connection to your community can be a bit frayed. The cost of living is high. Suddenly apartments might be affordable, so you scramble and you try to get yourself into a better place. But this fractures a little bit that sense of neighborliness. But I love the idea of paying attention to what's happening in your community, right down to which trees have been tagged or what kind of spray is being sprayed in the park, and really feeling that those are your places of responsibility and engagement. That's quite wonderful. There's a really lovely book that I just started reading called The Art of Gathering from Priya Parker. And she talks a lot about how you get to know your neighbors, how do you connect, and it's quite a lovely way to think. She's not speaking actually in terms of the way we are for a national identity. She's really literally talking about that kind of connecting with your neighbor, connecting with your neighborhood, building something together, and really intentionally building kind of a family outside of your home, which I just really love these ideas about how we connect. We have Reg Witten joining us next. Is it Reg or Reg?
Well, it's Reg and it's Whiten. How you doing?
Reg Whiten, thanks so much. Hi, happy Canada Day to you. Where are you joining us from?
I will say bonne fête du Canada.
Bonne fête du Canada, merci.
Mais oui, I'm calling you from beautiful downtown Chetwynd, population maybe 2,500 in northern BC. And I'm wearing my red Chetwynd Chainsaw Carving International Chainsaw Carving Contest T-shirt and my Blue Jays hat. And I'm sitting outside a water park that was just built, full of families. I wasn't here early enough for the pancakes, but I think I'll be in line for the burgers. Ended up coming at the end of the parade, so that was kind of funny. Following the parade in. There's so many threads, so many beautiful thoughts and sentiments and words, and you're awesome hosting.
Thank you.
I just think I'm really moved by a lot of what I've heard. I welcomed you here in French because my heritage goes back 17th century, French side, long before this country was conceived, and then British. You can tell by my last name. And I really celebrate our history, our culture, the whole story. There's so many amazing films to watch. I'm a National Film Board, fan, and to really learn that, to really feel it, not just in your head, but what was it about that original kind of relationship? Did we come in with the guns firing? No, we actually made peace, and the Iroquois expression of Kanata, the village. I share that because I was in Tumbler Ridge, an hour away from here during the tragedy, and when the Prime Minister was here. And all the politicians, the drummers from the First Nations were there, and they sang and shed tears. We still all feel it.
Of course.
The big community.
Of
and
course.
we feel it across the country, and the world saw. The world saw what it is to actually, you want to talk about being Canadian. Well, it's a name, it's a word. It's this idea of just feeling love. Just putting aside everything. I think the Prime Minister didn't go to a security council. He was there in Chetwynd, and the drummers sang, and they were pulled together in a circle, the leaders. Well, and it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop outside with the candles burning. The vigil was happening, and people were hugging. People were so thankful for that expression of gratitude. And we followed the story, as we do, many of you, many thousands in Canada, around the world, about the story of Maya that almost lost her life. And I just saw a picture of her smiling, pressing a button with yes, no. And I can tell you a celebration there'll be when she comes home.
You're speaking about, just to fill folks in, you're speaking about Maya Gabala, who's one of the survivors of the school shooting that took place in February in Tumbler Ridge.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was really moved by how your previous guest was sharing about the loss of her son, and it just made me think of that. That it took a lot of medicine, took the best medicine in the country, but it took as much love bringing her back. And, I listened to what the Prime Minister said today. He was sharing about, courage. It's not just about overcoming fear. It's way more than that. Jeremy Hansen going to the moon and back, it's way more than that. It's about being bold and saying, you know what, I'm going to put my fear aside, my fear of diversity, my fear of change, my fear of all these things, and say, you know what, we're just going to go for it. You know what today we can all do? We're going to go out for meals. And Mark was sharing about celebrating our local communities. We've got First Nations have their annual treaty days all across the country. Just go and experience. It's incredible. Join the games. Go in the restaurants and just, learn how maybe you could say thank you, she, when you go to a Chinese restaurant. Learn your Tagalog with the Filipino community. Just learn, please and thank you. The smile that puts on your face. We're travelers. Canadians are known for our openness and our traveling in the world. We're just this politeness. Well, it's just about respect. And if we can raise our kids, I say, 5 or 6 greetings, starting with your neighborhood, starting with your local Indigenous community, just to say hello. And, we just reach out that way. I think we can do so much. And get rid of the word tolerant. I hate that word. I think it should be struck from the English language. We don't tolerate another culture. It's like there's some bad smell. You celebrate. You reach in. It's called in-reach. And you can do it in the big cities. I grew up around Toronto. I experienced diversity. I came to Chetwynd, honestly, Sarah, and there was hardly a mix of culture here. It wasn't one of these homogenous building trees. I started my career in Alberta, in northern Alberta. I went to school in Calgary. And when I look at what's going on, that border between us in the Peace Country is just like change of time zone and GST tax. I mean, we are so tied. There's a lot of people in the Peace Country don't like what's happening in the whole federal, connection or to the south. So we just kind of work through it. We understand it as best as we can. You don't have to agree, but we can sort of say, oh, okay, well, you're actually feeling very hurt and you're feeling very disengaged or disrespected. And how do we actually show that we are actually connecting with you and your story, that we can all kind of just work it out? That's what we do. Canadians, we work it out. We're a work in progress, individually, in our communities, in the country, and we can just keep showing the world what it means.
Reg, I love that.
Loving people.
I love that idea that we're a work in progress. You said so many lovely, lovely things. Let's get beyond tolerance and get to celebration. Let's move beyond politeness and get to respect. Like, these are really, really beautiful, deep values that you're expressing, and that long history of your own family. Thanks for sharing all of that. A very, very happy Canada Day to you.
Banff, Canada, and happy Canada Day to all of you and your wonderful family. It's been wonderful listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Gosh, there's some really joyful callers calling in today. You know what it really touches me is that people can hold place and space for grief today, as well as holding a place for celebration. And I really appreciate that, simply because in a very different way of thinking about that. We've had Ala talking about her son. We've had Reg here reminding us about Tumbler Ridge, which is only a few months back and is a continuing story in this country right now. That we do have moments where we resonate in grief together. And sometimes, I don't know if you'll agree, sometimes when we have a celebration on our hands, particularly one that's a national question, then there's this almost frenzied expectation that everybody's going to be celebrating all the time. It's going to be amazing, 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 and very full throttle, full gas celebration. And I actually like the complexity in this conversation, that there is room for sadness, for grief, for the history of the country, for a space and place that isn't quite straight ahead, totally 100% happy. What do you think, Dalton?
Yeah, that's what excites me most about the callers and sitting in this room on this lovely July 1st Canada Day holiday is we're getting a full spectrum of emotion, of feelings, and I appreciate the callers, their honesty. That's what, if you ask me, what does it mean to be Canadian? It means to be sharing. It means to be forthright. It means to be transparent, right? It means to be honest. So we're hearing some Allah, for example, she doesn't know me from Jack. He doesn't know any of you, and she was willing to share, and that I applaud, that I appreciate. That, you know, so they're just. I feel the callers calling in, they play just as big a role as we do, as broadcasters, as pundits, you know, and that's the magic behind Canada, and also too bathtub racing and chainsaw, you know, cutting tree competitions. I'm just like, whoa, like I mean, I need to get out of my Toronto bubble, the concrete jungle, and experience some of this, what's going on the West Coast, honestly.
Riley, the space for the complicated, the not so celebrated, the space for sadness and reflection, as well as all the happiness.
Yeah, I mean, I personally really like it. I will say, like, I find as like an Indigenous politics critic in Canada, an educator, that especially when I go into rooms that and on a day like Canada Day, where it's very much supposed to be, and I think a lot of people's minds, a celebration, I'm like, and here I come, the dark rain cloud of Canada Day. But it's like to remind you all about colonialism on this day, you know? And I take that as a responsibility, and it's a role, and it's something that I would be doing anyways. I'm happy. I think it's an obligation to share that perspective. And I appreciate when other people have been, and in this conversation also too, willing to hear what I'm saying about that, and also share their own sides of it, even if their complications aren't exactly the same as the ones I'm sharing. I think that's really important, and that I think is like, you know, earnest in the way that if we're just saying it has to be a celebration for celebration's sake, then that's not, in my idea, actually a reverence for anything. It's a performance. And I think sitting truthfully with whatever you feel is today, whether it's a lot of frustration, a lot of people in my circles feel really frustrated with Canada, and today's a big day where it comes out like that. I know a lot of people back, Indigenous people too, in Thunder Bay, where I'm from, are celebrating today. So like the multiplicities, I think are just truthful, even if they are a little bit stickier than what we're kind of told we should be doing on this day.
Riley, can I just say, I am so grateful for you in these conversations that I have never once sat down with you and felt like the rain clouds were coming. If anything, being able to have a really frank conversation about who we are, where we are, it makes your heart 10,000 times bigger. It makes it so much easier to wake up and look at yourself in the morning. You know, as someone who comes from a settler family or an immigrant family, I didn't grow up with any of that history. I had absolutely no idea what I was looking at when I would see, for example, Indigenous homelessness. I had been encouraged towards a world of judgment without any knowledge at all. And what has been shared with me through books and art and culture and conversation is an absolute gift. It is really the gift of my life, and it has only made me happier, and it has made the skies bluer, if I might go back to that image there for a second. Dalton, you're dying to say something too.
I want to riff on that. I mean, we ask the tough questions because we care.
Yeah.
We want to see Canada do better, be better, right? Make Canada great again, or greater, or for some people it wasn't so great to begin with as far as its histories, right? And you know, the whole elbows up sloganeering, like we you know, as an entrepreneur, you want to see it be more like a movement. It feels to me more like a moment, right? And what I mean is, when we talk about like, ethical consumption, there's a capitalist society. So it's just like, are you seeing Canadians like purchasing, like when you buy a pair of socks or a baseball hat or jeans or sneakers, like, are you looking for Canadian companies to support? Like, I don't see a lot of that. The sloganeering is fun, the performance, elbows up, like it's a hockey kind of slogan, Gordie-Howe, fantastic. But in reality, in practice, like, are people really supporting Canadian business, or are they buying products that just cost less, given that whole cost of living narrative that I sort of talked about a little earlier on, right? Like, so are you buying, like, if you see a pair of sneakers, are you buying Canadian company that might be more expensive, or the one that you can afford given the livability situation in Canada, right? So yeah, so we have to ask these tough questions,
I really like it. I feel like it's such a distinctly Canadian thing to do, to ask the hard questions and to face them together and to share a whole bunch of knowledge and stories and ideas. I feel like we come together when we laugh together. We also come together when we cry together. For those of you who are joining us watching this on television, or you're watching this through any of our visual channels, you are going to see now a live shot of Ottawa. And I want to tell you, we're celebrating Canada Day today on the airwaves, but we also have this evening starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, celebrating Our Canada. This is an annual concert that takes place at Le Breton Flats every year. There will be performances by Alessia Cara, by the Bare Naked Ladies, Beatrice Deer. Oh, her music is beautiful. Paul Langlois from the Tragically Hip is going to be playing tonight. You can listen and you can watch from all CBC streaming platforms. You're getting a little glimpse of Ottawa right now. Wow, a town under work. We're seeing lots of cranes in the sky as well, which really tells you about the moment of growth that we're in Canada right now. I'm going to invite Maria Stellick to join us from Fort Erie, Ontario. Hi, Maria. Happy Canada Day to you.
Happy Canada Day to you.
So you are calling in. We've been asking ourselves what it means to be Canadian right now. We've had lots and lots of stories and ideas, and you have your own unique ideas and history.
Yes, I do. I have came to this country as a 13-year-old girl from Hungary, which was a communist country at that time. And I feel that I am so overwhelmed. I think I'm going to cry. So lucky and so privileged to live in this country who took me in. It is amazing to live here. I know it's not easy. And we are all immigrants except for the indigenous people, and we should respect that. And I love this country. I have my family here. I have 5 grandchildren. My husband, who also is an immigrant from the former Czechoslovakia. And I cannot imagine living in a better country than this. With all the problems and everything else, I still say Canada is the best country to live in.
Oh, Maria.
And please, Alberta, just stay with Canada. We are all Canadians. Don't separate. That's not who we are.
Maria, thank you. Thanks very much for calling in. That feeling of gratitude for being here is one that we've heard from so many folks who are newcomers, people who have immigrated to the country. I think that has been a common thread also for folks who've lived here for generations and generations. So thank you so much for calling in. And I can hear the emotion in what you're saying, and I think lots of folks connect with that today as well. That was Maria calling from Fort Erie, Ontario. If you would like to join this conversation and have some thoughts on what it means to be Canadian right now, or your own story, or maybe you have some thoughts, Maria was speaking just there about Alberta and her hope that Alberta would stay in the Federation. Maybe you're from one of the 2 provinces that are considering a different path, and you want to talk about separatism from a different perspective or political point of view. That is very welcome as well. We've still got another 15 minutes in this show with your thoughts on what it means to be Canadian right now. You can call us at 1-888-416-8333. Text message will work as well, 226-758-8924. We have Rania Sefer joining us now. Now, every Canada Day, there are people who actually become official citizens of the country on Canada Day. Official citizenship ceremonies are held throughout the year, including today. And my next guest has been on both sides of that. She came to Canada from Lebanon in 2003, became a citizen in 2009, and she is now a citizenship judge and has just come, as she's joining us now in this broadcast, but has just come from performing a ceremony. We reached her in Ottawa. Hi there, Rania.
Hello.
Wow.
Hi, everyone. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day. What a way to celebrate. What is it like to see someone become a citizen, especially today?
It is so special. It's special to become a Canadian. But on this day especially, no one would forget the date of the day where they become Canadian citizens. So it's very important. It's the culmination of resilience, hard work, years of waiting, proving to themselves that they made the right choice, and becoming Canadians on Canada Day. It's like on another level of making this day so special.
Maybe I could open up your story a little bit, because you came here in 2003. What made you choose Canada?
all the opportunities that Canada offer to those who decide to live in it. To be honest to you, people who choose Canada choose because of the program that Canada offers to immigrants. It's a country built on receiving immigrants, and it gives everyone new opportunities. So in my case, I came for myself, but also for the future of my kids. They were so young when we came here in 2003. They were 5 and 6. And I took the decision for them, but for them myself as well. And I think today they thank me for having taken this decision for them.
Do you remember your own citizenship ceremony?
Absolutely, of course.
What was it like?
It was in August in 2009. It was full of emotion. I can describe it as a huge relief. A day full of joy, a moment of recognition, a moment of pride. I can't tell you enough about all kind of feelings that you might experience in this day, in this citizenship ceremony. It is like, as I said at the beginning, it's the culmination of all this hard work. And this is a recognition from Canada that now we consider you one of us, and at the same time, you have responsibilities towards us. So it's so important and it's so special.
Rania, thanks for making us think about this for a moment, because, you know, I'm the first Canadian born in my family, and it's quite wonderful to be reminded about the long journey that is behind people who have moved here from somewhere else and decided to become citizens. We've been asking people what it means to be Canadian right now. I'm wondering how you're thinking about that question.
Being Canadian is being a good citizen of the world. Being Canadian is being someone who carries the values that Canada stands for, values of humanity, pure humanity. We have to remember that becoming Canadians or being Canadians is being part of this society, this people who have such a good reputation in the world, a people of reconciliation, people of peace, and very, very kind people. It is very important to remember what is to be Canadian and how to be an active Canadian, because it's not enough just to have it on a legal or official status. It is very important to live it. And one of the ways to live our Canadian citizenship is to be active, by voting, by running for committees. We have a role to play, and we have a lot of responsibilities. So I think we have always to remind ourselves of that.
That feels like the most excellent advice from someone who has such an official role. I love the tone of responsibility in that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I've been speaking with Rania Sefer, who is a citizenship judge and is a part of citizenship ceremonies, including today. She was in Ottawa. You are listening to Call in Canada. We've been speaking to folks across the country about what it means to be Canadian right now and what holds us together. What does unity mean on a day like this? We are winding down really quickly. I want to get to a couple more callers in. Jairo Luque is joining us from Miami, Florida, over the border, but is a Canadian citizen. Hi, Jairo.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Well, thanks for calling in. So you're joining us from Florida, but you are from Canada. You've been thinking about this question that we have on our plates with us right now, which is what it means to be Canadian right now on Canada Day. What are you thinking?
Absolutely. Thank you for giving me the chance to sit in the middle of your table and celebrate this.
Welcome to this table
we're having today. I am utterly grateful for what Canada means, especially on days like today when you think about your whole journey as a human and as an immigrant. I migrated to Canada in 2009 from Honduras, and as an LGBTQ person who needed to process life, who struggled probably 14 years of my life accepting who I was as a gay man, it was in the middle of my life living in Canada that I was able to finally make an acceptance that this was my reality. And every day since that transition took place, I have never not been grateful for the fact of the platform that Canada as a nation, Canada as a society gave me to be able to live that truth in my life. I didn't need people or my neighbors, or I didn't need a parade with flags for me to feel accepted and received or seen. I just needed the safety that Canada as a nation gave me, and probably me as hundreds of thousands of other immigrants that have benefited from the safetiness that Canada has provided. I wanted to highlight that today for what it is to be Canadian, right? That on top of the 10,000 charms upon 10,000 charms that define what my life as a Canadian living currently in the United States means, the way you drink your coffee, the way you see art, the way you travel the world, the way you treat other humans, the way you might do business, the way you see other countries and humanity in general. It's beautiful what you can say to others is being shaped by my Canadian experience.
Jairo, thank you so much for that sentiment. I love that 10,000 charms on top of 10,000 charms. I'm going to let our panel have a closing word to follow what you've just described. I want to wish you also, I know we just closed out Pride Month. I'll wish you a belated happy Pride on top of a happy Canada Day. Mark, I just imagine that that's resonating with you because you spoke over the course of this broadcast about a sense of freedom and embracing your own identity and what that has meant to you and people in your community. We only have a few minutes left, but maybe a final thought.
Real quick, I loved the idea of connecting to our geography and our nature. I drove to BC through the Rogers Pass from Calgary recently and was just in awe of how gorgeous our country is. Flew to Regina for a speech and was in awe of the sky on the way back to the airport. It really does connect with a sense of pride that is just in and of itself really, really natural and authentic. And back to the World Cup, I love celebration that happens and it becomes a bit of a movement. I'm not a huge soccer fan usually. I mean, I love Team Canada, obviously, but I was kind of like, oh, this investment in soccer and the World Cup, what's this all about? And yet, watching this Canadian team do such incredible things, I'm caught up in it. I'm excited by it, and I feel that sort of energy around it. I think that's a wonderful way to celebrate being Canadian, not forcing it. It's not an act. It's just a genuine surge of feeling some pride in people that are representing us. And I think that's a really healthy thing. So I couldn't help but bring it back to the World Cup.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's such a wonderful thing to be celebrating a celebration on top of a celebration. I mean, we're having a very big national moment. Dalton, a final thought on all of these different topics, a final thought on Canada Day.
Yeah, totally. I'm going to stay on this World Cup theme. Because what it means to be Canadian is when you're watching the World Cup is you're conflicted. Like our greatest dilemma is I don't know who to cheer for. And I'm going to tell you why. A lot of us are immigrants, so, we're hyphenated Canadian. My background is the Caribbean. I was, Jamaican, born in Toronto. So when I see nations from the Caribbean playing, I'm rooting for them. I'm also a black person of African descent. All of the African nations, that's what a lot of black people do. We're rooting for the African nations. Cote d'Ivoire, Congo, Ghana, right? So I'm completely, but I'm also born in Toronto. So I'm like, go Team Canada. Within the Team Canada structure, a ton of immigrants. There are Latinx players. There are players of the European, African players, Caribbean, right? So we're conflicted. That's what it means to be Canadian. It's totally conflicted as to who to cheer for, when, why, and how. Okay, boom, that's it.
Riley, a last minute thought as we close out this conversation. What's the lasting thought for you on being Canadian today?
Oh man, I mean, I guess I'll offer a question that I grapple with every day, but it's becoming big to me now. Is that I feel like. For most people, for me certainly, my life's work is answering the question of how do I be a dutiful descendant and how do I be a good ancestor? How do I honor the thing that the worlds that people built that my task is how to navigate and how do I build worlds further. And I think that it's a good day to take stock of maybe how do we begin scratching the surface of answering those questions. I've been trying for years. I'm not that far deep into it, but it's a worthy one, I think, to tackle. So.
What a fabulous question to end us on. That's a great way to go. That in the middle of our cheer, we've got wonderful things to reflect on. The three of you are wonderful folks to hang out with on Canada Day. Thank you for every single intellectual piece, joyful piece, the laughter. It's been a really nice 2 hours. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. It's great.
The three voices that you have been hearing, Riley Yesno, an Anishinaabe scholar and writer based at the University of Toronto. She's also a distinguished fellow at the Yellowhead Institute. Dalton Higgins, who is a publicist and author and a cultural critic. They were in our Toronto studio. We had Mark Tewksbury, who won a gold medal at the 100-meter backstroke in the 1992 Olympics in Barcelona. He joined us from Calgary. Folks, what an absolute joy. I have enjoyed this so much. Thank you for all of those wonderful calls, especially to Ala for sharing her story with us. That was a really moving moment for us. That is it for Call in Canada. I hope you enjoyed the conversation today. Coming up shortly on CBC Television, Ian Hanomansing and Gloria Macarenko connect with Canadians celebrating across the country. And then later on tonight in Ottawa, it is Celebrating Our Canada. This is the annual music concert. It's so much fun. It starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. This year, Bare Naked Ladies, Alessia Cara, those are the headline acts. You can also listen on CBC Radio. You can watch on CBC Television and on CBC's YouTube channel and CBC Gem. Thank you so much to everyone who helped produce this show, our phone-in screeners, Jana Abbas and Chuck Molgat, Hannah Abrahamsey, our TV team, Caleb Isaac, Garth Gottfried, Frankie Fiorini, and Logan Morand. Technical production and editing of the fabulous Shirley Gao. Thank you so much. We had production assistance from Andrew Roberts. This show was produced by Shita Chopra and Michaela Van Kooten. Our senior producer is Steve Howard. I'm Saroja Coelho. I have enjoyed this so much. I hope you have a fabulous day, whatever it is that you're doing today. You can hear me on CBC Radio's Just Asking every Saturday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm also on weekend mornings on CBC Music, waking you up with a playlist to get moving to Saturdays and Sundays from 6 until 9 local time. Enjoy the rest of your Canada Day. Bon fête du Canada, and we'll see you again soon.
Beautiful, diverse, admired around the world, Canada's geography captures the immense promise of this country. No matter where you're from, no matter where you live, there is so much that draws us together. And today, we want to hear your stories. How are you marking Canada's 159th birthday? Let's make it personal. Who would you like to shout out? Who's been there for you, supporting you? Let's celebrate them as we celebrate what this country means to all of us. This is Canada Day 2026.
CBC. Happy Canada Day from Banff on CBC.
Hi, I'm Ian Hanomansing. We're live in beautiful Banff, Alberta, and we're going to spend the next few hours showing you how Canadians here and across the country are celebrating this Canada Day. And let's celebrate the beauty of the country. Banff is home to Canada's first and most popular national park. Millions of visitors come here every year to enjoy the stunning scenery and outdoor activities. The national park opened in 1885, followed by the Banff Springs Hotel 3 years later. The CBC's Gloria Macarenko is here with me in Banff today. And Gloria, you're going to be bringing us stories from Canadians who want to shout out others who have kind of helped them out throughout the years.
No, it's so true. And just watching the parade earlier today and all of the stories that were emerging about where people came from, some from very, very far away to be here in Banff for Canada Day, and some from right next door, just wanting to be part of this Canadian celebration. So a lot of those stories are going to emerge, and I like the Canada Day casual look, by the way.
I can tell the story later. I bought it like just about 2 stores down because I realized I needed a shirt that was a little more Canadian than the one I originally brought.
But I've been enjoying those stories all day long, and you can see we are going to be soliciting your comments and who you would love to shout out as well. So send us your message, ask@cbc.ca, and we'll be sharing them throughout the afternoon, and I'll be speaking to a lot of people here in Banff too.
Yeah, as you can see, from early this morning, we've had the messages at the bottom of the screen. It must be so cool to be at home, send that into our email, and all of a sudden see...
I'm on TV.
Yeah, the person that you're shouting out. So please keep that going, and I know we're going to hear some interviews that you're doing, some just live in the crowd, but also people you've talked to earlier. So Gloria, thank you very much. We have CBC reporters as well in communities across Canada. They'll show us the different ways that people are observing the country's 159th birthday. And let's begin with CBC's Quabina Duro, who's in Pierrefonds neighborhood in Montreal. And Quabina, how are people there celebrating this Canada Day?
Well, Ian, people here are very excited to be celebrating Canada Day. One of the things that people are doing here is this zip line right over here. People are just on the zip line, coming down, yelling. I'm scared of heights, so I would not go up there. But I'm here with these group of lovely women. It is her bachelorette. Her friend Allison is here. What was it like doing that zip line?
It really makes your heart go. It's a lot of adrenaline, but it's lots of fun.
What is it like for you to celebrate Canada Day, but also celebrate one of your best friends?
Well, it's awesome to be able to be here all together and to do something with our friend, obviously for her. It's the first time for me in Canada, so being able to be here and see everyone dressed up and everything, it's a lot of fun.
So where are you from?
Originally South Africa, but I live in France.
So you live in France. So what has it been like for you taking in Canada Day as being here for the first time?
It's lots of fun. Everyone seems to be very patriotic in terms of being dressed up. There's lots of flags. Everyone's wearing them as bandanas, as headbands. It's awesome. There's lots of activity around as well, which is really fun. So we get to have a fun day with our friends, and there's so much to do.
So Ian, we're gonna talk to the soon-to-be bride, but she doesn't want to talk in English, so I'm gonna do a little French translation here. Comment vous sentez-vous d'être mariée ce samedi?
Franchement, c'est un petit peu stressant, mais je suis vraiment contente parce que je partage une belle journée avant, comme ça je relaxe. Puis je sais que ça va être une belle journée parce que j'aime mon homme et puis je sais que ça va être top.
So Ian, I asked her, how does it feel getting married on Saturday? Because the wedding is this Saturday. I didn't get invited, but that's okay. They want to. Now I got invited. But she was saying that it's nice to celebrate with her lovely friends and that she really loves her husband. She's a little bit stressed though because a wedding is a big deal. I'll ask her what being Canadian means to her. C'est quoi, comment vous sentez d'être Canadien?
Ben moi, ça fait 5 ans que j'habite ici, donc j'ai la résidence permanente. Donc moi, le Canada, au début, c'était pas ma destination parce que je suis d'origine espagnole, donc c'est sûr que le froid, l'hiver, mais vraiment, les gens sont accueillants ici, il y a des belles opportunités de travail. Puis il y a tout le temps des activités, ça vit, on est à Montréal, donc que tu viennes, même un jour férié, tout est ouvert, donc par rapport à la France, c'est vraiment, c'est bonbon.
So she's saying that she's a permanent resident here. She's been in Canada for about 5 years, and she's loving and embracing the culture, and she loves Canada Day, and she's just happy to be here because even though it's a holiday, she believes that everything is open, and it's all open here, and people are excited. So Ian, congratulations to you on getting married, and we will be talking to many different people here on Canada Day, and I'm sure there's other people who have some love stories that I might be able to share with you later. Ian?
Fluently bilingual, fantastic live, and clearly fearless to wear things that I would never wear on the air. CBC's Quabina Duro in Montreal. As always, thank you. So Canadians across the nation celebrating this country's heritage and its future, and there's no better day to swear the oath of citizenship and gain the full rights and responsibilities of being Canadian than July the 1st. The CBC's Dan Bird is at Canada Place in Vancouver, meeting with some of our country's newest citizens. And Dan, tell us more about today's ceremony.
Ian, I know Kwabena has been busy channeling his inner Neil Peart as a drum prodigy today, so I'll wear the suit for him in this lovely weather. Yes, 60 people from 23 different places of origin swore the oath of allegiance to Canada, became citizens here at Canada Place in front of a judge, a clerk, Indigenous leaders, as well as federal and provincial representatives. Among those 60s is Vera Oneanwa. She came here from Nigeria a number of years ago, and she brought up for this ceremony a whole raft of family, friends, loved ones from the U.S., and particularly her father, who came here from Nigeria to see this.
I was like, woo, let's go, Vera, let's do it.
I love it. My brother came from Seattle, my dad from Nigeria, my friends from here in Vancouver. It's been great. U.S., East Surrey, Vancouver, yeah, all around.
And what does it mean to be able to do this with all these other people that came from?
Today, the best way to remember Canada Day moving forward. Every Canada Day, I'm going to remember this day.
I thank God for this grace and opportunity, and thank you guys for your support and making it possible too. So I'm most grateful.
And we heard from people from the Philippines, from the United States, people very tearful, very thankful that they're joining the Canadian team, the Canadian family. Another person we're going to chat with in the next hour we'll tell you about was a daughter and her mother who joined here from the Philippines, who said, I asked, why did you choose Canada? She said, it's the one-stop shop. It's got everything that we need. Some of her family members are already Canadian, others are permanent residents working on it. They see the promise in this country. And despite a lot of challenges that we have across this country, from outside and from within, they feel a hope, they feel a sense of pride. And you could see that on the faces today. And particularly, I couldn't help you feel the lump of the throat, Ian, when the bagpipes get played by the great Mike Chisholm, former reporter here in town, who came in playing the Maple Leaf Forever. It gets the hairs on the back of your neck going, and certainly there was a lot of pride in that room. And as we said, 60 new Canadians are now on the bench for us.
Dan, you are perfect at capturing the moment, whether it's World Cup soccer that you've done so many great live hits about, or today, a terrific way of capturing what was such a great day for the people inside Canada Place. Dan, thank you so much. Okay, let's go from Vancouver now to Toronto. Greg Ross is at Canada House on Toronto's harbour front. And Greg, how are people celebrating there?
Well, this celebration is all about arts and culture at Toronto's Harbourfront Centre. Of course, right on the water, and not a bad day to be on the water here in Toronto. We're having a bit of a heat wave. It's a hot, sticky one here, Ian. And you talk about Canada's Soccer House being here at the Harbourfront Centre, so it's also a celebration of sport as well. Behind me here, a floating soccer pitch that people can literally go on. It looks like they're just deflating. It's been here since the start of the World Cup, but people were able to go and play soccer on the water. And of course, Canada Soccer House, where they have these massive viewing parties. I ran into this gentleman proudly wearing the Canada colors for soccer. But you're actually somebody who came to Canada from Ireland. You just became a Canadian citizen in January. What does it mean to you to wear those colors today?
Well, I'm very proud to wear these colours. As you probably know, Ireland didn't qualify, so it's great to have a team. And wonderful to see us get into the final 16, having beaten South Africa. So it's just brilliant. And very honoured to be wearing this jersey as a Canadian citizen.
And down here on the water, celebrating his first Canada Day as a Canadian citizen. He was inside Canada Soccer House. If soccer's not your thing, lots of sports happening in Toronto. In fact, just steps from where we are here at the Harbourfront Centre is the Rogers Centre. And the Blue Jays are playing a Canada Day game as we speak, hosting the New York Mets. And I caught up with former Blue Jay and Canadian Russell Martin, the former catcher. You probably remember him from those big runs in 2015 and 2016. He talked about how special it is to be a Canadian playing at home on Canada Day.
When we were on the field earlier for pregame, you kind of sense that people are excited. You get the red jerseys. People love the red jerseys. And it's important, you know, we're proud people, and any chance you get to kind of like show that pride, it's pretty special.
yeah, we expect a lot of the people that have come here to the Harbourfront Centre to stick around, because this is going to also be the spot for one of the biggest fireworks celebrations later tonight, right over top of the water here. One of a few. There's one in the Toronto beaches as well tonight. Some big fireworks displays, but again, people here enjoying this day, enjoying the beautiful weather here right on the water, Ian.
I'm about 1,000 push-ups and maybe 15 pounds away from being able to wear a T-shirt live on the air like you, but you carry it off perfectly. Greg Ross, live in Toronto. Thank you. Okay, to Winnipeg now. CBC's Marcy Marcusa is on the water there. What's happening in Winnipeg, Marcy?
Ian, I'll tell you what, a rainy day isn't keeping people away from the Forks. The Forks is all about the water. It's a place where we gather for our joys, our sorrows, our communication. It's where we all meet in Manitoba, and we got to do that today. So we've been at the Forks. We've been there all day, and as you can see behind me, now we're on the water. We can see the Manitoba legislature there. Winnipeg looks particularly beautiful from the water, by the way, if you've never done this tour. And we're on the boat with a bunch of people. They've been taking tours out to celebrate Canada Day all day. Ryland Judy Dilworth is here, has been operating the boat. Where do people come to sort of celebrate this kind of thing? Who was on your boat this week?
This week I've had a bunch of folks from Winnipeg naturally, and then from all over Canada. I've had some from Nunavut, shout out to Baker's Lake. I've got a few folks on my boat right now from Gillam, and even from outside of the country. I've had from all over. Had from Honduras this week, a couple from Nepal.
All celebrating our country and our province, the Middle Province, the best one in my humble opinion. Okay, shout out someone, because that's our theme for this Canada Day, Ryland. Who do you want to shout out?
Well, I think the statue of that great man behind me right there in Louis Riel.
Okay, there he is, Louis Riel, Métis leader, up at the statue at the ledge. And secondary shout out, because he has a secondary shout out. You'll love this one, Ian.
It's got to be Duff Roblin, Premier of Manitoba back in the 60s. He was the one who built the Red River Floodway, and which we are actively using right now, as we are currently flooding right now on our rivers just a little bit.
Yeah, okay, we'll let you start up the boat in a second. Let's just let some Happy Canada Day with the folks that are on here. So behind us, I mean, wow, that water is high. If you know what's happening in Manitoba, we've had flooding right now, all feeding into the waterways now. So thank goodness for the floodway, which does protect us. You guys want to say Happy Canada Day, so this is your chance. Say it to Canada.
Happy Canada Day.
Go.
Happy Canada Day.
Yeah, you want to shout someone out? No?
Huh?
No, I thought Dad was going to get a shout out.
Happy birthday to my dad.
Yeah, happy birthday to your dad. And you are from Gillam, Manitoba. What do you love about being Canadian, and who do you want to shout out?
I want to shout out to Gillam and to Calm Air for flying us up north, especially to Nunavut and everywhere that we take everywhere up north, basically.
Yeah. Transportation in this beautiful country of ours needs that for people to daily here in Manitoba, especially we know commuting back and forth. All right, Ryland, punch it. Let's go and finish our tour. Ian, we'll talk to you later in the show. Happy Canada Day.
You, like so many of our other reporters, really all of our other reporters, so good live. Marcy Marcusa in Winnipeg, thank you so much. Also loving the fact that we're seeing so much of Canada, seeing what the weather's like, but also meeting people from across this country. Baseball fans in Saskatoon are spending their Canada Day cheering on their local team, the Saskatoon Berries. The CBC's Ethan Williams is with those fans at Cairns Field. And Ethan, tell us about the celebrations there.
Field, the Saskatoon Berries in a doubleheader against the Brooks Bombers. Brooks leading right now, by the way, 6-2, but I have a pretty good feeling the Berries are going to come back here. They are at the top of their division, and not only is it the game here today, but of course it's Canada Day, and it is Wiener Wednesday as well, as you can tell by my lovely shirt here. And I've got a delicious Frank for a little bit later as well. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? And I'm joined by a couple of people who are celebrating Canada Day and the game here. I'm here with Jesse and with Crystal. You guys, how's it going? How are you enjoying the game so far? And who do you think is going to win this one, Jesse?
I think the Berries will come out ahead. They've got a strong squad here. I think, yeah, they can come back.
What do you love most about coming down here and enjoying the day on Canada Day?
Well, it's a perfect day. Not too hot, not too cold, and you know, everyone's into the game. We've got a sold-out game here today, so it's what better way to spend your Canada Day afternoon?
Crystal, do you have any other activities planned after you're done the game here?
Just taking in the day with some friends and family, and yeah, watch some baseball. Catch up on the Jays game when I get home.
Well, Greg Ross in Toronto, of course, can fill you in on that as he's down there. A big theme of today across Canada Day, and here at CBC is shouting out some people. And we want to know if there's anyone you want to shout out on this Canada Day, Jesse.
Shout out to my wife, Melissa. She had to work today, so she couldn't join us for the game.
And what about for you, Crystal?
I would just shout out to all healthcare workers working today. So, yeah.
Well, Ian, lots of excitement here. This is a standing room only crowd, by the way. The whole place is sold out. And not only do they have hot dogs, but they have maple bacon poutine. What's more Canadian than that? And coming up, we're going to take part in a maple syrup chugging competition. So we'll have a little bit of savory first and a little bit of sweet later on.
That is fantastic. If for no other reason, people need to stay tuned to see how that works out. CBC's Ethan Williams in Saskatoon. Thank you so much. Well, here in the mountain town of Banff, Canada Day is, you won't be surprised to hear this, the busiest day of the year. More than 30,000 people apparently have gathered in this town to watch the annual Canada Day parade. With the Rockies in the background, it has been a warm and sunny day for parade goers. Not warm and sunny right now, by the way, but we'll talk about that later. Anyway, this, a must-see Canada Day tradition, the parade featuring bands, human-powered floats, dancers, community participants showcasing their Banff pride. There are more events planned today with family fun activities, a World Cup zone, and musical performances. Let's hear from people right here in Banff. Jenny Howe is talking to folks celebrating Canada Day here. And Jenny, you have a special guest with you.
I do, Ian. Right now I have Elder Turfree Deerfoot with me. Now, Elder Deerfoot was on earlier with the dance troupe. It's a cultural dance troupe, Blackfoot Medicine Speaks. And they were doing, I mean, not like the belly dancing in the back, but Elder Deerfoot, you were showing me a few moves.
Oh yeah, well, I'm happy today. Today is a good day. You're celebrating Canada Day nationally. And, you know, it's sometimes very difficult for us as Indigenous people with all the colonial activity. But I think it's a good day to talk about reconciliation or reconciliation. You know, putting into play things that are, you know, we've been at the forgiveness part for a long time. Now it's time to do action. Come together with people, do the round dance, celebrate whole hands. You know, there's a lot of difficulty, you know, with the separation movement and all of that. You know, we can't put it under the table because it's right transparent to us, but we need to acknowledge it. And we as Indigenous people, we know we're treaty people. Our ancestors have lived in this beautiful valley for thousands of years. Our stories are etched into the caves and right up to Yellowstone Park. The same etchings that tells us our people were here for hundreds, thousands of years.
So tell me what it's like for you then on a day like today where you get to dance, you get to drum, you get to tell the stories in front of a very captive group here surrounded by the mountains. What does it mean for you?
Well, we're seeing a lot of different, I just took pictures from people from Germany, Australia, and then a lot of local people who are actually have been born here. You know, they come from other nations from across the world, but they've called this their home. And I think it's important that we acknowledge them and bring them to be a part of our community. We're all not going anywhere. We need to find common denominators where we can coexist and talk about cultures. When we talk and watch celebration of culture, we get to learn. And then other people, we're seeing the belly dances. We know we're going to learn about the belly dance. We have comedians, we have rappers, we have different artists coming. And it's very important that we showcase each other's communities and bring in a larger community together.
I like it. There's a real feeling of we're all doing this thing together. We're all enjoying this together. And quickly, I want to know, we've been doing this thing where we've been shouting out people across the country. Who do you want to shout out today, Elder Deerfoot?
Well, I want to shout out to the treaty people, eh? You know, we're the hosts, and we keep welcoming people here. I think that's a really strong point, that our people are resilient, but they're still, you know, in spite of all of the difficulties, we're still able to say, welcome. Welcome to my territory. that's what I think hopefully today, that's what it's about.
Well, and I think people are definitely getting that feeling, judging by how many people are walking around afterwards, wanting to take pictures. I know you have another performance later. I'm hoping, Ian, the weather holds out because, as we know, it is gently spitting right now, but that could very well change. So crossing our fingers that we don't have to put on our rain jackets quite yet. Elder Deerfoot, thanks so much for talking today.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Enjoy the festivities.
Back to you, Ian.
All right, thank you very much, Jenny. And I've learned a lot of people from Banff walking by in the last few hours saying mountain weather, it could easily change very quickly. That way, it looks kind of menacing. Behind me, the sky's a little lighter, so fingers crossed that that is what is ahead of us, not the more menacing weather there. Well, Canada's capital could be viewed as party central. How often do you say that? For the celebration of a nation today, ahead of a star-studded concert coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern. LeBreton Flats Park has already been the stage for a birthday bash, bringing Canadians and the country's leaders together and showcasing the talent and diversity that exists from coast to coast to coast. So here are a few of the sights and sounds.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land.
Dreaming big is part of our DNA, but dreams alone don't get us off the launch pad. The thrust that drives and propels Canada upwards is our can-do attitude.
Together, we are a land of great promise. Let's show each other and the world the love in our hearts and the power of our collective.
We kneel for nobody. And in the face of pressures, we do not stand smaller, we stand more united, more determined, more Canadian than ever.
Prime Minister Mark Carney led the applause for the musical acts, and then he took to the podium to deliver a message highlighting Canadian strength and values.
We offer partnership in a divided world, partnership in security, partnership in trade, partnership in culture. Canada is worth fighting for. That Canada belongs to all Canadians, that Canada's best days are yet to come. These convictions were forged across generations, and they're being renewed by this generation. Courage, connections, conviction, Canada. Our Canada. Canada true, Canada strong, Canada free.
Well, today marks a critical day when it from representatives of the United States, Canada, and Mexico took place virtually earlier today, and Canada's Trade Minister Dominic LeBlanc joins us now from Ottawa. Minister LeBlanc, first of all, what was the tone of that meeting earlier today?
Well, thank you, Ian, and happy Canada Day. The tone of the meeting was very constructive. It frankly, it bore no surprises for us. It was. We started by talking about the World Cup. We talked about the game in Mexico City last night. Ambassador Greer talked about the Americans facing off against Bosnia. So the tone was constructive, but it followed an agreed upon script. As you know, Ian, this meeting was prescribed in the CUSMA Treaty itself. It was to happen 6 years from the coming into force date. That's why it was Canada Day 6 years ago when the agreement came into force. It was the first moment for the three parties to consider whether to renew for an additional 16 years the term of the agreement. Canada and Mexico, as we have said publicly, were prepared to renew it for 16 years. We both talked about the sectoral tariffs that the United States has applied in 4 key sectors of our economy that, in our view, aren't in conformity with the agreement. But we talked about the work we can also do with the United States to put North America's economy in a better competitive position. So it was a useful but a non-surprising conversation.
But at the end of the day, what changes given the position of the United States?
So, in fact, Ian, in terms of the remaining in force of the CUSMA agreement, the agreement remains in force, as the Americans acknowledged, for another 10 years. This also was prescribed in the text of the treaty itself. We continue to believe that there is an economic benefit to all 3 countries to bring greater certainty to the free trade arrangement between the North American partners. We continue to believe, as do the Mexicans, that the sectoral tariffs that the United States have applied in steel, automobiles, aluminum, softwood lumber are causing considerable economic discomfort in all 3 countries and having a negative effect on consumer prices in the United States. We made that case to Ambassador Greer, and he committed to continuing to do the work with Canada and Mexico that he thinks is necessary to ensure that the treaty, in the view of President Trump and Ambassador Greer, are meeting the expectations that they set for themselves when they themselves negotiated and signed this agreement 6 years ago.
Minister LeBlanc, I know you're in a tough position here because what you say, even in this interview, can make its way back to the White House. But I think a lot of Canadians watching this will be disappointed about the way trade talks are going. And we hear the saber rattling from the president and from his ambassador to Canada, and just feel like we're in a bleak place when it comes to trade with the United States. And today is just one more example of that. What would your response to be?
So we understand, Ian, that very normal reaction that Canadians have. You said saber rattling. That is the right word. That has been a hallmark of this particular American administration, not only in the context of the CUSMA trade arrangement, but in other areas as well. But at the end of the day, the Americans twice have decided to exempt CUSMA-compliant exports to the United States from their reciprocal tariff regime, because obviously it's in the economic interest of all 3 countries because of the integration of supply chains, because of business investment decisions in all 3 countries that benefit North America and all 3 countries. We continue to believe that that basic reality remains intact. But we also recognize, Ian, to go right back to the saber rattling or the uncertainty, we recognize that Canadians expect their government to build a more resilient economy, to make investments and seek investments that will make Canada's economy more competitive, that will diversify our dependency on one trading partner. The Prime Minister has been hugely active in this front. This will be another important week in that work. So we'll continue to do what's necessary, Ian, to protect the Canadian economy from unjustified sectoral tariffs, to make the case for the renewal of an agreement, the trilateral trade agreement that the Ambassador Greer, the United States Trade Representative, referred to publicly as the load-bearing walls of the U.S. economy. So he acknowledges that in our conversations, but they want to make bilateral deals with Canada and Mexico to deal with a number of issues, and we're prepared to have those conversations with them as well. I reiterated that to them today, as did the Mexicans.
Minister LeBlanc, obviously you're working on Canada Day. We appreciate you talking to us.
So are
and
you,
I'm not
Ian.
Sure
so are you.
Yes, but I'm in Banff, right? You're in Ottawa wearing a suit.
I'm in Ottawa,
Banff,
but
not wearing a suit.
I'm going back to your home province of New Brunswick tomorrow, Ian, so it's good.
Okay. Well, a belated Happy Canada Day to you as you celebrate it when you get back home tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Have a great Canada Day.
Okay, and let's take a look at Banff, Alberta, where they are marking Canada Day with special events all day, rain or shine. It's raining now, by the way. Surrounded by the Rocky Mountain peaks, glacial lakes, and hot springs, Banff is home to Canada's first national park. Millions of people visit this resort town annually, drawn by the dramatic landscape and the towering limestone peaks. Stay with CBC News Network for special live coverage.
Team Canada just beat Qatar, and I've been here in the only Canadian sports bar in New York City. They're pretty happy.
Oh, what a time to be a Canadian in a city like this. Great bar, great people, the community's really coming together.
Why was it important for you to be surrounded by Canadians watching this historic game?
The pride and patriotism. I could have gone to any bar in New York and it would have been a nothing burger. To be surrounded by other Canadians is the most important part.
I moved to New York in 2005 and there was no place for Canadians to gather and there was no real good hockey bar, so I figured Canadians needed a place for both of those. So we fulfilled that, I believe.
Go Canada!
Red and white all day, baby.
A
World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go!
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We've got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves, believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud, give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys. Allez les Rouges, go Canada.
Dan Burrett, CBC News, Vancouver.
Friendly game and we don't have any problem, but we will win. During the game, we are fighting Canada. After the game, we are brothers and we love Canada. Give me a hug.
Okay.
Welcome back to Canada Day on CBC. I'm Gloria Macarenko along with Ian Hanomansing, and we are live here in Banff, Alberta. And today we are sharing shout-outs like the ones you've been seeing over the afternoon here on CBC. You know, tributes, big tributes, small tributes from Canadians right across the country to people who make life better. Let's hear one of those now.
I'm Sarah Drew, and I want to give a shout out to my co-star, Peter Mooney, my favorite Canadian. Happy Canada Day!
Thank you so much for that shout out, Sarah. And joining us now is Canadian actor Peter Mooney in Toronto. So Peter stars alongside Sarah Drew in the Canadian mystery series Mistletoe Murders. Peter, hello there. Hello, thank you for having me. What a nice Canada Day surprise. There you go. How did it feel to get that shout out from your co-star? Oh, it feels great. She's just on the other side of this trailer right now, so I got to pop over and say thank you to her after. Wait a second. You're in the trailer. You're on set right now working on Canada Day? I am on set. Yeah, celebrating Canada Day. My favorite way, getting to do what I love, being here and making this show. Okay, well, let's talk about being a Canadian actor in these days, and the work that is being produced here right now. What is it that stands out to you just in terms of being a Canadian and proud to be in that space?
Well, I think we have a long history here of incredible television, incredible film, but we're in a nice little sweet spot right now. I think heated rivalry has helped, bring a bunch of eyes to everything we're making and creating. And, at the Canadian Screen Awards this year, it really felt like there was excitement in the room for all that we're doing and the fact that people around the world are getting to see it.
No, it's so true. And what about the project you're working on right now? Tell us about that.
So I'm here on set right now shooting season 3 of Mistletoe Murders. It's a super fun murder mystery show set at Christmas time in a small town with an alarmingly high murder rate. It's a Christmas store owner and a small town detective. They team up to solve these murders.
Right. Okay. And what are you reflecting on this Canada Day? We've been hearing from people right across the country.
Personally, I'm reflecting on just how lucky I am, how lucky I feel to be Canadian, how excited I am for everything we have ahead, and how beautiful it is to be here, to be in Toronto right now, in a city I love, in the sweltering heat, enjoying the summer.
Yes, that's true. You've got a heat wave going on right now. It's nice and fresh here in Banff, Alberta, and the mountains are majestically beautiful. I have to say that. Okay, before we let you go, Peter, your turn now. Who is your Canada Day shout out today?
Oh, okay. Pay it forward. I'd like to shout out an incredible photographer, Ned Pratt. He comes from an incredible lineage of Canadian artists. His mother, Mary Pratt, also one of my favorite artists. But he's someone who has managed to capture for me the scale of this country, the scale of this geography in the most simple, refined, understated way. And someone, when I look at his photographs, I'm just reminded of the beauty that is everywhere around us in this country if we just pause and take a second to look for it.
That was beautiful. Paying it forward indeed. Peter, a real pleasure. We'll let you get back to the set, okay?
Thank you so much. Great talking with you.
Happy Canada Day to you. So that is Canadian actor Peter Mooney. See, he's working on Canada Day too.
He also looks like somebody who's quite comfortable on camera.
Yeah,
Did you notice
very
that?
much so, very much so.
So, Gloria, you're somebody who has family ties to Spain. You have, visit Europe periodically.
True.
Are you a Eurovision person? Have you been there while Eurovision's been on?
I was just in London, actually, when Eurovision was on, and it was so exciting, and people were talking about it. Then I went to France, and people said, did you see our team? It's basically the World Cup of music over there, right? The European Cup.
And Canada is going to take part in this World Cup of Music. Just been announced today that Canada is going to be entering the 2027 Eurovision Song Contest. That is a young Celine Dion in 1988 when she won Eurovision for Switzerland. Now she could do it on behalf of Canada or pass the torch to any number of rising Canadian stars. The announcement coming this morning from CBC and the European Broadcasting Union. CBC became a full member of the EBU just last week, making Canada eligible for the song contest. And we will be the first new country to enter since Australia, they're in an extreme southern part of Europe, joined in 2015. CBC will unveil details on how Canada's entry will be picked later this year. Much more still ahead live on CBC.
I have loved dogs my entire life. I've really liked the idea of dog sitting. I've heard stories about a lot of elders having dog teams, and it got me interested, so I kind of did my research on it.
This guy's name is Ukluk, and it means grizzly bear, but I call him Big Teddy Bear because he likes to just be tossed around and held and babied. He's very strong, and he doesn't listen very well, but he's a good puller. He listens when he's on the harness. They know when to work and when to play,
I get really happy when they're working together and following directions, but I love the scenery and how peaceful it is. It's really calming.
It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. I've always been a camper, but I've not really been a solo camper until the last 4 or 5 years.
What did it feel like then that first night when it went dark and everything was quiet and you were just alone?
I was on a little island. I'd been very careful where I chose to go. And I know that any self-respecting bear could easily have swum over, or a cougar, or anything, and there was nobody around, really. But I thought, well, it's sort of like you're in a castle and you've got a big moat, and some creature would have to really want to. I don't do high-risk activities. It doesn't feel high risk to me. I'm careful where I go. I'm careful how I do things, and if I take out an axe to cut wood, I'm incredibly careful. Wow, there you go. It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. You have to want it, and you make the best out of what you have. If you can do that, regardless of your situation, your genetics, or your health, or whatever, then you're still living your life full.
Live look here at Banff, Alberta. You can see the umbrella and the streets have emptied out a little bit, but the weather app tells me it's going to be a little bit better soon, so just hang on. We're hosting live special Canada Day coverage for you this afternoon. The town has been buzzing with visitors and, of course, local residents here to celebrate. There are festivities for just about everyone, from the annual parade to circus entertainment, and there are musical performances set for later tonight. Okay, let's check in with another part of Alberta. CBC's Morgan Black is in Edmonton, and you're at a park in Edmonton today. Tell us what's happening there.
Yes, so this is where Prime Minister Mark Carney will be addressing Edmontonians and the nation about national unity. Right now we have some entertainment happening behind the scenes. You can probably hear it, but we decided to get away from the hustle and bustle, and we found a space that I deemed to be pretty fun to hang out in. This is Laurie Sutton's tent. She's gratefully invited us inside. Laurie, take me into like the perfect Canada Day setup you've got here.
I enjoy having all my creature comforts with me. I thought I saw the rain on the forecast, so got some shade away from the rain. I grilling some hot dogs for lunch.
And we're hanging out. Laurie and I were having a great time. Her kids showed up and they didn't expect CBC News to be here, but they're having a good time, I think. So we're going to be here. We're awaiting the Prime Minister's National Unity Address. Until then, we're going to be taking in some entertainment, some sights and sounds here in South Edmonton. And we're having a pretty happy Canada Day so far, Laurie and I.
CBC's Morgan Black looking so relaxed on Canada Day in Edmonton. Well, if you know country music, you probably know our next guest. Joining us now is Canadian country music star Brett Kissel. He is in Spruce Meadows, Calgary, where he'll be performing later today as part of a Canada Day festivity. Really nice to have you on the program. And for people who are in Spruce Meadows or are able to drive there, what should they expect?
It's going to be a great time, Ian. I'm so excited to be playing Canada Day. It's such an amazing time of year. The weather is holding out here in Calgary, so it's going to be a big show. We're going to play a lot of Canadian classics tonight, too. My band is ready.
You know this country so well. The one time I was lucky enough to meet you, it was at the airport in Montreal. You were on your way back, I think, from the Maritimes and heading to your home in Alberta. Of all the places you've seen, let's put Alberta aside for a moment, because I know you're a proud Albertan. But in the rest of the country, if you had to pick a place that maybe you wish you could be on Canada Day, what would you pick?
I'd say Dawson City, Yukon. I've had a great time playing the Palace Grand. They got a casino up there called Diamond Tooth Gertie's, and you have the sourdough cocktail. It doesn't get any more hillbilly, redneck, or Canadian than that.
Nice. And you know, one of the things we've been talking about on the program today are the things that bind us together as a country. You know, our geography is so diverse, the people are so diverse, but you must get a sense whether you're playing on the East Coast or in the North or on the prairies, you must get a sense of a connection that you see among Canadians. What do you think it is that binds us together?
It's such a great question, Ian, and I love Canada so much, and there's so many things that bind us together, and I say sports and music is such a big thing. You look at all of us love the Tragically Hip. All of us love Alan Doyle and Great Big Sea and Blue Rodeo and Ian Tyson and Four Strong Winds, or all of us were cheering for Crosby and McDavid, you know, to win the gold in the Four Nations face-off. I'm sad they lost in the Olympics, but that's fine. We'll do it again in 4 years. That'll be okay. So sports and music and food, too. If you're eating poutine or if you're having Canadian bacon or if you're eating pierogies out in the prairie, like that is my favorite thing to do, is to bring people together with arts and culture and sports and food.
Yeah, I think you nailed it there. Absolutely. Okay, let's talk a little bit about being someone who's proud to be an Albertan but proud to be a Canadian. First of all, talk about what makes you proud to be an Albertan.
Well, you know what? I love the spirit out here in the West. You know, my great-great-grandparents came here from Ukraine and helped settle the West. And I love that I get to live here and now be the 5th generation on that same farm. My kids, I got 4 beautiful kids. They're the 6th generation on that farm. So that's very, very special to me. But you know what? All of us have this great thing about being Canadian. We love when we see the flag fly. We love getting a chance to go to other countries. And you know, you can see that Canadian on the patch of their shoulder or their backpack. Sometimes you're in Dominican, you see somebody with, I don't know, a Calgary Stampeders or a Rough Rider jersey, and you're like, hey, we're here together. Let's drink a cold beer. And before you know it, Ian, like you and I, when we were in the airport lounge, it takes 20 minutes and you realize you probably know some of the same people too. So I love being from Alberta, especially. I love being Canadian. And I love saying A at the end of my sentences. Everyone in Nashville still makes fun of me. They're like, Brett, you sound so Canadian. I'm like, hell yeah, I do.
That story reminds me of a weird thing I do when I'm abroad. I go into grocery stores and I go to the freezer section. I'm from New Brunswick originally, and when I see McCain's French fries, and I've seen them in Iceland,
yes.
I've seen them in the Caribbean, I've seen them in continental Europe, it just makes me proud. It's funny, the weirdest things, not weird, but the sort of surprising things that can make us feel connected to home.
Well,
absolutely. Listen.
Yeah. It's McCain fries, it's Molson Canadian beer, it's Weiser's whiskey, it's Chimo pierogies. You know, I love it. I've said pierogies twice now on CBC. My Mima's going to be so proud of me.
I'm also a little concerned about your diet there. You know, like maybe you need to talk a little bit about some vegetables as well. One of the things we've been asking Brett people to do on the program today is shout out somebody in this country who has supported them, uplifted them, been special to them. Who would you mention?
Well, you know what? A lot of my band members knew that question was coming up, and they thought maybe I was going to say it was cool when I met Ryan Reynolds or got to hang out with Wayne Gretzky. But I'm going to give a shout out to my Mima and my grandpa who are watching this program. They're both in their 80s, and they're living on the farm. We're still working on the farm. They are the epitome of hard work and grit and hospitality, and I just love them with all my heart. So to Mima and Grandpa Bear, I just want to give them a shout out. They make me very proud to be Albertan, and especially so proud to be Canadian.
Perfect. Well, listen, Brett, fantastic to be talking to you on Canada Day, and why don't you play us out with a little bit of the anthem?
Oh, yeah. God keep our land glorious and free. I lost it. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. How about it? Go Canada.
Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Team Canada just beat Qatar, and I've been here in the only Canadian sports bar in New York City. They're pretty happy.
what a time to be a Canadian in a city like this. Great bar, great people, the community's really coming together.
Why was it important for you to be surrounded by Canadians watching this historic game?
The pride and patriotism. I could have gone to any bar in New York, and it would have been a nothing burger. To be surrounded by other Canadians is the most important part.
I moved to New York in 2005, and there was no place for Canadians to gather, and there was no real good hockey bar, so I figured Canadians needed a place for both of those. So we fulfilled that, I believe.
Go Canada!
Red and white all day, baby. A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go!
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We've got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves. Believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud, give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys. Allez les Rouges, go Canada.
Dan Burrett, CBC News, Vancouver.
Friendly game and we don't have any problem, but we will win. During the game, we are fighting Canada. After the game, we are brothers and we love Canada. Give me a hug.
Okay.
Our live coverage continues from Banff, Alberta. We're spending Canada Day in the rainy heart of the Canadian Rockies, home to Canada's first national park and a world-class hub for so many outdoor activities. As we host our coverage live here in Banff, we're also checking in on celebrations from coast to coast to coast. So last Canada Day, you may remember, David Common spent the day out paddling his canoe around the Humber River. This year, he had a paddling companion. Host of the National, Adrienne Arsenault. Take a look.
We're right in the heart of downtown Toronto. It always strikes me, Adrienne, because these are pathways, they're trade routes used by Indigenous people 300-400 years ago.
I feel like I'd like to grab my blow-up paddleboard and join you out there one day, David. David Common, as always, on the water.
Adrienne?
I knew he'd come. I know that canoe head anywhere.
You ready to do it?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Okay.
Is there not enough hot air between us? I feel like 2 hours has gone by already. What's happening here?
Even though it looks like it's ready.
That's
okay.
Good.
You did that very well, David. I'm going to try not to land on my butt. So, David, we're talking about shout-outs, and you told me it was your mom who gave you that canoe.
Yeah, absolutely, Adrienne. She found it on the side of the road. The only problem with it was the hole in the side. And she called me up and said, Davey, do you want it? And I said, yes. A little bit of epoxy, a little bit of love, and I'm grateful because this is my serenity.
Yeah.
I think of her every time.
She knows her boy.
That's right.
Sir, Mr. Canada Goose, sir. Something looks delicious down there.
What about you? Your shout out?
Has to be my mom, too.
Both of us mothers.
Slightly obsessed with the phrase, if I rest, I rust.
Yeah.
And so she's always been like, you need to go outside, you need to get on the water. And I kind of think of her every time I do it.
I love it.
And she's also short like me, so she'd love the act of having to
low bridge
duck down under the bridge. This is pretty great. I can't believe what they've done with this park.
It's amazing.
As fantastic as that looked, you won't be seeing me on any kind of water doing anything for next year's Canada Day. Really only has to do with my awkwardness. Anyway, we've been asking Canadians, and that includes some famous ones, to send out Canada Day shout-outs. And here is one from actor, comedian Tom Green.
Hi, I'm Tom Green, and today on Canada Day, I'd like to give a shout-out to the great, late Stompin' Tom Connors for the impact he had on my life and Canadian music, singing about Canada.
Oh, Canada, standing tall together.
I love him, man. Stompin' Tom Connors. Happy Canada Day.
The maple leaf forever.
Tom Green and Stompin' Tom. Can't get more Canadian than that, except maybe this. A Canadian icon celebrating a big birthday less than a week ago. The CN Tower turned 50. The landmark opened at midnight, June 26, 1976. Part of the opening ceremony included then Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau placing a time capsule in the building, which will be opened when the tower turns 100. Construction of the building took more than 3 years. It is Toronto's most popular attraction, welcoming close to 2 million visitors a year. Still to come, the Mayor of Banff joins us to talk about what it means to host Canada Day celebrations in her town.
It is so iconic to be here in Banff on Canada Day. It's the home of Canada's first national park, and we're quite proud to welcome Canadians as well as the world here in Banff. So it's our privilege to have people celebrate here.
While it was a little warmer when I talked to her a few hours ago, now it's thinking about maybe breaking out the fleece. This is a live look at Banff. It's much more live coverage still ahead for you, including shout-outs from two Canadians from Canadians. Stay with us for all of that and more on this Canada Day on CBC.
I have loved dogs my entire life. I've really liked the idea of dog sitting. I've heard stories about a lot of elders having dog teams, and it got me interested, so I kind of did my research on it.
This guy's name is Ukluk, and it means grizzly bear, but I call him Big Teddy Bear because he likes to just be tossed around and held and babied. He's very strong, and he doesn't listen very well, but he's a good puller. He listens when he's on the harness. They know when to work and when to play.
I get really happy when they're working together and following directions, but I love the scenery and how peaceful it is. It's really calming.
It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. I've always been a camper, but I've not really been a solo camper until the last 4 or 5 years.
What did it feel like then that first night when it went dark and everything was quiet and you were just alone?
I was on a little island. I'd been very careful where I chose to go. And I know that any self-respecting bear could easily have swum over, or a cougar, or anything, and there was nobody around, really. But I thought, well, it's sort of like you're in a castle and you got a big moat, and some creature would have to really want to. I don't do high-risk activities. It doesn't feel high risk to me. I'm careful where I go. I'm careful how I do things, and if I take out an axe to cut wood, I'm incredibly careful. Wow, there you go. It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. You have to want it, and you make the best out of what you have. If you can do that, regardless of your situation, your genetics, or your health, or whatever, then you're still living your life fully.
Go Canada, go!
Happy Canada Day from Banff on CBC. Happy Canada Day from Banff on CBC. Happy Canada Day from Banff on CBC.
Happy Canada Day from Banff
Welcome back to our Canada Day coverage here on CBC. I'm Ian Hanomansing, and we are in Banff, Alberta. Over the next few hours, we're talking to Canadians across the country about how they are celebrating this year. And one of the things we want to celebrate is the beauty of this country, and no better place to do that than here. Banff, home to Canada's first and most popular national park. Millions of people come here every year to enjoy the stunning scenery and the outdoor activities. The national park opened in 1885, followed by the Banff Springs Hotel 3 years later. Our CBC reporters are talking to people in communities across Canada. They'll show us the different ways people are observing our country's 159th birthday, checking in with them. And let's start with the CBC's Coelho Juro. He is in the Pierrefonds neighborhood in Montreal. I love your look, Coelho. It is fantastic. And now show us how people are celebrating Canada Day.
Well, Ian, one of the ways people are celebrating Canada Day is by going on this boat. This is the Bateau Fantôme. So it's kind of like a treasure hunt boat for kids. Right now, I'm the captain of the boat. Before I continue, Ian, I have to know, would you trust me being the captain of your boat? I have the steering wheel right here, and I could steer the boat. Would you trust me? Yes or no?
I 100% would trust you. Why? Because I'm reckless and I make bad decisions. That's why. But I would trust you.
Okay, perfect. So you would trust me. So this is one of the boats. I didn't get to do the treasure hunt. I wish I did, because the kid in me would have loved that. But I have a family here who took one of the other boats, and they said that it was a great experience. So we're here. How was your experience on the ferry?
It was so great. It was my first time, so I'm so happy. We decided to come here with kids on the boat to take some fun, to take ice cream, to take attraction cars, something else. What else we want to do?
We want to enjoy with kids, and they usually come here like during summer, so they used to come here with attractions, and especially for ice cream.
So you told me a beautiful story before. You got your Canadian citizenship like 3-4 years ago. Yes. What does it mean to you to celebrate Canada now that you've been a citizen for a couple of years?
That's fun. That's something new for me because I know now like 3 languages. I speak French, I speak English, I speak Russian, and I have like 2 cultures, Russian and Canadian. And I think it's something like rich for me and for my kids also.
Thank you very much, and I'm so happy that you're Canadian. You seem so excited about it.
Yes, for sure. Happy Canada Day for everyone.
So, Ian, happy Canada Day for everyone. And I know earlier we were doing shout-outs, and this morning at 9 a.m. I said that my shout-out was to everyone in the control room. And I just want to reiterate that because I have a deep love for the people who make us look good on air. And I know, Ian, you might be thinking, oh my God, he's sucking up to everyone who is putting the show together. But I just want to give them some love, because without them, we don't look good. So that is who my Canadian shout out goes to. And thank you to everyone who makes me look good and makes me have fun and find interesting people to interview. Ian?
Okay, so 50%, I admire the fact that you have shouted out our fantastic control room, because that is a good thing to do. 50% of me, though, did quickly think he is sucking up. And, you know, I like that about you. CBC's Coelho Juro in Montreal. Thank you. Well, Canada Day is about our history as a country, and for many people, they're thinking about their future in this country. And at Canada Place in Vancouver, a group of new citizens swore the oath of citizenship, and CBC's Dan Burrett was there to watch that. He joins us now live from just outside Canada Place in Vancouver. It looks like a beautiful day, by the way, in Vancouver. And Dan, tell us more about the ceremonies.
Before we get to the ceremony, I mean, look at this. The harbor in, I'm sorry, I think the most beautiful city in this country, and in the most beautiful country on earth, so diverse, so big, so loud, so fun. That is a pretty good description of what we saw today when 60 people from 23 different countries and places of origin, the judge said, joined the Canadian family as citizens. It's a moving ceremony. They were piped in by a piper playing Maple Leaf Forever. There were tears, there were cheers, families in the back who were cheering them on, little kids yelling, "Mom, Mom, look at me," as she's swearing her oath of citizenship, crossing that stage, shaking hands with dignitaries. There was an Indigenous welcome from the Musqueam, Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh, the three nations that represent Vancouver here, and the welcome, the acceptance, and one of them, Alec Guerin from the Tsleil-Waututh, said, "You will come here as friends and you're going to leave here today as family." And certainly that sentiment was very strong, particularly for family like Kristen Grace Collado. She swore the oath of citizenship, became a Canadian citizen with her daughter and her family watching and cheering. Have a listen.
Very amazing. Like, I can't believe we're Canadians now. It's like a dream come true. Yeah, I just came here last 2017 and I'm just carrying the dream to be Canadian, and now we're here. We're doing the oath taking and we have the certificate. I'm so happy. Canadian, woo!
Since it's happening on July 1 on Canada Day, it feels like every Canadian is celebrating with us.
And we asked her why she and her family chose Canada, and her response was wonderful. She said it's a one-stop shop country. And again, we've got a lot of things to work on, like many countries across this world, when you see the love and the patriotism and a lot of humility for the people that are coming here and joining it. And we're all from somewhere, and you could feel the love and certainly the care that they took to choose Canada. Canada welcomed them in, and they want to do right by this country. And as she said, on Canada Day, couldn't be better for her and those 59 other people.
Yeah, so beautifully put. I became a citizen in 1972 and treasure that moment and that certificate very much. Dan Burrett live at Canada Place. Thank you. Well, a lot of people visiting Banff here today, and a lot of those people dropping by our broadcast location to say hi and enjoying what they're seeing on CBC. And my co-host, Gloria Macarenko, is speaking to a family that Gloria has a couple of reasons to celebrate today.
You're absolutely right, Ian, and I have been enjoying speaking with so many people who are visiting Banff. This is the Lichtenwald family from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Welcome to Banff.
Thank you.
Okay, this is Canada Day, but as Ian alluded to, there are a couple of reasons that you're celebrating today. Give us the news.
Well, today it's our 20th wedding anniversary. We got married on Canada Day because we always wanted to have fireworks to celebrate with our family, and so we're really excited to be celebrating in Banff this year.
And what does celebrating in Banff mean? What are you doing here?
Oh, the parade was just terrific. Talented musicians and so many people with smiles on their face. Everybody's happy together, and so it's so nice to see.
Okay, but you're roughing it a little bit here, aren't you? Okay, tell me about the camping experience.
We're camping at Banff's Park here at Two Jack Lake, and we are here without power. We're enjoying being unplugged. It's a great family experience.
I see. Why don't you introduce your kids quickly?
Sure, we have Carter and Beckett and Brielle and Kala and Cohen.
How's the camping been going?
Good.
It's good. Just good. Okay, you know, as part of our Canada Day coverage, it's been really great hearing from Canadians right across the country about people that they're thinking of, people that maybe aren't top of mind every day, but when you stop to think about, wow, are we ever lucky to have them in our lives? Who would you like to give a shout out to today?
Oh, we're so fortunate to have our parents help us out all the time. So we'd like to shout out Tony and Cheryl and Kim and Dave and my brother Drew. Yeah.
Love that. Okay, a big shout out to them. And what about your anniversary? Why get married on Canada Day?
It was for the fireworks celebration.
Yeah, we know we're going to celebrate. We're going to have a party every anniversary. So this 20th is even more special being here in the mountains.
Well, a happy anniversary to you. I hope you enjoy the rest of your trip and get some fireworks tonight to top it all off. How about a happy Canada Day from the Lichtenwalds?
Happy
Canada Day!
Cheers. There you go,
Ian.
Much, just Gloria. Some of the people visiting Banff on this Canada Day.
A little bit earlier, the parents were next to our broadcast location, and I heard them say to each other, I think we lost 2 of the kids. I'm not sure if they were serious or not, but obviously all 5 kids have been reunited with their parents, so that is really nice. Okay, let's travel north to see the festivities in Yellowknife now. Megan Roberts is there for us from CBC and show us how people are celebrating in the north today.
This guy's your sister.
Hi, Ian. We're all having a pretty good laugh right now because there's a beautiful performance going on behind us, but it's clearly connected to somebody's iPhone, and it keeps ringing and stopping the music. So we're having a good laugh as it comes and goes. One of the people having a good laugh with me is Bobby Dragis. He is a Yellowknives Dene First Nations drummer, and he was part of the drum dance that we had earlier today. So Bobby, for our cross-Canada audience, tell me what a drum dance is.
Well, a lot of our people that we come together and we have a big celebration with our drums, and we have lots of traditional songs that we sing and we share with people, and everybody has a good time because it's like a celebration song. So everybody's coming together because of long winters and all that too. So it's good to celebrate like this.
And tell me about some of the songs that you play. They're celebration songs. So what were some of the songs you played today?
Well, when we first started off, we started off with a prayer song, and that song is singing about angels in the sky watching over us when we're out in the land. And then after, when we got back on, we started off with a welcome song, and that one is just like people welcome each other into communities that different people, they travel around on the lake or wherever. So that's what we do with that song. And then we did some other songs too. So it was really good, lots of fun.
Tell me about the significance of the drum dance as well. I know it's practiced across the Northwest Territory. So for our, again, cross-Canada audience, what's the significance?
Well, it's just a time to celebrate life because a lot of times, like I said, it's like harsh winters and everybody comes together and they celebrate because it's a season and like you never know what's going to happen. So when we come together, we just come together, bring a drum out and celebrate life and just have fun and just talk together and just spend time with each other.
And Bobby, you were also on the float that went down what used to be Franklin Avenue. It's now been named Willaday Avenue, which is a word that is significant to the Yellowknives Dene. And this would be the first Canada Day parade where you drummed down Willaday Avenue. How did that feel?
Felt really great. That's what I kept telling the kids on the float. I said, this is the first year we're drumming on the parade here at Willaday Avenue. This is the first year, so everybody be proud and hopefully that everybody will share this moment with everybody else all over the place because like life moves on and things change and things come out for the better. So hopefully everything works out.
Bobby, thank you so much for sharing your culture with us today. Masicho.
Hey, masi.
That was Bobby Dragis, the Yellowknives Dene drummer, drumming on Willaday Avenue for the first time, newly renamed to have more cultural significance here in Yellowknife. We're going to go join the music and we'll hope to be back with you soon, Ian.
Okay, CBC's Megan Roberts in Yellowknife. Thank you so much. With me now is Karen Sorensen, independent senator for Alberta. You're originally from Ontario. Can
That's
I say
correct.
that?
Yes, yep.
And then
Long time ago.
Then you came out here, and you've been living in Banff for 40 years, did you say?
Over 40 years now, I've been a resident of Banff.
Oh, okay, so I was saying, a lot of Canadians have been here visiting occasionally. I've been here with my wife and kids. I've been here with my parents. It's fantastic to be here on Canada Day. For people who haven't had the privilege, what's so special about Banff?
That's a great question because we see visitors from all over the world, certainly all over Canada, but really at the root of this, there's a community here, and it's a real privilege to live in Banff. Of course, we're on federal land. We're part of Banff National Park. We're only one of two municipalities that are in national parks, Jasper being the other. So it's good to be able to tell Canadians that behind Banff Avenue or on the other streets, there's a whole town living there with our kids going to school and playing hockey just like any other community in Canada of 9,000 people.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that, right? Because you come in here, it almost looks like a movie set in some ways. But then we saw the residential area, and there are a lot of houses here as well. Are most of the people here in the tourism and kind of support industries?
It makes it very simple with a municipality when you only have one industry. Yeah. And we are mandated by Parks Canada to be a service center for visitors. That is all we do. So anybody who is here, whether you're directly in the industry or whether you're a lawyer or a doctor or a plumber, you are still here as a service center for visitors. So as I mentioned to you, I was actually the previous mayor. Yeah. And in a town where you have one business, it actually simplifies things.
I did a show that focused on Canada's relations with the Pacific Rim a couple of decades ago, and one of the things we heard is, for better or worse, a lot of people, particularly in Asia, when they thought about Canada, they pictured the Rockies. They pictured Banff. So that's tough for other places and other industries. It's great for Banff. And you must have seen that play out in terms of people coming here from Asia thinking, like, this is quintessential Canada.
Absolutely, and I can go back to the 80s when we first started to market heavily. market the destination of Banff to Asia, particularly Japan at that time. And yeah, the number of visitors that came was astronomical. And if you saw a poster in a travel agency that was for Canada, it was the Banff Springs Hotel.
Yep.
And so we intentionally marketed to all of Asia very heavily, and it was very successful.
Listen, all I have to tell you is that Gloria Macarenko, my co-host here, who's born and bred in British Columbia, has been all throughout that province. When we drove in here yesterday and she looked at the mountains, she was just beside herself. And if you can impress a lifelong British Columbian with the physical beauty of a place, that says a lot. One last thing, we've been asking people throughout the day, viewers, but also people, guests that we've had on the show, to shout out somebody who's been meaningful to them. Who would you like to shout out?
Well, thank you. I did give it some thought, and I am going to take this opportunity to say hello to Joan Hunter, who is my 96-year-old mother.
Oh, nice.
She is watching from Guelph, Ontario right now. Hi, Mom. Happy Canada Day, and there's nobody I would prefer to say hello to than her.
My mother is 95 and a half. I'm not sure if she's watching. You should be watching, but anyway, why don't I shout her out as well?
Excellent.
A shout
Here's
out-
to moms.
Yeah,
Happy
to
Canada
Mom.
Day, moms.
All right, Karen,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Nice
Karen
to meet you.
Sorensen, independent senator for Alberta. Thank you. Okay, the CBC's Greg Ross is at Canada House on Toronto's harbour front. And Greg, show us what's going on there now.
Well, Ian, today is all about celebrating Canada's arts, Canada's culture, and of course, sport. This is the home of Canada's Soccer House and has been throughout the entire World Cup. And the final World Cup to be played in Toronto will go tomorrow. But today, people going to bars, going to Canada Soccer House, all over the city to watch games that are happening. And we've got some important ties here because you are Canadian, but originally...
I'm from England! Go England! Woohoo!
So a Canadian from England watched England beat the Congo, and one of her good friends here, a Canadian from the Congo.
Woo!
Good day for you today?
It's a great day for us today. England!
And you're not as good a day, but still a good day because it's Canada Day.
Great day. It's Canada Day. Happy Canada Day, everyone!
These young women just trolling around the city, having some fun. And hey, let's talk about some of the things that you guys are doing today. First of all, watching soccer, of course. And what else is going to be happening today?
Well, we're going to go cool off, we're going to go swim, then we're going to come back and we're going to watch the fireworks here. We're really looking forward to that. Yeah.
And we went to Nathan Phillips Square for Canada Day celebrations this morning. That was great.
So we're going to have fireworks that are happening here at the Harbourfront Centre on the water, so that'll be exciting. Toronto Beaches is going to have fireworks today. It's going to be an exciting Canada Day for obviously celebrating. You've got your Team Canada jersey on, and these women celebrating the fact that they're all going to be cheering for the same team in a few days because Canada will play in the round of 16. How exciting is that to see Canada playing this deep into the World Cup?
We're like cheering them on. It's so great. I'm so proud of our Canadian team. They've really like showed up and made us proud. We're cheering them on.
Wearing the Canada colors proud today, the Canada soccer jersey, trying to get into the Canada Soccer House if they can. It's pretty packed down here. There's viewing parties happening, fireworks, food, arts and culture. That's what's happening here in downtown Toronto at the Harbourfront Centre.
Greg Ross live in Toronto. Thank you so much. So Greg has done a lot of impressive things over the years. He has never, as far as I know, never chugged maple syrup. Why am I saying that? Well, let's take you to Saskatoon now, where baseball fans are spending their Canada Day cheering on their local team, the Saskatoon Berries. The CBC's Ethan Williams is there. And Ethan, tell us about another interesting contest that's happening right now.
Yeah, this is a pretty exciting contest we have, Ian, that's going to be starting here. It is a maple syrup chugging competition. Just as you say, it's just what it sounds like. And we have some contestants who are ready to go with us here down at Cairns Field in Saskatoon for the Saskatoon Berries game. I'm joined by
Dawson
and
Miller.
And you two are brothers. Do you have a bit of a competitive spirit in you, Dawson?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, we're here to win. Yeah.
All right. Have you ever chugged maple syrup before?
Can't say I have.
What's going through your mind? What strategy do you have brewing in your mind right now about this?
Just drink as much as you can. I don't know.
All right, I'm also joined by the other team here. We have Nathan and Wes. Guys, what's your strategy as you go into this?
To not let these young guys beat me. I'm very competitive. I don't like losing to young kids, so
What do you think? Are they going to win this thing?
Yeah!
All right. Now, Miller and Dawson have a smaller cheering section, but they're here in spirit, and I'm going to welcome our lovely Candace Lipsky from CBC Saskatoon Morning, who's going to present the official maple syrup bottles to each team. The rules here: the first person on your team is going to chug half the bottle, and then you're going to give the other half of it to the next person. And the first person to finish is going to win a prize. So, are you guys all ready?
Yeah, sure.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, chug! Oh, and Dawson and Miller are downing that maple syrup, but Wes and Nathan are having a trickier time. Oh my goodness, look at this. Dawson absolutely devouring this maple syrup, and we have a winner! We have a winner! Despite the odds, Nathan and Wes are the champions, and you win an official Saskatoon Berries beer bat. Look at that to you gentlemen here. Congratulations. What do you guys think about that?
Hello, Canada!
Can you give us a happy Canada Day on 3? 1, 2, 3. Gentlemen, you are the champions. How do you think about this? What do you think about your win?
I am happy to be Canadian.
Thank goodness for maple syrup, hey? Gentlemen, how are you going to spend the rest of this day now that you have the bragging rights as maple syrup chugging champions?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm going to go buy a beer, and I'm going to fill one of these things up and chug it.
Yeah, all right. Well, there you have it. The perfect way. Some maple syrup, then some beer. What gets more Canadian than that, Ian? Your official winners down here at the Berries game in Saskatoon, which, by the way, Berries are creeping up on the Brooks Bombers. It is 6-3 now as we head into the top of the 7th inning.
I'll bet you when you were at broadcasting school, you did not anticipate that one day live on national television, you'd be doing play-by-play of a maple syrup chugging contest. But you did a great job. Ethan Williams from Saskatoon, thank you. Okay, let's take a look live at Parliament Hill in our nation's capital. The Canada Day celebrations currently on hold after a thunderstorm blew across the Ottawa region, with flooding closing some streets in the city. The suspension of activities applies to events on Parliament Hill itself, outside the Supreme Court, Old Hall, as well as LeBratton Flats Park, where a star-studded concert is planned for 8 p.m. Eastern. We're watching Canadian Heritage for any updates. We'll bring those to you as soon as we hear anything. But earlier in the day, before that stormy weather rolled in, Canadians and political leaders came together at LeBratton Flats Park to celebrate Canada. Here's a look at some of those sights and sounds.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land.
Dreaming big is part of our DNA, but dreams alone don't get us off the launch pad. The thrust that drives and propels Canada upwards is our can-do attitude.
Together, we are a land of great promise. Let's show each other and the world the love in our hearts and the power of our collective.
We kneel for nobody. And in the face of pressures, we do not stand smaller, we stand more united, more determined, more Canadian than ever.
The Prime Minister led the applause for the musical acts. He also took to the podium to deliver a message highlighting Canadian strength and values.
We offer partnership in a divided world, partnership in security, partnership in trade, partnership in culture. Canada is worth fighting for. That Canada belongs to all Canadians, that Canada's best days are yet to come. These convictions were forged across generations, and they're being renewed by this generation. Courage, connections, conviction, Canada. Our Canada. Canada true, Canada strong, Canada free.
So the weather was nice in Ottawa as the Prime Minister was speaking. As I just mentioned, it's kind of turned bad there right now. We're not quite sure what's going to happen with the evening festivities. And here in Banff, it's not as bad as Ottawa, but the weather actually has turned a little cold and rainy. So this next hit is going to be interesting to watch. Jenny Howe is talking to folks celebrating Canada Day here, and you have a guest with you, Jenny.
I do, Ian. I have Basha Banis with me. She's co-founder with the Bow Valley Circus. And it's funny, yes, you mentioned the weather has turned a little bit. It is cold. I think it's cold. Basha, like what? Are you not freezing?
No, not at all. We're out here. We're spinning hula hoops. We're doing all sorts of activities. So we got a lot of bodies that are moving and we're building heat.
Like before you came on here, you actually put socks on. Before that, you were just rolling around in bare feet. But I guess you're kind of used to this.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of like go with it. And, you know, we got this beautiful lawn. We've got this like amazing space. Everybody's playing. Everybody's having fun. And, you know, I'm here doing that too. Yeah.
Okay, so tell me what you're doing at the tent here, because I have seen kids and adults rolling through here. They're juggling, they're doing the hula hoop thing.
Totally. So we have like a variety of circus props. We have a bunch of circus artists. And so we're able to kind of get people involved. We're bringing on like joy and getting people, you know, moving and having fun, and also like helping them things about these props. Planting seeds of excitement and passion that we hope, you know, might grow for some of these people in the future.
Is it mostly kids rolling through here?
Not at all. We've got all ages. We got kids, we got teens, we got parents. It's really fun to kind of draw in the kids' parents, you know, and get them involved, and everybody's smiling and laughing.
Now, my big question is hula hoop. Am I going to stay warm? Also, there is a gigantic hula hoop here. Is this one harder to use?
So the 56-inch diameter hula hoop, it's like as big as a small bathroom. I would actually say it's easier to use. A big circle takes a longer time to go around in a full circle. And so you got a little bit of time to work with. Whereas if you're using a little hula hoop, you have to shake your body very vigorously to keep it up.
I have actually never heard anything described as the size of a small bathroom, so well done. That is a first for me. Basha, have fun here, and you know what? Maybe I'll try some hula hoops and you can teach me how to juggle.
I'd love to see it. I feel like there's some natural talent in here.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't want to brag. Ian, I'm telling you should come down to Central Park because we'll keep you warm. I cannot promise the dry part, though.
Yeah, listen, you guys did a great job of making it seem warm and inviting, even though I happen to know, because I'm just down the street from where you are, it is cold right now, at least by your standards and my standards. But you know what? We will soldier on. Jenny Howe, live in Banff. Thank you. So The Weeknd, Alessia Cara, maybe Tom Green singing Stompin' Tom Connors. Just imagining what might happen now that we've learned that Canada is entering the 2027 Eurovision Song Contest. That is a young Celine Dion in 1988 when she won Eurovision on behalf of Switzerland. Now she could do it for Canada or pass the torch to any number of Canadian stars. The announcement coming this morning from CBC and the European Broadcasting Union. CBC became a full member of the EBU just last week, making Canada officially eligible for the song contest. And Canada becomes the first new country to enter since Australia in 2015. CBC will unveil details on how Canada's entry will be picked later this year. We have much more ahead on CBC.
we're pretty happy.
What a time to be a Canadian in a city like this. Great bar, great people. The community's really coming together.
Why was it important for you to be surrounded by Canadians watching this historic game?
The pride and patriotism. I could have gone to any bar in New York and it would have been a nothing burger. To be surrounded by other Canadians is the most important part.
I moved to New York in 2005 and there was no place for Canadians to gather and there was no real good hockey bar, so I figured Canadians needed a place for both of those. So we fulfilled that, I believe.
Go Canada!
Red and white all day, baby.
A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go!
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves, believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud, give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys. Allez les Rouges, go Canada.
Dan Burrett, CBC News, Vancouver.
Friendly game and we don't have any problem, but we will win.
During the game, we are fighting Canada. After the game, we are brothers and we love Canada.
Give me a hug.
Okay.
Well, here's what it looks like in Banff, Alberta right now. A little windy, a little cool, little chance we hope that things will turn around in the next few hours. We're hosting live special Canada Day coverage for you this afternoon. This town has been buzzing with visitors and local residents who have come here to celebrate. There are festivities for just about everyone, from the annual parade to circus entertainment, and musical performances are set for later tonight. Let's go a little further north in Alberta. CBC's Morgan Black is in Edmonton. And Morgan, what's happening now?
Well, in the last time we spoke, things have really gotten more busy, more popular. It's been so much fun meeting lots of Edmontonians here celebrating Canada Day. We're in southeast Edmonton right now. I'll give you a better look at the action. So we have tons of stage performances. You can see people know they're bringing their lawn chairs, they're bringing their tents. They're not getting bitten by mosquitoes as much as they can. Earlier today, we were at the Alberta Legislature for a very special citizenship ceremony. I caught up with Amarjeet Gill just moments after he officially became a Canadian citizen after 20 years in the country.
I've been in Canada 20 years. I've lived longer here than where I was born. So today, on a Canada Day, it makes it very special. And I enjoy Canada Day every year, and I love it. Right? So after 20 years, I finally, it's an end to a journey of becoming a citizen. Right? But from today, it starts a new journey of being a citizen.
Amarjeet says becoming a Canadian citizen on Canada Day was such a special moment, and it's been really wonderful all throughout the day getting to meet so many people just excited to celebrate their country and share a little bit about what makes Canada home to them.
I know you've had a lot of rainy weather in Edmonton, so it's nice to see what looks like a pretty good scene there right now. Morgan, thank you.
We are having very good weather.
Fantastic. Well, you deserve it. Let's go to Winnipeg now. CBC's Marcy Marcusa has been on the water. Let me see if she is right now. What's going on in Winnipeg today, Marcy?
We're on dry land, and as you can see, we actually have been dancing around and doing some drumming. People are coming from a West African drum circle. The whole theme at the Forks here in Winnipeg is to celebrate our diversity. As you know, our beautiful city here in the Middle Province is a very diverse place, and I just want to introduce you to a couple special people. So one of them is Irene. Hi, Irene.
Hi.
So you live here, and you came as an international student, right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, who are these fine people here?
So they are my parents, the whole reason I am here today.
Yeah.
So they're the one who sent me here first as an international student, and this is the first time.
And this is their first time in Canada?
Yes, they are. This is the first time in.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to Canada.
Okay, hi, happy. Nice Canada, yes. Happy Canada Day.
Thank you very much. Happy Canada Day to you.
Happy Canada Day.
I love your hat.
Yes, I love you, Canada, yes.
Irene, you obviously have made your home here now. It's your parents' first time, but you've made your home here with your husband. What has Canada meant to you in your life? Why did you choose to stay here after studying here?
So this was actually my dream land. I know it's just gonna sound cheesy, but that's what it was when I was young. And it's the culture, it's the diversity we can always see everywhere, especially in Winnipeg. It's so diverse and we are so respectful to each other. Like even when we don't like something, we don't like someone, we are being really kind to people. And the way we just say with a smile, like thank you for everything, that is like a true Canadian spirit, I think. And this is what I have learned in the last 10 years, that even sometimes you don't like, you may disagree with something, you can still be respectful to other person and you can still respect everyone else's opinion and their value and the culture that we have, especially being in Winnipeg. We carry a heavy load of indigenous culture that we have all around us, and to know about them, to respect them from deep of our heart, I think that's something. I grew up when I first came in, I didn't know much about Indigenous culture, but I was lucky enough that I lived in Winnipeg and I now know so much about them and I feel really connected to them, even though I wasn't connected, but now I can say I am 100% fully connected.
I love that. I think that's where we're going to leave it, because I want people to think about that, because Winnipeg does a really good job of actually, there's so many cross-cultural activities here where people educate each other about our history, about the history of this country, and I love that. I also love that your parents are here. Irene, thank you.
Thank you.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day as well.
Okay, we're from the Forks with all our beautiful diversity. We're going to continue learning. I don't know what's next after West African drumming game. We'll have to see.
Hey, Marcy, have you lived in Winnipeg your whole life?
I have lived in Winnipeg my whole life, actually. I thought that I would move. I went into media, and in media back in the day, you know, people said you'd have to leave. And then I just kept getting opportunities reporting and hosting, and I just loved it. I love meeting people and telling stories. And what a gift to be able to not just be so privileged to be Canadian, but I feel privileged to be in Manitoba and to have had the privilege of having a mic for so long with CBC and to reflect the community as it has ebbed and flowed and changed. Our province here in Manitoba, this city of Winnipeg, is a classic prairie city. We have our ups, we have our downs. We are a province that has not been a quote have province for you know many years, and yeah, people stick it out here. And at its core, it really does also sound cheesy. I'll use Irene's word rather, but it's about the people. And so I've stayed, Ian.
I love your kind of enthusiastic support for Winnipeg and your experience in Winnipeg, and it's just a really nice perspective to have on this Canada Day. Marcy Marcusa in Winnipeg, thank you very much. A taste of the annual Canada Day Parade here in Banff this morning. More than 30,000 people gathered to watch. It featured marching bands, human-powered floats, dancers, and people from the community showcasing their Banff pride. The Mayor of Banff, Corey DeMano, joins us now. Thank you very much for being here. I normally wouldn't ask a mayor, particularly a female mayor, about what she's wearing, but describe for us what you're wearing and why you chose it today.
Well, I've got this fabulous jumpsuit on. It's really colorful, and I wore it to Beyonce with my sister last year. So just like a fun, high energy sort of outfit that I thought would be appropriate for Canada Day here in Banff.
It is fantastic. And speaking
of... but wait, don't forget the shoes.
There you go. And speaking of fun and high energy, there is this bicycle that you'll be riding in the parade, and there's a message here.
Absolutely. So here in Banff, we say that the best way to explore the town and the park is outside of your car. And so we really encourage folks to take transit, to walk, to bike. And so we're walking the talk by having our council on bikes for the Canada Day Parade.
Let's talk a little bit about Banff on Canada Day. Like a lot of Canadians, I've been here before, but I've never had the privilege of being here on Canada Day. A lot of people come to this town, and so describe for Canadians what Banff is like on July 1st.
It is so iconic to be here in Banff on Canada Day. It's the home of Canada's first national park, and we're quite proud to welcome Canadians as well as the world here in Banff. So it's our privilege to have people celebrate here. It's also one of our busiest days of the year, so you'll find lots of people wearing all kinds of Canadiana colors. We've got the cornerstone event, the parade, which is about to kick off here soon, followed by all kinds of family-friendly activities in Central Park. We have a lot of Indigenous cultural experiences as well for people to take in. And all around, the sky is blue, the sun is shining, which is a gift. We've done this in rain, we've done this probably in snow some years, so it's a really great day to be here.
Yeah, and just look at, you know, the colorful participants in the parade and the sounds. It is fantastic. There is one cloud on the horizon, and that is the referendum that's coming up in Alberta this fall. And on social media, you said, look, you don't want to wade into provincial politics generally, but you felt it was important as the mayor of Banff to speak to this. So why don't you do that?
We know that Banff is really special to Canadians. We also know that it's a special place for Albertans. Albertans are fiercely proud to have Banff in their backyard. And as I said in my Instagram post, Banff is synonymous with Canada. And so it's really important that we all speak up and use our voice to loudly and clearly say that Alberta will forever remain in Canada.
Happy Canada Day.
Thanks, Ian. Happy Canada Day.
I have loved dogs my entire life. I've really liked the idea of dog sitting. I've heard stories about a lot of elders having dog teams, and it got me interested, so I kind of did my research on it.
This guy's name is Ukluk, and it means grizzly bear, but I call him Big Teddy Bear because he likes to just be tossed around and held and babied. He's very strong, and he doesn't listen very well, but he's a good puller. He listens when he's on the harness. They know when to work and when to play.
I get really happy when they're working together and following directions, but I love the scenery and how peaceful it is. It's really calming.
It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. I've always been a camper, but I've not really been a solo camper until the last 4 or 5 years.
What did it feel like then that first night when it went dark and everything was quiet and you were just alone?
I was on a little island. I'd been very careful where I chose to go. And I know that any self-respecting bear could easily have swum over, or a cougar, or anything, and there was nobody around really. But I thought, well, it's sort of like you're in a castle and you got a big moat, and some creature would have to really want to. I don't do high-risk activities. It doesn't feel high risk to me. I'm careful where I go. I'm careful how I do things, and if I take out an axe to cut wood, I'm incredibly careful. Wow, there you go. It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. You have to want it, and you make the best out of what you have. If you can do that, regardless of your situation, your genetics, or your health, or whatever, then you're still living your life full.
Sorry.
Beautiful Banff, Alberta. We're spending Canada Day in the heart of the Canadian Rockies, home to Canada's first national park and a world-class hub for all things outdoors as we host our coverage live here in Banff. We're also checking in on celebrations from coast to coast to coast. Thousands of Canadians have descended on Banff for Canada Day celebrations, and the CBC's Gloria Macarenko is out among them. You've been talking, Gloria, to people enjoying performances and other festivities. This time you've got a guest who's been doing some performing himself.
No, it's so true, Ian. And I know a lot of people ran for cover a little while ago because it's been a little bit of a changeable weather picture here in Banff, Alberta. So, you know, the skies darkened and the rain came down a little bit. But earlier on this afternoon, Jesse Peters had an amazing crowd around him. He was just behind us a little while ago. Jesse Peters, welcome.
It's great to be here. Glad you enjoyed the music.
I did enjoy the music. You had your electric piano out. You had a great crowd around you. How does it feel to be performing in Banff on Canada Day?
It's amazing just to seeing all these people unapologetically rocking their Canadian swag and in one of the most beautiful locations in the entire country. Like being in between these mountains and playing music is just, you can't ask for a better Canada Day, really.
But you're an Albertan through and through. You've just come up from Alberta for Canada Day.
That's true. I'm here from Calgary and also, you know, getting ready for the Calgary Stampede as, you know, every Albertan is doing right now. So, you know, getting it together.
That's true. What are you reflecting on Canada Day? You know, where we're getting people to do shout outs to people that are top of mind for them. Who's top of mind for you today?
You know, I think the thing I'm reflecting on is belonging, and this is something that's just so crucial to our identity as Canadians, is that everybody belongs. My youngest son, Bennett, who is an incredible musician, he's autistic and has really found a home in music as a drummer and a bass player, and I just want to give a big shout out to him and my older son, Ephraim, who is another great musician. Love both of them, and actually I can't wait to get back to Calgary and do some jamming with them in the next few weeks.
The apples didn't fall far from the tree.
Yeah, directly underneath. That's very, you know, the gravity goes straight down on that one.
I heard you doing a little bit of riffing on the fly there with your performance earlier today. Are you inspired at all to share a little bit of that with us right now?
Sure. I mean, I love doing a little freestyle because nobody expects this out of this Mennonite face. So, you know, so a little something on Canada Day could be something like, man, we talking about July 1st, number one, that's Canada. We keep it going forever, baby. We call that stamina. Man, I don't know, maybe we could just capture. I'm about to bring this back championship like the Raptors. But if you want to take it, man, maybe I go this V, though. Call this a free throw. Man, I forgot my jeans. Otherwise, this would be a Canadian tuxedo. But thank you very much for listening, man. I do this on CBC because when it comes to this, my career, CBC saw me.
Jesse Peters, congratulations. That was real. You just did that on the fly.
Absolutely. That's all, you know, that's the fun of it, you know, working without a net. That's the good stuff.
A very happy Canada Day to you.
And a very happy Canada Day to you and to everybody watching.
Just one of the many interesting performers here in Banff today, Ian.
All right, Gloria, thank you very much. And I just got to tell those of you who are watching, that freestyle was only part of the impressive stuff he was doing when he was busking. People were making requests, and then he was just picking up the songs and doing it, including Bohemian Rhapsody. I've never seen a street musician do Bohemian Rhapsody before, so lots of talent. It was interesting to watch. This Canada Day, we've been sharing your shout-outs to Canadians who have made a difference in your life, and no act of kindness is too small. So let's listen to some more shout-outs from Canadians here on CBC.
I want to give a shout out to my parents, Heather and Randy, for driving me 8 hours every weekend from Spruce Grove, Alberta to the mountains so I could be an Olympian.
I want to give a shout out to Tony Duffenay, who was my high school drama teacher.
I want to shout out to my team in my restaurant. With all the mixed culture, really brings it home.
I want to shout out all the musicians and DJs and songwriters and solo acoustic performers and all the folks working backstage and working security. Canada Day, there's so many gigs. So to you, thank you.
I just want to give a big shout out to my billet family who supported me for many, many years.
I want to shout out my late mother, Lucine Bailey, and all of the other nurses all across Canada. Happy Canada Day.
Team Canada just beat Qatar, and I've been here in the only pretty happy.
What a time to be a Canadian in a city like this. Great bar, great people, the community's really coming together.
Why was it important for you to be surrounded by Canadians watching this historic game?
The pride and patriotism. I could have gone to any bar in New York and it would have been a nothing burger. To be surrounded by other Canadians is the most important part.
I moved to New York in 2005 and there was no place for Canadians to gather and there was no real good hockey bar, so I figured Canadians needed a place for both of those. So we fulfilled that, I believe.
Go Canada!
Red and white all day, baby. A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go!
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves, believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud. Give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys. Allez les Rouges. Go Canada.
Dan Burrett, CBC News, Vancouver.
Friendly game and we don't have any problem, but we will win. During the game, we are fighting Canada. After the game, we are brothers and we love Canada. Give me a hug.
Okay. Oh, this is a live shot of a stormy and wet Ottawa. You can see the water on the lens there. I can tell you that that Canada Day concert scheduled for tonight in Ottawa has been canceled. The Department of Canadian Heritage made the decision due to, quote, extreme weather conditions. The fireworks display also canceled, as are, and keep in mind, this is downtown Ottawa we're talking about, all other Canada Day activities. Okay, let's go west now. Further west than where we are. We're going to check in with CBC's Benit Brach. She's in Richmond, British Columbia, just outside Vancouver at the Steveston Salmon Festival, and it sure doesn't look stormy there. Benit, what's the scene?
It's beautiful, Ian. Well, welcome to what's known as Canada's biggest little birthday party. And yes, we are here. The stage is on. The beats are bumping. And Steveston is a historic seaside community here. And so Canada Day here is really about celebrating its salmon heritage. So this morning there was a salmon bake here where about 3,000 fillets of salmon were being cooked up on the fire. And I had a chance to just speak to the main board organizer here. And here's a bit about what he had to say about that.
The city digs a pit, and then we have grates on top where we put 6-ounce strips of salmon, and then it's smoked and sold, and this has been going on for many, many years.
I am so envious as I look at that scene of the salmon on there. Benit, you spoke to some of the people having a bite.
Yeah, even people were lining up for this. They were excited. They had their salmon, potato salad, they had a bun. And I asked them, how's your meal? And here's what they had to say about that.
It's our first time, but great first experience.
What do you make of it?
I think it's great. I would come here again.
I used to always get it every single year. The lineup is worth it.
Okay, so the salmon was cooked perfect.
And Ian, today marks 79 years of the Salmon Festival here. And again, you know, we were at the parade this morning, and one of the key figures that was out there was Sammy, the salmon mascot. And I hear he talks, and I'm hoping to speak to him soon. We also know that It was during the 1880s where this place reached such a golden age in terms of salmon fishing and canning that he was even given the name Salmonopolis. So, you know, I really got to see and experience that heritage here today. People are celebrating. They're still here enjoying their meals. There's more stuff to do, of course, from skateboarding, food trucks, performances, and we're continuing to take in all that's happening here.
And anybody who's watching that's close to the Steveston docks there should head out because it sure looks beautiful. Benit Breach in Richmond, British Columbia, thank you. So the reasons to celebrate Canada Day are as diverse as this country itself. And if you're a sports fan, what a year it's been. So much to choose from. It has been an amazing few months in Canadian sport, from winning Olympic golds in Italy to making World Cup history right here at home. Here's a look back at some of those incredible scenes that brought Canadians across the country to our feet.
And for the first time in 32 years, the Blue Jays have won the pennant.
Into the end zone, deflected, and it falls to the field. The Saskatchewan Roughriders and Trevor Harris have won the Grey Cup.
Mikkel Kingsbury is Olympic champion once again.
Holy Mackinac! Megan Oldham delivers one.
The big three have done it. Goal for the Canadians, and Stephen Dubois will cross the line as Olympic champion. Dubois does it.
After 12 winters of waiting, Canada golden again.
The first ever Toronto Tempo home opener is underway.
I feel so proud to be Canadian. I'm so proud of everyone who showed up. Canada is diverse, and we really see that here today. I just feel so proud to wear this jersey and represent my country.
And let's take a look again at a live shot in Banff. We keep hoping that the weather is going to turn. It might. It seems a little less gloomy right now than it did even 20 minutes ago. And as the weather gets better, you'll see more people start to fill those streets. There is so much to celebrate here in Banff and right across the country. And we'll have more of that for you here on CBC.
I have loved dogs my entire life. I've really liked the idea of dog sitting. I've heard stories about a lot of elders having dog teams, and it got me interested, so I kind of did my research on it.
This guy's name is Ukluk, and it means grizzly bear, but I call him Big Teddy Bear because he likes to just be tossed around and held and babied. He's very strong, and he doesn't listen very well, but he's a good puller. He listens when he's on the harness. They know when to work and when to play.
I get really happy when they're working together and following directions, but I love the scenery and how peaceful it is. It's really calming.
It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. I've always been a camper, but I've not really been a solo camper until the last 4 or 5 years.
What did it feel like then that first night when it went dark and everything was quiet and you were just alone?
I was on a little island. I'd been very careful where I chose to go. And I know that any self-respecting bear could easily have swum over, or a cougar, or anything, and there was nobody around, really. But I thought, well, it's sort of like you're in a castle and you got a big moat, and some creature would have to really want to. I don't do high-risk activities. It doesn't feel high risk to me. I'm careful where I go. I'm careful how I do things, and if I take out an axe to cut wood, I'm incredibly careful. Wow, there you go. It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. You have to want it, and you make the best out of what you have. If you can do that, regardless of your situation, your genetics, or your health, or whatever, then you're still living your life fully.
Beautiful, diverse, admired around the world, Canada's geography captures the promise of this country. No matter where you're from, no matter where you are, there is so much that draws us together. And today, we want to hear your stories. How are you marking Canada's 159th birthday? And we want to make it personal. Who would you like to shout out? Who's been there for you, supporting you? Let's celebrate them as we celebrate what this country means to all of us. This is Canada Day 2026.
CBC. Happy Canada Day from Banff on CBC.
Canada Day coverage continues here on CBC. I'm Ian Hanomansing. We are in Banff, Alberta, and we're talking to Canadians across the country about how you are celebrating this year. Now, extreme weather has been putting a damper on Canada Day celebrations in the nation's capital. Heavy rain and high winds have been lashing the national capital region. Organizers have been announcing that for safety reasons, all Canada Day events in the area, including the national show for this evening and the fireworks display, are now unfortunately canceled. The Prime Minister's office has announced that the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, will not be participating in events in Edmonton due to the weather conditions around Ottawa. Now, thousands of Canadians have come here on Banff for Canada Day celebrations, and the CBC's Gloria Macarenko is out among them. And Gloria, who do you have with you now?
I have so enjoyed just walking the streets of Banff, Alberta, and talking to Canadians. And this group of fellows behind me right now have a really interesting story and a really interesting connection. Let's start with Eric. Eric, why don't you just give us a little bit of a preview of what you're doing here in Banff today?
Yeah, for sure. So, of course, I'm Eric, and we just decided we wanted to do like a guys trip because all of us are splitting off. We're entering new chapters of our lives, and we figured what better way to end off on that chapter of our life in the beautiful mountains of Alberta and British Columbia, right? So
you don't have a lot of mountains at home.
No, not at home. Lots of hills, but there's the thing about Canada that I love is there's nature everywhere, like no matter where you are, you're gonna find something that's amazing.
Okay, well tell me about your buds.
Okay, sure. Well, this is Tucker. What can I say about you, really? I don't know.
We met in high school. Yeah, we've been the greatest friends ever since. It's great to be out here with these guys.
Yeah, just so great. And
hey, I'm Max.
What do you have to say for yourself?
What do I have to say? I'm really enjoying this break off of school. I just did my first year at Queen's University. Now I'm camping with the homies. Yeah, shout out Queens. Shout out everyone in Moose Jaw.
So that's the whole thing. The whole point here is this is kind of a little bit of a last buddies trip before you all head off in different directions across the country. Where are you headed?
I'm Daniel. I'll be headed to the U of A this fall.
Okay, what about you?
I'm Finn. I'm at U of S for geological engineering. Yeah, and I'll be doing that for the next 3 years.
Okay, one last request here while I've got you here. Who would you like to give a shout out to? Maybe it's someone who's not with you here today or someone you're just thinking about on Canada Day.
Oh, well, I'd like just to shout out my mother. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be here. I didn't know there was the broadcast, and she's just an amazing person. So I'd like to shout out my mother.
And Eric, where are you going to be headed after when all the guys break up?
I'll be heading to Mexico to study some Spanish and spend time with my dad.
Okay. How about a happy Canada Day from all of you?
Yep.
Happy Canada Day! Back to you, Ian.
I love that, Gloria. And I also love, like guys on a trip like that and a little uncomfortable, but also talking about how much they mean to each other. It's a pretty cool moment. And there have been lots of cool moments here as people in Banff are celebrating Canada Day, celebrating family and celebrating friends. Canada Day is a time to look back at the history of this country, but also for some people, it's a time to look forward as they celebrate becoming Canadian citizens and think about what the next chapter in their life is going to be. And Dan Burt's been bringing us that part of the Canadian story today. He is at Canada Place in Vancouver, and he's had a chance to talk to some people who have just sworn the oath of citizenship. And Dan, as you have for the last couple of hours, tell us about what you've seen and what you've heard.
Yes, Ian, 60 people are now on the new, are new members of the Canadian team, 40 million plus of us. They come from 23 different places of origin across this great big earth. And it was quite a moving ceremony today. They were piped in. There was an indigenous recognition and greetings from the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, saying from one councillor, Alec Guerin from the Tsleil-Waututh, just across the water, Keepers of the Inlet, who said, you're going to come to this event as friends, you're going to leave as family. Family and connection were such a strong part of this today. You saw people who brought loved ones from across the world. One woman who became a Canadian citizen from Nigeria, she brought her father. He's here from Nigeria just for this, and he says, thank you to God for making this happen, and that my daughter is now in Canada, safe and becoming a Canadian citizen. For others, it's a connection that perhaps is been prompted by more recent events, and that's Catherine Stiefvater and David Apgar. They are American citizens. They're born and raised there. They came to Canada 14 years ago and intended to only stay for 6 months. Recent events in the United States have prompted them to make this now their official home.
I'm just so honored to be a part of a country that has been so welcoming to us. When we moved here 14 years ago, we thought we were only going to be here for 6 months. And 14 years later, we got citizenship. We want to be part of a country that is welcoming and sorry. Is really proud to be representative to the world.
And the emotion, the feels, Catherine was sitting in the front row crying, and everybody was waving at her and thanking her for sharing those feelings, these deep feelings of deciding and really to come here and to make this country a better place. And that was one of the other underlying messages today, was about what people are bringing here. You're welcome. Come and join the Canadian Mosaic. And work to make this country a better place. And you could hear the enthusiasm from people who want to contribute, do their part. They were encouraged to volunteer. And as we heard from one woman, she says, I chose Canada because it is the one-stop shop country. She's so happy to be here, as is her family. And they got a lot of cheers from everyone today.
It is sometimes important to hear how other people treasure Canadian citizenship that maybe sometimes many of us take for granted, right? So Dan, thank you very much, as you have been throughout this afternoon. Some beautiful stories from the citizenship ceremony that you were at Canada Place. Okay, let's go, almost across the country, from Vancouver to Montreal. CBC's Kwabena Oduro has been there in the Pierrefonds neighborhood in Montreal. Oh, the glasses are off, Kwabena, but still decked out in the Canadian flag. What's going on this hour?
So I'm here at Labyrinth, where I'm playing a huge game of chess. I made some new friends, so we're just playing chess. I'm not really good at chess, so Ian, don't challenge me, because I will lose automatically. And we're just trying to enjoy this game. So Labyrinth is a place where kids can come, and they have mazes for kids. And these are some of the employees, but they also just love to be Canadian. So for you, you told me that you are a big soccer fan. How are you enjoying watching Canada soccer play?
I mean, I'm really surprised, because I didn't think that they would be really that good at the World Cup, but I'm really surprised. Like, everyone is actually surprised. I can see it, actually, yeah.
What is your favorite part about living in Canada?
I mean, the way everyone is quite generous. Everyone feels really happy when you see them, especially in the summer. When you're in the summer in Canada, it's really, actually, it's perfect. You don't even want to trip. You don't even want to go on vacations. You just want to stay here, actually. Yeah.
So, Ian, you heard that? You don't even want to go on vacation. So you should come to Montreal and stay here for the summer, because then you won't want to go back to BC. I'm just saying what he said. Thank you very much. So, Sarah, what is it like for you to be celebrating Canada Day?
To me, to be celebrating Canada Day is to celebrate all the cultures that are kind of melting into this beautiful country that we have. And also, I do want to mention the natives. I feel like they have a big part in Canada. And when we're celebrating Canada Day, I wish that we don't forget them. And yeah.
So one thing that we're doing this year is we're giving shout outs. Who do you want to quickly shout out?
I want to shout out my mama, my family, and also want to shout out my job that I love, SS Labyrinthe, shout out.
And then finally, what is it like for you? You said that you came to Canada a few years ago. What is it like taking in the Canadian culture?
For me, I like being Canadian. It's just awesome. I think people are really friendly here. You can make some friends really easily. Everyone loves the country, so it makes it really like easy to be a part of this country, honestly.
And then quickly, who do you want to shout out?
My family from France, from Ivory Coast also, and SS Labyrinthe, obviously.
Thank you very much. So you see, Ian, we have a lot of diversity over here, and I just want to reiterate what he said. He said Montreal is the best city in Canada. I know my friend Dan in Vancouver was saying Vancouver is probably the best city in Canada. I don't want to start a little debate and a little beef, but I think it's Montreal. So Dan, if you want to talk about that later, you have me on WhatsApp. We can have this conversation later. But Ian, I'm here at Labyrinth, and I'm probably going to try the maze.
Hey, listen, give me 30 more seconds of your time, Quibina. What's your story in terms of choosing Montreal as a place to live?
I think it's just like the different cultures, the diversity here. I grew up in Montreal. I lived in Ottawa for about 7 years. I went to school there to do television broadcasting at Algonquin College. So I have a soft spot for Ottawa, but Montreal is just home. And like my friend over here said, when you're here in the summer, it's beautiful. There's festivals. Jazz Fest is going on right now. I was there the other night, and I just stood there, and I was with two friends. And there's just so much to do, and people are so happy, just like everyone articulated here. So that's why I would choose Montreal over any other city in Canada, but I would like to visit many other cities in Canada. But to live, it's Montreal for me.
Yeah, and listen, for people in the West, I know a lot of people who have not been to Montreal and therefore have not been to Montreal in the summertime, and you are absolutely right. What a beautiful city, almost any time, maybe not when it's minus 30 degrees, but most of the time, and certainly in the summer, Quibina. Quibina Juro in Montreal.
So come on down.
The CBC's Greg Ross is at Canada House on Toronto's Harbour Front. And Greg, give us an update on what people are up to there.
Yeah, well, the Harbourfront Centre here always celebrating arts and culture and, of course, sport. You said Canada Soccer House is here at the Harbourfront Centre, has been here since the start of the World Cup. So people coming for viewing parties to watch some of the World Cup games that are happening. People coming to the Harbourfront Centre to take in some of the arts and cultures. This young woman here from Saskatchewan, Regina, Saskatchewan, you're looking for an art installation on the water, not having much luck.
No, they keep telling me it's that way, and that's concrete. Water's this way. I'm looking for the floating convenience store. It's an art piece.
A floating convenience store on the water in downtown Toronto. Went to your first Blue Jay game yesterday, and you're all decked out in your Blue Jays Canada Day.
Yes, I am. I had a good time. It was my first game ever. Unfortunately, we lost, but today we won.
Well, good news. Yeah, 9-3 the Blue Jays beat the New York Mets today, so that's good news, a positive story on the sports front. Dad and a couple of daughters here, what are you guys up to on Canada Day today?
We just came down to the harbour front just to enjoy the scenery, so that's about it.
Just wanted to see what's happening in downtown Toronto. Yeah. Good place to be. Hot one today. It's a scorcher here in Toronto. We're experiencing a heat wave. You got to try and stay cool. What have you guys been doing to try and stay cool here on this hot day?
I have this fan, neck fan.
Neck fan. You need the neck fan. It's that's a key piece of equipment for today.
Staying in the shade would be the other thing.
Staying in the shade. It is a hot one. It's starting to cloud over here. I don't know if that bodes well. You sticking around for the fireworks tonight?
Hopefully.
Yeah, well, they're going to have a barge out in the water. They're going to be letting off fireworks down here at the harbor front. We've got this young woman from Iran here celebrating your third Canada Day here in Canada. How excited are you to just be hanging out?
Yeah, I'm excited to see the people celebration and the water fireplace and
fireworks,
fireworks.
Very exciting. Yeah, fireworks all over the city today. People coming into Toronto, obviously, to celebrate Canada Day. People wearing their Canada colors. Some of them wearing Blue Jay colors, Blue Jay Canada colors. Yeah, an exciting day here in downtown Toronto. Exciting day for sport. We've got some more exciting days. The final World Cup game played here in Toronto. That'll go tomorrow at Toronto Stadium. It will be a packed house here at Canada Soccer House. And of course, Canada playing in the round of 16. That's coming up on Saturday, Ian. So lots to celebrate if you're Canadian, especially if you're a Canadian sports fan.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Jays bringing the heat today, right? Just trouncing the Mets at Rogers. So, yeah, a good day for Toronto sports. Greg, thank you very much. Okay, let's get an update on some people here in Banff. Jenny Howe continues to talk to folks celebrating Canada Day here. Jenny, last hour, kind of cold and rainy. How are things right now?
Well, we've got sunshine, Ian, so that's a start. I have ditched the umbrella, but it's close by because, as you know, the rain can come and go here. And it has been especially challenging for the MC here.
You know what? I'm going to jump
Central
in there
Park
because you don't know this, Jenny, but for our audience watching on television, the image froze. We could hear you perfectly, but we had a bit of problem with the video. So we'll sort that out and we'll come back to you as soon as we can. It's actually sunny right now, which is also fantastic. So that bodes well, not just for our enjoyment here, but also for getting Jenny set up and going back to her in a moment. Meanwhile, let's go to northern Alberta, kind of, Edmonton. CBC's Morgan Black has been keeping us up to date on what's happening there. Morgan?
Ian, I heard you and Jenny talking about the weather, and I have a young guest here celebrating Canada Day who has been having a heck of a time with the weather. He is so glad it's sunny today. Look at this outfit. This is Rocket and his dad, Tony. Rocket, can you show us your beautiful outfit? Can you do a little spin for us? We want to get the full picture. Look at this. He is a true Canadian. Now, Rocket, how did you create this outfit?
I bought it at the mall.
That's a good way to start. And then who is this?
Raccoon.
Is he also celebrating Canada Day?
Yes.
And Rocket, when we were talking earlier, you mentioned the weather has been kind of not great in Edmonton, and Ian knows all about this. What do you think of the weather the last little bit?
It's random.
But what about today?
Today? It's more random.
He's got his sunnies on, so he came prepared, and perhaps this could even be good for the rain. Now, Tony is his dad. Tony, why was it important to hang out here on Canada Day? What does it mean to you to celebrate?
Oh, it's always the best day of the year. This is when you can really celebrate being Canadian, and yeah, no one looks at you funny when you yell, "Go Canada!"
And why is it special to celebrate it with your little guy, with Rocket as well?
Just spreading the cheer, Like this is, this is really time to connect with each other as well as everybody else. This is, I just love it. Yeah.
And you can hear the energy in the background. Lots of action, performers, and Rocket. Of course, he's not the only little guy or little gal wearing a really great Canada Day outfit. We'll try and find some more of them later in the show, and we hope the weather holds up to be nice and beautiful, just as it has been all day. Ian, back to you.
I think we need to have a contest, Morgan, on quote of the day. And as of now, the quote of the day comes from Rocket. What do you think of the weather? Random. What do you think of the weather recently? More random. I think he summed it up perfectly. Morgan Black in Edmonton. We'll come back to you a little later on in the program. Let's go from, sort of northern Alberta, further north to see the festivities in Yellowknife. CBC's Megan Roberts is there. And Megan, show us what's going on.
Sure. So we're in Yellowknife's Samba K Park. There have been celebrations here all day. Right now, there's taiko drumming going on. Earlier, we saw the Kerala India group. They did dancing and also wore beautiful traditional clothing. And Ash Varghese was part of that group, including wearing the clothing. So Ash, why don't you describe, first of all, what it was like to share your culture with the crowd today?
We were incredibly happy. It was the first representation of the state of Kerala, South India, in the Canada Day multicultural event. We felt really happy. The true Canadian experience is to have a whole world in Yellowknife. And it's incredible that, we get pretty much every country we can think of in Yellowknife.
Yeah, there's been so much variety and so much beauty going on today. And I have to say, the clothes that you're wearing are beautiful too. Tell me about them.
So this is a traditional attire of Kerala, South India. This is called cassava. The material is called cassava. It can be cotton or silk, and cassava is like having a golden border. So the unbleached cotton having a creamy color, and the golden color is the it's called cassava, and it can take different forms: sari, churidar, munda, etc. Munda is a wraparound.
And Ash, we were talking before, and you had told me this really beautiful story about the first place that you lived in the Northwest Territories, which is Fort Good Hope. Can you just tell me that story again?
Yeah. The best Canadian experience that I have is moving to Fort Good Hope in late 2018. So after my master's in University of Guelph and a PhD in India, after the double graduation, I got this interview from Fort Good Hope, and amazing that I got the job in the first interview I did after the graduation. So it was like a best time of my life. And the only thing that I was scared that, there were only very little people and no roads, and you have to travel on top of ice. So that was a little bit scary, but people assured me that we got you covered. They gave all the tips, and we traveled by road from Guelph to Fort Good Hope in January. So I went initially in 2018, but then Fort Good Hope is only accessible by road only in winter. Otherwise, it's airborne place.
Yes. Yeah.
The Fort Good Hope has 600 plus something people, 620 when I was there. It feels like a really big family, and they accepted us, my husband Chris and myself, as family. And now when we got job in Yellowknife, after we moved, Fort Good Hope friends and family, I call them family, they come for medical appointments in Yellowknife, and they visit us, and it feels like our family is visiting us, because my family is far away in India and they can't visit us often. So Fort Good Hope is that place. That's my home. That's my Canadian home.
That's such a beautiful story. Thank you for sharing that with us. And shout out, I guess, to the kind people of Fort Good Hope for welcoming people and being part of an extended, unique Canadian family. Back to you, Ian.
It is a really nice story. Megan Roberts in Yellowknife. Thank you. Well, this is where we are, Banff, Alberta, where we're hosting live special Canada Day coverage for you. The weather started out sunny, then it got kind of rainy, and now it's kind of in between those two things. Anyway, it hasn't dampened the festivities. Coming up, we'll talk to two local performers about their role in the city's celebrations today. They're belly dancers. They're going to show us what they do next on CBC.
Pretty happy. Oh, what a time to be a Canadian in a city like this. Great bar, great people. The community's really coming together.
Why was it important for you to be surrounded by Canadians watching this historic game?
The pride and patriotism. I could have gone to any bar in New York, and it would have been a nothing burger. To be surrounded by other Canadians is the most important part.
I moved to New York in 2005, and there was no place for Canadians to gather, and there was no real good hockey bar, so I figured Canadians needed a place for both of those. So we fulfilled that, I believe.
Go Canada!
Woo! Red and white all day, baby. A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go! Woo!
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We've got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves, believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud, give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys. Allez les Rouges, go Canada.
Dan Burrett, CBC News, Vancouver. Ha, ha, ha.
game and we don't have any problem, but we will win. During the game, we are fighting Canada. After the game, we are brothers and we love Canada. Give me a hug.
Okay.
Canada Day is an all-day thing here in Banff, Alberta. There have been lots of live festivities on offer, including from our next two guests. The troupe goes by the name Banff Belly Dance. They take part in every Canada Day, performing across Banff National Park. And joining us now are two of the Banff Belly Dancers. They have been performing throughout the day, even in the cold and the rain, I guess, today. And so we have Hala Jamal and Antonina Nataluka.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, welcome to both of you.
Oh, thank you, Ian. It's a delight to be here.
And what is it about belly dancing that is so important to you?
For me, personally, it's about celebrating my femininity. And I love the music from the culture. So whether it be Egyptian music or from Lebanon or Syria or anywhere, the music speaks to you and it moves your soul and you have to move with it.
Yes, and it's sense of community. It's united community with other members, with my beautiful Hala. Yes, she used to be my teacher. Now I become one of the group members.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume, like any kind of performing art, it is difficult to do and it takes practice to do well, but there are some beginner things. The producer who put this together has a note saying that if Ian is interested, he could learn a simple thing to do on the air. If that producer knew me at all, I mean, in the control room, do you think there's any chance that I'm going to try a belly dance move? I'm not Kobina Duro. I'm not doing it. But why don't you show us something simple that a beginner can try?
First, I'll start with that, and then we'll get Antonina to do a more advanced one.
Okay.
So first, you're going to relax your shoulders.
I'm not doing it. Just you
doing
go ahead.
It. You're going to do it. Come on, Ian. You got it.
I'm going to relax
so
my shoulders. Okay.
One forward
all right.
and then one back. Forward, back,
okay.
Forward, back. It's
yeah.
a little shoulder shimmy.
Okay, I'm stepping out of frame now. And you keep going, okay?
So you just jiggle your shoulders a little bit in time with the music as you like. And then if you were ready for a more advanced movement, Antonina's got a great one to show you.
Okay, we're going to do belly roll. Ready, set, go.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Her costume shows that really well.
It would be a career-ending move for me to try to do that on there. When we had our reporter in Yellowknife just a moment ago, I think I heard you say you spent a summer in Yellowknife. Yes. You've been everywhere in this country except for
None
Nunavut.
of it. Not yet. I'll get there one day. But
Absolutely.
yes, I have either lived or spent some time in all of the provinces.
Wow.
Very proud of that.
So here we are in Banff, one of the most beautiful places in Canada. But shout out for me another part of Canada, a place that if you weren't here today, you wish you would be on Canada Day.
Oh, Antonina, you go first because I'm not quite sure what my answer for that is.
Ottawa.
Ottawa?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, that's
Actually,
nice.
I'm going to say the same thing because that's where we met, where I grew up. And so spending Canada Day on Parliament Hill is just part of Canada Day. It feels really weird not to do that.
It's too bad. We've been talking about the weather right now in Ottawa is so bad that the evening concert has been canceled. And the fire, I know.
It's tragic.
Yeah, it is too bad. Listen, another thing we've been doing in terms of shout outs is asking people to shout out a Canadian that's been very important to them. Who would you like to mention?
I thought about this long and hard, and I decided that I'm going to give a shout out to my ancestors on both my French Canadian side and my English Canadian side, because if it wasn't for their sacrifice and hard work, I wouldn't have these opportunities that I do now. So I'm really grateful for the Defoes and the Boutins on both my side. Merci
Very
beaucoup.
nice. And for you?
I would like to mention Ukraine and Ukrainians, and I appreciate how much Ukrainians invested in Canada back 100 years ago, and I see right now with many Ukrainians coming after war. It's a hard-working people, and Canada gave opportunity to be safe and stay here, and I oversee as a volunteer for Ukrainian community. It's been a beautiful place for Ukrainians to maintain life while things.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many Canadians, and I think particularly in Western Canada, who have a connection to Ukraine,
yes,
right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So one last thing I would say is that I think that for a lot of people, we don't really understand belly dancing, and it's very easy to kind of look at it and think, oh, you know, it's kind of quaint, but nothing more than that. You did a nice job earlier, but maybe we can finish with this. What is it about belly dancing that for people who maybe aren't really in the know, that maybe they should either watch it, give it a try, or at least appreciate it?
Absolutely. Well, it is a beautiful dance form that has evolved with the culture. So it comes from the Arabic culture. Specifically, I'm going to give a shout out to Egypt. They're known for having the best belly dancers. But then also the countries of the Levant, like Lebanon and Syria and Jordan and the like. So I really appreciate learning about those cultures. If I'm studying their dance and the music connected to their dance, I need to honor the cultures that they come from. So my Arabic is not very good, but I do learn and I do try to understand it. So for me, that's a huge part. That connection across languages, across cultures, that we can dance together and we share that, and it's a beautiful moment.
And so you have no family ties to the countries where belly dancing is, and neither do you.
No. Yeah. But in a past life, we think we were Egyptian. We are sure of it.
But you know what? This is one of the things I love about your story. Like, here you are in Banff, belly dancing for an audience. Here you are respecting this art form from a part of the world, and neither of you are connected to that part of the world. That's kind of the Canada Day story, right?
We were very lucky because in Ottawa, right across the river in Gatineau, which used to be called Hull, Denise Annan and her husband, they're both Egyptians, and they brought folkloric Egyptian dance and raksharki to that area, and we both studied with Denise. So we went to the sources as much as we could to try and learn and understand.
Okay, well, that's a great story. Aren't you freezing? I'm freezing.
We'll warm you up, don't worry.
Antonina and Hala, thank you very much for speaking with us. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Happy Canada Day.
All right.
Happy Canada Day.
Let's stay here in Banff. We're going to try to connect with Jenny Howe again. And Jenny, I think we have a better connection this time around, and reintroduce us to your guest.
Okay, well, the sunshine has come out and graced us all, and as you know, I even shed a layer, so I'm feeling a bit warmer. But as we've been talking about, it was kind of raining earlier, which definitely made it challenging for my next guest. Steve Harmer, the motivational magician, has also been emceeing the festivities here at Central Park. Steve, what has it been like trying to rally the crowd with the weather?
It has been so easy. It's Canada Day. People are here to celebrate, to have fun, to show kindness to each other, and to be grateful. So it's been a wonderful experience to be here. Every year I've been doing this for 17 years, and rain or shine, it works. People come, the music's playing, the kids are having fun. It's all good. It's all good.
Now, you're not just the MC, but you're also a performer. You have an act up there. Now, it's specifically motivational magic. What on earth is that?
Well, I'm a former teacher and principal, and 25 years ago, I left the school district behind to do motivational magic, to use magic as a tool to teach kids about great character qualities, bully prevention, kindness, all the good stuff. So that this is my job now, to offer encouragement and hope to kids everywhere. This is what I do.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. I know you performed a little magic earlier by helping the rain go away. My only magic trick is, got your nose. Can you show me something like maybe a step up from that?
Well, maybe a step up. It's Canada Day, so we are talking about red and white. So as you can see in my pocket here, I've got my red and white handkerchief. Handkerchiefs are important to magicians, as you know, but if we say things like, you're amazing, things can happen. You can see that, yeah, I know this is cool. But not only do we do that, if I take these handkerchiefs and tie them together like this, something wonderful can happen. Let's see what happens here. I'll just tie a knot. I used to be able to tie a knot, and here it is. All right, well, let's see what can happen. Well, just a minute. We got, wait a minute. They're still coming. They're still coming. They're still coming. Wow. All these handkerchiefs multiply, just like the laughs, the fun, the joy that we're all experiencing here on Canada Day. So it's a good day.
My friend, I feel straight up motivated by this. If I can do this with like my money, I'm gonna be laughing. One final thing, All afternoon, we've been shouting out special Canadians in our life. Do you have someone special you want to shout out?
I do. This happens to be our 46th wedding anniversary. So my wife, Dee, today in 1980, we were married in Calgary. And I have to shout out to my dear and precious wife, Dee, 46 years. I chose Canada Day so I'd never forget what date our anniversary is on. And all of Canada's celebrating.
Okay, that was a pro move. Good luck, anybody, on topping that. Steve, thanks so much.
Thank you. Great to see everybody. Happy Canada Day, everybody.
And we're hoping the weather just continues here. Ian, look at this. It's getting brighter and brighter. I know you're a little bit further west from us, so it's coming. Don't worry. By further west,
Absolutely
I mean like 2
magical.
blocks.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Absolutely magical, Jenny. Thank you. Sure was sunny during the Canada Day parade here in Banff this morning. More than 30,000 people gathered to watch the scene. Marching bands, human-powered floats, dancers, people from the community showcasing their pride in Banff. We have much more coming up live from this resort town in Alberta on CBC.
I have loved dogs my entire life. I've really liked the idea of dog sitting. I've heard stories about a lot of elders having dog teams, and it got me interested, so I kind of did my research on it.
This guy's name is Ukluk, and it means grizzly bear, but I call him Big Teddy Bear because he likes to just be tossed around and held and babied. He's very strong, and he doesn't listen very well, but he's a good puller. He listens when he's on the harness. They know when to work and when to play.
I get really happy when they're working together and following directions, but I love the scenery and how peaceful it is. It's really calming.
It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. I've always been a camper, but I've not really been a solo camper until the last 4 or 5 years.
What did it feel like then that first night when it went dark and everything was quiet and you were just alone?
I was on a little island. I'd been very careful where I chose to go. And I know that any self-respecting bear could easily have swum over, or a cougar, or anything, and there was nobody around, really. But I thought, well, it's sort of like you're in a castle and you got a big moat, and some creature would have to really want to. I don't do high-risk activities. It doesn't feel high risk to me. I'm careful where I go. I'm careful how I do things, and if I take out an axe to cut wood, I'm incredibly careful. Wow, there you go. It takes courage and it takes determination to age well. You have to want it, and you make the best out of what you have. If you can do that, regardless of your situation, your genetics, or your health, or whatever, then you're still living your life fully.
Hello and welcome back to our Canada Day special programming live from Banff, Alberta. I'm Gloria Macarenko along with Ian Hanomansing, and today we are sharing your tributes to Canadians right across the country, from big-time celebrities to neighborhood heroes. You shouted out the people who make Canada a better place, so thank you for that. And we have been sharing your videos and showing your messages on screen all day long. So next up, someone who knows firsthand how a true supporter is as good as gold.
Hi Canada, it's Megan Oldham. I'm an Olympic champion for Big Air
freestyle skiing and slopestyle bronze. I want to shout out my older brother, Bruce Oldham. He's been a big inspiration for me. He's the one that got me into freestyle skiing in the first place, and he continues to support me on every dream that I have and is up late at night helping me, coaching me through tricks, whether it's at a competition or a training camp. So thank you, Bruce, and happy Canada Day.
Thank you so much for sharing, Megan. Now, Megan Oldham is a Canadian freestyle skier, and as she just told us, she won gold and bronze medals at the 2026 Winter Olympics. So joining us now is her brother and one of her biggest cheerleaders, Bruce Oldham. Now, Bruce, you just heard that special shout out from your sister, Megan. How does it feel to hear her say that you played such an important role in her journey?
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. And as much of a role as I played in Megan's journey, she's played a huge role in mine as well. So it's really cool to see her giving that love back. And it's so cool to see what she's been able to do over the years. This year, especially in particular, she absolutely crushed it. So as an older brother, it was very, very cool.
Okay, but she just told us a little story about who you were the one who introduced her to a lot of those sports. So tell me about those early days and taking her up the hill and saying, "Go, Megan."
Pretty funny, actually. Earlier days, Megan used to do gymnastics and figure skating, and she did not want to do freestyle skiing whatsoever. And I took her to the hill one day, and honestly, she ended up pretty upset at me, but I kind of just peer pressured her into trying some tricks, some spins on some jumps. And by the end of the day, she learned how to do a backflip and a front flip. And I was like, oh my God, you have to run with this. Like, the fact that you're able to learn this quickly is insane. So ever since then, I've been trying to push her to stick to it. And she eventually fell in love with it, which is really, really cool.
Well, again, when you saw she had what it takes, I mean, what was there a particular moment where you said, you really got to go for this girl because I think you've got some gold in you?
Honestly, from the very beginning, and it might have been a bit selfish because it was something I like to do, and I was like, this is so much cooler than the stuff you want to do, and I needed somebody to ski with, so I was like just kind of peer pressuring her into it. But from the very beginning, I knew that she had more than enough skill to take it to whatever level she wanted to, and Megan's always been super driven. So for me to help guide her along that path is incredible.
Well, sure. Now, here we are on Canada Day, and moments like Megan's Olympic gold, they remind us just what Canadian athletes are capable of. So what does it mean to you overall to see Canada celebrated on the world stage like that?
Yeah, it means everything. It's really cool just to be in a position as athletes and in a country that allows us to pursue our dreams to the fullest is something that is absolutely incredible. And I think everybody that has a chance to like really chase after something like that they're interested in to that degree, whether it's a sport or something else, I think that's what it's all about.
Okay, now that the winter sports are winding down, you're an athlete yourself. How do you keep busy? How do you keep training in the off season?
Well, actually, me and Megan are going to Thailand for a week as a little family trip. After that, it's back to training. Lots of summer training on airbags for freestyle skiing. Lots of time in the gym to avoid injuries, and we're kind of building a little bit of our own backyard ski hill right now. So that's kind of a project over the summer to work on as well.
Wait a second, you have to describe that for me. How do you build a backyard ski hill?
So we have a big hill in our backyard, and we've made a rope tow, and we got it up and running like last couple of weeks of last year, but now we're building all of the kind of jumps and features over the summer so that they're ready for next winter.
Right. What are you actually skiing? Are you on actual skis when you're doing that?
Not throughout the summer. Throughout the summer, we have a little tiny like ramp that has a rail at the end of it, and it's made out of like plastic turf. And then in the winter, it'll be obviously covered with snow, and we'll do the whole ski hill as well.
I see. So how have you been celebrating or marking Canada Day today?
Actually, I was driving the majority of today, but I stopped by some very cool spots on my way from Parry Sound to Montreal, and kind of checked out all of Algonquin Park along the way as well. So not a typical Canada Day, but a very fun one nonetheless.
Sure. You know, and the people that we've been talking to here in Banff are just marveling. You know, we're just walking around, craning our necks, looking at these amazing mountains all around us. And people who live here say, oh, you've seen mountains before, haven't you? It's like, no, actually not like this. But again, the drive that you just did, what goes through your mind when you're just thinking about just the variety and the beauty of this country?
Just taking it all in, honestly, like, it's beautiful coming from a small town and then moving to a big city, and just like the difference between the two. And like me personally, I've driven out, like I've been most places in Canada, and every place is so different. Every place is so beautiful in its own way. And it really kind of just like when you go from two completely different landscapes in one day, it really just kind of drives home like how many amazing, awesome spots we have here in Canada.
Bruce, it's really good to hear from you. Before we let you go, you got a shout out from your sister, Megan. Your turn now. Who would you like to give a shout out to today on Canada Day?
Awesome. Well, I'm going to actually pass it down the line to my younger brother, Cody, because he's the one that's keeping me so competitive at my age. Every day I go home and hang out with him. He wants to compete in every single aspect, whether it's ping pong, pickleball, or we're just going on a run or at the gym. And he really pushes me to keep at it at such a level. And yeah, he's going to do awesome stuff, and I'm really proud of him as well. So that one's for Cody.
You're keeping it all in the family for us today. Bruce, yes. Thank you so much. A very happy Canada Day to you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Take care. So that is Bruce Oldham. Can you imagine Ian trying to with the parents? It's like you're building a what in the backyard?
I was just going to say, I was just off camera there listening to the interview, and I heard him say that about building a ski hill. And just as I was thinking, what did you just say? You asked the question perfectly. So thank you very much. I still don't think I can picture it, but yeah, I guess you go to those lengths when you love to ski.
Some people like a swing set, some people like a ski hill.
That's right.
Depends on the space, I guess.
Let's go back to a place you and I know very well, Richmond, British Columbia, just outside Vancouver. Benit Breach is there for us at the Canada Day celebrations. Last hour, Benit, you were showing us a big salmon barbecue. This hour, skateboarding?
Yes. You got it, Ian. So welcome back to the party here in Steveston, a seaside community. Today's really been about celebrating its fishing heritage, but we are right now in the hub of activity. So in front of me, there's hockey. To that side, there's soccer, and right now there's skateboarding. I am joined here by Kevin Harris, who's known as Canada's first professional skateboarder. Kevin, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Talk to me about what got you into skateboarding.
Well, you know what, Richmond has a huge part of that history. So in Richmond, 1976, the Dairy Queen team came up from California, all the best skateboarders. I was 13 years old, watched the Dairy Queen demo in Richmond, which created the whole boom across this country and changed my life when I was 13 years old and started skateboarding.
And you, Kevin, you've gone on to perform on so many different skateboarding stages in the world. I mean, what are some main moments you've really held on to?
Well, I think I rode for the Bones Brigade, the most successful skateboard team in history, and got to travel the world with guys like Tony Hawk, Rodney Mullen, and all the game-changing skateboarders, and watch some amazing history come out of skateboarding through the 80s and into the 90s. So I had an incredible career and so much fun traveling the world and doing it.
You are a local to Richmond, and here you are today showing off all these different tricks and techniques. What does that mean for you to be here today on Canada Day?
Well, I love it because we're part of the Salmon Festival history. We were doing shows here as a teenager in 78, 78, 9, doing the parade, doing some major skateboard contests right here at the Salmon Festival in Richmond. So Richmond on a worldwide level has an incredible history with skateboarding.
For you, it's all been about highlighting the tricks and techniques out here in Richmond.
Right, and I think one of the biggest part of my career is watching the new up-and-coming next guy. So we put Andy Anderson on the map, who's kind of like the next Tony Hawk, and this guy right beside me, which is the next. He's representing Canada on a worldwide level.
Arsen, I want to talk to you. So talk to me. Tell me about what got you into skateboarding.
I got into skateboarding with my neighbors, and I got more inspired by people like Kevin Harris, Andy Anderson, Mike Osterman, and I read Rodney Mullen's book, which lit a fire under me to keep freestyling specifically.
What are your hopes with skateboarding?
Well, I hope that freestyle grows and helps. I help spread the word of the creativity it can bring, and it's just really fun. I hope it gets more mainstream.
And man, I know you got talent. Can you show us a little demo here? All right, let's watch this. Let's watch this. Show us what you can do. Here we go. There you go. That must take years to perfect, hey? Wow. Okay, landed. A little turn? Wow. That's awesome. Orson, thank you so much. That again is Orson Mary. Back to you, Ian.
Makes it look really easy. Benny Breach in Richmond, BC. More to come after this.
Team Canada just beat Qatar, and I've been here in the only Canadian sports bar in New York City. They're pretty happy.
Oh, what a time to be a Canadian in a city like this. Great bar, great people, the community's really coming together.
Why was it important for you to be surrounded by Canadians watching this historic game?
The pride and patriotism. I could have gone to any bar in New York and it would have been a nothing burger. To be surrounded by other Canadians is the most important part.
I moved to New York in 2005 and there was no place for Canadians to gather and there was no real good hockey bar, so I figured Canadians needed a place for both of those. So we fulfilled that, I believe.
Go Canada!
Red and white all day, baby.
A World Cup in Canada, in our home city. I mean, it's just a feeling we've never felt before. I am thrilled. Let's go the Reds, let's go!
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited for this. Not just the game, but the whole vibe. We got colors from all over the world, jerseys from anywhere. It's about celebrating the world, bringing people together, and giving kids an opportunity to play.
Let's go Team Canada!
Let's go, guys. Be yourselves. Believe. Let's go get it done.
Be confident, stay strong, and believe.
With the home crowd, I think they'll have the most energy there.
To the players, boys, we got this. Canada's #1. Let's try and make it out of the group stage and go from there. Here we go.
Go make us proud, give it your all. Thank you guys for representing red and white so well, making us proud. So thank you guys. Allez les Rouges, go Canada.
Dan Burrett, CBC News, Vancouver.
Friendly game and we don't have any problem, but we will win. During the game, we are fighting Canada. After the game, we are brothers and we love Canada. Give me a hug.
Okay.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Canada Day on CBC. We are in Banff, Alberta, and one of the things that I've enjoyed standing here, hopefully you've enjoyed as you've been watching our coverage, is these vignettes from across the country. And CBC's Ethan Williams has been joining us from Saskatoon throughout the afternoon. He was at a baseball game. Now he's at Saskatoon River Landing. And what's going on there now, Ethan?
Well, Ian, we're having a lot of fun down here at River Landing. We've got a lot of cultural performances that are happening. We just saw a K-pop group perform. A little bit later on, there's some Scottish dancers. There's even a citizenship ceremony that's going to be happening down here a little bit later. But in just a few minutes from now, we've managed to snag some dancers from the Saskatoon Chinese Dance Club. And joining me is Jing and Fanny from the club. Jing, tell us a little bit about what you guys are doing down here today.
We're going to be performing our dances. So we have a wide range of performances, ranging from little children, 3 or 4 years old, to more adults and K-pop.
Now, Fanny, you've been doing this for a while. Tell me about some of the experiences you've had getting to dance.
Yeah, I've been dancing with various Chinese dance groups since I was little, but this is actually the first time I'm performing at Canada Day, so it's actually it's really fun. It's quite the honor to be here. Just looking forward to performing today. We've been preparing our dances for the last few months, so I think it'll be fun. We're just really glad that it's not pouring rain. The weather's actually really good, and I think it'll be fun.
We've been keeping an eye on that weather the whole day. But Jing, I want to ask you, what makes it so special for you to be able to be down here and performing in front of all these people?
Like Fanny said, we've been working hard for several months, and just to showcase our culture. There's so many different things going on with all the different cultures, and just be part of it is